Part 1, Chapter 1 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by David Leeson. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by S. A. Benyon and S. Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 1. It was not until about noon that Petronius finally woke. He felt greatly fatigued, as usual. The evening before he had been with Nero at a feast which had continued late into the night. For some time past his health had not been good. He said of himself that he felt like a log of wood in the mornings, and barely had sufficient strength to collect his thoughts. However, a bath and the careful massage administered by skilled slaves gradually quickened the flow of his sluggish blood, refreshed him and restored his courage. From the last stage of the bath he issued a new man, his eyes sparkling with wit and animation, rejuvenated, vivacious, so superior that Otho could not equal him, in fact, honestly meriting his sobriquet, Arbiter of Elegance. Petronius seldom went to the public baths, and then only to hear some speaker whose reputation had aroused the gossip of the city, or when there were games of particular interest going on in the great hall. In ordinary circumstances he preferred his private baths on his own estate, which Celer, the renowned companion of Severus, had enlarged and rebuilt for him. With so much taste were they equipped, that in spite of the fact that the imperial baths were larger and immeasurably more luxuriously planned, Nero himself owned Petronius's superior. As Petronius, bored by Vatinius's joking, had taken part after last night's feast in a discussion with Nero, Lucan, and Seneca as to whether women possessed souls, he woke, as has been said, late, and according to his habit made use of the baths. Two colossal slaves having laid him upon a cypress wood table, which was covered with immaculate Egyptian linen, dipped their hands in perfumed oil and began to rub him. Meanwhile, closing his eyes, he waited till the warmth of the steam and the friction of the rubbers' hands should penetrate his body and drive away fatigue. After a short time he opened his eyes and asked of the weather. Later he inquired concerning the precious stones which Idomeneus, the jeweler, had promised to bring him to examine. As the breeze was from the Alban mountains, the weather promised fair. As for the precious stones, they had not yet been sent. At the same instant the slave whose duty it was to announce the names of the visitors to the baths, appeared from behind the curtain to say that young Marcus Vinicius, who had just returned from Asia Minor, wished to see Petronius. Petronius ordered the slaves to carry him to the warm room into which he directed that his guest should be admitted. Vinicius was the son of his eldest sister, who had years before become the wife of Marcus Vinicius, a consul in the reign of Tiberius. Under Corbulo's command, the young Vinicius had been fighting the Parthians, and had now, after the close of the war, returned to Rome. Petronius was extremely fond of him, because for one reason he was handsome and athletic, and also because he had sufficient delicacy of feeling not to exceed a certain moderation in his debaucheries, a faculty which Petronius valued above all others. "My greetings to Petronius," said the young man, as with an elastic step he entered the warm room. "May all the gods, and especially Aesculapius and Cypris, be indulgent to thee, for under their joint protection nothing can go amiss." "Welcome to Rome, and may thy rest be sweet after the war," answered Petronius, extending his hand from the folds of the soft linen which covered him. "What news from Armenia? And while thou wert in Asia did you happen to go to Bithynia?" For a period Petronius had himself been the governor of Bithynia, and had administered the province with firmness and justice. Inasmuch as this activity presented a curious contrast in the character of one noted for indolence and luxurious tastes, Petronius was fond of referring to his services to the state, since they showed not only what he was able to do, but what he might have been had he so wished. "I did go to Heraclea," answered Vinicius. "I was sent there by Corbulo for reinforcements."
Ah, Heraclea! There it was I knew a girl from Colchis for whom I would give all the divorced women I know, Poppaea included. But how long ago that was! Let us talk of other things. What news of the Parthians? Between ourselves they bore me, the Vologeses, the Tiridates, and Tigranes, all those barbarians who are in the habit of going on all fours at home, as Aurelianus says, and who affect to be human beings only with us. Rome talks much of them, however, for the reason, probably, that she is afraid to talk of anything else. This war fares badly, and but for Corbulo it might have ended in defeat. Corbulo? By Bacchus, a genuine war god, a veritable Mars, a great general, and withal an irritable, blunt, thick-witted fellow. In spite of it all I like him, if for nothing else than because Nero fears him. Corbulo is no fool. Perhaps thou art right, but what difference does that make? As Pyrrho says, stupidity is no worse than intelligence, and cannot be told from it." Vinitius continued to talk of the war, but when Petronius again closed his eyes, and the young man noticed his uncle's weary, drawn face, he changed the subject of conversation, and inquired with solicitude concerning his health. Petronius once more raised his eyelids. How was his health? So so. He did not feel perfectly well. He did not feel so badly off to be sure as young Sisina, whose sensibilities were so dulled that, in the morning, when he was taken to the bath, he would have to ask whether he was sitting or standing. No, he did not feel well. Vinitius commended him to Aesculapius and Cypris, but he, Petronius, did not believe in Aesculapius. It is not even known whose son that Aesculapius was, whether Arsinoe's or Coronis's, and when the mother is in dispute, what is there to say of the father? In these days who will guarantee his own father? Petronius burst out laughing, and added: "2 years ago I sent 3 dozen fat live cocks and a golden cup to Epidaurus. Canst thou imagine why? Said I to myself, whether it do good or no good, it can do no harm. I am of the opinion that those who bring offerings to the gods reason just as I do. All with the possible exception of the mule drivers travelers hire at the gate of Capena. In addition to Aesculapius, I accidentally had some business with some of his kind last year, when my kidneys were out of order. They prescribed a night's sleep within the walls of a temple. I knew them for rogues, but even then I asked myself, what harm can come to me from that? Society rests on roguery, and life itself is self-deception. Even the soul is a dream. Nevertheless, one ought to have a certain degree of intelligence, to be able to distinguish the errors that are pleasant from those that are not. I direct that my sweat room shall be heated with cedar wood sprinkled with ambergris, because while I am alive I prefer perfumes to stenches. As for Cypris, to whose good graces thou hast also commended me, I know enough about her protection to have introduced shooting pains in my right foot. But for all that she is a good goddess. I foresee the time, sooner or later, when thou also will be bringing white doves to her altar." "Thou hast guessed right," answered Vinitius. "I came away scatheless from the arrows of the Parthians, but love transfixed me, in a most unforeseen way, not a mile outside the city gate." "By the white knees of the Graces thou shalt tell me about this at length," said Petronius. "I came to thee particularly for advice," answered Marcus. The manicures, who now began to busy themselves with Petronius, interrupted him, and Marcus, at Petronius's invitation, doffed his tunic and plunged into the tepid bath. "Bless me! I did not even ask thee if thy love is returned," said Petronius, as he gazed at Vinitius's youthful figure, which seemed as if chiseled from marble. "If Lysippus had only seen thee thou wouldst be gracing at this very moment the Palatine Gate as a statue of the young Hercules." The young man smiled with satisfaction as he plunged about in the bath, and sent the warm water in an infinitude of sparkling drops over the mosaic which represented Hera at that moment when the goddess begged that sleep might close the eyes of Zeus. Petronius stared at him with the delighted gaze of an artist. When Vinitius came out of the bath, and, in turn, had given himself into the hands of the manicures, the reader entered, carrying at his chest a bronze tube containing rolls of papyrus. "Wouldst thou like to listen?" asked Petronius. "If it is something of thine own, with pleasure," answered Vinitius. "Otherwise I would prefer to talk. Poets, nowadays, buttonhole one at every street corner." Right, it is impossible to get past any one of the basilicas, or baths, or libraries, or bookshops, without running into a poet, gesticulating like a monkey. When Agrippa came back from the East he mistook them for lunatics. That is the way things go at present. Caesar is writing verses, therefore everyone is imitating him. Only one thing is forbidden, to write better verses than Caesar's, and for that reason I fear somewhat for Lucan. As for me, I write prose, with which, moreover, I neither regale myself nor others. The reader is about to read the lines of the ill-fated Fabricius Veiento. Why ill-fated? Because he has been commanded to amuse himself in the character of Odysseus, and forbidden to return to his household gods till he receives a fresh command. In one respect, however, this Odyssey will not be as hard as Ulysses. His wife is not at all like Penelope. It is, I think, superfluous to explain to thee that the command was stupid. But in this place appearances are the only things that count. Fabricius wrote a wretched, tiresome book, but for all that everyone is reading it with rapture, now that the author is exiled. From every quarter all one hears is, "It is a scandal, a scandal." Possibly Fabricius has exaggerated a trifle, but I assure you, knowing our city and its heads of families and its women so well, that his account is paler than the reality. But that fact does not prevent his readers searching for allusions to themselves with terror, and to their friends with delight. At Avernus's bookstore there are 100 clerks kept copying the book at dictation. It is an assured success. Did any of your escapades get into it? Of course. But the author fooled himself because he did not see that I am at once much worse and less stupid than he has represented me. You see we have here long since lost the faculty of distinguishing what is moral from what is immoral. For my part, I am of the opinion that no distinction need be made, although Seneca, Musonius, and Trasca pretend to see one. But for me it is a matter of indifference. By Hercules, I speak my mind openly. But I have persistently held to one point of superiority, which is that I do not confound what is ugly with what is beautiful. And this is, for instance, something our Bronzebeard, the poet, the driver, singer, dancer, and historian, does not understand. Nevertheless, I am sorry for Fabricius. He is a good companion. Conceit ruined him. Every one suspected him, yet no one was certain. He could not restrain himself and gave the whole thing away in confidence. Didst thou hear the story about Rufinus? No. In that case let us go into the cool room. We will cool off there and I will tell thee the tale. They entered the cooling room. In the center, a fountain arising from a pale rose-colored basin diffused the perfume of violets. Seating themselves in an alcove, covered with a silken fabric, they began to breathe in the coolness. For a few moments neither spoke. Vinicius dreamily gazed at the statue of a bronze faun who, as he inclined over a nymph's arm, tried eagerly to kiss her in the lips. After an interval he said: "There is one who knows the truth. That certainly is the best that life has to give." "Yes, to a degree. But that is not the only thing thou art fond of. Thou likest war, for instance, to which I am not drawn, for the reason that in the camp one's finger nails break and lose their rosy tint. However, every one of us has his weakness. Bronzebeard likes singing, especially his own songs, and old Scaurus his Corinthian vase, which stands at the foot of his bed, and which he kisses when he cannot sleep. He has destroyed the lip of the vase with his kisses. I say, dost thou not write verses?" "No, I have never been able to write even a single hexameter." "And dost thou play the lute and sing?" "No." "And dost thou drive a chariot?" "Once I competed in the hippodrome at Antioch, but unsuccessfully." "In that case I will make my mind easy on thy account. Which faction didst thou belong to in the circus?" "To the Green." "Now I am perfectly satisfied, and the more so since, although thou art not as rich as Pallas or Seneca, thou art nevertheless well off. Dost thou see that with us at present, while it is good if one can write verses or sing to the lute, declaim or compete in the circus, it is still better and immeasurably safer for one not to write verses, nor to play, nor to sing, nor to compete in the circus. The most useful thing of all is to know how to be enthusiastic when Bronzebeard is enthusiastic. Thou art a handsome young fellow, therefore the only thing that threatens thee is that Poppaea may fall in love with thee. But she has had too much experience. She learned quite enough of love with her two first husbands. With her third she has other plans. Knowest thou that fool of an Otho still loves her insanely? Far away upon the Spanish cliffs he walks and sighs. He has lost his former habits, and has become so fastidious about his person that it does not take him more than 3 hours a day to dress his hair. Who could think of such a thing, especially of Otho?" "I understand him," answered Vinicius, "but in his place I should have acted otherwise." "How exactly?" "I should have formed faithful legions from the native mountaineers. The Iberians make excellent soldiers." "Vinitius, Vinitius, I was almost ready to tell thee that thou wouldst have been incapable of such a thing. And dost thou know why? Because that although such things are done, they are not even hinted at. For my part, in his place I should have laughed at Poppaea, laughed at Bronzebeard, and should have formed legions for my own use, not of Iberian men, but of Iberian women. But more particularly would I have written epigrams, which, unlike that unfortunate Rufinus, I would have read to no one." "By the way, thou wert going to tell me about him." "I will do that in the anointing room." But in the anointing room Vinitius's attention was diverted by the beauty of the slave women who awaited the bathers. Two of these, negresses who reminded one of ebony statues, began at once to anoint their bodies with Arabian perfumes. Others, Phrygians, capable hair dressers, held in their hands, soft and flexible as serpents, polished mirrors of steel, and combs; while two others, Grecian women from Cos, who were beautiful as goddesses, waited till the time should come to arrange the gentlemen's togas in graceful folds. "By Zeus, the cloud scatterer!" exclaimed Marcus Vinicius. "See what thou hast to choose from." "I prefer quality to quantity," answered Petronius. "My whole household in Rome does not exceed 400, and I fancy that a larger number of servants is not required for personal attendance." "More beautiful bodies Bronzebeard himself does not own," said Vinitius, distending his nostrils. Petronius answered with a suggestion of good natured indifference. "Thou art my kinsman, and I am neither so yielding as Barsus, nor such a pedant as is Aulus Plautius." At the sound of the last name Vinitius forgot the maidens from Cos, and raising his head, asked: "What made thee think of Aulus Plautius? Can it be thou dost not know that when I dislocated my arm outside the city, I spent more than 2 weeks in his house? Plautius happened to be passing at the time of the accident, and when he saw how much I was suffering carried me to his house, where his slave, the physician Marian, cured me. I wished to talk with thee of precisely this thing." "What is the trouble? Are my fears correct that thou art in love with Pomponia? If this be true I am sorry for thee. She is not young and she is virtuous. There can be no worse combination. Brr!" "I did not fall in love with Pomponia," answered Vinitius. "With whom then?" "Would that I knew myself. But I do not even know her name, whether it be Lygia or Callina. In the house they call her Lygia, because she is a Lygian by descent, but she also has her barbarous name of Callina. What a wonderful house is Plautius's! It is filled with people, yet it is as quiet as the groves of Subiacum. In the course of the whole 2 weeks I was there I did not have a suspicion that there was a divinity not far off. But once, at dawn, I caught sight of her bathing in the garden fountain. By the foam from which Venus rose, the morning light passed right through her body. It seemed to me that let the sun but rise, and she would vanish in its light, as the gleam of the morning stars. After this I saw her twice, and since then I have been unable to find rest. I know no other desires, I care for nothing that Rome can give me. I want no women, gold, nor Corinthian copper. I want not amber, pearls, nor wine, nor feasting. One thing alone I eagerly long for — Lygia. I confess to thee, Petronius, sincerely, that I am yearning for her, as yearns for Peisithia, that dream pictured on the mosaic of thy warm room. Ceaselessly, day and night, I yearn." "If she is a slave, buy her." "She is not a slave." "Who then is she? One of Plautius's freed women?" "Never having been a slave, she could not have been given her freedom." "What then is she?" "I do not know. A king's daughter or something like it." "Vinitius, thou art exciting my curiosity." "If thou wilt listen to me, I will soon satisfy thy curiosity. It will not take long to tell the story. Doubtless thou knowest personally Vannius, the king of the Suevi, who, when he was banished from his own country, lived for many years in Rome, where he made himself a reputation for his luck at dice and his skill in chariot racing. The Emperor Drusus restored him again to his throne. Vannius, who was actually a man of parts, began by ruling well, and was successful in war, but later he gradually began to skin not only his neighbors, but his own Suevi. At this Vangio and Sido, his two nephews, the sons of Vibilius, king of the Hermunduri, determined to force him to go back to Rome, to try his luck at the dice. "I remember it did not happen so long ago, in the time of Claudius." "Yes. War broke out. Vannius summoned to his aid the Yazygi. His fond nephews turned to the Lygians, who having heard of Vannius's wealth, and tempted by the hope of booty, poured in such multitudes that Claudius Caesar himself began to fear for the safety of his frontier. Claudius, not wishing to get involved in a foreign war, wrote to Atelius Hister, the commander of the Danubian legions, to follow closely the course of the war, and not to permit it to disturb our peace. Then Hister exacted of the Lygians that they should bind themselves not to cross the frontier. Not only did they agree to this, but gave hostages, among whom were the wife and daughter of their leader. Thou knowest that the barbarians take their wives and children with them in the field. My Lygia is the daughter of this leader." "Where didst thou learn all this?" "Aulus Plautius himself told me. As a matter of fact the Lygians did not cross the frontier, but barbarians come like a hurricane and disappear with the same impetuosity. Just so vanished the Lygians with their wild bull horns on their heads. They, the Suevi and the Yazygi, Vannius had assembled, but their king was killed. In consequence they disappeared with their booty, and left their hostages in Hister's power. The mother died after a short time, and the daughter was sent by Hister to the ruler of all Germany, Pomponius, for the reason that he did not know what else to do with her. At the conclusion of the war with Catti he returned to Rome, where, as you know, Claudius allowed him to hold a triumph. At that time the girl walked behind the conqueror's chariot, but when in his turn Pomponius became perplexed to know what to do with the girl, since a hostage might not be regarded as a captive, he gave her to his sister, Pomponia Graecina, the wife of Plautius. Here in this house, where everything from the host to the chickens in the yard are virtuous, she grew to maidenhood. Alas, virtuous as Graecina herself, and to be so beautiful that in comparison to her even Poppaea seems like an autumn fig to an apple of the Hesperides. And what then? I repeat, that from the instant I saw how the rays of light shone through and penetrated her body, I fell desperately in love with her." "Consequently she is transparent, like a sea lamprey or a young sardine?" "Do not laugh, Petronius, but if thou hast been led into a misunderstanding by my speaking so freely of my passion, remember that bright clothes often cover deep wounds. I must confess to thee that when I was returning from Asia, I slept a night in the temple of Mopsus in the hope that a revelation might come to me in my slumber, and indeed while I slept Mopsus himself appeared to me, and declared that love would work a great change in my life. I have heard that Pliny says he does not believe in the gods, but does believe in dreams, and perhaps he is right. My jesting does not prevent my thinking at times that there exists only one divinity, eternal, omnipotent, and creative, Venus Genitrix. It unites souls and bodies, everything. Love it was who called the world from chaos. Whether he did well is another question, but since it is so, we must of necessity acknowledge his might, although one need not be thankful for it." "Ah, Petronius, it is easier to talk philosophy than to give good counsel. Tell me what it is thou particularly wishest." "I wish to have Lygia. I wish that these hands of mine which now only embrace the air, might hold her and press her in their embrace. I wish to breathe her breath. If she were a slave, I would give Aulus for her 100 maidens, with feet whiter than chalk, as sign that they had been for the first time exposed for sale. I wish to have her in my house till my head is as white as the summit of Soracte in winter. Though she is not a slave, yet because she belongs to Plautius's family, and because she has been forsaken by her parents, she may be regarded as a foster daughter. Had he wished, Plautius might give her to thee." "Clearly thou knowest not Pomponia Graecina. Both are bound up in her as in their own daughter." "Indeed, I know Pomponia, a veritable cypress tree. Were she not the wife of Aulus, she might have been hired as a professional mourner. Ever since Julia's death, she has not doffed her mourning. In a word, she looks as if while still living, she were wandering over the asphodel strewn meadow. Moreover, she is a woman who has had only a single husband, which makes her a phoenix among our much divorced women. By the way, didst thou hear that a phoenix has actually appeared in Upper Egypt? The thing happens not oftener than once in 500 years." Petronius, we will talk of the phoenix some other time."
"Then hearken to me, dear Marcus. I know Aulus Plautius, who, although he disapproves of my manner of life, yet regards me with a certain attachment, and perhaps rates me above others, for he knows that I have never been an informer, as for instance were Domitius Afer, Tigellinus, and the whole gang of Bronzebeard's friends. While making no pretensions of being a Stoic, I have more than once turned away in disgust from certain acts of Nero's on which Seneca and Burrus have looked with indulgence. If thou thinkest I can do something for thee with Aulus, I am thy servant."
"It seems to me thou canst. Thou knowest how to influence him, and thy resources are inexhaustible. Think over the case and speak with Plautius." "Thou exaggeratest both my influence and my resourcefulness. However, if that is all thou wantest of me, I will speak to Plautius when he returns to Rome." "They returned 2 days since." "That being the case, let us go into the dining room, where our breakfast is waiting, and when we have pulled ourselves together, we will have them take us to Plautius's." "Thou hast always been good to me," exclaimed Vinicius with fervor, "but now there is nothing left for me but to set up thy statue among my Lares, a fine one, like that over there, and make offerings to it." He turned to the statues which adorned one of the walls of the perfumed chamber, and designated the one which represented Petronius as Hermes with a staff in his hand. "By the light of Helios," he added, "if the godlike Alexander was like to thee, I marvel not at Helena." This exclamation in an equal degree breathed sincerity and flattery, for although Petronius was older, and physically not so well developed as Vinicius, his face seemed handsomer. The Roman women not only went into ecstasies over the delicacy of his mind and taste, for which reason they called him the arbiter of elegance, but also over his figure. This was reflected even on the faces of the 2 maidens of Cos, who were at present engaged in arranging the folds in his toga. One of them, Eunice by name, who cherished a secret passion for Petronius, gazed in his eyes with tenderness and adoration. But he, without even looking at her, smiled at Vinicius and began to quote to him by way of reply Seneca's epigram about women, "Animul impudens, etc." When he had finished, Petronius, laying his hand on the young man's shoulder, led him into the dining room. In the anointing room, the 2 Greek girls, the Phrygians and the 2 negresses were making ready to gather together the perfumes. But on the instant, from behind the drawn curtains of the cold room, protruded the heads of the bathing masters, and a cautious call was heard. One of the Grecians, the Phrygians and both of the negresses immediately disappeared behind the curtain. The time of mirth and revelry had come in the baths. The superintendent did not restrain the slaves, because he himself had not infrequently taken part in similar orgies. Petronius, moreover, also had his doubts about them, but being an indulgent man and one not fond of criticizing, looked upon the revels through his fingers. Eunice remained alone in the anointing room. She listened for a time to the sound of the voices and laughter retreating towards the sweat room, then she took the bench ornamented with amber and ivory, on which Petronius had just been sitting, and carefully moved it over to his statue. The anointing room was filled with sunlight, and the bright reflection of the many colored marble slabs with which the walls were covered. Eunice mounted the bench. When she found herself on a level with the statue, she threw her arms impetuously around its neck. Then, throwing back her golden hair and pressing her rosy body against the white marble, she ardently covered with kisses Petronius's cold mouth. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 2. After breakfast, as Petronius called it, in spite of the fact that the friends sat down at table when simple mortals had long since finished their noonday meal, Petronius proposed a short nap. It was still much too early for visiting, he thought. There are, to be sure, persons who begin to visit their friends at sunrise, holding that the custom is sanctioned by antiquity and is truly Roman. But he, Petronius, considered it barbarous. The best of all times for visiting is after noon, but not earlier than when the sun sinks towards the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, and begins to throw oblique shadows on the Forum.
It is usually still very warm in the autumn, and people are fond of sleeping after eating. At this time it is pleasant to listen to the murmuring of the fountain in the great hall, and when one has taken the 1,000 obligatory steps, to muse in the purplish light sifted through the purple of the half drawn awning. Vinicius agreed with him. They walked up and down, taking in an offhand way of the gossip from the palace on the Palatine and the city, and carelessly reasoning of life. After a time Petronius retired into the sleeping room, but did not sleep long. At the end of a half hour he returned, and when he had ordered verbena to be brought him, began to smell it and to rub it on his hands and temples. "Thou canst imagine," said he, "how stimulating and refreshing this is. Now I am ready." The litters had already been waiting long. They took their seats and directed that they should be borne to the patrician quarter, to the house of Aulus. Petronius's villa was situated on the southern slope of the Palatine Hill, near what is called the Carinae. The shortest way thither lay through the Forum. However, as Petronius wished to visit Master Idomeneus's jewelry shop, he directed that they should carry them through the Apollonis quarter and the Forum in the direction of Sceleratus quarter, on the corner of which there were all sorts of booths. The stalwart negroes raised the litters and started on the way, preceded by slaves, called runners. For a certain time Petronius was silent. He kept raising his verbena perfumed palms to his nostrils, and was evidently thinking of something. Afterwards he said: "It occurs to me that if thy forest nymph be not a slave nothing prevents her from leaving Plautius's house, and taking up her abode with thee. Thou wouldst surround her with love, and shower riches upon her, as I do upon my divine Chrysothemis, with whom, between ourselves, I am satisfied, at least as well pleased as she is with me." Marcus shook his head disapprovingly. "Why not?" asked Petronius. "If worst came to worst, the case would go to Caesar, and thou mayest be certain that, irrespective of my influence, our Bronzebeard would take thy side." "Thou dost not know Lygia," answered Vinicius. "In that case permit me to ask if thou thyself knowest more of her than her appearance. Hast thou talked with her? Hast thou told her thy love?" "I saw her first at the fountain, and afterwards I met her twice. Do not forget that while I was in Aulus's house, I lived in an extension intended for guests, and that with my dislocated hand I was not able to be present at the family table. Only on the eve of the day I announced my departure did I find myself with Lygia at supper. But I did not succeed in exchanging even a word with her. I was forced to listen while Aulus told stories of his victories in Britain, and after that to a discussion of the failure of the small estates in Italy, to prevent which Licinius Stolo was striving. In fact, I do not know whether Aulus is capable of talking of anything else, and do not fancy that we shall be able to escape it, unless thou preferest to hear about the effeminacy of the times. They raise pheasants in their bird house, but do not eat them, being convinced that with every pheasant eaten the downfall of the Roman power is brought nearer. The second time I met her by the cistern in the garden. She had a reed in her hand, the end of which she was dipping in the water and sprinkling with it the iris growing about. Look at my knees! By Hercules' shield! They did not shake when the Parthian rushed with howls upon our ranks, but at the cistern they quaked. And, embarrassed as a boy who still wears an amulet on his neck, my eyes alone prayed for indulgence, as for a long while I was not able to utter a word." Petronius gazed at him with an expression almost of envy. "Fortunate fellow," said he. "No matter how bad the world or life may be, there is one thing that remains eternally beautiful — youth." Then he asked: "So thou didst not speak to her?" "Oh, no. When I had got myself a little under control I said I was on my way back from Asia, that I had sprained my hand outside the city gates, but now that the time had come when I must leave this hospitable roof, I was persuaded that to suffer under it was more delightful than to divert oneself elsewhere, and to be ill there more consoling than to be in health away from it. She followed my words, herself confused, her head bent down, marking something the while with the reed on the yellow sand. Then she raised her eyes, looked again at the lines she had drawn, as if preparing herself to ask me something, and then suddenly ran away, like a dryad from a stupid faun. She must have beautiful eyes. Like the sea, and I was drowned in them exactly as if in the sea.
Believe me, the archipelago is not so blue as her eyes. In a moment Plautius's little boy ran up and asked me something, but I did not understand what he wanted." "Oh, Minerva!" exclaimed Petronius, "take from this youth's eyes the bandage with which Eros has bound them, lest he dash his head on the columns of the temple of Venus." Then he turned to Vinicius. "Listen, thou spring bud on the tree of life, thou first green shoot of the vineyard. Better than take thee to the house of Plautius, let me order them to carry thee to the house of Gelotius, where there is a school for young men who know nothing of life." "I don't understand thee." "But what did she write on the sand? Was it the name of love, or perchance a heart transfixed with his arrow, or something of that sort by which thou mightest learn that the satyrs had already whispered the secrets of life in the nymph's ear? Is it possible thou didst not examine the marks?" "From the time when I put on the toga more time had passed than thou thinkest," answered Vinicius. "Before little Aulus ran up I carefully examined the marks, for well I know that the girls of Greece and Rome frequently write on the sand things which their lips know not how to speak. However, guess what she had drawn." "If it was not what I have supposed, I will not guess." "A fish." "A what?" "I say a fish. Does not that signify that cold blood still runs in her veins? I do not know. But thou, who hast named me a springtime bud on the tree of life, dost not thou, in truth, know better than I how to interpret this sign?" "Beloved, ask Pliny about that. He knows everything about fish. Old Apicius, if he were still alive, might perchance also be able to tell you something about it. Not for nothing did he during his life eat more fish than could be gathered together in the Bay of Naples." The conversation was interrupted by the litters arriving in a crowded street, where the noise of the multitude prevented further talk. Passing the Apollinis quarter they turned to the Boarium, and thence to the Roman Forum. The Forum in fair days, before sunset, was filled with loiterers, who assembled in multitudes to saunter among the columns, to tell stories, to learn the news, to stare at the litters borne past with their distinguished occupants, to rub shoulders in the jewelers' shops, in the book stalls, in the money changers', in the shops where were sold silk, bronze, and every possible sort of thing. The houses occupying a part of the market extending towards the Capitol were filled with these shops. Half of the Forum under the cliffs of the fortress (Capitol citadel) was already plunged in darkness, while the columns which adorned the temples above were drowned in a splendor of gold and blue. The columns standing on a lower level cast their long shadows on the marble slabs. So great indeed were the number of columns standing about everywhere that the eye lost itself among them as in a forest. These buildings and columns seemed to have jammed themselves together. They were piled one on the other, they ran right and left, they ascended the hills, took refuge on the walls of the Capitol, or clung one to the other like trees, large and small, thick and thin, golden or white, now blooming under the architrave with acanthus blossoms, now ornamented with Ionic spirals, now capped with a simple Doric square. On the forest glistened colored triglyphs; out of tympans stepped the sculptured figures of gods; winged golden four horse chariots struggled as it were to fly from their pediments into the air, into the imperturbable blue which overspread this city of crowded temples. Through the middle and along the edges of the market surged the populace. The throng as it wandered under the arches of the Basilica of Julius Caesar, or sat in the steps of the temple of Castor and Pollux, or sauntered about the little temple of Vesta, resembled as it moved against this extensive marble background a variegated swarm of butterflies or beetles. Above, along the enormous Ressaut on the side of the temple dedicated to Jovi Optimo Maximo, new waves began to surge. The Romans were listening to the orator on the platform in the Rostrum square. Here and there the calls of the peddlers were heard, as they sold fruit, wine, or water mixed with the juice of figs; the invitations of the fakers praising wonder working nostrums, of diviners seeking out treasure, of the interpreters of dreams. Somewhere above the noise of the conversation and the hawkers' cries were to be distinguished the sound of the sistrum, the Egyptian sambuca, or of Grecian flutes. In other places the sick, the pious, and the afflicted were bringing offerings to the temples. Among the people flocks of doves flew down on the marble pavement, and threw themselves eagerly on the proffered grain. Like variegated or dusky spots in motion these flocks now rose in the air, with a loud flutter of wings, now again alighted in a place vacated by the crowd.
From time to time the people stood aside to make way for the litters in which were to be seen the painted faces of women, or the heads of senators or patricians, with features as it were congested and enfeebled by existence. The multitude, composed of members of many different tribes, called to them by name, adding a nickname, a bit of ridicule or praise. Into the disordered groups at times companies of soldiers or guards, enforcing order in the streets, forced their way, proceeding with measured tread. On all sides Greek was heard quite as frequently as Latin. Vinicius, who had not been in the city for a long time, gazed with a certain curiosity on the human ant hill, and on the famous Roman Forum, lording it over this multitude hailing from the four corners of the earth, and at the same time submerged in it. Petronius, divining his companion's thought, called the Forum "the nest of knights without the knights." Indeed, the real Romans were completely lost in that throng, composed of the representatives of every race and nationality. In it there appeared for an instant inhabitants of Ethiopia, enormous, light-haired denizens of the far north, Britons, Gauls, and Germans, squint-eyed emigrants from Ceres, people from the Euphrates, and from India, with brick-stained beards; Syrians from the banks of the Orontes, with black insinuating eyes, dried out like bones; nomads from the Arabian deserts; Jews with sunken breasts; Egyptians with changeless, indifferent smiles on their faces; Numidians and Africans; Greeks from Hellas, who governed the city on an equality with the Romans, but held sway through science, art, wisdom, and knavery; Greeks from the islands, from Asia Minor, Egypt, Italy, and Narbonic Gaul. Among the throng of slaves, with pierced ears were not a few freedmen, idle people whom Caesar amused, clothed, and even fed at his own expense. Not a few voluntary immigrants had flocked here, attracted to the huge city by the possibility of living without labor, and by expectations of success; and usurers, and priests of Serapis with palm branches in their hands, priests of Isis to whose altars were brought more offerings than to the temple of the Capitoline Jupiter, and priests of Cybele carrying in their hands the golden fruit of the maize, and priests of wandering divinities, Eastern dancers in shining mitres, vendors of amulets, snake charmers and Chaldean soothsayers, and finally a considerable number of vagrants without any occupation, who weekly turned to the storehouse on the other side of the Tiber for bread, who fought for lottery tickets in the circus, spent their nights in chronically ramshackle houses on the quarter beyond the river, and sunny warm days under porticos, in the filthy taverns of the Subura, on the Milvian bridge, or before the villas of the distinguished Romans, whence, from time to time, the leavings from the slaves' table were thrown to them. Petronius knew the throng well. From every quarter the cry, "It is he!" reached Vinicius's ear. Petronius was beloved for his liberality, but still more had his popularity increased after the Romans learned that he had appealed to Caesar for an annulment of the sentence of death pronounced against all the slaves of the prefect Pedanius Secundus, without distinction of age or sex, because one of their number, driven to desperation, had killed the tyrant. Petronius had, to be sure, stated in public that the case concerned him personally not at all, and that he had gone before the emperor in his private capacity, as the arbiter of elegance, because, while a barbarous slaughter of the kind was worthy of the Scythians, it was not of Romans, and offended his aesthetic sensibilities. Nevertheless the multitude, outraged at the punishment, adored Petronius from that time. But he did not care for this popularity. Petronius did not forget that Britannicus, whom Nero poisoned, was also beloved of the mob, as well as Agrippina, assassinated at Caesar's command, and Octavia, who, after her veins had been opened, had been suffocated in a warm bath on the Panditaria, and Rubellius Plautus, who had been banished, and Thrasea, who lived in daily expectation of a sentence of death. The disposition of the populace were consequently better counted as an ill omen, and, skeptic that he was, Petronius was superstitious. His detestation of the multitude was twofold. He detested it as an aristocrat, and as a man of culture. In his opinion those who smelt of dry beans carried in their shirts, who were always hoarse and sweating from playing mora on the street crossing and in the peristyles, did not deserve to be called human beings. For this reason, Petronius, giving no heed to the applause and the kisses wafted to him, told Marcus the story of the killing of Pedanius, and he ridiculed the fickleness of the street shouters who applauded Nero as he was going to the temple of Jupiter Stator the very day after they had expressed their indignation at his tyranny. At Avernus's bookshop he ordered the litter to halt, and descending bought an illuminated manuscript, which he gave to Vinicius. "Here is a gift for thee," he said. "Thanks," answered Vinicius. When he had examined the title, he asked: "The Satyricon? Is it something new? Whom is it by?" "It is mine. But I am not minded to follow in Rufinus's tracks, whose story I was about to tell thee, nor in the tracks of Fabricius Veiento, therefore no one knows of this. Tell no one of it." "But thou hast said thou dost not write verses," said Vinicius, looking over the manuscript, "and here I observe prose and verse side by side." "When you read it pay attention to the description of the feast of Trimalchion. As for verses, they disgust me since Nero began to write them. When Vitellius wants to ease his stomach he uses little ivory sticks which he thrusts down his throat; others for the same purpose use flamingo feathers steeped either in olive oil or in a decoction of some sort of grass possessing the same properties. But my unique remedy is to read Nero's verses. Afterwards I can praise them, if not with a clear conscience, at least with a clean stomach." Having said this, he again stopped the litter at the jeweler Idomeneus, and when he had arranged the question about the precious stones, directed that they proceed straight to Aulus's house. "On the way," said he, "I will tell thee the story of Rufinus as an instance of that to which self conceit may bring an author." But before he began his story the litters turned into the patrician quarter, and they found themselves before Aulus's dwelling. A young and muscular gatekeeper opened before them the door leading to the main entrance, over which a caged magpie received the guests with a piercing greeting of "Welcome." On their way from the second vestibule to the court Vinicius asked: "Didst thou notice that the doorkeeper here goes unchained?" "'Tis a strange house," answered Petronius in an undertone. "Thou probably knowest that Pomponia Graecina has been suspected of belonging to a superstitious sect of the East that worships a person called Christus. It appears that Crispinilla, who cannot forgive Pomponia for being satisfied during her life with a single husband, performed the kindness. A woman with a single husband! At present in Rome it is easier to find a plate of Noricum mushrooms. She was tried before a domestic court." "Thou art right, it is truly a strange house. Afterwards I will tell thee what I have seen and heard while in it." They entered the great hall. The slave standing at the entrance sent the butler to announce the visitors. Meanwhile, servants presented them with chairs and placed stools under their feet. Petronius, who had never been in the house, imagined that in it there reigned an eternal gloom. He consequently looked about him with surprise, and even with a feeling of disappointment, as he observed that the court produced on the contrary a pleasing impression. From above, through a large opening, fell a sheaf of bright light, which broke into a thousand sparks in the fountain. A four-sided basin with a jet of water in the center, designed to catch the rain in bad weather, was surrounded by anemones and lilies. It was evident that the persons in the house loved lilies. They grew in thick clumps of white and red blossoms. There were also many sapphire colored irises whose tender leaves were silvered by the spray. Among the moist moss, which concealed the lily pots, and the dense undergrowth of verdure were descried bronze statues of children and sea birds. In one corner a bronze roe inclined her greenish head, turned gray by the moisture, to the water as if wishing to drink. The floor of the court was ornamented with mosaic. The walls, part faced with reddish marble, and in part decorated with paintings representing trees, fishes, birds, and griffins, caressed the eye with their play of color. The casing of the doors leading into the side chambers were ornamented with tortoise shell and ivory. Beside the doors against the walls stood the statues of Aulus's forefathers. Everything evidenced a peaceful plenty, far removed from luxury, but full of dignity. Petronius, who lived in a style immeasurably more luxurious, could not find a single thing that offended his taste. He was about to point this out to Vinicius when the doorkeeper suddenly pulled aside the curtain separating the hall from the terrace and Aulus Plautius appeared in the distance rapidly approaching. He was a man declining toward the evening of life, with grizzled yet vivacious head, and an energetic face, a trifle short, but suggesting in spite of that, the head of an eagle. For the time being his face wore an expression of surprise. The unexpected visit of Nero's friend, companion, and confidant alarmed him somewhat. Petronius was a man too observant and worldly not to notice this. Therefore, after the first greetings he declared with all the eloquence and amiability he could summon that he came to express his gratitude for the hospitality shown in this house to his sister's son; that gratitude alone had prompted the visit, and that his long acquaintance with Aulus had inspired him with this audacity. Aulus in return assured him that he was welcome. As for the gratitude, he, Aulus, considered himself in his debt, as although Petronius of a truth would not guess what service he had rendered him. In fact Petronius did not guess. To no purpose did he raise his nut brown eyes, did he strain his mind in an effort to recall the slightest service he had shown Aulus, or any one else. He could remember none, except that it might be the one which he was about to render Vinicius. Perhaps something of the kind had happened in spite of himself and without his knowing it. "I love and admire Vespasian, and you saved his life when he was unfortunate enough to fall asleep during one of Caesar's recitals." "He slept to his own good fortune," replied Petronius, "in that he did not hear the verses. I will not deny, however, that this blessing might not have turned out unfortunately. Bronzebeard was for dispatching a centurion to him at once to advise him in a friendly way to open his veins." "And thou, Petronius, laughed him out of it." "Yes, or to be more truthful I did the contrary. I told him that Orpheus knew how to lull the wild beasts to slumber, consequently his triumph would have been still more complete if he had succeeded in putting Vespasian to sleep. It is possible to reprove Ahenobarbus, provided that to a modicum of reproof there be added a large amount of flattery. Her Imperial Highness Poppaea understands this very well." "Alas! such is the way of the times," observed Aulus. "Two of my front teeth are missing, knocked out by a stone thrown by a British slinger. On this account I whistle when I speak. Nevertheless I consider the days spent by me in Britain the happiest of my life." "Because they were victorious," Vinitius hastened to add. But Petronius, fearing that the veteran might begin his long tales of the wars, changed the topic of conversation. "In the environs of Praeneste the inhabitants had found a dead wolf cub with two heads, and 3 days ago, during the storm, the lightning knocked off a corner of the temple of Luna, an unusual phenomenon so late in the fall. One Cotta, who told me this, went on to say that the priests of the temple of Luna regard this as a sign of the fall of a city, or at least the ruin of a great house, which ruin may only be prevented by extraordinary sacrificial offerings." Aulus, when he had heard what Petronius said, remarked that portents of that kind ought not to be disregarded. No wonder that the gods have been angered by the incalculable evils, and in such cases one must offer propitiatory sacrifices. To this Petronius objected. "Thy house, Plautius, is not particularly great, although many live in it, and my house, although, indeed, much too large for so unworthy an owner, is in itself also not large. But if ruin threatens as great a house as, for instance, the Domus Transitoria, is it not worth our while to make offerings to save it?" Plautius made no answer to this question, and his silence offended Petronius because, although he had lost the capacity of distinguishing good from evil, he had never been a spy, and it was possible to speak to him without fear. Therefore he again changed the conversation, and started to praise Plautius's house and the excellent taste displayed in all the details. "'Tis an old homestead," answered Plautius. "I have altered nothing in it since I inherited it." The curtain separating the hall from the covered terrace was thrown aside, and the house was open to view through its entire extent, so that, looking through the terrace and the peristyle and hall behind it, the gaze reached to the garden itself, which, as seen from a distance, looked like a brilliant picture in a dark frame. From the garden the sound of happy children's voices were brought to the court.
"Ah, commander," cried Petronius, "allow us to enjoy at shorter range this genuine laughter, which nowadays it is given to one to hear but rarely." "Willingly," answered Plautius, rising from his chair. "That is my little Aulus and Lygia playing ball. As for the laughter, I suppose, Petronius, that thou spendest thy whole life in pleasure." "Life deserves to be laughed at, therefore I laugh at it," replied Petronius. "That laughter, however, sounds different." "As for that," answered Vinitius, "Petronius does not laugh during the day, rather he laughs all night." Talking thus, they passed through the whole extent of the house and found themselves in the garden, where Lygia and little Aulus were playing ball. Slaves, called spheristai, who were especially appointed for this game, picked the balls up from the ground and handed them to the players. Petronius cast a passing glance at Lygia. Little Aulus, seeing Vinitius, ran up to ask after his health. The young man inclined his head as he passed the girl, who stood with a ball in her hand, her hair slightly disordered and somewhat out of breath and flushed. In the garden dining room, upon which the ivy, vine, and honeysuckle threw their shade, sat Pomponia Graecina. The visitors hastened to greet her. Petronius, although he had never visited Aulus's house, knew her, as he had met her at Antistia's, the daughter of Rubelius Plautus, and also in the houses of Seneca and Polion. He could not conceal a certain surprise which her sad, but agreeable face, the nobility of her bearing, her movements and speech, inspired in him. To such a degree did Pomponia contradict his ideas of women, that even this man, corrupt to the marrow, self confident as no one else in Rome, this man not only felt a certain admiration for her, but even lost, when at times he was in her presence, his self confidence. And now, as he was thanking her for her care of Vinitius, he involuntarily addressed her as "Lady," a title which never came to his mind when conversing with Calvia Crispinilla, Scribonia, Valeria, Solona, or with other women of the great world. When he had greeted her and expressed his gratitude, Petronius fell to complaining that Pomponia so seldom left her home, that she was not to be seen either in the circus or in the amphitheatre. Laying her hand on her husband's, she answered him calmly: "We are both growing old and are beginning to appreciate the quiet of our home." Petronius was about to reply, when Plautius added in his whistling voice: "And we feel ourselves becoming more and more strangers among people who call even our Roman gods by Greek names." "For some time past the gods have been converted into mere figures of speech," replied Petronius lightly. "So, since the Greeks have taught us rhetoric it is easier for me to say, for instance, Hera than Juno." When he said this he turned his gaze toward Pomponia, as if to explain that in her presence he could think of no other divinity. Then he started to complain of what she had said of old age. To be sure, people grow old quickly, but not those who lead her kind of life. Besides, there are faces of which Saturn seems to remember nothing. Petronius spoke with a certain degree of sincerity, for Pomponia Graecina, although she had already passed the meridian, nevertheless retained a fair freshness of face, and as she possessed a small head and delicate features, presented at times, in spite of her sombre dress, her sedateness and pensiveness, the impression of a quite young woman. In the interval, little Aulus, who had become extraordinarily friendly with Vinitius while he was in the house, came up to the young patrician to invite him to play ball. Lygia herself followed the boy into the dining room. Under the ivy shade, with the light sparkling and trembling on her face, she seemed to Petronius to be much more beautiful than he had first seen her, and, in very fact, nymph like. Still without exchanging a word with her, he rose, and bowing began to quote in place of the customary greeting, the words in which Odysseus saluted Nausicaa. "If thou art one of the gods, queen of the broad heaven, then only from Artemis, the great daughter of Zeus, can come the beauty of that face, and the dignity of that stature. If thou art born of mortals, if thou art under the power of the destiny of the living, then blessed beyond words thy father and thy mother, and blessed be thy brothers." Even Pomponia was delighted with the exquisite courtesy of this man of the world. Lygia listened in embarrassment. Her face flushed; she dared not lift her eyes. But little by little a mischievous smile began to play about the corners of her mouth and her face reflected the struggle going on within between maiden modesty and a desire to answer. The latter evidently won, for, looking suddenly up at Petronius, she answered him in the very words of Nausicaa.
She spoke without taking breath, and in a tone of voice suggestive of the classroom: "Stranger, thou art neither wicked nor dull." Then, turning quickly, she ran away like a frightened bird. Now came his turn to be surprised. He had not expected to hear Homer's verses from the lips of a girl who, according to Vinicius, was of barbarian birth. He glanced in perplexity at Pomponia, but she could not give any explanation, for she herself smilingly observed only the pride with which the elder Aulus's face was illuminated. He could not hide his satisfaction. In the first place, he loved Lygia as his own daughter; in the second, despite his old Roman prejudices, which compelled him to decry the new fashion of using the Grecian language, he none the less counted a knowledge of it a crown of social culture. He himself had never been able to learn Greek well, and was secretly distressed at it. Therefore he was glad that this grand gentleman and writer, who was prepared to consider his house as little more than barbarian, had been answered in the language and verses of Homer. "We have a teacher, a Greek," said Plautius, turning to Petronius. "He instructs our little one, and the girl overhears the lessons. She is a mere chit but a worthy one, and my wife and I have become very fond of her." Petronius looked through the green of the ivy and the honeysuckle at the young people playing ball. Having laid off his toga, retaining only his single tunic, Vinicius was throwing a ball which Lygia caught as she stood opposite with uplifted hands. At first she had not impressed Petronius, to whom she appeared scrawny, but in the dining room she impressed him quite differently. She would, he thought, make a good model for Aurora, and as an expert, he discerned that she possessed some peculiar latent charm. He observed her in detail, and appraised everything on its merits: the rosy transparent face, the fresh mouth, created as it were, for kissing; the eyes blue as the azure sea, and the alabaster whiteness of her forehead, and the sumptuousness of her dark hair, with its coils giving forth a reflection of amber or Corinthian copper; and the delicate neck, and the divine roundness of her shoulders, and the litheness, the pose of her whole body which breathed the youth of May and of budding flowers. In him spoke the artist and devotee of beauty who felt that under the statue of this maiden might be written the word Spring. Suddenly he remembered Chrysothemis, and Petronius was ready to laugh with disgust. She seemed to him strangely faded, with her hair besprinkled with golden powder, with her blackened eyebrows, like a withered, falling rose. But still all Rome envied him his connection with Chrysothemis. Then he compared Poppaea to Lygia, and likewise this renowned beauty seemed to him soulless as a waxen mask. In this girl with her Tanagrian features, there inhered not only spring, but the effulgent spirit of life which radiated through her rosy form, as light from a lamp. "Vinicius is right," he reflected, "and my Chrysothemis is old, old as Troy." Then turning to Pomponia Graecina and pointing to the garden, said: "I now understand, lady, that with two such beings, home seems dearer than the circus, and the feasts in the palace on the Palatine." "Yes," answered she, looking aside at little Aulus and Lygia. The old commander began to tell the girl's history, and what he had heard many years ago from Atelius Hister about the Lygian tribe that lived in the dark north. The young people having finished their game of ball had been for some time walking along the sandy paths of the garden. Against the backdrop of myrtle and cypresses they seemed like three white statues. Lygia held little Aulus by the hand. When they had strolled for a short time they sat down on a bench beside the fish pond situated in the centre of the garden. Little Aulus almost immediately ran away to frighten the fish in the transparent water, and Vinicius resumed the conversation, begun while they were walking. "Yes," said he in a low hesitating voice, "scarcely had I thrown aside the robe which the children of free born citizens wear till they are 17, than they sent me to the legions in Asia. I had no knowledge of Rome, or life, or of love. I had heard by heart a few verses of Anacreon and Horace, but could not, like Petronius, quote verses when the mind is mute with ecstasy, and cannot express itself in its own words.
When I was a boy I was sent to the school of Musonius, who used to tell us that happiness consists in desiring what the gods wish, and depends consequently upon our will. But I think that there is another more sublime and sweeter happiness which does not depend on our will, which love alone can give. The gods themselves are striving to obtain it. Therefore, I who have not yet put love to the test, follow their example, Lygia, and I also seek that one who would desire to give me bliss." He paused. For a time nothing was heard save the gentle splashing of the water into which little Aulus was throwing stones to frighten the fish. Soon Vinicius again spoke, in a softer and lower voice. "Thou hast probably heard of Titus, the son of Vespasian. It is related of him that when little more than a boy, he fell so deeply in love with Veronica, that grief almost brought him to the grave. I am capable of such love, Lygia. Wealth, glory, power, all are smoke, vanity. A rich man can find another still richer. The famous man is cast in the shadow by the greater glory of another, the mighty may be conquered by one more mighty. But can Caesar himself, or one of the gods, seek to know greater delight, can he feel happier than a mere mortal when at his breast a beloved breast is breathing, when he kisses beloved lips? Consequently love makes us equal with the gods, Lygia." She listened, disturbed, astonished, and yet as if she were hearkening to the sounds of a Grecian flute or a lyre. At certain moments it seemed to her that Vinitius was singing a marvelous song, which poured itself into her ear, set her blood surging, strove to freeze her heart, frightened yet filled with an uncomprehended joy. But in addition it seemed to her that he spoke of something which was already latent in her, but something which she could not explain. She felt that he was arousing in her something which had been sleeping in her heart, and that from that instant, confused dreams began to dispose themselves in a form which was becoming more definite, more fascinating, more beautiful. Meanwhile the sun had long passed the Tiber and stood low over the Janiculum hill. A purple light illuminated the motionless cypresses, as if permeating the whole air. Lygia raised her light blue eyes that seemed just to have been awakened from sleep to Vinitius, and all at once, in the glow of the sunset he bent over her with an entreaty trembling in his gaze, and appeared to her more beautiful than any human being, or any of the gods of Greece or Rome, whose statues she had seen on the pediment of the temple. He gently seized her arm, above the elbow, and asked: "Canst thou not guess, Lygia, why I tell thee this?" "No," she whispered, so low that Vinitius could scarcely hear her. But he did not believe her, and drawing her arm still more vigorously, he would have pressed her to his heart, which, in the glow of passion awakened by the beauty of the girl, was beating like a hammer; he would have made her ardent declarations, were it not that the elder Aulus appeared on the myrtle framed path. "Sun is setting," he said. "Be careful of the evening cold, and do not trifle with Libitina, the goddess of funerals." "Nay," answered Vinitius, "although I have not yet resumed my toga, I do not feel the cold." "But over the hill even now one sees but half the sun's disk," continued the old warrior in a warning voice. "We have not here the favorable climate of Sicily, where at evening the people assemble in the market square, that they may salute the setting Phoebus with a parting song." Forgetting that but a moment before he had warned them against Libitina, Plautius began to speak about Sicily, where he had estates and extensive farms, to which he was much attached. He mentioned also that he thought many times of moving to Sicily, and there spending the remainder of his life in quietness. "He whose head has been whitened by many winters has no further need of frosts. The leaves are not yet falling from the trees, and the sky smiles on the city lovingly, but when the grapevine grows sere, when the snow falls on the Alban hills and the gods with piercing winds visit the Campania, he, perhaps, might remove with his whole household to his retired country farm." "Can it be that thou wishest to leave Rome?" asked Vinitius in alarm. "For a long time I have been striving to that end," answered Aulus, "because it is quieter and safer." He began again to praise his garden, his herds, his house, hidden in the verdant hills, where buzzed swarms of bees. Vinitius, however, was not tempted by the bucolic picture, and, thinking only that he would be deprived of Lygia, looked aside towards Petronius, as if salvation could come from him alone. Meanwhile Petronius, seated near Pomponia, enjoyed the view of the setting sun, the garden and the people standing in the garden.
Against the dark background of the myrtles, their white garments were bathed with the golden reflection of the sunset. The evening light, which had previously empurpled the horizon, began to change to violet, and then to opal. The zenith of the heavenly dome became lilac covered. The dark silhouettes of the cypresses were defined still more strictly than in the day. Among the people, in the trees and in the whole garden, reigned an evening calm. Petronius was astonished by this calm, especially at that of the people. There passed over the features of Pomponia, of Aulus, their son, and of Lygia, a something which he had never noticed on the faces which surrounded him daily, or more correctly, nightly. The life led by everyone here filled, as it were, the whole soul with light, and instilled it with a certain peace and tranquillity. He reflected with a degree of wonder that there existed a beauty and delight which he, who was constantly seeking for beauty and delight, might not discover. He could hardly disguise this thought, and, turning to Pomponia, he said: "I was considering how unlike is your world to that which Nero rules." She turned her slight face to the evening light and replied with simplicity: "The world is ruled not by Nero, but by God." The conversation was interrupted. Near the dining room in the avenue was heard the footsteps of the old commander, of Vinicius, Lygia, and little Aulus. But before they came up Petronius asked: "Which means that thou believest in the gods, Pomponia?" "I believe in God who is one, almighty, all merciful," answered the wife of Aulus Plautius. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 3. "She believes in one God, almighty and all merciful," repeated Petronius, when he found himself again with Vinicius in the litter. "If her God be almighty, life and death are in his power, but if he be just all merciful then justly does he send death. Then why does Pomponia mourn Julius? By mourning for Julius she rebukes her God. I will repeat this course of reasoning to our bronze bearded ape, since I deem myself the equal of Socrates in dialectics. As regards women, I agree that each of them has 3 or 4 souls, but not one of them has a reasoning soul. Pomponia ought to reason with Seneca or Cornutus on the essence of their great Logos. Let them summon the shades of Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno, and Plato, who are as wearied in the Cimmerian regions as a finch in a cage. I wanted to speak to her and Plautius about something else. By the sacred belly of the Egyptian Isis! If I should have told them frankly the purpose of our coming, their virtue would surely have begun to thunder like a copper shield struck with a stick. And I did not determine to tell, nor did I dare to. Wilt thou believe, Vinicius, I dared not? Peacocks are very beautiful birds, but their cry is too piercing. I was frightened, dreading the cry. I ought to praise thy taste. A genuine rosy fingered Aurora. And dost thou know of what she reminded me besides? Spring! Not our Italian spring, when apple trees are rarely covered with blossoms, and olive trees are unchangingly gray, but that spring which I happened to see in Switzerland, young, fresh, vividly green. By this pale moon I wonder not at thee, Marcus. Be assured that thou hast fallen in love with Diana, and that Aulus and Pomponia are able to lacerate thee as in ancient times the dogs lacerated Actaeon." Vinicius bowed his head in silence for a time, then in a voice husky with passion he began: "I desired her before, but now my desire is still greater. When I touched her arm a flame swept through me. I must have her. Were I Zeus, I would surround her with a cloud, as he did Io, or I would descend on her in the form of rain, as he did on Danae. I would continue to kiss her on the lips until they smarted. I would desire to hear her scream in my arms. I am ready to kill Aulus and Pomponia, and capture her and carry her away into my house. I will not close my eyes to night. I will order that one of my slaves be beaten, and I will listen to his groans." "Calm thyself," said Petronius. "What desires? Like those of a carpenter from the Suburra."
"It matters not to me what thou sayest. I must possess her. I have come to thee for aid, but if thou canst do nothing, I know what is left for me to do. Aulus considers Lygia his daughter, then why shall I regard her as a slave? If there is no other way, let her wind the door of my house with thread, let her anoint it with wolf's fat, and sit as my wife at my hearth." "Calm thyself, thou mad descendant of the consuls. We bring barbarians tied to our carts not for the purpose of marrying their daughters. Beware of extreme measures. Use first of all the simple becoming means and leave thyself and me time for reflection. There was a time when Chrysothemis seemed to me a daughter of Jupiter, yet I did not marry her. Nero did not marry Acte, though they feigned that she was a daughter of King Attalus. Calm thyself. Do not forget that Aulus and his wife have no right to retain her, if Lygia is willing to leave their house for thee. And know that not alone art thou burning with desire. Eros hath lit in her also a flame of passion. I notice that, and I am an observer to be trusted. Summon your patience. Everything can be accomplished. But I have thought too much to day, and I am tired of thinking. However, I promise thee that I shall consider thy love case to morrow. I should not be Petronius if I could not find some remedy." Again there was silence. At length Vinicius said, more calmly: "I thank thee, and may fortune bless thee. Have patience. Where didst thou order us to be born?" "To Chrysothemis." "Happy man to possess the woman thou lovest." "I? Dost thou know what amuses me about Chrysothemis? This, that she is untrue to me with my own freedman, Theocles, and imagines that I do not notice it. There was a time when I loved her, now I am merely amused by her lies and her stupidity. Let us go together to her. If she commences to coquette with thee, and draw letters on the table with wine steeped fingers, know that I am not jealous." They gave command to be carried to Chrysothemis. In the vestibule Petronius placed his hand on Vinicius's shoulder and said: "Wait, it seems to me I have found a way." "May the gods all reward thee." "Yes, yes, I think it will go without a hitch. Knowest thou what, Marcus?" "I hearken to thee, my wisdom." "After a few days the divine Lygia will taste the gifts of Demeter in thy house." "Thou art greater than Caesar," enthusiastically exclaimed Vinicius. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 1, Chapter 4. Petronius was as good as his word. The day after his visit to Chrysothemis he slept till evening. Then he directed that he should be carried to the Palatine Hill, where he had a private conversation with Nero. The results of this conversation were not long in coming to light. On the third day a centurion with a small legion of pretorian soldiers appeared before Plautius's house. In that period of lawless and bloody deeds such messengers were generally heralds of death. From the moment when the centurion knocked with his hammer at Aulus's gate, and the guard of the court announced the presence of soldiers in the vestibule, a sudden terror seized the entire house. The family surrounded the old commander. There was no doubt that peril threatened Aulus especially. Pomponia, throwing her arms around his neck, clung to him with all her might, while she whispered words which were almost unintelligible. Lygia, her face white as a sheet, kissed his hand. Little Aulus clung to his toga. From the corridors, from the apartments on the upper floor reserved for the servants, from the domestics' room, from the baths and the arches of the lower dwelling, from the whole house, in short, crowds of slaves of both sexes began to pour forth. Cries of "Alas! Alas!" and "Miserable me!" were heard repeatedly. The women began to cry. Some of the slaves were already scratching their cheeks, while others covered their heads with their handkerchiefs. Only the old commander, who had accustomed himself for many years to look death in the face, preserved his self composure. His small, aquiline face was like stone. After he had ordered his servants to cease crying, and to return to their rooms, Plautius said: "Leave me alone, Pomponia. If my end has come, we have yet time to say good bye." He pushed her gently away. Pomponia cried: "I pray to God I shall share death with you, Aulus." Then kneeling, she began to pray with the fervor which could be inspired only by fear in behalf of one beloved.
Aulus went into the hall, where the centurion was waiting for him. It was the old Caius Hasta, his former subordinate, and his companion in arms in the wars in Britain. "I greet thee, General," said he. "I bring thee a command and a greeting from Caesar. Here are the tablets and the signet certifying that I come in his name." "My thanks to Caesar for his greeting, and I shall fulfill his commands," answered Aulus. "I greet thee, Hasta. Tell me what commands thou bringest to me." "Aulus Plautius," began Hasta, "Caesar has learned that in thy house is living the daughter of the Lygian king, who during the time of the divine Claudius was given to the Romans as a hostage that the boundaries of the empire should never be violated by the Lygians. The divine Nero is thankful to thee, commander, for the hospitality shown her so many years, but not desiring to burden thy house any longer, and considering that this girl, as a hostage, ought to be under the protection of Caesar himself, and the Senate, he commands that thou deliver her to me." Aulus was too hardened a warrior, and too valiant a man, to permit himself to answer a command by lamentations, useless words, and complaints. Yet on his forehead there appeared a wrinkle of sudden anger and sadness. Years ago the British legions had trembled before Aulus's eyebrows, contracted in this way. For a moment fear was reflected in Hasta's face. But now, before Caesar's command, Plautius felt disarmed. He looked for a time at the tablets and signet, and raising his eyes towards the old centurion, said calmly: "Wait thou, Hasta, in the hall until the hostage is delivered to thee." When he had said this, he went to the other end of the house, in the room where Pomponia Graecina, Lygia, and little Aulus were awaiting him with alarm. "Death threatens none, nor banishment into far off islands," said he. "Nevertheless, Caesar's messenger is a herald of misfortune. Lygia, it concerns thee." "Lygia?" exclaimed Pomponia, perplexed. "Yes," returned Aulus. Turning to Lygia, he began: "Lygia, thou hast been brought up in our house as our child. Both Pomponia and I love thee as our own daughter, but thou art a hostage, confided by thy nation to Rome, and the guardianship over thee belongs to Caesar, and now Caesar takes thee from our house." Plautius spoke calmly, but in a strained, changed voice. Lygia listened to his words, her eyes opening and shutting in bewilderment, not understanding what was the matter. Pomponia's cheeks turned pale. At the door leading from the corridor to the salon appeared the terrified faces of the female slaves. "The will of Caesar must be fulfilled," said Aulus. "Oh, Aulus!" exclaimed Pomponia, throwing her arms about the girl as if to protect her, "it would be better for her to die." Lygia, leaning on her breast, repeated, "Mama, mama," not finding in her agony any other words. Aulus's face contracted again with wrath and grief. "If I were only alone in the world," said he gloomily, "I would not surrender her alive, and my relatives would have this very day to bring offerings to Jupiter Liberator. But I have no right to ruin thee and our son, who may live to see happier days. So I will apply to Caesar to day and will entreat him to change his mind. Whether he will listen or no I wot not. But now, Lygia, farewell. Know thou that both Pomponia and I have always blessed the day when thou first sat at our hearth." He put his hand on her head. Despite all his efforts to preserve his calm, when Lygia turned her tearful eyes upon him, and, catching his hand, began to cover it with kisses, Aulus's voice vibrated with the deep grief of a parent. "Farewell, our joy and light of our eyes," he cried. Turning quickly, he went into the hall so as not to surrender to an emotion unworthy of a Roman and a general. Meanwhile Pomponia, conducting Lygia to her bedroom, began to console and encourage her with words which had a strange sound in this house, where in an adjoining room stood the sanctuary of the household deities and the altar on which Aulus Plautius, true to ancient custom, made offerings to the domestic gods. "The hour of trial has come. Virginius stabbed his daughter to save her from Appius. Lucretia redeemed her shame with the price of her life. Caesar's house is a den of corruption, vice, and crime. But we, Lygia, have no right to commit suicide. We submit to another law, more sublime and more holy, and this law permits us to defend ourselves from sin and infamy, even if we have to pay the price of death and torture. It is by far a greater glory for a person to come out pure from the house of infamy. Our world is such a den, but fortunately our life is short, and the real life begins after the resurrection from the dead, beyond which not Nero rules, but mercy, and where pain is effaced by delight, and tears by joy." Then she began to speak of herself. Yes, she was quite calm, but there were painful wounds in her heart. Her husband's moral vision was not penetrating, his soul did not glow with a single ray of eternal light. She could not even bring up her son in the spirit of truth. And when she reflected that this condition of things might be prolonged to the end of her life, and that then might come a moment of separation, 100 times more terrible than that temporary one over which they were lamenting, she could not imagine herself happy without them even in heaven. And she had already spent many sleepless nights in tears and prayers, imploring pardon and mercy. But she brought her sufferings to God, she waited and hoped. Even now, when a new blow struck her, when the command of the tyrant took from her a dear one, whom Aulus called the light of their eyes, Pomponia still hoped, believing that there was a power above Nero's, and a mercy greater than his wrath. She pressed the girl's head still more closely to her breast. Lygia dropped to her knees, and, hiding her face in the folds of Pomponia's garment, was silent for a long time. When she finally raised her head, she had in a measure recovered her calm. "Although with great suffering I think of leaving thee, mother, and father, and my brother, yet I know that resistance would not help, but would destroy us all. I swear that I will never forget thy words in Caesar's house." Throwing her arms again around Pomponia's neck, Lygia went with her to take farewell of the young Aulus, of the old Greek who was their teacher, of the servant who had nursed her, and all the slaves. One of these, a huge broad shouldered Lygian, who in Aulus's house was called Ursus, or the Bear, and who came to the Roman camp with Lygia, her mother and their slaves, fell at her feet, and then, kneeling before Pomponia, said imploringly: "Oh, lady, permit me to follow my mistress. I will serve her and watch over her in Caesar's house." "Thou art Lygia's servant, not mine," answered Pomponia Graecina. "But I doubt if thou wilt be admitted into Caesar's gates. How couldst thou watch her?" "I know not. But this I know, iron I can break as if it were wood." At this moment Aulus Plautius approached them, and when he learned what they were talking of, not only raised no objection, but declared that they had not even the right to detain the Lygian. They were by Caesar's command sending Lygia as a hostage, therefore they were also bound to send her suite under Caesar's protection. At this he whispered to Pomponia that, under the name of suite, they might send as many slaves as she deemed necessary. The centurion would make no objection. As there was some consolation to Lygia in this arrangement, Pomponia was pleased that she was able to surround Lygia with servants of her choice. Therefore she assigned her, in addition to Ursus, an old servant, 2 Greek women from Cyprus who were expert hairdressers, and 2 German girls to tend her at her bath. She chose none but followers of the new faith, which Ursus had professed for several years. For this reason Pomponia felt that she might rely on the servants' devotion, and also consoled herself by thinking that the seeds of truth would soon be sown in Caesar's house. Besides this, she wrote a few lines to Caesar's free woman, Actea, committing Lygia to her protection. For, although Pomponia had never seen her at the meetings of the adherents of the new faith, she was told that Actea never refused to assist them, and read with eagerness the epistles of Paul of Tarsus. She also knew that the young freedwoman was constantly distressed because of the difference between herself and the rest of Nero's women. In a word, she was the incarnation of the spirit of virtue in the palace. Hasta promised to deliver this letter to Actea in person, and deeming it natural that a king's daughter should be surrounded by her suite, he did not refuse to take the servants to the palace. On the contrary, he was surprised at their small number. All he asked was that the preparations for the start be hastened, fearing that he might be accused of lack of zeal in executing his order. The moment of parting came. Pomponia's and Lygia's eyes again filled with tears, and Aulus laid his hand on the girl's head. A moment later, pursued by the cries of little Aulus, who had been threatening the centurion with his tiny fist in defense of his sister, the soldiers conducted Lygia to Caesar's palace. When the old commander had ordered that a litter should be gotten ready for him, he went into the picture gallery with Pomponia and said:
Listen, Pomponia, I will apply to Caesar, though I think my effort will be fruitless, and I shall see Seneca, though Seneca's opinion counts for nothing with him. Petronius and Vinicius have more influence. Caesar probably never heard of the Lygian nation, and if he demanded Lygia as a hostage it is manifest he did so through someone's influence. It is not hard to guess whose." Pomponia raised her eyes in agitation. "Petronius's?" "Yes." There was a brief silence, and the commander continued: "See what it means to let one of these conscienceless and dishonorable persons pass one's threshold. Cursed be the moment Vinicius entered our house. It is he that brought Petronius. Woe to Lygia! It is not a hostage they want, but a harlot." From anger, helpless agitation, and pity for his adopted daughter his voice was more than usually husky. For some time he had been trying to conquer his emotion, and his clenched fist indicated how severe was the struggle. "The gods I have honored, but at this moment I think the gods do not rule the world. There is but one divinity, malevolent, vindictive, monstrous, and his name is Nero."
"Aulus," exclaimed Pomponia, "in the sight of God Nero is as a handful of perishable dust." Aulus strode heavily over the mosaic of the gallery. Many acts of valor he had accomplished, but he had known no great misfortune. Therefore he was not prepared for this unforeseen blow. The old commander was attached to Lygia more deeply than he knew. He could not realize that he was to be deprived of her. Moreover, he felt insulted. A hand which he condemned was over him, yet he knew that he was powerless against it. At length, conquering the anger which had overshadowed his mind, Plautius said: "Petronius, I fancy, did not take Lygia from us for Caesar. He would fear Poppaea's vengeance. Consequently he took her either for himself or for Vinicius. I shall investigate the case to day." Shortly afterwards he was being carried in a litter in the direction of the Palatine Palace, while Pomponia, left alone, went to comfort little Aulus, who was still crying for his sister and threatening Caesar. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 1, Chapter 5. As Aulus had expected, he was denied admittance to Nero's presence. He was told that Caesar was engaged in singing with Terpnos, the lute player, and that he generally received only such persons as were summoned by him, which meant that Aulus must not hereafter even try to obtain an interview with Caesar. But Seneca, even though suffering from fever, received the old commander with due respect. When he had heard his tale a mournful smile came to his lips as he said: "One service, noble Plautius, I can render thee. I promise not to reveal to Caesar my pity for thee, nor my readiness to assist thee. If Caesar had the least suspicion of this, he would never return Lygia to thee, even were it only to thwart my wish." Seneca advised him not to apply to Tigellinus, nor to Vinicius, nor to Vitellius. They were not above bribes; they might be glad to do an injury to Petronius, whose influence they were trying to undermine. But more probably they would tell Caesar how much Lygia was prized by Plautius and his wife. Nero would become all the more unwilling to return her. Then the venerable sage, assuming a sarcastic tone, continued: "Thou hast held thy tongue, Plautius, held it so many years, and Caesar likes not those who are silent. And how couldst thou withstand the fascinations of his good looks, his virtue, his singing and recitations, his chariot driving and his poems? Why didst thou abstain from rejoicing at the death of Britannicus, and fail to write a panegyric in honor of the matricide, and bring thy congratulations when Octavia was suffocated? Aulus, thou hast not the foresight possessed by us who live in the palace here." Taking a cup he carried at his belt, he filled it at the fountain, and moistening his lips, added: "Ah, Nero is grateful. He loves thee because thou hast served Rome, and made his name glorious in the four corners of the earth. Me he loves because I taught him in his youth. For that reason I know that this water is not poisoned, and drink it peacefully. Wine would scarcely be harmless, but if thou art thirsty thou mayest drink this water without fear. The aqueduct brings it from over the Alban hills, so that were it to be poisoned all the fountains in Rome would be so.
Thou seest even in this world one may enjoy a peaceful old age in security. I am sick, but in mind rather than body." True it was that Seneca did not have the mental courage of such men as Cornutus and Thrasea. His whole life had been spent in indulging and conniving at crime. He felt this himself, he admitted his adherence to the doctrine of Zeno of Citium, acknowledged that he ought to have chosen another course, and suffered more because of it than from fear of death. Plautius broke in on his self recrimination. "Noble Annaeus," said he, "I know how Caesar hath repaid thee for the care thou gavest him in his youth. But our child has been taken from us at the instigation of Petronius. Tell me how to prevail on him, how to sway him, and do thou employ all the eloquence thine old friendship may suggest thee." "Petronius and I," answered Seneca, "belong to different camps. I know of no remedies with which to mollify him. No one's influence prevails on him. Perhaps, in spite of his corrupt nature, he is better than the other rascals that surround Nero at present. But to attempt to demonstrate to him that he has done wrong is a profitless waste of time. Petronius long ago lost the capacity of distinguishing good and evil. Prove to him that what he does offends against good taste, and he will be ashamed. When I see him I will tell him that his conduct is worthy of a freedman. If that does no good, then nothing will."
"Thank thee even for that," answered the commander. After this he directed that he should be borne to Vinicius, whom he found practicing fencing with his private master. When Aulus saw how the young man was calmly occupying himself with athletics after the attempt against Lygia, he was overwhelmed with rage. Scarcely had the curtain fallen on the departing fencing master than his anger found vent in shrill reproaches and crimination. But as soon as Vinicius heard that Lygia had been carried away, he became so pale that even Aulus could no longer suspect him of being an accomplice. The young man's forehead was moist with sweat. His blood, after surging to his heart, rushed like a hot wave back to his face. His eyes flashed, his lips moved in incoherent questioning. Jealousy and rage buffeted him like a hurricane. It seemed to him that from the instant Lygia entered Caesar's house, she was lost to him. But when Aulus mentioned Petronius's name, quick as lightning the suspicion flashed across the young man's mind that Petronius had tricked him, thinking either to curry new favors from Nero by giving him Lygia, or to keep the girl for himself. He could not admit the possibility of anyone seeing her and not being fascinated by her. Quick tempered, like the other members of his family, a paroxysm of rage deprived him of his reason, and carried him away like an angry horse. "Commander," said he in a broken voice, "go home and wait for me. Know that were Petronius mine own father I should avenge this insult against Lygia. Go home and await me. Neither Petronius nor Caesar shall have her." Turning to the draped wax statues in the court, he shook his fist and exclaimed: "By the faces of the departed, rather would I kill her and myself." Then he repeated, "Wait for me," and running from the court, flew like a madman to Petronius, pushing aside everyone he met on the way. Aulus went home somewhat hopeful that if Petronius had persuaded Caesar to take Lygia away to give her to Vinicius, Vinicius would return her to her foster parents. He was also consoled by the reflection that if he should not succeed in saving Lygia, the insult to her would be avenged by death. He knew Vinicius would fulfill his promises. He was a witness to his rage, and he knew the reputation of the family for passion. He himself, who loved Lygia as a father, would prefer to kill her than to give her to Caesar. But for the fear of injuring his son, the last of the old line, he would certainly have done so. Aulus was a soldier, and knew of the Stoics only by report, but he was not unlike them in character. He preferred death to disgrace. When he reached home he pacified Pomponia, telling her of his hopes, and both awaited news from Vinicius. At intervals, when the approaching steps of the slaves were heard in the hall, they imagined that Vinicius had come, bringing them their beloved girl, and from the bottom of their hearts they were ready to bless both of them. But time passed, and no news came. Not till evening was a hammer stroke heard on the gate. A slave delivered a note to Aulus. The old commander, who usually liked to make a show of self control, now took the letter with a trembling hand, and began to read as rapidly as if its contents concerned his whole family. His face was suddenly overcast, as if shadowed by an approaching cloud. "Read," said he, turning to Pomponia. Pomponia took the letter and read.
Marcus Vinicius greets Aulus Plautius. What has been done was done by Caesar's will, before which thou must bow thy head, even as do Petronius and I." They fell into prolonged silence. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Quo Vadis, A Tale of the Time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 6. Petronius was at home. The doorkeeper did not dare to stop Vinicius, who broke into the hall like a tempest. Learning that the master of the house was in the library, he speeded thither. Finding Petronius was writing, Vinicius snatched the reed from his hands, broke it and threw it on the floor. Then he laid his hands upon Petronius's shoulders and, thrusting his face under his, cried in a hoarse voice: "What hast thou done with her? Where is she?" Then an astonishing thing happened. The elegant and indolent Petronius seized the hands which grasped his shoulders and, pressing them in one hand as in a vice, said: "I am weak only in the morning, but in the evening I recover my courage. Try to escape. A weaver must have taught thee gymnastics, and a blacksmith politeness." He said this without any sign of anger, but in his eyes there was a hint of boldness and energy. After a few moments he dropped the hands of Vinicius, who stood before him, humbled, abashed, yet with a furious rage in his heart. "Thou hast a hand of steel," said the younger man, "but by all the infernal gods, if thou hast betrayed me, I will put a knife into thy throat, even though I should have to do it in the chambers of Caesar." "Let us talk calmly," replied Petronius. "Steel, as thou seest, is stronger than iron, therefore, though from each of thy arms both of mine could be made, I am not afraid of thee. But I grieve over thy rudeness, and if human ingratitude could astonish me, I should be astonished at thy ingratitude."
"Where is Lygia?"
"In a house of ill fame, in other words, in the house of Caesar." "Petronius!" "Calm thyself. Sit down. Caesar promised to fulfill two requests of mine: first, to get Lygia out of the house of Aulus, and secondly, to give her to thee. Didst thou conceal a knife in the folds of thy toga? Perhaps thou dost want to stab me? I advise thee to postpone the attempt for a few days, otherwise thou wouldst be thrown into prison, and Lygia would weary herself in thy house." Silence ensued. For some time Vinicius looked at Petronius with astonished eyes. Then at last he said: "Pardon me. I love her. Love blinds my mind. Look at me, Marcus. The day before yesterday I said to Caesar: 'My nephew hath fallen so deeply in love with an emaciated maiden in the house of Aulus, that his house has been turned by his sighs into a steam bath. Neither thou,' said I to Caesar, 'nor I, who understand what real beauty is, would give for her 1,000 sesterces. But this youth is stupid, and now he has lost his mind entirely.' Petronius!" "If thou dost not understand that I said it with the purpose of protecting Lygia, I am prepared to think that I said the truth. I told Caesar that a man of his aesthetic tastes could not consider her a beautiful woman. Nero, who still looks at everything through my eyes, will not find her beautiful, and Poppaea will evidently try to get her out of the palace at the earliest opportunity. And I continued to say carelessly to Bronzebeard, 'Take Lygia and give her to Vinicius. Thou hast the right to do so, because she is a hostage. Moreover, in doing this, thou wilt annoy Aulus.' So he agreed. He had no reason to dissent, especially as I gave him the opportunity to do an ill turn to decent people. Thou wilt be appointed an official guardian over her. This Lygian treasure will be committed to thy care. Surely thou, as an ally to the brave Lygians, and a true servant to Caesar, wilt not lose the treasure, but wilt do thy best to increase it. Caesar, in order to preserve appearances, will retain her a few days in his house, and then he will send her to thy island. Fortunate man!" "Is that true? In Caesar's house? Is she in no danger?"
Should she have to stay there permanently, Poppaea would mention her name to the poisoner Locusta, but for a few days she can remain in safety. In Caesar's house live 10,000 people. Nero may not see her at all, which is the more likely because he has left the matter entirely in my hands. Only a few moments ago a centurion came to me with the information that the maiden had been taken into the palace and delivered into the hands of Actea. Actea is kind and good, and that is why I directed that Lygia be entrusted to her guardianship. Pomponia Graecina evidently thinks the same, as she has sent Actea a letter. There will be a feast tomorrow in Nero's house. I have secured a place for thee near Lygia."
"Caius," said Vinicius, "forgive my rage. I thought thou hadst ordered her to be taken away for thyself or for Caesar."
"I can forgive thy anger, but it is more difficult to forgive thy rude manners, indecent shouts, and thy voice reminding one of players at street games. I like it not, Marcus, and in future mend thy ways. Know that Caesar's pander is Tigellinus. Know also that if I desired this maiden for myself, I would look straight in thy eyes and say, 'Vinicius, I have taken Lygia from thee, and I will keep her till I weary of her.'"
With these words he fastened his nut like eyes on the eyes of Vinicius with an expression of cold self confidence. The young Tribune was utterly abashed. "I am guilty before thee," said he. "Thou art good and magnanimous. I thank thee from my heart. Let me ask only one more question. Why didst thou not command that Lygia be brought directly to my house?"
"Because Caesar must preserve appearances. This matter will excite talk at Rome. As we take her as a hostage she will remain in Caesar's palace until the talk ceases. Then we shall remove her quietly to thy house and the matter ends. Bronzebeard is a cowardly dog. He knows he is omnipotent, yet he tries to give a color of decency to all his actions. Perchance thou art not cool enough to view the case philosophically? I have repeatedly sought to explain why it is that transgression, no matter how powerful and secure be the transgressor, as for instance Caesar, invariably tries to justify itself by law, justice, and virtue. Why take this trouble? In my opinion to slay a brother, a mother, or a wife, is an act worthy only of a petty Asiatic king, not of a Roman Caesar. But had I done any of these things, I should not write letters of justification to the Senate. And Nero does write. He is striving to justify his crimes because he is a coward. On the other hand, Tiberius, who was no coward, yet he too always strove to justify himself. Why is this? How strange and spontaneous is this homage of vice to virtue. And do you know what I think? I think it is so because transgression is ugly and virtue is beautiful. Ergo, a genuine man of taste is also virtuous. Ergo, I am virtuous. Today will I make a libation of wine to the shades of Protagoras, Prodicus, and Gorgias. Manifestly the sophists are of little use. Listen, I am not through with my argument. I took Lygia from the Auli to give her to thee. Ah, Lysippus would have made marvelous groups of you two. Both of ye are beautiful, consequently what I have done is beautiful. Being beautiful, it cannot be evil. Look, Marcus, thou seest before thee virtue personified in Caius Petronius. Were Aristides alive, he would have to come to me for a condensed treatise on virtue, and pay me 100 minae for it."
But Vinicius, who was more occupied with the facts than with any treatise on virtue, answered: "I shall see Lygia to morrow, and after that she shall spend every day in my house ceaselessly till death."
"Thou shalt have Lygia, and I will be accountable to Aulus for thee. He will call down the vengeance of all the gods of the netherworld upon me. Would that the creature could take a lesson in declamation as a preparation. However, he will rail against me as my old gate porter used to rail against my followers. I banished him to the country."
"Aulus has been to see me. I promised to send him news of Lygia."
"Write him that the will of the godlike Caesar is the law of the gods, and that thou wilt call thy first son Aulus. We must give him some consolation. I am ready to ask Bronzebeard to invite Plautius to the banquet. Let him have the pleasure of seeing thee next Lygia."
"Do not so," replied Vinicius. "I pity them both, especially Pomponia." Then Vinicius sat down to write the letter which was to deprive the old commander of his last hope. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 7. Before Actea, the former favorite of Nero, even the highest officials had been wont to bow, but even then she did not care to interfere in questions of state, and if sometimes she used her influence over the young emperor, it was only to ask his mercy in someone's behalf. Modest and amiable, she won the gratitude of many, the enmity of none. Even Octavia could not hate her. To jealous rivals she seemed of little consequence. All knew that Actea still cherished a sad, painful passion for Nero, a love sustained not by hope, but by the remembrance of a time when Nero was not only younger and more devoted, but was also a better man. It was known that she dwelt only in these memories, and expected nothing of the future. And as there was no fear that Caesar would return to her, Actea was regarded as an inoffensive being. She was consequently troubled by none. Poppaea looked upon her as an obedient servant, so harmless that she did not even insist upon her leaving the palace. Out of regard for his former love, and because he had separated from Actea without a quarrel, and almost in a friendly fashion, Nero did not deny her a certain respect. When he gave her her freedom he allowed her to remain in the palace, gave her a special apartment with a separate bedroom and servants to attend her. And as in their day Pallas and Narcissus, though they were made freedmen by Claudius, were not only invited to that emperor's feasts, but, as persons of influence, occupied places of honor, so Actea was sometimes bidden to Caesar's table. Possibly this was done because of her attractive figure, which was a real ornament to the banquet. But in fact, in his choice of table companions, Nero had long since ceased to conform to the rules of decency. An impressive variety of persons of all classes and occupations assembled at his feasts, among them senators, especially those who were ready to play the fool; there were also patricians, both young and old, eager for pleasure, luxury, and debauchery. These orgies were attended also by women who, although they bore distinguished names, were not above donning discolored wigs at night and seeking adventures in the dark streets. Beside the eminent senators reclined priests, who when the bumpers were down themselves ridiculed their own gods. Here thronged a motley multitude of singers, actors, musicians, dancers of both sexes, verse writers declaiming their own verses and reckoning how many sesterces will be given them for praising Caesar, underfed philosophers following with greedy eyes the dishes as they were passed around, famous charioteers, jesters, storytellers and buffoons, every kind of knave and cheat brought into momentary notoriety by fashion or folly. Among them were many whose long hair concealed ears pierced as a sign of servitude. The most distinguished guests partook of the feast with Caesar, the remainder furnished them with amusement while they ate, eagerly waiting for the moment when the servants would allow them to fall upon the remnants of meat and drink. Such guests were supplied by Tigellinus, Vinicius and Vitellius, who were frequently obliged to provide them with clothes befitting Caesar's palace. Feeling more at home in it, the emperor liked society of this kind. The splendor of the court covered this rabble, as if it were gilded and illuminated with its brilliance. The high and the low of this world, the descendants of glorious families, the descendants of the lowest of street paupers, true artists and the miserable scrapings of talent rushed into the palace to sate their eyes blinded by almost unimaginable luxury, to come near the giver of all favors, mercies and riches, whose whim if it could degrade, could also exalt to immeasurable heights. And now the day had come when Lygia must take part in a feast of that sort. Fear, uncertainty, agitation, quite natural after such a sudden change in her surroundings, contended in her heart with a wild desire to show resistance. She was afraid of the people, the court, and the tumult which appalled her, till losing her self-control she feared the banquet of whose indecency she had heard from Aulus, Pomponia Graecina, and their friends. In spite of her youth Lygia knew what vice was, for in those days the knowledge of evil came even to children. She knew that ruin threatened her in the palace. Pomponia had warned her of this when they parted.
possessed of a young and innocent heart, and professing the high principles to which her foster mother had made her devoted, she vowed to her mother and herself, and also to the divine teacher whom she not only believed in, but loved with her half childish heart because of the blessedness of his teachings, the agony of his death and the glory of his resurrection, to protect herself against this ruin. Assured that neither Aulus nor Pomponia Graecina would now be responsible for her actions, Lygia began to consider whether it would not be better to resist and not go to the feast. On the one side fear and alarm had spoken loudly in her soul, on the other a desire to display courage and firmness influenced her to run to martyrdom and death. For the divine teacher himself commanded one to act in this kind, and had set the example. Pomponia had also told her that the most ardent of those who believe desire with all their soul a test of this kind and pray to meet it. While still in Aulus's house Lygia was at times seized with such a desire. She used to imagine herself a martyr with wounds on her hands and snow white feet, transcendently beautiful, and borne by white angels into the blue sky. And such visions delighted her imagination. In this there was much that was childish, and also something of vanity, which Pomponia condemned. But now, when resistance to Caesar's will would be followed by severe punishment, and the fancied tortures might be turned into realities, there was added to these imaginary tortures a curiosity mingled with fear to know exactly how they would punish, and what tortures they would invent for her. When Lygia told Actea of what was disturbing her girlish heart, she stared at her as astonished as if she had heard the voice of one in delirium. Disobey Caesar's will? Expose oneself at the very outset to his rage? A child incapable of understanding what it is doing could alone act thus. From what Lygia herself had said, it was clear that she was no longer a hostage, but a girl forsaken by her own people. No international law protected her, and even if she had the protection, Caesar was strong enough in a fit of rage to overlook such a protection. It had pleased Caesar to take her, he could dispose of her as he wished. Henceforth she was in his power, a power greater than any other in the world. "Put thy mind to rest on this point," said Actea persuasively to the young girl. "I also have read the epistles of Paul of Tarsus. I also know that above the earth is God and a Son of God who rose from the dead, but on the earth Caesar alone rules. Remember this, Lygia. I know that thy creed does not allow of thy becoming what I was, and that to you as to the Stoics, of whom Epictetus has spoken to me, one is authorized to choose only death when one must choose between death and infamy. But how canst thou foretell that death as well as infamy threatens thee? Hast thou not heard of the daughter of Sejanus? She was a virgin, but at the command of Tiberius she had to pass through infamy before her death, in order to keep the law against the punishment of virgins. Lygia, Lygia, do not anger Caesar. When the deciding moment comes, when thou must choose between infamy and death, then act as thy true faith commands, but seek not destruction of thine own will, and not provoke to anger the infernal, merciless God." Actea spoke with deep pity, and even with fire. By nature near sighted, she put her gentle face close to Lygia's, as if to verify the impression produced by her words. Lygia, throwing her arms with childish confidence about Actea's neck, exclaimed: "How good thou art, Actea!" Pleased by the girl's praise and confidence, Actea pressed her to her bosom. Then freeing herself from Lygia's embrace, she answered: "My happiness and my joy have passed, but I have done no evil." She began to move with rapid steps about the room, and to speak bitterly as if to herself. "No, and he was not wicked either. He considered himself a good man and wanted to be good. I know that better than anyone. All this came afterwards, when he stopped loving. Others have made him what he is, yes, others, and Poppaea." Her eyelids filled with tears. For some time Lygia followed her with her blue eyes, and then said: "Art thou sorry for him, Actea?" "I am sorry," answered the Greek woman, in a low voice. And she resumed her walk, her face overshadowed by sadness, wringing her hands as if in pain. Lygia continued to ask her timidly: "Dost love him yet, Actea?" "I do." Then she added: "No one loves him but me." There followed a moment of silence, in which Actea struggled to repress the emotions aroused by the memory. When finally her face resumed its usual expression of repressed grief, she said: Let us talk of thyself, Lygia. Drop the idea of resisting Caesar's will, it would be the act of a madman. And calm thyself. I have learned all about this house, and I think that nothing threatens thee at Caesar's hands. Had he commanded that thou shouldst be carried off for his own uses, thou wouldst not have been brought to the Palatine Palace. Poppaea is mistress here, and since she bore him a daughter, Nero is more than ever under her influence. Although it was Nero who gave the order that thou shouldst attend the feast, he has neither seen nor asked of thee, consequently he cares nothing for thee. Perhaps he took thee away from Aulus and Pomponia merely to spite them. Petronius asked me to have a care for thee, and as thou knowest Pomponia asked the same in her letter, evidently they have talked the case over together. Maybe he did so at her request. If so, if Petronius at Pomponia's request takes thee under his protection, nothing can befall thee. Who knows, he may have asked Nero to send thee back to Aulus's house. I do not know how much Caesar loves him, but I can assure you Caesar rarely disagrees with him. "Ah, Actea," answered Lygia, "Petronius was at our house before I was carried away, and my mother is convinced that Caesar did this at his suggestion." "If that be true, one ought to be afraid," said Actea. After a moment's thought she continued: "Perhaps at a supper Petronius unwittingly mentioned in Nero's presence that there was a Lygian hostage in Aulus's house, and Nero, who guards his prerogatives jealously, demanded they surrender, for the simple reason that hostages belong to Caesar. Besides, he does not like Aulus and Pomponia. No, I doubt whether Petronius would have resorted to such a method had he wished to take thee from Aulus's house. I will not say that Petronius is better than the others that surround Caesar, but he is different from them. Finally, is there no one who would intercede for thee? Didst become acquainted at Aulus's with any of those near to Caesar?" "I happened to see Vespasian and Titus. Caesar likes them not. And Seneca. It is enough that Seneca advises for Caesar to do the opposite." A blush overspread Lygia's bright face. "And Vinicius?" "I do not know him." "He has just returned from Armenia, and is a relative of Petronius's. Dost suppose that Nero favors him? Vinicius is liked by everyone. And would he wish to intercede for thee?" "Yes." Actea smiled gently and said: "Then thou shalt see him at the feast. At all events thou must be there. Only a child like thou could think anything else. Besides, if thou wishest to return to Aulus's house, then thou wilt have an opportunity to ask Petronius and Vinicius to intercede for thee, and get thee the permission to return home. If they were here they would assure thee that it would be madness and ruin to attempt to disobey. Caesar, we may suppose, might not notice thy absence, but if he did notice it, and thought that thou hadst dared to disobey his will nothing could save thee. Let us go, Lygia. Hearest thou what noise fills the palace? The sun is setting, and the guests will soon begin to arrive." "Thou art right, Actea," answered Lygia. "I will follow thy counsel." Probably Lygia could not herself explain how much her decision was influenced by the desire to see Vinicius and Petronius, apart from the curiosity to be present at least once in her life at such a feast, to see Caesar, and the court and the famous Poppaea, and the other beauties and all the unheard of luxury concerning which wonders were told in Rome. But Actea was right, and the girl acknowledged it. Go to the feast she must. Lygia no longer hesitated. Necessity and common sense had united themselves to this hidden temptation. Actea took her to her private anointing room, to anoint and dress her. Although there was no lack of slave women in Caesar's house, and although Actea had many servants of her own, she decided out of sympathy for the girl whose innocence and beauty had touched her, to dress her herself. In spite of her bereavement and her admiration for the epistles of Paul of Tarsus, it was evident that this young Greek woman had retained the old Hellenic spirit which set physical beauty above anything else in the world. As she undressed Lygia she could not refrain from expressing her delight at the lines of her figure, at once delicate and plump, as if formed of roses and mother of pearl. Stepping back she gazed with rapture upon this incomparable spring like beauty. "Lygia," she exclaimed, "thou art 100 times more beautiful than Poppaea." Brought up strictly in Pomponia's house, where a modest reserve was observed, even when the women were alone, the girl stood beautiful as a charmed dream, harmonious as a work of Praxiteles or a poem, but embarrassed and blushing from mortification like a rose, her knees pressed together, her hands covering her breasts, her eyes closed. Quickly raising her hands she drew out the pin that confined her hair, and instantly, with a gentle shake of her head, her hair fell about her like a mantle. Approaching and touching her dark hair, Actea said: "What wonderful hair thou hast! I shall not sprinkle it with gold powder; where the braids overlap it gleams itself of gold. Only here and there will I sprinkle a little on, a very little. It will scarcely be noticeable; will look as if a ray of light passed through it. How beautiful must be thy native country where such girls are born!" "I do not remember it," answered Lygia, "but Ursus has told me there are nothing there but forests, forests." "But flowers bloom in the forests," said Actea, as she dipped her hand in a vase containing verbena, with which she rubbed Lygia's hair. Then with a gentle pressure of the palm of her hand she rubbed her body with Arabian perfumed oil, and when she had finished Actea put upon her a soft, gold colored, sleeveless tunic, over which was to go the peplum or snow white robe of state. As, however, it was first necessary to arrange her hair, the Greek woman wrapped her in a loose white dressing gown. When she had made her sit down she gave her in charge of the women slaves, and, stepping aside, observed the process of dressing. Two women put white sandals embroidered with purple on her feet, lacing them with golden laces crosswise. When her hair had been arranged they put upon her a state robe with beautiful soft folds. Then Actea, when she had hung pearls about her neck and touched her hair with gold powder, gave orders to begin her own toilette, the while not ceasing to gaze rapturously at Lygia. She was soon ready, and by the time the first litter arrived at the main gate, Lygia and Actea entered from the lateral portico whence might be seen the main entrance, the inner galleries and court surrounded by a colonnade of Numidian marble. Little by little the number increased of those who passed under the high arch of the gate over which the beautiful four-horse chariot of Lysias seemed to be bearing Apollo and Diana into the air. Lygia was astounded by the magnificence of the scene, of which the modest house of Aulus could give her no conception. The last rays of the setting sun illumined the yellow Numidian marble, which gleamed with a golden light and diffused rosy tints. Under the columns near the statues of the Danaides, of gods and heroes, passed a throng of men and women, themselves resembling statues draped in their togas, state robes and gowns, falling in picturesque folds, on which glowed the light of the setting sun. The gigantic Hercules, his head still illuminated, but plunged to the chest in shadow, looked down on the multitude from aloft.
Actea pointed out to Lygia the senators in broad bordered togas and colored tunics, with half moons embroidered on their sandals, the patricians and famous artists, Roman ladies dressed in Roman or Greek or fantastic Oriental costumes, with their hair arranged in the form of towers, pyramids, or after the fashion of the statues of the goddesses, low on the head and ornamented with flowers. Many of the men and women Actea called by name, adding now brief and often terrible characterizations, which filled Lygia with fear, wonder, and confusion. A strange world opened before her; its beauty enchanted her eyes, but her young mind could not grasp the contradictions it presented. In the purple sunset light, among these rows of motionless columns vanishing in the distance, among these statue like people there was a sense of great composure. It seemed that demigods free from care, undisturbed and blissful, ought to live among the simple outlines of the marble, but Actea's low voice revealed the novel and terrible secrets of the palace. There in the distance is a portico, its columns and pavement still spotted with the blood which sprinkled the white marble when Caligula fell under the knife of Cassius Chaerea. There was his wife killed, and there was his child's head dashed against a stone. Under that wing a dungeon is hidden, in which the younger Drusus gnawed his hand for hunger. There was the elder Drusus poisoned, and there writhed in convulsions of terror Gemulus and Claudius. There, Germanicus, everywhere, these walls have heard the cries and death groan of the dying, and these very people who are now hurrying to the feast clad in bright tunics, flowers and jewels, may be tomorrow condemned to death. Mayhap on many a face a smile hides fear, anxiety, and uncertainty for the following day. Mayhap the hearts of these seemingly crowned, composed demigods are at this instant seized by flames of passion, avarice, and envy. Agitated Lygia could not follow Actea's words, and although this strange world more and more delighted her eyes, terror oppressed the girl's heart, and her soul was suddenly seized by an inexpressible, boundless longing for her beloved Pomponia Graecina, for Aulus's peaceful home, where ruled not crime, but love. Meanwhile the throng of invited guests continued to pour in from the Apollinis quarter. The uproar and the cries of those who escorted their patrons were heard from behind the gate. The courtyard and the colonnades swarmed with Caesar's slaves and slave women, boys and pretorian soldiers who were guarding the palace. Here and there among the white and dusky faces were seen the black faces of the Numidians, with their befeathered helmets, and gilt rings in their ears. Lutes and citheras, and despite the lateness of the autumn, bunches of flowers, artificially grown, were brought, and hand lamps of gold, silver, and copper. The ever increasing hum of voices mingled with the splashing of the fountain, whose roseate jets, falling from above on the marble, broke on the flagging with a sound as of sobbing. Actea stopped to talk, but Lygia continued to stare about her as if expecting to see some one. All at once she flushed. Between the columns appeared Vinicius and Petronius. Beautiful, calm as gods in their white togas, they went to the spacious dining hall. To the girl, discovering these two familiar and friendly faces, and especially that of Vinicius among these strange people, it seemed that a heavy burden suddenly fell from her heart. She felt less alone. The inexpressible longing for Aulus's house which a moment before had overwhelmed her became all at once less unendurable. The desire to see Vinicius and to talk with him allayed her fears. To no purpose did she rehearse all the ominous gossip she had heard of Caesar's house, and Actea's words and Pomponia's warnings. In spite of the warnings and all she had heard she now felt that she should go to the feast, not only because she must, but because she wished to, for the simple reason that she should soon hear the dear and charming voice which spoke to her of love and happiness fit for the gods, which still sounded like music in her ears, and her heart fluttered with joy. Straightway this feeling of joy terrified her. It seemed that she was a traitor to those plain, simple teachings in which she had been brought up, as well as to Pomponia Graecina and to herself. To go to the feast of necessity, and to be glad that such necessity exists, were two quite different things. She felt guilty, sinful, ruined. Despair seized her. Tears came into her eyes. Had she been alone, she would have thrown herself on her knees, would have beaten her breast as she repeated, "Guilty am I, guilty am I." But Actea, seizing her by the arm, led her through the inner rooms of the dining hall where the banquet was to take place. A veil fell over her eyes, there was a roaring in her ears, and she could scarcely breathe, her heart beat so fast. She saw as in a dream the thousands of lamps gleaming on the tables and the walls, as in a dream she heard the shouts which greeted Caesar, whom she saw as across a mist. The shouting deafened her, the bright light blinded her, the perfumes intoxicated her, and in her bewilderment she barely noticed Actea, as she placed her at the table and sat beside her. After an interval a familiar voice called to her from her other side. "I greet thee, fairest of earthly maidens and of the skies. I greet thee, divine Callina." Lygia, recovering herself somewhat, looked round. Vinicius was sitting beside her. He did not wear his toga, as both convenience and custom required that it be laid aside before the feast. He was dressed simply in a tunic embroidered with silver palms. His bare arms were adorned above the elbows, in Oriental style, with two wide golden bracelets. From the forearm the hair had been carefully removed. Smooth but exceedingly muscular it was, the arm of a veritable warrior, made for the sword and shield. A crown of roses decked his head, and with his eyebrows meeting across his brow, and his beautiful eyes and smooth complexion, he looked like the personification of youth and vigor. His beauty so impressed Lygia that though the confusion she had at first felt had vanished, she was scarcely able to answer: "I greet thee, Marcus." "Fortunate are my eyes that behold thee," he added, "fortunate my ears that hear thy voice, more delightful to me than the notes of flute or harp. If I were ordered to choose who should sit at my side, thee or Venus, thee would I choose, my divine maiden." Vinicius gazed at her as if hastening to satiate his eyes with her beauty. He consumed her with his gaze. His glance glided from her face to her neck and her bare arms, lingered lovingly on the beauty of her figure. He admired her, enfolded her, devoured her, but with his longing there was mingled a suggestion of bliss, tenderness, boundless admiration. "I knew that I should meet thee in Caesar's house," he continued. "Nevertheless, when I saw thee, such joy filled my soul that I felt as if I had fallen upon an unexpected fortune." Lygia, having recovered herself somewhat, and feeling that he was the only one among all these many people who was near her, began to talk with him and to inquire about everything that at first frightened or perplexed her. How did he know that he would see her at Caesar's? And why was she brought here? Why did Caesar take her away from Pomponia? She was terrified, she wanted to go home. She should die of anxiety and alarm but for the hope that he and Petronius would intercede for her with Caesar. Vinicius said he had learned of her having been carried away from Aulus himself. He did not know why she had been brought hither. Caesar did not account for his actions or his orders to anyone. But she must have no fear, for he, Vinicius, was at her side, and would remain by her. He would rather lose his sight than not see her, he would rather give up his life than to leave her. She had become his soul, therefore he would guard her as his own soul. He would build in his house an altar to her, as to a divinity, and would offer myrrh and aloes, and in the springtime apple blossoms and early flowers. If she were afraid to stay in Caesar's house, he could assure her she would not remain there. Although he spoke vaguely, he did not say all he ought, and sometimes said what was not true, yet there was a ring of truth in his words because his feeling for her was actually sincere. He could not master his feeling of downright pity for her. Her words went to his heart when she told him how grateful she was, and assured him that Pomponia would love him for his kindness, and she herself would be grateful to him all her life. Vinicius was deeply touched. It seemed that never again would he be able to resist her wish. He shuddered. Her beauty intoxicated him. He desired to possess her, but he was conscious that she was also very dear to him, and that, like a goddess, he might deify her. Besides, he felt an uncontrollable desire to talk of her beauty and of his love for her. The uproar of the feast increased. He therefore moved nearer to her, and began to whisper words of tenderness and flattery, which, coming from the depths of his soul, had the sound of music and the intoxication of wine. And they did intoxicate Lygia. Surrounded by these strangers, he seemed ever nearer and ever dearer to her, and deserving of her complete devotion and confidence. He soothed her, he promised to rescue her from Caesar's house, he promised that he would not leave her and would do her wishes. He had, moreover, in Aulus's house spoken of love and the happiness it could bring. Now he confessed frankly that he loved her, and that she was dearer to him than all others. For the first time in her life, Lygia heard words like these from a man. The more she listened, the more she felt that a something that had been slumbering in her was waking, and that her whole being was seized as by a happiness she could not explain, a happiness in which boundless joy mingled with boundless apprehension. Her cheeks began to burn, her heart to beat, her lips parted with amazement. She was alarmed at hearing such protestations, but could not reconcile herself to losing a single word. Now she dropped her eyes, now she turned her radiant face towards Vinicius, timidly, as if beseeching him to say on. The noise of conversation, the music, the perfume of the flowers, the Arabian scents, mounted to her head. It was the habit in Rome to recline at the table, but at home Lygia used to have her place between Pomponia and little Aulus. Now near her side was reclining Vinicius, young, athletic, loving, ardent, and she, feeling that he was consumed with passion for her, felt at once shame and pleasure. A delicious weakness possessed her. Now she felt as if she would faint, now languorous, as if falling into a dream. Vinicius was also affected by her proximity. His face grew pale, his nostrils dilated like those of an Arabian steed. It was evident that his heart was beating with unusual force under his tunic, his breath came short and heavy, and his voice was broken. For the first time he felt how near he was to her. His thoughts became confused, a fire raged in his veins which he had in vain tried to extinguish with wine. It was not wine that intoxicated him, but the beauty of her face, her bare arms, her girlish bosom moving under her gilt tunic, her whole body concealed under the folds of her robe, these intoxicated him more and more. At length he seized her by the arm, as he had already done once before at Aulus's, and drawing her near to him, whispered with trembling lips: "I love thee, Callina, my divine one." "Marcus, let me go," said Lygia. But still gazing at her with eyes dimmed with passion, he continued: "My goddess, love me!" At that instant the voice of Actea, who was reclining at the other side of Lygia, was heard saying: "Caesar is looking at you two." A sudden anger at both Caesar and Actea seized him. Her words had broken the charm. Even a friend's voice at such a moment would have sounded disagreeable to the young warrior, but Actea, as he thought, had intentionally tried to interrupt his conversation with Lygia. Raising his head, and looking over Lygia's arm at the young freedwoman, he said angrily: "The time has passed when thou didst use to recline at the feast at Caesar's side, and they say that thou art growing blind. How then canst thou see him?" With a suggestion of sadness, Actea answered: "Nevertheless I can see him. He too is near sighted, and is looking at you through his emerald." Whatever it was that Caesar had done had caused alarm even among those nearest to him. Vinitius, alarmed in turn, recovered himself and fixed his gaze steadily towards Caesar. Unable at the beginning of the feast to see Caesar distinctly because of her agitation, Lygia ceased to look towards him, carried away by Vinitius's presence and words, now turned towards Caesar her frightened and curious eyes. Actea had told the truth. Nero, leaning on the table, with one eye closed, was holding before the other a polished round emerald which he habitually used, and was looking at them. For an instant his glance met Lygia's, and the maiden's heart quaked. As a child she had lived on Aulus's Sicilian estate, and had heard from an old Egyptian slave woman of the dragons that dwelt in the caves of the mountains, and now it seemed to her that the greenish eyes of one of these dragons were gazing at her. Like a frightened child she grasped Vinitius's arm, and in the quick changing series of disconnected impressions which passed through her nothing definite could be distinguished. Was that he, the terrible and all powerful Caesar? Lygia had never seen him before, but she imagined him to be quite different. She had fancied his having a dread inspiring face and a stony expression of malice in his features. What she saw before her now was a large head, joined to a thick neck, which, from a distance, in spite of its dreadfulness, looked like that of a child. An amethyst colored tunic cast a bluish shadow upon his broad, short face. His hair, after the manner set by Otho, was arranged in 4 curls. He wore no beard, as he had shortly before sacrificed it to Jupiter, for which all Rome thanked him, although it was said in secret that he did so because his beard, like that of his whole family, was red. There was something Olympian about his forehead, which projected over his brows. Consciousness of power was reflected in his contracted eyebrows. Under that forehead of a demigod was the face of a monkey, a drunkard, a mountebank, a face vain, ever reflecting his changing desires, fat and swollen, and in spite of his youth, sickly and wrinkled. The face was ominous, and most repulsive. Soon Nero laid the emerald on the table and ceased looking at her. Then the young girl saw his eyes clearly, prominent, blinking in the strong light, glassy, unintelligent, like those of a dead man. Turning to Petronius, Caesar said: "Is that the hostage with whom Vinitius is in love?" "Yes, that is she," answered Petronius. "What is the name of her nation?" "Lygian." "Does Vinitius consider her a beauty?" "Dress a rotten olive root in a woman's state robe, and Vinitius will think her beautiful. But on thy face, matchless judge of beauty, already have I read thy opinion of her. Thou needest not declare thy verdict. Yes, thou art right, she is too withered and thin, a veritable poppy on a slender stalk.
But thou, divine aesthete, esteemest the stock in women, and thou art 3 times, 4 times right. The face alone is not sufficient. Much have I learned in thy company, but have not attained to so true a vision, and I am ready to bet Tullius Senecio his sweetheart that, although at a feast where all are in a reclining posture it is difficult to judge the entire figure, nevertheless thou hast already said to thyself, she is too narrow in the hips. "Too narrow in the hips," repeated Nero, blinking his eyes. A faint smile hovered on the lips of Petronius. Tullius Senecio, who up to this moment had been conversing with Vestinius, or rather laughing at dreams in which Vestinius believed, now turned to Petronius, and though he had no idea of what they were talking about, he said: "You are wrong. I agree with Caesar." "Very well," answered Petronius. "I have been holding that thou hast a glimmer of sense, but Caesar insists that thou art an unmitigated ass." "Good!" said Caesar, laughing, and turning down his thumb, as was the custom in the circus, to indicate that the gladiator had received a blow and was to be put to death. Vestinius, thinking that the conversation pertained to dreams, exclaimed: "But I believe in dreams, and Seneca once told me that he believed in them also." "Last night I dreamed that I had become a Vestal Virgin," said Calvia Crispinilla, bending over the table. At this announcement Nero clapped his hands and all followed his example, for Crispinilla had been divorced several times, and was infamous throughout Rome for debauchery. She was not confused in the least, but calmly added: "What is there to laugh at? They are all old and ugly. Rubria alone looks like a human being, so there would be 2 of us, though Rubria gets freckled in summer time." "But admit, oh pure Calvia," said Petronius, "that thou couldst become a Vestal only in dreams." "But if Caesar commanded?" "Then I would believe that even the most improbable dreams might come true." "Certainly they come true," said Vestinius. "I can conceive that one may not believe in the gods, but how can anyone disbelieve in dreams?" "But predictions?" asked Nero. "It was predicted once that Rome should fall, and that I should reign over the entire Orient." "Predictions and dreams are closely connected," answered Vestinius. "Once a proconsul, an utter skeptic, sent a slave to the temple of Mopsus with a sealed letter which he forbade anyone to open. He wished to see whether the god could answer the question contained in the letter. The slave slept in the temple in order that a revelation might come to him in a dream. When he returned he related his dream as follows: I saw a youth bright as the sun, and he spoke but one word, black. The proconsul, hearing this, grew pale, and turning to his guests, disbelievers like himself, he said: 'Do you know what was written in the letter?' Vestinius paused for a second and raised a goblet filled with wine to his lips. "But what was in the letter?" asked Senecio. "The letter contained this question: Which bull shall I sacrifice, a white or a black one?" The interest aroused by this narrative was interrupted by Vitelius, who had come to the feast in an intoxicated condition, and who without reason suddenly burst into senseless laughter. "What is that keg of tallow laughing at?" asked Nero. "Laughter distinguishes men from animals," said Petronius, "and he can furnish no other proof that he is not a wild boar." Vitelius suddenly stopped his laughter. Smacking his lips, greasy from fat dishes and sauces, he looked inquiringly around among the guests as if he had never seen them before, and raising his cushion like hands, he said in a hoarse voice: "I have lost from my finger the knightly ring which I inherited from my father." "Who was a cobbler?" added Nero. Vitelius burst out again in uncontrollable laughter, and began searching for the ring in the robe of Calvia Crispinilla. Whereupon Vestinius began to imitate the screams of a frightened woman, and Nigidia, a friend of Calvia, a young widow with the face of a child and the eyes of a wanton, said in a loud tone: "He is searching for what he has not lost." "And for what would be of no use to him even if he should find it," added Lucan. The uproar increased. Crowds of slaves passed around new courses. From enormous vases filled with snow and wreathed with ivy, were brought out small vessels containing various kinds of wine. All drank freely.
Upon the table and on the guests roses fell at intervals from the ceiling. Petronius implored Nero to add dignity to the feast with his song. A chorus of voices supplemented this request. Nero at first refused. It was not a mere question of courage, he explained, though this always failed him. The gods knew what the effort cost him each time he appeared before the public. But he was held up in the consciousness that something must be done for the sake of art. Besides, as the powers had gifted him with a voice, he could not allow the gifts of the gods to be wasted. He recognized that his very duty to the state forbade them to be wasted. But today he was really hoarse. On the previous night he had placed leaden weights on his chest, but all to no purpose. He was even thinking of repairing to Antium for a breath of sea air. Then Lucan urged him to sing in the name of art and humanity. It was known to all present that the divine poet and musician had composed a new hymn in honor of Venus, in comparison with which the hymn of Lucretius was as the howl of a yearling wolf. Let this feast be a genuine feast. So kind a ruler could not expose his subjects to such cruel tortures. "Be not cruel, O Caesar!" "Be not cruel," repeated all seated near. Nero spread out his hands as a sign that he was compelled to yield. All faces immediately assumed an expression of gratitude, and all eyes were turned toward Caesar. But first he gave a command that Poppaea should be notified that he was about to sing. He informed his auditors that she had not appeared at the feast because she was indisposed, but as no medicine brought her such relief as did his singing, he would regret to deprive her of this opportunity. Poppaea came immediately. She ruled Nero as if he were her subject, nevertheless she did not dare to wound his self love when he appeared in the character of a singer, a charioteer, or a poet. Beautiful as a goddess, she entered the room dressed like Caesar, in a robe of amethyst color, and wearing a necklace of large pearls stolen once on a time from Massinissa. She was golden haired and dainty. Though she had been divorced from 2 husbands, she had the face and manner of a virgin. She was received with applause and shouts of "Divine Augusta!" Lygia had never in her life seen so wondrous a beauty. She could scarce believe her eyes, for she knew that Poppaea Sabina was one of the most corrupt women in the world. She had heard from Pomponia that Poppaea had induced Caesar to murder his mother and his wife. She knew something of her terrible deeds from the gossip of the guests of Aulus. She had heard that Poppaea's statues had been overthrown at night time in the city. She had heard of inscriptions whose authors had been condemned to severest punishment, which nevertheless still appeared every morning on the walls of buildings in the city. But in spite of all this the notorious Poppaea, who was looked upon by the Christians as the embodiment of evil and crime, appeared so sweet and beautiful to the maiden that she thought that so must look the angels and spirits in heaven. Lygia could not take her eyes from the lovely vision, and an involuntary question slipped from her lips. "Oh, Marcus, can it be possible?" Excited by wine, and evidently impatient because her attention was distracted from him, he answered: "Yes, she is beautiful, but thou art 100-fold more beautiful. Thou dost not know thyself, or thou wouldst fall in love with thyself like Narcissus. Poppaea bathes in asses' milk, but thou, I believe, Venus has bathed in her own milk. Thou dost not appreciate thy value, my sweet one. Look not at her, turn thy eyes towards me, my heart's delight. Touch this goblet of wine with thy lips, and I will place mine on the same spot." Then Vinicius began to push himself closer and closer to Lygia, but she moved nearer to Actea. At this moment silence was commanded, because Caesar had risen. The singer Diodorus had given him a lute of the kind called Delta; another musician called Terpnos, who was to accompany Caesar, came forward with an instrument called Anablium. Nero, resting the Delta on the table, raised his eyes. A hush of silence fell on the banqueting hall, broken only by the rustle of roses as they continued to fall from the ceiling. Caesar then began to sing, or rather to declaim, his hymn to Venus, to the accompaniment of 2 lutes. Neither his voice, though somewhat worn, nor his verses were bad. Lygia's conscience began to reproach her again, for the hymn, though in praise of the impure and pagan Venus, seemed beautiful to her, and Caesar himself, with a crown of laurel on his head, and his eyes raised to heaven, appeared to her more majestic and far less terrible and repulsive than at the commencement of the banquet. The hymn was received with thunders of applause. Exclamations of "Oh, wonderful, divine voice!" rose on all sides. Some of the women raised their hands and held them thus until the end of the singing, as if they had been petrified with delight. Others wiped the tears from their eyes. The entire hall buzzed like a beehive. Poppaea, bending her golden head, pressed Nero's hands to her lips, and held it for some time in silence. Pythagoras, a young Greek of wonderful beauty, the same to whom later the semi crazy Nero made the priests marry him, with the observance of all the rites, now knelt at his feet. Nero, however, looked attentively at Petronius, whose praises he esteemed above all. The latter said: "As to the music, I believe that Orpheus must be at this moment as yellow from envy as Lucan, who is here present. As for the verses, I regret that they are not worse, that I might find words fitting to praise them." Lucan did not feel offended at being charged with envy. On the contrary, he cast a grateful glance at Petronius, and feigning ill humor, began to murmur: "Oh, cursed fate, that destined me to live as a contemporary of such a poet. I might have a place in the memory of man and on Parnassus, but now I am quenched as is a night lamp in the sun." Petronius, who possessed a wonderful memory, began to repeat portions of the hymn, to cite separate verses, and to analyze the finest expressions. Lucan, as if forgetting his envy, joined his ecstasy to the words of Petronius. Nero's face reflected a high and unbounded vanity. He pointed out the verses which he considered the finest. At last he fell to consoling Lucan, telling him not to lose heart, for though no one could acquire gifts which were not bestowed upon him at birth, yet the worship which people gave to Jove did not exclude honor for the other gods. Then he arose to escort Poppaea, who, being really ill, desired to withdraw. Caesar commanded the guests not to leave their places, and promised to return. In fact, he returned very shortly to stupefy himself with the smoke of incense, and to gaze at the further spectacles prepared for the feast by himself, Petronius, and Tigellinus. The guests were constrained to listen to more verses and dialogues in which extravagance took the place of wit. Then Paris, the famous mime, gave a representation of the adventures of Io, the daughter of Imachus. To the guests, and especially to Lygia, who was unused to such spectacles, it seemed that they were beholding miracles and enchantments. Paris, by gestures of his hands and body, succeeded in expressing things that seemed impossible in a dance. His hands made dim the air, creating a bright cloud, living, trembling with voluptuousness, encircling the form of a maiden, thrilled with a spasm of delight. It was not a dance but a picture, disclosing the secrets of love, enchanting and shameless. When at the end of the dance Corybantes with a crowd of Syrian dancing girls began a Bacchic dance to the accompaniment of harps, lutes, cymbals and tambourines, a dance full of unbridled license, Lygia began to tremble with fear. It seemed to her that a living fire was burning her into ashes, and that a thunderbolt ought to strike the house, or that the ceiling should fall down upon the heads of the revelers. But from the golden net fastened to the ceiling the roses were still falling, and the now drunken Vinicius said to her: "I saw thee at the fountain in the house of Aulus, and fell in love with thee. It was at dawn, and thou didst think that nobody saw thee, yet I saw thee, and I see thee thus yet, though that robe conceals thee from my eyes. Cast aside thy robe as Crispinilla has done. Behold, gods and men are thirsting for love. There is nothing else in the world. Lay thy head on my breast and close thine eyes." The blood beat oppressively in Lygia's hands and temples. She felt as if she were crawling into a pit, and as if Vinicius, who before had appeared so devoted and so worthy of all trust, instead of saving her was drawing her down towards the abyss. She felt angry with him. She began to fear the feast and Vinicius and herself. A voice like that of Pomponia rang imploringly into her ears: "Oh, Lygia, save thyself!" But at the same moment something told her that it was already too late, that the one whom such a flame had embraced, who had looked on at everything that had happened at this feast, whose heart had beaten as hers had while listening to the words of Vinicius, and who shivered as she did when he came near her, was lost forever. She began to grow weak. It seemed to her that she must faint, and that something terrible must follow. She knew that, under pain of Caesar's wrath, no one might rise until he rose, but even did this prohibition not exist, she now had not strength enough to withdraw. It was far yet to the end of the feast. Every now and then slaves brought on new courses, and filled the goblets unceasingly with wine. On a platform there appeared two athletes to give the guests an exhibition of wrestling. The contest began. The powerful bodies of the wrestlers, shining with olive oil, blended in one mass. Bones cracked in their iron arms, their teeth gritted ominously between their set jaws. At times the quick dull thump of their feet beat on the saffron strewn floor. Again the athletes became motionless, silent, so that it seemed to the spectators that they saw before them a group chiseled from stone. The eyes of the Romans followed with delight the motions of terribly exerted backs, thighs, and arms. But the struggle was soon ended. Croto, the master and founder of the school of gladiators, was rightly considered the strongest man in the empire. His opponent began to breathe quickly, then his breathing became choked, his face assumed a blue tint, and finally blood flowed from his mouth and he fell. A burst of applause crowned the ending of the struggle. Croto, placing his feet on his opponent's breast, crossed his great arms and looked about him with the eyes of a conqueror. After the athletes appeared men who mimicked beasts and their voices, conjurers and buffoons, to whom little attention was paid, for wine had dimmed the eyes of the spectators. The feast gradually became a drunken and dissolute orgy. The Syrian damsels who had participated in the Bacchic dance now mingled with the guests. The music changed to wild and disordered outbursts of harps, lutes, Armenian cymbals, Egyptian cymbals, trumpets, and horns. Some of the guests, desiring to speak, ordered the musicians to withdraw. The atmosphere, filled with the odor of flowers and the perfume of oils, with which beautiful boys had anointed the feet of the guests, permeated also with the odor of saffron and the exhalations of the guests, became stifling. The lamps burned with a dim flame, the wreaths drooped on the heads of the guests, their perspiring faces grew pale. Vitellius fell under the table. Nigidia, stripping herself to the waist, dropped her drunken, childlike face upon the breast of Lucan, who, also drunk, began to blow the golden powder from her hair, and followed with delighted eyes the particles as they floated upwards. Vestinius, with drunken iteration, repeated for the 10th time the answer of Mopsus to the proconsul's sealed letter. Tullius, who was mocking at the gods, said in a voice broken by hiccups: "If the spheros of Xenophanes is round, then such a god might be kicked along like a barrel." But Domitius Afer, a hardened criminal and spy, waxed wrothy at this discourse, and in his wrath poured Falernian wine over his tunic. He had always believed in the gods. People might say that Rome would perish. There were those that said it was perishing now. And no wonder, but if this should come to pass it was only because youth had lost its faith, and without faith there could be no virtue. The stern virtues of former days were neglected. It did not seem to occur to anyone that Epicureans could not resist the barbarians. And as for himself, he grieved that he lived in such times, and that he was compelled to seek forgetfulness in distractions, otherwise his grief would kill him. After moralizing thus, he drew towards himself a Syrian dancer and showered kisses upon her neck and shoulders with his toothless mouth. Whereupon Memmius Regulus laughed, and raising his bald head with his wreath all awry, exclaimed: "Who says that Rome is perishing? Nonsense! I as consul know better. The consuls are watchful. 30 legions are guarding the peace of the Roman Empire." Placing his hands upon his temples, he began to shout in a voice that filled the whole hall: "30 legions! 30 legions from Britain to the Parthian boundaries!" Then suddenly he became absorbed in thought, and touching his forehead with his fingers, said: "Mayhap there are 32." At last he rolled under the table, and was soon engaged in heaving up flamingo tongues, roast and chilled mushrooms, locusts in honey, fish, meat, and everything that he had eaten or drunk. But the number of the legions who guarded the safety of Rome did not pacify Domitius. "No, no," he cried, "Rome must perish, for faith is lost, and so are the old stern virtues. Rome must perish, and it is a pity, for its life is pleasant. Caesar is the greatest of Caesars. The wine is good. Oh, how sad!" And dropping his head on a Syrian girl's shoulder he burst into tears. "What is the future life? Achilles was right. It is better to be a slave in this world, lightened by the sun, than a king in the Cimmerian gloom. Besides, it is a question still whether there be any gods, though incredulity is the ruin of our youth." Lucan meanwhile had blown all the golden powder from the hair of Nigidia, who had fallen into a drunken sleep. Then he took garlands of ivy from a vase before him and wound them about her. Then he looked about him with a pleased and inquiring glance. He decked himself with ivy also, and repeated in a voice of deep conviction: "I am no man, but a faun." Petronius was not drunk, but Nero, who drank moderately at first in order to spare his divine voice, drank goblet after goblet towards the end, and had become drunk. He wished to sing more of his verses, this time in Greek, but he had forgotten them and by mistake sang an ode to Anacreon. Pythagoras, Diodorus, and Terpnos accompanied him, but as they could not keep time, they ceased. Nero, as a critic and an ascetic, was enchanted with the beauty of Pythagoras, and began to kiss his hands. "Such beautiful hands," he thought, "I have seen but once, and whose were they?" Then his face blanched with terror. They were those of his mother, Agrippina. Terrible visions possessed him forthwith. "They say," said he, "that she wanders by moonlight, along the sea, around the Baiae and Bauli, and ever she walks, 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 and appears to be seeking for something. And when a boat approaches, she looks at it and disappears, but the fisherman on whom she has fixed that look dies forthwith." "Not a bad theme for a poem," said Petronius. Vestinius, stretching his neck like a crane, whispered mysteriously: "I believe not in gods, but I do believe in spirits. Oi!" Nero paid no attention to their words and continued: "I celebrated the Lemuria, but I have no wish to see her. It is now 5 years ago. I had to condemn her for she set an assassin to murder me, and had I not been the quicker, ye would not have heard my song to night." "We thank thee in the name of Rome and of the whole world," exclaimed Domitius Afer. "Whine and let the tympans resound." The uproar was renewed. Lucan, entwined with ivy, arose and began to shout: "I am not a man, I am a faun, and I live in the woods. E ho 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 ho!" Caesar was now completely intoxicated. Men and women all were drunk. Vinitius was no soberer than the other guests. Besides passionate desire, there arose in him an inclination to quarrel. This happened always when he drank too much. His dark face paled. He stuttered when he spoke, though his voice was loud and commanding. "Kiss me. To day, to morrow, 'tis all the same. I am tired of waiting. Caesar took thee from Aulus to give thee to me. Dost thou understand? To morrow at evening I will send for thee. Thou must be mine. Kiss me. I will not wait for to morrow. Give me thy lips at once." He attempted to embrace Lygia, but Actea defended her, and she herself resisted, exerting the remnant of her strength, for she felt she was on the brink of ruin. In vain did she attempt with both hands to remove his hairless arm; in vain did she implore him in a voice trembling with grief and fear, to take compassion on her. Sated with wine, his breath floated about her, and his face was pressed close to hers. This was no longer the kind Vinitius, almost dear to her heart, but a foul and drunken satyr, who filled her with abhorrent fear. She grew weaker and weaker. In vain did she writhe and turn away her face to escape his kisses. He rose and caught her in both arms, and pressing her head to his breast, he began, panting heavily, to press her white lips with his. At this moment some invincible power uncoiled his arms from her neck as easily as though they had been the arms of a child, and Vinitius himself was thrust aside as a dried branch, or a faded leaf. What had happened? Vinitius rubbed his astonished eyes. Before him stood the gigantic figure of the Lygian, Ursus, whom he had met at the house of Aulus. The Lygian stood calmly, but his blue eyes gazed so strangely at Vinitius that the blood congealed in the latter's veins. Then Ursus, with a measured step, quickly conducted his queen out of the banqueting hall. Actea followed him. Vinitius sat for a moment as if petrified. Then springing towards the entrance, he shouted: "Lygia! Lygia!" But desire, astonishment, rage, and wine combined to cut his legs from under him. Staggering, he seized the bare arm of one of the bacchanals and, with blinking eyes, asked her what had happened. She, with a smile in her eyes, handed him a goblet of wine and said: "Drink." Vinitius drank, and fell down upon the floor.
The majority of the guests were now lying under the table, snoring, in drunken slumbers, giving forth the excess of wine; and still upon the drunken consuls and senators, upon the poets and philosophers, and upon the dancing damsels, and the patrician ladies, upon the members of a society still dominant, but whose soul was dead and whose end was near, roses fell continually from the golden net fastened to the ceiling. And out of doors the dawn was breaking. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 8. No one stopped Ursus, nor did anyone inquire what he was doing. Such guests as had not fallen under the table, no longer retained their places. Therefore the servants, seeing the giant carrying a guest out on his arm, mistook him for a slave, in charge of a drunken mistress. Moreover Actea followed him, and her presence removed all suspicion. In this fashion they made their way from the banqueting hall into the adjoining chamber and thence into the gallery that led to Actea's room. Lygia had become so weak that she hung as if dead on the arm of Ursus. But when the cool, fresh, morning air blew on her face, she opened her eyes. It was growing brighter and brighter. Walking along the colonnade, they turned to a side portico, leading out, not into the courtyard, but into the palace gardens, where the tops of the pines and the cypresses were reddening in the morning light. This section of the building was entirely empty. The echoes of the music and sounds of the revel gradually became indistinct. It seemed to Lygia that she had been carried from hell up into the bright light of God above. There was something, then, besides that repulsive banqueting hall. There were the sky, the morning stars, light and peace. The maiden suddenly burst into tears. Pressing herself against the arm of the giant, she repeated between her sobs: "Take me home, Ursus, home to the house of Aulus." "Let us go," answered Ursus. They had now reached the small hall belonging to Actea's apartments. Ursus placed Lygia on a marble bench near a fountain, while Actea strove to calm her, and urged her to go to sleep. She assured her that there was no longer any danger, as the drunken guests would sleep till evening; but Lygia could not calm herself for a long time, and pressing both hands against her temples, repeated like a child: "Let us go home to Aulus." Ursus was ready to carry out her wish. Although pretorians stood about the gates, still they could not prevent him from passing. The soldiers would not halt outgoing guests. The space before the arch was crowded with litters. Guests were now swarming out. Nobody would detain them. They would pass out with the crowd and go directly home. Anyway, he must not question. What the queen commands must be done. He was there to execute her orders. And Lygia repeated: "Yes, yes, Ursus, let us go." But Actea began to reason with them both. True, they could go away, nobody would detain them, but it was forbidden to flee from Caesar's house, and who did so was guilty of insulting the majesty of Caesar. They might go away, but at evening a centurion would carry a sentence of death to Aulus and Pomponia Graecina, and Lygia would be brought back to the palace. Then nothing could save her. Should Aulus and his wife receive her in their house, they would surely be punished. Lygia let fall her hands. There was no other alternative. She must choose between her own ruin or that of Plautius. In going to the banquet she had hoped that Vinicius and Petronius would intercede for her with Caesar, and return her to Pomponia. Now she knew that it was they who had induced Caesar to take her away from the house of Aulus. There was no help. Only a miracle could save her from the abyss, a miracle and the power of God. "Actea," she cried in despair, "didst thou hear what Vinicius said, that Caesar had given me to him, and that he would send slaves this evening to carry me to his house?" "I heard," said Actea, and dropping her hands to her side, she became silent. The despair which expressed itself in Lygia's words found no echo in her breast. She herself had been Nero's favorite. Her heart, though kindly, was not able to appreciate the shame of such a relation. A former slave, she had become too much used to the law of slavery. Besides, she still loved Nero. Should he desire to return to her, she would stretch out her arms to him and rejoice in her good fortune. Seeing clearly that Lygia must become the mistress of the young and handsome Vinicius, or expose the family who had reared her to ruin, she could not understand how the maiden could hesitate. "In Caesar's house," said she, "thou wilt be no safer than in that of Vinicius." And it did not occur to her that though her words were true, they meant, "Be reconciled with your lot and become the mistress of Vinicius." Lygia, who still felt upon her lips his kisses burning with desire and glowing like coals, flushed with shame at the very remembrance. "Never," she burst out, "never will I remain here, nor in the home of Vinicius." Actea marveled at her excitement. "Is Vinicius so hateful to you?" she asked. Tears choked Lygia so she could not answer. Actea drew her to her breast and strove to calm her. Ursus breathed heavily and clenched his enormous fists. Loving his queen with a dog like fidelity, he could not bear to see her weeping. In his wild Lygian heart arose a desire to return to the banqueting hall and to strangle Vinicius, and if need be, Caesar himself. But he was afraid lest he should sacrifice his mistress thereby. Nor was he certain in his mind that such an act, which seemed to him quite natural, was entirely befitting a follower of the crucified Lamb. Actea, in the midst of her caresses, repeated her question. "Is he so hateful to thee?" "No," answered Lygia. "I cannot hate him because I am a Christian." "I know, Lygia. I learned also from the epistles of Paul of Tarsus that you are forbidden to defile yourselves, and to fear death more than sin. But tell me, does your faith permit you to cause the death of others?" "No." "How then canst thou bring Caesar's vengeance on the house of Aulus?" There was a moment of silence. The deep abyss yawned before Lygia. Then the freedwoman added: "I ask because I am sorry for thee, and because I am sorry for Pomponia and for Aulus and their son. I have lived long enough in this house to know what the wrath of Caesar means. No, thou must not flee from here. There is but one recourse left for thee. Beg Vinicius to return thee to Pomponia." But Lygia fell on her knees to implore some one else. Ursus followed her example, and they united in prayer in the house of Caesar as the dawn broke through the windows. Actea for the first time witnessed such a prayer. She could not avert her eyes from Lygia, who, with profile turned towards her, with outstretched hands, and eyes raised towards the sky, seemed there to seek for safety. The morning rays touching her dark hair and white robe were reflected in her eyes. In the glory of the dawn she seemed herself transformed by the light. In her pale face, in her parted lips, in her uplifted hands and eyes shone a supernatural exaltation. And then Actea comprehended why Lygia could not become the mistress of any man. 'Twas as if before the face of Nero's former favorite was drawn aside the corner of a veil that concealed a world entirely different from the one she knew. She was touched by that prayer, offered up in the house of crime and corruption. A moment before she had felt that there was no help for Lygia. Now she began to believe that some unlooked for thing would happen, that aid would come, so powerful that Caesar himself could not resist it, that a winged army would descend from heaven to rescue the maiden, or that the sun would spread its rays under her and draw her up to itself. She had heard of many miracles that had occurred among the Christians, and Lygia's prayer somehow suggested that all the stories were true. At length Lygia arose with a face brightened by hope. Ursus rose also, and sitting on the bench, looked at his lady, waiting for her to speak. Her eyes grew misty and two large tears rolled slowly down her cheeks. "May God bless Pomponia and Aulus," said she. "I must not expose them to danger, consequently, I shall never see them again." Turning to Ursus, she told him that he alone was left her in the world, that he take the place of a father, a guardian, and a protector. They could not seek shelter in the house of Aulus, for he would thus be exposed to the wrath of Caesar. On the other hand, she could not remain in the house either of Caesar or of Vinicius. Let Ursus take her, let him conduct her out of Rome and hide her somewhere where she could not be found by Vinicius or his slaves. She would follow him everywhere, even beyond the seas, beyond the mountains, to the barbarians, where the name of Rome was unheard and where the power of Caesar did not reach. Let him take her and save her, for beside him nobody was left to her. The Lygian, in sign of his readiness and obedience, knelt and embraced her feet. Disappointment was evident on the face of Actea, who had looked for a miracle. Was it possible that this was all that would come out of the prayer? To escape from the house of Caesar was to commit a crime against his majesty.
Such a crime must be avenged. Even should Lygia succeed in escaping, Caesar's wrath would fall on Aulus and Pomponia. If Lygia desired to escape, let her escape from the house of Vinicius. Then Caesar, who was averse to busying himself with the affairs of others, might not wish to help Vinicius in pursuing her. In any case, such a proceeding would not be a crime against the majesty of Caesar. Lygia's thoughts were as follows: Aulus would not even know where she had gone, Pomponia would not know. She would escape, not from the house of Vinicius, but on the way to it. Under the influence of intoxication, Vinicius had told her that in the evening he would send his slaves for her. Undoubtedly he had told the truth, which would not have escaped him had he been sober. It was evident that he himself, or perhaps Petronius, had spoken to Caesar and had secured his promise to deliver her on the following evening. If they forgot to send for her to day, they would send to morrow. But Ursus would save her. He would come and take her out of the litter, as he had borne her from the banquet hall, and together they would wander over the whole world. Ursus was invincible. Not even that terrible gladiator who yesterday had wrestled at the banquet hall was able to overcome him. But, as Vinicius might send a number of slaves, it would be better for Ursus to go at once to Bishop Linus for aid and counsel. The bishop, undoubtedly, would take compassion on her. He would not abandon her to the mercy of Vinicius. He would send Christians with Ursus to rescue her, and would conduct her to a place of safety. Then Ursus would take her out of the city, and hide her from the power of Rome. Her face flushed and wreathed itself in smiles. She was encouraged, as if the hope of rescue had already turned into reality. Throwing herself on Actea's neck and pressing her beautiful lips to the Grecian's cheek, she murmured: "Thou wilt not betray me, Actea, wilt thou?" "By the shade of my mother," answered the freedwoman, "I will not betray thee. But pray to thy God that Ursus may succeed in rescuing thee." The blue eyes of the giant, simple as a child, grew bright with happiness. He had not been able to form a definite plan, though he had put all his simple mind to the task. But he would follow such orders as were given to him, whether by day or by night made no difference to him. He would go to the bishop, for the bishop reads in the sky what should and should not be done. Even without the bishop's aid he could summon a party of Christians. Had he not plenty of acquaintances among slaves, gladiators, and free people, both in the Suburra and beyond the mountains? He could collect 1,000 or two. He would rescue his mistress, and take her out of the city and abide with her. They would go to the end of the world, even to his native land, where no one had ever heard of Rome. Here he gazed into space, as if looking into the far distant future, and exclaimed: "To the forest! Ah, what a forest! What a forest!" But he shook his dreams from him. Yes, he would go immediately to the bishop, and in the evening he, with 100 followers, would watch for the litter. What difference if she be escorted by slaves or by pretorians? Better for no man to feel the weight of his fist, even if clad in armor. Iron is not so strong. Should he strike the iron heavily, death would enter the skull beneath. But Lygia, raising her finger, said with childlike earnestness: "Ursus, thou shalt not kill." The giant put his huge fist to the back of his head and rubbing his neck with great seriousness, began to mutter. He must rescue the maiden. She herself had said that it was now his turn. He would do his best. If anything should happen, he would repent, he would pray to the innocent Lamb for pardon, he would implore the mercy of the crucified Lamb. He did not wish to offend the Lamb, but who could tell? His fists were so powerful. Infinite tenderness beamed from his face, but wishing to conceal his emotion, he knelt and said: "Now I will go to the bishop." Actea embraced Lygia and burst into tears. Again she comprehended that there was a world where even suffering allowed of more happiness than all the excesses and luxuries in the house of Caesar. Once more a door revealing light had been opened, but at the same time she felt that she was unworthy to cross the threshold. And 2 tears glistened upon her drooping eyelids. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 9. Lygia sorrowed deeply to part from Pomponia Graecina, whom she loved with her whole heart, and also from the household of Aulus. Yet her grief was short-lived. She took a certain pleasure in the very thought that she was sacrificing plenty and comfort for the truth, that she was about to expose herself to hardships and uncertainties. Blended with this feeling was, perhaps, an alloy of childish curiosity as to what life was like in remote regions among barbarians and wild beasts. But for the most part she was inspired by deep and earnest faith. She was convinced that she was following the behests of the divine Master, and that henceforward he would watch over her as an obedient and faithful child. And if so, what harm could befall her? Should sufferings come, she would bear them for his sake. Should death overtake her, he would receive her. When Pomponia died, they would be reunited forever. Many a time in the house of Aulus she had worried her childish brain with the thoughts that she, a Christian, had made no sacrifices for the crucified one, of whom Ursus spoke so tenderly. Now the time had come to realize her fancies. Lygia felt really happy, and strove to tell Actea of her joy, but the young Grecian could not understand her. To leave everything behind, to abandon home, plenty, the city, gardens, temples, porticos, all that was beautiful, to leave a sunny land, and the loved ones therein, and for what purpose? To run away from the love of a young and handsome nobleman? Actea's mind could not comprehend this. There were times when she scented some concealed purpose in her actions, mayhap some great, mysterious happiness. But the matter was not at all clear in her mind, especially as dangers threatened Lygia which might destroy her life. Actea was naturally timid, and she thought with dread of what the future might have in store. But she wished not to trouble Lygia with her fears. As the day was clear and the sun shone into the hall, she began to coax the maiden to rest after her sleepless night. Lygia agreed, and they entered a spacious bedchamber, whose luxurious furniture was a reminder of Actea's former relations with Caesar. Here they lay side by side, but Actea, despite her weariness, could not sleep. She had long been unhappy, but now she was possessed by a new uneasiness. Previously existence had seemed to her merely sad and hopeless. Now it appeared to her shameful. She became more and more confused in mind. The door that revealed light was now open and now closed, but even when it opened her eyes, unused to the light, were dazzled, and she could distinguish nothing clearly. She divined that in the light there was unbounded happiness, compared with which all else was of small value, so that even if Caesar, for example, should set aside Poppaea and again love her, Actea, this would not now bring her unalloyed happiness. Then the thought struck her that Caesar, whom she loved and regarded as a demigod, was in reality no better than any slave, and his palace, with its columns of Numidian marble, no better than a heap of stones. Thoughts such as these, which she could scarce comprehend, began to torment her. She desired to sleep, but tormented by doubts, she could not close her eyes. Then, thinking that Lygia, threatened by so many uncertainties and perils, could not sleep either, she turned to speak to her of her flight which was to take place in the evening. But Lygia was sleeping peacefully. Into the darkened room, through a curtain not entirely drawn, stole some bright rays, in which floated golden dust motes. By the light of these rays Actea looked upon Lygia's delicate face, resting on her bare arm, her closed eyes and her lips slightly parted. She was breathing regularly, as people breathe when sleeping. "She sleeps. She is able to sleep," thought Actea. "She is still a child." Nevertheless, it was borne into her that this child preferred to flee rather than to become the favorite of Vinicius; that she preferred want to infamy, wandering to a luxurious house, to robes, beautiful ornaments, feasts, the music of lutes and cytheras. Why? Actea looked more closely at Lygia, as if to read an answer in her sleeping face. She looked at her beautiful forehead, at her arched eyebrows, at her dark lashes, her parted lips, at her heaving bosom, and she thought, "How different she is from me." Lygia appeared a miracle to her, as some divine vision, a creation of the gods, 100-fold more beautiful than all the flowers in Caesar's garden and all the statues in his palace. But in the Grecian's heart there was no envy. On the contrary, at the thought of the dangers that threatened the maiden, she melted into pity. A mother's love was awakened in her. Lygia appeared to her not only as beautiful as a dream, but as very dear to her heart. Pressing her lips to the dark hair, she rained kisses upon it. But Lygia slept on calmly, as if at her own home, under the care of Pomponia, and she slept long. It was past noon when she opened her blue eyes and began to look with astonishment about the bedchamber. Evidently she was surprised that she was not in the house of Aulus. "Is it thee, Actea?" she said at last, seeing in the darkness the face of the Grecian. "Yes, Lygia." "Is it evening?" "No, my child, but noon has passed." "Has not Ursus returned?" "Ursus did not promise to return. He said that he would watch with the Christians for the litter." "True." They left the bedroom and went to the bath, where Actea bathed Lygia. Then they breakfasted together, and the Grecian conducted Lygia to the gardens of the palace, there being no danger, as Caesar and his guests were still asleep. For the first time in her life Lygia beheld these beautiful gardens, full of cypresses, pines, oak, olive and myrtle trees, amid which arose a veritable population of white, motionless statues. Mirror like streams gleamed brightly. Groves of roses were in bloom, sprinkled with the spray of fountains. Entrances to picturesque grottos were overgrown with ivy and vines. Silver colored swans floated on the waters. Amid statues and trees wandered gazelles from the deserts of Africa, and bright plumed birds from all the known regions of the world. The gardens were empty, save that here and there slaves were digging and chanting in undertones, and others, enjoying a recess, were sitting on the banks of the streams or beneath the shade of oaks, in the quivering light that broke in between the leaves, and others again were watering the roses or the pale, lily colored crocus blossoms. Actea and Lygia walked for some time, taking in all the wonders of the garden, and though the mind of Lygia was disturbed with other thoughts, she was too much of a child to resist the pleasure, curiosity and wonder raised by the scene. She thought that if Caesar were only good he might live very happily in such a palace and such gardens. Somewhat tired at length, the two friends sat down on a bench almost hidden by cypresses, and talked of what weighed most on their minds, Lygia's flight in the evening. Actea was far less hopeful of success than Lygia. At times it seemed to her a wild and impossible project. Her pity for Lygia increased. It seemed to her that it would be much safer to appeal to the mercy of Vinicius. She questioned Lygia as to how long she had known Vinicius, and whether he could not be persuaded to return her to Pomponia. But Lygia shook her head. "No," she said, "in the house of Aulus he was very different. He was kind. But since last night's feast I fear him, and I prefer to flee to the Lygians." "But," inquired Actea, "thou didst like him in the house of Aulus." "Yes," answered Lygia, hanging her head. "Thou wert not a slave as I was," said Actea, meditatively. "Vinicius might marry thee. Thou art a hostage, and the daughter of a king. Aulus and Pomponia love thee as their own child. They will, without doubt, adopt thee. Vinicius may marry thee." But Lygia answered in a low, sad voice: "I would rather fly to the Lygians." "Dost thou wish me to go to Vinicius, awaken him if he sleeps, and tell him what I have just told thee? Hearken, my dear, I will go to him and say, 'Vinicius, Lygia is the daughter of a king, and a beloved child of Aulus. If thou lovest her, return her to the house of Aulus, and from that house take her as a wife." But the maiden repeated, in a voice so low that Actea could scarcely hear it: "I would rather fly to the Lygians." Further conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Before Actea could see who was coming, Poppaea Sabina made her appearance, with a small retinue of women slaves. Two of them held over her head bunches of ostrich feathers fastened to golden wires. These served both as fans and as a protection against the sun. Before Poppaea, an Egyptian woman, black as ebony, with breasts swollen from milk, bore in her arms a child, wrapped in purple fringed with golden embroidery. Actea and Lygia rose. They had expected that Poppaea would pass without paying any attention to them, but she stopped in front of them and said: "Actea, the bells sewn by thee on the doll were poorly fastened, and the child tore one of them off and put it into her mouth. Fortunately Lilith noticed it in season." "Pardon me, oh divine one," answered Actea, crossing her hands on her breast and bowing her head. Poppaea gazed at Lygia and inquired: "What slave is this?" "She is no slave, oh divine Augusta, but a foster child of Pomponia Graecina, and the daughter of a Lygian king, whom he surrendered as a hostage to Rome." "Has she come to visit thee?" "No, Augusta. Since day before yesterday she has been staying in the palace." "Was she at the banquet last night?" "She was, Augusta." "At whose command?" "At Caesar's command."
Poppaea gazed more attentively at Lygia. The maiden stood with bowed head, raising her bright eyes to her with curiosity, and now dropping them again. A frown appeared on the brow of Augusta. Jealously guarding her beauty and power, she lived in constant dread lest some fortunate rival might destroy her as she had destroyed Octavia. Therefore every beautiful face that appeared in the palace excited her suspicion. With a critical eye Poppaea scrutinized Lygia's form, took in every feature at a glance, and became frightened. "She is a nymph," thought she, "and Venus herself must have given her birth." Suddenly a new thought came to her which never before had occurred to her mind at the sight of a beautiful woman, the thought that she herself was growing old. Wounded vanity and alarm seized Poppaea. Many fears flashed through her mind. What might happen if Caesar met this maiden during the daytime in the sunlight? She was not a slave, but the daughter of a king. A barbarian, it is true, but still a king. "Immortal gods! She is as beautiful as I and younger." The frown on her brow deepened. Beneath their golden lashes her eyes shone with an evil light. Turning to Lygia, she asked, in a calm voice: "Hast thou spoken with Caesar?" "No, Augusta." "Why dost thou prefer to be here rather than in the house of Aulus?" "It is not my choice, lady. Petronius induced Caesar to take me from Pomponia. I am here against my will." "Dost thou wish to return to Pomponia?" This question Poppaea asked in a softer and milder voice, and Lygia's heart bounded with a new hope. "Lady," she said, stretching out her hand, "Caesar promised to give me to Vinicius as a slave. Pray intercede for me and return me to Pomponia." "Then it was Petronius who induced Caesar to take thee from Aulus and give thee to Vinicius?" "Yes, lady. Vinicius will send for me to day. But thou art kind, have pity on me." She knelt and, seizing the border of Poppaea's robe, awaited an answer with a beating heart. Poppaea looked at her a moment. Her face lit up with a malicious smile. "I promise," she said, "that thou to day wilt become the slave of Vinicius." Then she went her way, fair as a dream, but evil. To the ears of Lygia and Actea came only the wail of the infant, who began to cry without any apparent reason. Lygia's eyes also dimmed with tears, but she took Actea's hand and said: "Let us return. Help is to be hoped for only from whence it can come." They returned to Actea's apartments, where they remained until evening. When darkness fell and the slaves brought in lighted torches, the faces of both women were pale. At every moment their conversation was interrupted. They both listened to hear if anyone were approaching. Lygia said, repeatedly, that, though grieved to part with Actea, she preferred that all should end to day, for Ursus without doubt was waiting for her in the darkness. Her breathing grew quicker from emotion and alarm. Actea hurriedly collected all the gems she could find, and fastening them in a corner of Lygia's robe, begged her to accept these gifts as an aid to escape. At times there fell a deep silence, interrupted by deceptive sounds. It seemed to both that, at one time, there was a noise behind the curtain, then again the distant cry of an infant arose, and now they seemed to hear the barking of dogs. Suddenly the curtain of the antechamber was thrust aside. A tall dark man, his face pitted with smallpox, glided like a phantom into the chamber. Lygia, at the first glance, recognized Atacinus, one of Vinitius's freedmen, whom she had seen at the house of Aulus. Actea screamed. Atacinus bowed his head and said: "Vinitius greets the divine Lygia and bids her to come to a feast in his house, which he has adorned with green." The lips of the maiden grew white. "I go," said she. Then in farewell she threw herself into the arms of Actea. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 10. The house of Vinicius was, in fact, adorned with the green of myrtle and ivy, garlands of which hung on the walls and doors. The columns were wreathed about with grapevine. The great hall, whose entrance was covered with a purple woolen cloth, as a protection from the cool night air, was as clear as daylight. Lamps of 8 or 12 flames were burning. These took the forms of vessels, trees, birds, or statues, with flames jutting from receivers full of perfumed oil. They were made of alabaster, or gilded Corinthian bronze, not so beautiful as the famous lamp from the temple of Apollo which Nero possessed, but nevertheless with a beauty of their own, fashioned as they all had been by celebrated masters. In some the lights were shaded by Alexandrian glass, or a transparent stuff from India of red, blue, yellow, or violet color, so that the entire hall was filled with many colored rays. The air was heavy with the odor of tuberoses, to which Vinicius had become accustomed while living in the Orient. The entire house, through which moved male and female slaves, was brilliant with lights. The table in the banquet room was laid for 4 persons, for, besides Vinicius and Lygia, Petronius and Chrysothemis were to attend the feast. Vinicius had taken the advice of Petronius not to go for Lygia himself, but to send Atacinus with the permission accorded by Caesar, and receive her in his own home himself, with friendliness and even with marks of special consideration. "Thou wert intoxicated yesterday," said Petronius. "I had my eyes on thee. Thou didst behave to her like a quarryman from the Alban hills. Be not so rough, and remember that good wine should be drunk slowly. Know, too, that to desire is sweet, but to be desired is sweeter." Chrysothemis had a different opinion, but Petronius, calling her his Vestal and his Dove, began to explain the difference which must exist between an experienced charioteer and a youth who holds the reins for the first time. Then, turning to Vinicius, he said: "Win her confidence, make her happy, treat her with magnanimity. I care not to be present at a gloomy feast. Swear to her, even by Hades, that thou wilt return her to Pomponia, then see to it that to morrow she prefers to remain in thy house." Pointing to Chrysothemis, he added: "For 5 years I acted thus with this flighty dove, and I cannot complain of her obduracy." Chrysothemis coquettishly tapped him with her fan of peacock feathers, and said: "Did I not resist thee, satyr?" "Out of regard for my predecessor." "But wert thou not at my feet?" "To put rings on thy toes." Chrysothemis looked involuntarily at her feet, on the toes of which jewels actually glittered. Both she and Petronius laughed. Vinicius did not listen to their banter. His heart was beating uneasily under the splendidly decorated robe of a Syrian priest, which he had donned for Lygia's reception. "They must have left the palace already," said he, as if speaking to himself. "They must," said Petronius in confirmation. "In the meantime shall I tell you about the predictions of Apollonius, of Tyana, or shall I relate the history of Rufinus, which I have not finished, I know not why?" Vinicius was interested neither in Apollonius nor in Rufinus. He could not take his mind from Lygia. Though he felt it was more befitting to receive her at home than to go to the palace, as if he wished to take her by force, still he regretted that he had not gone, for then he would have seen her sooner and could have sat in the darkness by her side in a double litter. Meanwhile slaves brought in a tripod, ornamented with rams' heads, and bronze dishes filled with live coals, over which they sprinkled pieces of myrrh and nard. "Now they are turning towards the Carinae," said Vinicius again to himself. "He has not the patience to wait, he will run to meet them, and will probably miss them," exclaimed Chrysothemis. Vinicius smiled in an embarrassed manner and said: "I have patience, and I will wait." He dilated his nostrils and panted. Seeing this Petronius shrugged his shoulders and said: "There is not a farthing's worth of philosophy in him. I shall never succeed in making a man of this son of Mars." But Vinicius did not even hear his words. "They are already in the Carinae," he murmured. Indeed, the litter in which Lygia lay was really turning towards the Carinae. The lamp bearers were in front, the carriers were on both sides of the litter. Atacinus followed just behind them. They moved slowly, for the streets were not lighted and the lanterns hardly sufficed to show the way. The street was uncommonly crowded. Almost from every turning people poured out in groups without torches or lamps, and clad in dark mantles. Some of them mingled with the slaves accompanying the litter, others in greater numbers approached from the opposite direction. Some staggered, as if drunk, and for some moments the advance grew so difficult that the lamp bearers began to shout: "Make way for the noble Tribune, Marcus Vinicius!" Lygia, throwing aside the curtain, looked upon these people clad in dark mantles, and trembled with emotion. Hope and fear mingled in her breast. "That is he, that is Ursus and the Christians. The struggle will begin soon," she murmured with quivering lips. Help me, O Christ, save me!" Atacinus, who at first had not noticed the uncommon animation in the streets, now became alarmed. Something unusual was taking place. The lamp bearers had to keep up their shouting, "Make way for the litter of the noble Tribune!" From all sides unknown people had crowded around the litter to such an extent that Atacinus ordered the slaves to drive them away with clubs. Suddenly a cry rang out. Immediately all the lights were extinguished. Around the litter a confused struggle began. Atacinus perceived that an attack had been made upon the litter. This frightened him. It was known to all that Caesar, with a crowd of attendants, frequently amused himself with such attacks in the Suburra and in other parts of the city. It was known that Nero sometimes returned from these nocturnal adventures with black and blue spots. But those who defended themselves were condemned to death, even if of senatorial rank. The quarters of the guards, whose duty it was to preserve order in the city, were not far away, but on such occasions the guards feigned to be deaf and blind. Meantime the struggle thickened about the litter, people struck and trampled upon one another. It flashed upon Atacinus that he had best save Lygia and himself and leave the rest to their fate. Drawing the maiden from the litter, he took her in his arms and attempted to escape in the darkness. But Lygia began to shout, "Ursus! Ursus!" She had left the palace in a white robe, hence she was plainly visible. Atacinus, with his free arm, was just covering her with his mantle, when, suddenly, terrible claws were dug into his neck and a crushing mass, like a stone, came down upon his head. He dropped in a twinkling, as an ox might drop beneath the butt end of an axe before an altar of Jove. Most of the slaves were already lying on their backs. The rest had scattered in the darkness. On the spot only the broken litter remained. Ursus bore Lygia to the Suburra, his companions following him and dispersing gradually at the street corners. The slaves began soon to assemble before the house of Vinicius and stood there debating. Not daring to enter, they decided to return to the scene of the attack, where they found a few dead bodies, among them that of Atacinus. He was still quivering, but after a moment of violent convulsion he expired. The slaves lifted him up and carried him towards the house of Vinicius, but they stopped at the gate, dreading to inform their master of what had happened. "Let Gulo be our spokesman," whispered a few voices. "His face is bloody, as are ours, and our master loves him. He runs less risk than any of us." Gulo, a German slave, who had nursed Vinicius, and who had descended to him from his mother, the sister of Petronius, said: "I will inform him, but let us all go in together. Let not his wrath descend on my head alone." Meantime the patience of Vinicius was exhausted. Petronius and Chrysothemis ridiculed him as he walked with quick steps up and down the room, repeating: "They should be here already! They should be here already!" He would have gone out to meet them, but Petronius and Chrysothemis held him back. Suddenly steps were heard in the vestibule, and into the hall there rushed a crowd of slaves, who began to utter mourning cries. "Ah! Ah!" Vinicius rushed towards them. "Where is Lygia?" he cried in a strange and terrible voice. "Ah! Ah!" Then Gulo came forward, the blood streaming down his face. In a trembling voice he exclaimed: "Behold our blood, master! We defended her. Behold, blood, master, blood!" But ere he could finish Vinicius seized a bronze lamp and with one blow shattered his skull. Then, clutching his own head with both hands, he tore his hair, and repeated in a hoarse voice: "Woe is me! Woe is me!" His face grew livid, his eyes started from his head, and foam appeared at his mouth. "Whips!" he roared in a terrible voice. "Master, have mercy on us!" implored the slaves. Petronius arose, an expression of disgust upon his face. "Let us go, Chrysothemis," he said. "If thou wishest to look upon raw flesh, I will command a butcher's stall to be opened in the Carinae." And he left the room. Throughout all the house, hung with ivy and prepared for feasting, there rang groans and the whistling of whips. These sounds lasted almost until the morning. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 11.
Vinicius sought not his couch that night. Some time after the departure of Petronius, as the groans of the slaves undergoing flagellation could appease neither his grief nor his anger, he collected a crowd of other slaves, and though it was late at night, he led them forth in search of Lygia. He searched the Esquiline district, the Suburra, the criminal quarter, and all the adjoining bylanes. Then, passing the Capitol, he crossed the bridge of Fabricius to the island, and thence passed hurriedly through the Trans Tiber district. But search was in vain. He himself had little hope of finding Lygia, only he felt he must do something during that terrible night. He returned home at daybreak, when the carts and mules of the vegetable dealers had already appeared in the streets, and when bakers were opening their shops. On his return he ordered the removal of Gulo's corpse, which nobody had dared to touch. The slaves who had escorted Lygia he sent to rural dungeons, a punishment considered more terrible even than death. Throwing himself, at last, on a couch in the banqueting hall, he pondered confused plans of how he could find and seize Lygia. He could not bear the thought that he would not see Lygia again. The very idea threw him into a frenzy. Imperious by nature, the young soldier, for the first time in his life, met resistance, met another unyielding will, and he could not understand how anyone could dare to thwart his desires. Vinicius would rather the entire world should perish and Rome fall into ruins than that he should fail to attain the object of his desires. The cup of joy had been snatched from his lips, therefore it seemed to him that an unprecedented something had happened, something that cried aloud for vengeance to all laws, divine and human. He could not reconcile himself to fate. Never in his life had he desired anything so keenly as Lygia. He felt that he could not live without her. He could not imagine what he would do on the morrow without her, how he could survive the days that were to come. At times he was transported by fits of rage against her. He wanted to possess her, to drag her by the hair to his bedroom, and there to gloat over her, and then again his heart was stirred by a yearning for her form, her eyes, her voice, and he felt that he would gladly fall at her feet. He called to her, he gnawed his fingers, he clasped his head with his hands. He strove to compel himself to think calmly about continuing his search, but he could not. A thousand plans flitted through his head, one more foolish than the other. Then it occurred to him that it must have been Aulus who had rescued the maiden, and that Aulus must know where she was concealed. He sprang up to rush off at once to the house of Aulus. If Aulus would not return Lygia to him, if he did not fear his threats, then he would go to Caesar, accuse the old general of disobedience, and prevail upon Nero to condemn him to death. But, previous to this, he would compel the old man to reveal Lygia's hiding place. Even if she were returned voluntarily, he would be revenged. True, he had been sheltered in the house of Aulus, he had been taken care of, but what of that? This insult had freed him from his debt of gratitude. In imagination the young Tribune revelled in the despair of Pomponia when the centurion should bring the death sentence to old Aulus. He was certain that he could secure it. Petronius would assist him. Besides, Caesar denied nothing to his intimates, the Augustales, unless the request were antagonistic to his own desires or wishes. Suddenly his heart almost died within him under the influence of a terrible thought. Suppose Caesar himself had taken Lygia. It was generally known that Caesar, to relieve his ennui, sought amusement by making night attacks. Even Petronius used to take a hand in them. The main object of these escapades was to seize women and toss them on a soldier's blanket until they lost consciousness. Caesar at times called these adventures pearl hunts, for it sometimes happened that in densely populated districts they found a real pearl of youth and beauty. Then the sagacio, the term for this sport, was turned into an actual carrying off. The pearl was sent either to the Palatine Palace or to one of Caesar's numerous villas, or else Caesar presented the jewel to one of his intimates. Such a fate might have befallen Lygia. Caesar had seen her at the feast. Vinicius had no doubt that he must have thought her the most beautiful woman he had ever beheld. It was all clear enough now. True, Lygia had been in the Palatine Palace, and Caesar might have kept her openly, but Caesar, as Petronius truly said, had no courage in wrongdoing. Having the power to act openly, he preferred to do his ill deeds in secret. In this case fear lest he should betray himself to Poppaea had probably influenced him to act secretly. It now occurred to Vinicius that Aulus and Pomponia would not have dared to rescue the girl given to him by Caesar. Who, indeed, would dare to do this? Would that gigantic Lygian who had entered the banquet hall and had boldly taken her from the feast on his arm? But where could he hide her? No, a slave could not have done this deed. Hence, no one had taken Lygia except Caesar himself. At this thought darkness fell about his eyes and his forehead was bedewed with sweat. If this be the case, then Lygia was lost to him forever. It was possible for him to wrest her from the hands of anyone else, but not from those of Caesar. Now with all the more reason he could exclaim, "Woe! Woe be unto me!" His imagination, allowing him no rest, pictured Lygia in the arms of Nero, and for the first time in his life, he comprehended that there are thoughts that are beyond human endurance. Lygia's image haunted his mind as the past flashes through the memory of a drowning man. He saw her, and heard every word that she uttered; saw her at the fountain, at the house of Aulus, at the banquet. Again he felt her presence, the fragrance of her hair, the warmth of her body, the sweetness of the kisses which he had imprinted upon her innocent lips. She appeared to him 100-fold more beautiful than ever, more desirable and dearer to his heart, surpassing all mortal women and all goddesses. And when he thought that all that had been so deeply stirred in his heart, and had become mingled with his very blood and life, was now possessed by Nero, he was seized with a purely physical pain, so terrible that he wished to dash his brains out against the walls of the chamber. He felt that he was losing his mind, and he would surely have gone mad but for the hope of vengeance. Hitherto he had thought that he could not live without Lygia, now he was determined that he would not die until he had avenged her. He found relief in this thought. "I will be thy Cassius, O Caesar," he repeated to himself, addressing Nero in his mind. After a time he dug his hands into a flower pot, and squeezing a handful of earth together, he vowed to Erebus, Hecate, and his household Lares, that he would avenge the spiriting away of Lygia. And he was in a measure consoled. Now at least he had something to live for, something with which to occupy his days and nights. Abandoning his intention of visiting Aulus, Vinicius gave orders that he should be borne to the Palatine. On the way he decided that should he not be admitted to Caesar's presence, or should they search him for concealed weapons, it would be a proof that Caesar had carried away Lygia. He took no weapon with him. He had lost his usual presence of mind in general, yet, as is not uncommon with people possessed by a single idea, he retained it in all things which concerned his revenge. He acted with great haste, in order that his thirst for vengeance should not weaken before he had slaked it. He desired above everything to see Actea, for from her he hoped to learn the truth. At times, also, he was consoled with the hope that he might see Lygia, and this thought made him tremble. If Caesar had taken her from the slaves, not knowing who she was, he might return her to him on that day. But he soon threw aside this idea. Had Caesar wished to return her to him, he would have sent her on the previous evening. Actea alone could explain everything to him. He would go to her first of all. Having determined on this course of action, he commanded his litter bearers to make all speed. On the way his thoughts were disconnected, dwelling now on Lygia, now on his plans for revenge. He had heard that priests of the Egyptian goddess Pacht could bring on disease as they pleased, and he determined to learn their secret from them. In the Orient he had been informed also that the Jews knew certain invocations by means of which they covered the bodies of their enemies with ulcers. In his household he had about a score of Jewish slaves. He decided that on his return he would have them flogged until they gave up the secret. But with a special delight he thought of the short Roman sword which let out streams of blood, such as had run from Caius Caligula, and left indelible stains on the columns of the portico. He was ready to bathe all Rome in blood. Had some revengeful gods promised him to destroy all mankind save himself and Lygia, he would even have agreed to that. In front of the arch of the Palatine Palace he recovered his presence of mind. At sight of the pretorian guards he thought that if they tried even in the slightest way to detain him, that this would be a proof that Lygia was in the palace by the will of Caesar. To his surprise, the chief centurion smiled at him in a friendly way, and approaching him said: "Greetings, noble Tribune. If thou desire an audience with Caesar, thou hast chosen an inopportune time. I do not think that thou wilt be able to see him." "What has happened?" asked Vinicius. "The divine little Augusta was suddenly taken ill yesterday. Caesar and Poppaea are at her bedside with physicians whom they have summoned from all parts of the city." This was a matter of importance. When the infant was born Caesar had become almost insane from joy, and received her with divine honors. Even before the birth the Senate had solemnly committed it to the guardianship of the gods. After the birth splendid games were celebrated, and a temple was erected to the two fortunes. Nero, extreme in everything, loved the child beyond measure. It was dear also to Poppaea, if only for this reason, that it strengthened her position and made her influence irresistible. On the health and life of this infant might depend the fate of the whole empire. But Vinicius was so carried away with his love, that paying no attention to the news, he answered: "I only wish to see Actea." But Actea also was in attendance upon the child, and Vinicius had to wait long before seeing her. She came only about noon, with a pale and weary face, which paled still more at the sight of Vinicius. "Actea," cried he, seizing her hand and drawing her to the middle of the room, "where is Lygia?" "I was going to ask thee concerning her," she answered, reproachfully. Though he had determined to question her calmly, Vinicius now clasped his head in his hands, while his face grew distorted with grief and anger, and he said: "She has disappeared. She was seized on the way to my house." Then he grew calmer, and bringing his face close to Actea's he hissed through his teeth: "Actea, if thy life is dear to thee, if thou desirest not to be the cause of unimaginable misfortunes, tell me the truth, did Caesar take her?" "Caesar was not away from the palace yesterday." "By the shade of thy mother, in the name of all the gods, is she not hidden in the palace?" "Marcus, by the shade of my mother, she is not in the palace, and Caesar did not take her. The infant Augusta has been sick since yesterday, and Caesar has not left her cradle." Vinicius breathed more freely. What had seemed to him the most terrible of possibilities was removed from his path. "Then," said he, sitting on the bench and clenching his fists, "Aulus and Pomponia have taken her. Woe to them!"
"Aulus Plautius was here this morning. I could not see him because I was busy with the infant, but he made inquiries of Epaphroditus and other servants of the palace concerning Lygia and told them that he would come again to see me."
"He wished to avert suspicion from himself. If he really knew not what had become of Lygia he would have sought her in my house."
"He left a few words for me on a tablet. These will show thee that Aulus, knowing Caesar had taken Lygia from him at the request of thyself and of Petronius, feared that the maiden had been sent to thy house. This morning he went there, and was informed of what had happened." With these words Actea went to the bedroom, and returned with the tablet which Aulus had left for her. Vinicius read it and became silent. Actea, guessing his thoughts from the gloomy expression of his face, said: "No, Marcus, what Lygia herself desired has happened."
"Didst thou know that she desired to escape?" exclaimed Vinicius, wrathfully.
Fixing her sad eyes upon him, she answered, almost sternly: "I knew that she would not become thy concubine."
"And thou, what hast thou been all thy life?"
"I was first of all a slave." But the anger of Vinicius could not be calmed. Caesar had given Lygia to him, consequently he did not need to inquire what had been her previous condition. He would find her even if she were hidden in the bowels of the earth, and he would do what he pleased with her. She should be his slave. He would have her flogged as often as he pleased. When he ceased to love her he would bestow her on the lowest of his slaves, or he would send her to turn a handmill on his African estates. He would begin his search for her at once, and find her that he might punish her, that he might trample upon her and compel her obedience. As his anger grew he placed no limits to his vengeance, so that even Actea perceived that he was threatening more than he could perform, under the influence of anger and despair. She would probably have felt pity for his sufferings had not his extravagant rage exhausted her patience, so that at last she inquired why he had come to her. Vinicius did not find an immediate answer. He had come to her because he had wanted to come, because he thought she would give him some information. But really he had come to see Caesar, but not being admitted to him he had asked for her. Lygia's flight had been disobedience to the will of Caesar. Therefore he would petition Nero to give command that she should be sought over the whole city and over the entire empire, even if this entailed the aid of all the legions and the searching of every house throughout the empire. Petronius would support this petition, and the search would begin at once. "Beware," said Actea, "lest when she is found thou lose her forever at the command of Caesar."
"What dost thou mean?" Vinicius asked,
with wrinkled brows. "Listen to me, Marcus. Yesterday I was walking with Lygia in the gardens. We met Poppaea with the infant Augusta, borne by the Egyptian Lilith.
At evening the infant fell ill. Lilith declares that the child was bewitched. She accuses the foreign woman whom they met in the gardens. If the child recovers they will forget all about this, but if not Poppaea will be the first to accuse Lygia of witchcraft, and then whenever she is found nothing can save her." There was a moment of silence, which Vinitius was the first to break. "Perhaps she did bewitch the child, and has bewitched me." "Lilith says that the child began to cry immediately after she had passed us. This is true in fact. No doubt the child was ill when they brought it into the garden. Marcus, search for Lygia wherever thou pleasest, but until the little one recovers mention not her name to Caesar, or thou wilt bring down upon her the vengeance of Poppaea. Her eyes have shed tears enough already on thy account. May all the gods protect her now." "Dost thou love her, Actea?" asked Vinitius sadly. Tears sprang to the eyes of the freedwoman. "Yes, I love her." "But she did not repay thee with hatred as she did me." Actea looked at him as if hesitating, or as if she wished to test his sincerity. Then she said: "Oh, blind and passionate man, she loved thee." Vinitius sprang up as if possessed. "That is false," he said. "She hates me." How could Actea know? It was hardly possible that Lygia, after one day's acquaintance, would make such a confession to her. What kind of love was that which would prefer wandering, poverty, the uncertainty of the morrow, perhaps even a shameful death, to a house bedecked with green wreaths, where a lover was in waiting with a banquet all prepared? Better he should not hear such words lest he go mad. He would not have exchanged the girl for all the treasures of the Palatine, and she had fled. What kind of love was that that feared delight and courted pain? Who could understand it? Who could explain it? But for his hope of finding her he would fall upon his sword. Love surrenders, it does not run away. There were moments in the house of Aulus when he felt that happiness was near, but now he was convinced that she hated him and would die with that hatred in her heart. Actea, naturally gentle and timid, now burst forth with indignant reproaches. How had he tried to win the love of Lygia? Instead of asking Aulus and Pomponia to give her to him, he had taken her away from her guardians by stealth. He wished not to make her his wife but his concubine, she, the foster daughter of an honorable family and the daughter of a king. He had brought her to an abode of vice and infamy, he had defiled her innocent eyes with the spectacle of a shameful orgy, he had treated her as a harlot. Had he forgotten what sort of man was Aulus and what sort of woman Pomponia, they who had brought up Lygia? Had he not wit enough to understand that women existed quite different from Nigidia or Calvia Crispinilla or Poppaea, and from all those whom he met in Caesar's house? Had not a conviction forced itself upon his mind at his first sight of Lygia that so pure a soul would prefer death to shame? Did he not know that the gods she worshipped were better and purer than the dissolute Venus or Isis, who were honored by the corrupt women of Rome? No, Lygia had made no confession to her, but she had said that she hoped Vinitius would save her; she hoped Caesar, through Vinitius's petition, would allow her to return home; she hoped that Vinitius would restore her to Pomponia. While speaking, Lygia had become confused, as a maiden who loves and trusts. Her heart had beat for him, but he had terrified her and made her indignant. And now let him seek for her with the aid of Caesar's cohorts, but let him know that should Nero's child die, suspicion must fall upon her, and her ruin would be inevitable. In spite of his rage and pain what Actea had said affected Vinitius. Her assurance that Lygia loved him thrilled him to the very soul. He recalled how she had blushed and how her eyes had become radiant with light when she had listened to his words in the house of Aulus. Yes, at that time love was touching her heart. The thought filled him with delight, and then he saw that he might have won her through peaceful means and have possessed himself of her heart. She might have put twine on his door, rubbed it with wolf's fat, and sat as his wife on a sheepskin by his hearth. He might have heard from her lips the words sanctioned by custom, "Where thou art Caius, there am I Caia," and she might have belonged to him forever. Why had he not acted thus? Did he not wish to marry her? Now that she had gone, now that he might never find her, or finding her might cause her ruin, or even if he did not bring ruin upon her, neither Lygia nor Aulus might listen to his proposals. Again anger seized him. But it was now turned, not against Aulus or Pomponia or Lygia, but against Petronius. He was the one at fault. Had it not been for him Lygia would not be wandering about now. She would be his bride and no danger would threaten her life.
Now all was over. Matters could no longer be mended. Now it was too late. An abyss seemed to yawn at his feet. What was he to do, what measure could he take? Like an echo Actea repeated the words, "Too late." Falling from another's lips they sounded like a death sentence. One thing, however, was certain: he must find Lygia, otherwise some terrible evil would befall him. Mechanically wrapping himself in his toga he was on the point of leaving without even bidding farewell to Actea, when suddenly the curtain that separated the vestibule from the hall was thrust aside, and he saw before him the sad face of Pomponia. Evidently she also had heard of Lygia's disappearance and, judging that she could easily gain admittance to Actea, she had come for information. Seeing Vinitius, she turned toward him her pale, delicate face and exclaimed: "Marcus, may God forgive thee the wrong thou hast done to us and to Lygia." He hung his head, feeling both unhappy and guilty, yet not understanding what God was to forgive, nor why Pomponia spoke of forgiveness, when she ought to have spoken of revenge. At length he departed, tormented by sad thoughts, despair and perplexity. In the courtyard and in the gallery were crowds of people. Mingled with slaves of the palace were knights and senators come to inquire after the health of the little Augusta, and at the same time to show themselves in the palace, and give a proof of their devotion in the presence of Caesar's slaves. The news of the illness of the little divinity had evidently spread quickly, for every moment visitors arrived, and through the archways crowds of people could be seen. Some of the recent arrivals noticing Vinitius coming out of the palace stopped him for news, but he hurried on without answering them, until he ran against Petronius. Doubtless Vinitius would have been seized with rage at the sight of Petronius and committed some unlawful act in Caesar's palace, were it not that when he had left Actea's chamber he was so crushed and humiliated that for the moment his innate irascibility had left him. Vinitius pushed Petronius aside and was about to continue his way but the latter detained him. "How fares the divine infant?" This forcible detention aroused anew the anger of Vinitius. "May hell swallow her and all this house," he hissed through his teeth. "Be silent, unhappy man," said Petronius, and looking about he hastily added: "If thou desirest to learn something about Lygia, follow me. No, I will say nothing here. Follow me, I will explain my surmises in the litter." Placing his arm about the young man, he led him out of the palace as quickly as possible. This was his aim, for he had no news whatever about Lygia. But as a man of resources, who in spite of yesterday's indignation felt compassion for Vinitius, together with a certain responsibility for what had happened, he had taken some measures already. When they were seated in the litter he said: "I have ordered my slaves to watch at every gate, giving them minute descriptions of the maiden, and of that giant who carried her out from Caesar's feast, for doubtless he is the one who recaptured her from thy slaves. Hearken, Aulus and Pomponia may have wished to hide her away on one of their estates. If so, we will find in what direction she was conducted. If she passes none of the gates, then this will be proof that she is still in the city, and we will begin to search for her in Rome today." "Aulus and Pomponia know not where she is," answered Vinitius. "Art thou sure of this?" "I have seen Pomponia, and she also is searching for her." "She could not have left the city yesterday, for the gates are closed at night. Two of my slaves are watching each gate, one is to follow Lygia and the giant, and the other is to return immediately and inform me. If she be in Rome we shall find her, for the Lygian can easily be recognized by his height and the breadth of his shoulders. It is lucky that she was not carried away by Caesar. I can assure you that it was not he, for I know all the secrets of the palace." Vinitius broke out rather in sorrow than in anger. In a voice broken by emotion, he told Petronius all he had heard from Actea. He explained the new dangers which threatened Lygia, that now, in case they found her, they must needs hide her from Poppaea. Then he reproached Petronius bitterly for his advice. Had it not been for him, everything would have been well. Lygia would have been in the house of Aulus, Vinitius could have seen her every day, and he would now be a happier man than Caesar. Carried away by his own words, he became more and more agitated, until at last tears of sorrow and anger coursed down his cheeks. Petronius, who had not thought the young Tribune capable of such passion, beholding his tears, said to himself with wonder: "Oh, mighty sovereign of Cyprus, thou alone art the ruler of gods and men." End of Part 1, Chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 12. When they alighted before the house of Petronius, the chief of the hall informed him that none of the slaves sent to the gates had as yet returned. He had given orders that food should be brought them, and that on the penalty of a flogging they should carefully watch all who left the city. "See," said Petronius, "they are still within the city, and we cannot fail to find them. Give orders to thy slaves also that they watch the city gates, selecting those especially who formed Lygia's escort, for they will easily recognize her." "I have given orders that those slaves should be sent to my country estates," answered Vinicius, "but I will recall my orders and send them to the gates." When he had written a few words on a tablet covered with wax, he handed the tablet to Petronius, who ordered it sent immediately to the house of Vinicius. Then they entered the inner portico, and sitting on a marble bench, began to converse. The golden haired Eunice and Iris placed bronze footstools beneath their feet, and moving a table near the bench, poured wine into goblets out of beautiful, long necked jars, imported from Volaterrae and Caecina. "Do any of thy slaves know this gigantic Lygian?" asked Petronius. "Only Atacinus and Gulo knew him, but Atacinus was killed beside the litter, and I slew Gulo." "I am sorry for him," said Petronius. "He carried in his arms not only thee, but me also." "I was going to free him," replied Vinicius. "But let that rest, let us speak of Lygia. Rome is a sea." "A sea is a place in which to find pearls. We shall not find her to day, of course, nor to morrow, but sooner or later we shall find her. Just now thou didst reproach me for having advised thee to take the course which thou didst. But the advice in itself was good. It became bad because of unfavorable circumstances. Besides, thou thyself hast heard from Aulus that he intends to go to Sicily with all his family. So Lygia would in any event have been far away from thee." "I should have followed her," replied Vinicius, "and in any case she would have been out of danger; but now if this infant dies Poppaea will believe, and will persuade Caesar to believe that Lygia caused the death." "True, this thought has alarmed me also. But the little doll may get well. If it dies we shall find some means of escape." Petronius, after a moment's thought, added: "Poppaea, it is said, believes in the faith of the Jews and in evil spirits. Caesar is superstitious. If we spread the rumor that Lygia has been carried away by evil spirits it will be believed, since neither Caesar nor Aulus have carried her off. Therefore it will be believed that she was spirited away. The Lygian could not have rescued her alone. It is evident that others helped him. But how could a slave collect so many people in a day?" "In Rome slaves help one another." "But someone pays for it with blood. True, they help one another, but not when it is against the interest of other slaves. On this occasion it was known that your slaves would be held responsible and punished. If thou give thy slaves the idea of evil spirits, they will assert that they saw them with their own eyes, for this would justify them before thee. Ask any one of them if he did not see Lygia borne through the air, and he will swear at once by the aegis of Zeus that this was just what happened." Vinicius, who was himself superstitious, looked with awe at Petronius and said: "If Ursus could not get slaves to help him, and was not able to take her alone, who did take her?" Petronius laughed. "See," said he, "how can they disbelieve if thou believest? Such is our world which laughs at the gods. All will believe, and cease searching for her, and meantime we will hide her in one of our villas." "But who could have helped her?" "Her co religionists," answered Petronius. "What co religionists? What deity do they worship? I ought to know better than thou." "Nearly every Roman woman worships a different deity. Doubtless Pomponia has brought up Lygia to worship the deity which she adores, but what deity this is I do not know. One thing is certain, no one has seen her make offerings to any god in our temples. She has been accused even of being a Christian, but this is not possible, a secret investigation cleared her from this charge. It is said that Christians not only worship the head of an ass, but that they are enemies of the human race, and that they revel in the most terrible crimes. Consequently Pomponia cannot be a Christian, for she is a good woman. Were she a hater of humanity she would not treat her slaves so kindly."
"In no house are they so well treated as in that of Aulus," answered Vinicius. "Pomponia told me of a god who was one, powerful, and merciful. What she has done with all the other gods is her affair. But this Logos of hers cannot be very powerful, or rather he must be a poor kind of god if he is worshipped only by Pomponia and Lygia and Ursus. It may be that there are more adherents of this god, and they assisted Lygia." "Their faith commands forgiveness," said Vinitius. "In Actea's chamber I met Pomponia, and she said to me, 'May God forgive you the wrong you have done to Lygia and to us.'" "Evidently their God is a very mild being. Let him forgive thee then, and as a sign of his forgiveness let him restore the maiden to thee." "I would offer him a hecatomb to morrow. I have desire neither for food nor sleep, nor for the bath. I shall put on dark raiment and wander through the city. Perhaps I shall find her in disguise. I am sick." Petronius gazed at him compassionately. There were dark streaks beneath the eyes of Vinitius, his pupils were bright with fever, his unshaven beard made a bluish shade over his jaw, his hair was disordered, he looked indeed like a sick man. Iris and the golden haired Eunice gazed at him also with commiseration, but he seemed not to notice them. Neither he nor Petronius paid any more attention to the presence of the slave women than if they were dogs moving about the room. "Thou art feverish," said Petronius. "Yes." "Hearken, I know not what a physician would prescribe for thee, but I know what I would do in thy place. Till Lygia is found I would replace the lost one with a substitute. I have seen beautiful women in thy house. Contradict me not, I know what love is, and I know that if love is provoked by one woman another cannot satisfy it. Nevertheless, a beautiful slave will afford at least a temporary distraction." "I do not wish it," replied Vinitius. But Petronius, who was sincerely attached to him, and who was anxious to relieve his suffering, began to consider how this might best be done. "Perhaps thy slaves do not possess for thee the charm of novelty," said he. He glanced first at Iris, and then at Eunice. At last he laid his hand on the hip of the golden haired Grecian and resumed: "Look at this nymph. But a few days ago the young Fonteius Capiton offered for her 3 beautiful boys from Clazomeme. Scopas himself has not chiseled a more beautiful form. I cannot tell why I have been cold to her since thoughts of Chrysothemis have not restrained me. Here, I give her to thee, take her." When the golden haired Eunice heard these words she grew white as a sheet. Looking with frightened eyes at Vinitius she seemed benumbed while she awaited his answer. But the young soldier sprang up from the bench and, pressing his temples with his hands, began to speak hurriedly, as a man who, tormented by pain, does not wish to listen to any soothing words. "No, no, I do not care for her. I do not care for any other woman. I thank thee, but I do not want her. I am going to search for Lygia throughout the city. Have a Gallic cloak with a hood brought to me. I shall go to the Trans Tiber. Oh, if I can succeed merely in seeing Ursus!" Then he withdrew hurriedly. Petronius, seeing that he could not stay still in any one place, did not attempt to detain him. Taking his refusal as a manifestation of a temporary aversion for all women except Lygia, but wishing still to be generous, he said, turning to Eunice: "Eunice, bathe thyself, anoint thy body with perfumes, then dress and go to the house of Vinicius." The Grecian woman fell on her knees and stretching out her hands, implored him not to send her away from his house. She would not go to Vinicius. She would prefer to carry wood to the furnaces of the baths of Petronius than to be the chief servant in that of Vinicius. She would not, she could not go. She implored him for pity. Let him have her flogged daily, but let him not send her away from his house. Trembling like a leaf with fear and excitement Eunice extended her imploring hands to Petronius who listened with astonishment. A slave woman who dared to answer a command with a prayer, declaring "I will not and I cannot," was something so unheard of in Rome that Petronius could not believe his ears. Finally he frowned. He was too refined to be cruel. He gave more freedom to his slaves than other masters, demanding only that they should render good service and honor his will like that of a god. But if his slaves violated either of these requirements, Petronius had them punished in the usual fashion. Besides, he could not endure opposition or anything that ruffled his peace of mind. So he looked at the kneeling slave and said: "Call Tiresias and return with him." She arose, trembling, with tears in her eyes, and retired, returning soon with the chief of the hall servants, the Cretan Tiresias. "Take Eunice," said Petronius, "and give her 25 lashes, but in such a way as not to disfigure her skin." Then he went into his library, and sitting at the rose-colored marble table, he commenced work on his Feast of Trimalchion. But Lygia's escape and the illness of the little Augusta distracted his thoughts so much that he did not work long. The important question at present was the illness of the infant. Petronius saw that if Caesar believed Lygia to have bewitched the young Augusta, the blame might fall on him also, for the maiden had been brought to the palace at his request. But he hoped that as soon as he saw Caesar he would convince him of the absurdity of such a supposition. He relied somewhat also on a certain weakness which Poppaea had for him, a weakness which she had not succeeded in concealing from him. After a time he shrugged his shoulders, having convinced himself that his fears were groundless, and he decided to take his meal in the dining hall. After that he would go in his litter to the palace, next to the Campus Martius, and finally to Chrysothemis. On his way to the dining hall, at the entrance to the corridor assigned to the slaves, Petronius noticed the shapely figure of Eunice. Forgetting that he had given no order to Tiresias beyond that of flogging her, he frowned and looked around for that official. Not seeing Tiresias among the slaves, he turned to Eunice. "Hast thou been flogged?" "Yes, master, I have been flogged. Oh, yes, master." Joy and gratitude blended in her voice. She evidently thought that the punishment had been given in place of sending her away from the house, and that now she might remain. Petronius, seeing this, marveled at the passionate resistance of the slave. He was too deep a student in human nature not to understand that only love could call forth such resistance. "Dost thou love some one in this house?" She looked at him with her blue eyes dim with tears, and answered in a voice so low that it could scarcely be heard: "Yes, master." Eunice with her wonderful eyes, with her golden hair flowing down her back, with an expression of hope and fear upon her face, was so beautiful that Petronius, who, as a philosopher, recognized the power of love, and as an aesthete rendered homage to all beauty, felt pity for the slave. "Whom of these dost thou love?" he inquired, turning towards the slaves. No answer came. Eunice bent her head down to his very feet, and remained motionless as a statue. Petronius looked around at the slaves, among whom were some beautiful and shapely youths. None of the faces explained anything to him, he saw only strange smiles. He looked again at Eunice, who was lying at his feet, and then went on in silence to the dining hall. When he had eaten, he gave orders that he should be carried to the palace, and from there to Chrysothemis, where he remained until late in the night. On his return he summoned Tiresias. "Didst thou punish Eunice?"
"Yes, master, but thou didst command me not to disfigure her skin."
"Did I give any other command?"
"No, master,"
answered the slave with alarm. "Very good. Whom of the slaves does she love?"
"None, master."
"What dost thou know about her?" Tiresias answered in an uncertain voice.
"Eunice does not leave the bedroom at night in which she lives with old Acrisiona and Ifida. After thou art dressed she never goes to the bathrooms. Other slaves laugh at her, and call her Diana."
"Enough," said Petronius. "My relative Vinicius, to whom I offered her this morning, did not want her. Hence she may remain here. Thou mayest go."
"May I speak, master, a few more words concerning Eunice?"
"I commanded thee to tell all thou knowest about her."
"The entire household is talking about the escape of the maiden who was to dwell in the house of Vinicius. After thy departure Eunice came to me and said that she knew a man who could find this maiden."
"Who is this man?" asked Petronius.
"I do not know him, master, but I thought I ought to tell thee about the matter."
"'Tis well. Let that man await to morrow the arrival of the Tribune, whom in my name thou wilt summon hither." The slave bowed and departed. The thoughts of Petronius dwelt on Eunice. It was clear to him that the young slave woman wished Vinicius to find Lygia, so that she should not be compelled to be her substitute in the house of the Tribune. It occurred to him that the man whom she had proposed for the search might be her lover. Somehow this thought hurt him. It would not be difficult to get at the truth, he had only to summon Eunice; but it was now late, and Petronius feeling weary after his long visit to the house of Chrysothemis, desired to sleep. On the way to his chamber he recalled for some unknown reason that he had noticed wrinkles that day in the corners of Chrysothemis's eyes. It came to his mind also that her reputation for beauty was greater than she deserved, and that Fonteius Capiton who had offered 3 boys for Eunice wished to buy her too cheaply. End of Part 1, Chapter 12.
Part 1, Chapter 13 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 13. Next morning Petronius had scarcely dressed himself ere Vinicius, who had been summoned by Tiresias, appeared. He was aware that no news had come from the gates. This, instead of consoling him as proof that Lygia was still in the city, troubled him, for that he feared Ursus had carried her out of the city immediately after her rescue, and consequently before the slaves of Petronius had been sent to watch the gates. True, in autumn the gates were closed earlier on account of the short days, but then they were open for the people going out. Of these there were always a great many. One could pass out of the city also by other ways, known for instance to slaves who contemplated an escape. Vinicius had dispatched his slaves to all the roads leading to the provinces, instructing them to carry alarms to all the watchmen in the smaller towns, and to furnish minute descriptions of Ursus and Lygia, and to offer a reward for their capture. But it might be doubted whether the fugitives could be overtaken, or, if so, whether the local officials would arrest them at the private instance of Vinicius, unsupported by the praetor. Vinicius had no time to gain such support. Disguised as a slave he had sought for Lygia the entire previous day in every corner of the city, but he could not find any clue. True, he had met the slaves of Aulus, who were also seeking for something, and this confirmed his belief that Aulus and Pomponia had not taken Lygia away, and that they did not know what had become of her. So, when Tiresias had informed him that there was a man who would undertake to find Lygia, Vinicius rushed to the house of Petronius, and, barely greeting him, began to inquire about that man. "We shall soon see him," said Petronius. "He is an acquaintance of Eunice. She is even now coming to fold my toga. She will give us additional information."
"Is that the slave woman whom thou didst wish to give me yesterday?"
"The one whom thou didst reject, for which, by the way, I am grateful, as she is the best robe folder in the city." He had barely finished when Eunice entered. Taking the toga which was lying on a chair inlaid with ivory, she opened the garment to throw it over Petronius's shoulders. Her pretty face brightened, and joy was reflected in her eyes. Petronius looked at her and she appeared beautiful to him. While she was wrapping him up in the toga, bending now and again to smooth the folds, he noticed that her arms were of a wonderful pale rose color, and that her bosom and shoulders were transparent, like mother of pearl or alabaster. "Eunice," said he, "has the man come of whom thou didst speak yesterday to Tiresias?" "Yes, master." "What is his name?" "Chilonides, master." "Who is he?" "A physician, sage, and soothsayer who can read the book of fate and forecast the future." "Did he forecast thy future?" A rosy blush spread over the ears and neck of Eunice as she answered, "Yes, master." "What did he predict?" "That pain and happiness should be my lot." "Pain thou didst suffer yesterday at the hands of Tiresias, hence the prediction about happiness should also be realized." "It is realized already, master." "What is this happiness?" "That I remain," she replied in a low voice. Petronius put his hand on her golden head. "Thou hast arranged the folds well to day and I am pleased with thee, Eunice." As his hand touched her head her eyes grew moist and her bosom began to heave quickly. Petronius and Vinicius went into the antechamber, where Chilonides was waiting for them. The latter bowed low on their entrance. Petronius smiled at the thought of his suspicion of yesterday that this man might be Eunice's lover. This man could be no woman's lover. His queer figure was at once repulsive and ridiculous. He was not old, only a few gray hairs showed in his straggly beard and curled locks. He had a lank stomach. His shoulders stooped so that a cursory glance might have mistaken him for a humpback. Above his bent shoulders was a large head that seemed a cross between the face of a monkey and a fox. His eyes were bright and inquisitive. His jaundiced face was ornamented with pimples, which concentrated on his nose, suggesting an excessive love for the bottle. His disordered attire, consisting of a dark tunic of goat's wool and a ragged mantle of similar material, indicated poverty, real or pretended. At sight of him Petronius was reminded of Homer's Thersites. So, answering Chilo's bow with a wave of his hand, he said: "I greet thee, divine Thersites. How are the lumps which Ulysses gave thee at Troy, and how is he himself in the Elysian fields?"
"Noble lord," answered Chilo, "Ulysses, the wisest of the dead, sends through me to Petronius, the wisest of the living, his greetings, and requests that thou shouldst cover my lumps with a new mantle." "By Hecate!" exclaimed Petronius, "the answer merits a new mantle." Vinitius impatiently interrupted the conversation and asked Chilo point blank: "Art thou sufficiently acquainted with the problem thou hast to solve?" "It is not difficult to learn what the question is," answered Chilo, "when the slaves of two lordly mansions speak of nothing else, and when it is the current gossip of half of Rome. Night before last, a maiden called Lygia, a ward of Aulus Plautius, was carried away while thy slaves were bearing her from Caesar's palace to thy house. I offer to find her in Rome, or if she has left the city, which seems improbable, I shall discover for thee, noble Tribune, whither she has fled and where she is hiding." "'Tis well," said Vinitius, pleased with the confidence of the answer. "What means hast thou to accomplish this?" Chilo smiled shrewdly. "Thou, master, hast the means, I have only the wit." Petronius smiled also, for he was fully satisfied with his visitor. "This man can find the maiden," thought he. Vinitius frowned and said: "If thou deceivest me for gain, I will bestow a flogging upon thee." "I am a philosopher, master, and a philosopher cannot be tempted by gain, especially such as thou dost promise so magnanimously." "How, art thou a philosopher? Eunice told me thou wert a physician and soothsayer. How didst thou make Eunice's acquaintance?" "She came to ask my advice, for my fame had reached her ears." "What advice did she desire?" "Master, she desired to be cured of unrequited love." "Didst thou cure her?" "I did more than that. I gave her an amulet which ensures reciprocation. In Paphos, on the island of Cyprus, there is a temple wherein a girdle of Venus is preserved. I procured her 2 threads from that girdle, enclosed in an almond shell." "And no doubt thou hast received a good price for it." "One can never pay enough for reciprocated love, and I, who have lost 2 fingers of my right hand, am saving money in order to buy a slave copyist, that he may write down my thoughts and preserve my wisdom for mankind." "To what school dost thou belong, venerable sage?" "Master, I am a cynic, because I wear a tattered mantle; I am stoic because I bear want patiently; I am a peripatetic because, not owning a litter, I walk from one wine shop to another, teaching on the way those who promise to pay for a pitcher of wine." "And does the pitcher change thee into a rhetorician?" "Heraclitus says that all is fluid. Thou canst not deny that wine is fluid." "And he taught also that fire is a divinity. Divinity therefore is perched upon thy nose." "The divine Diogenes of Apollonia taught that the universe is created from air, and that the warmer the air the more perfect are the created beings; and as in autumn the air is cold, ergo, a genuine sage ought to warm his soul with wine. Thou canst not deny, master, that a pitcher even of the stuff made in the environs of Capua or Telesia would now impart warmth to all the bones of a perishable human body."
"Where is thy birthplace, Chilo?"
"On the Euxine Pontus. I come from Mesimbria."
"Thou art a great man, oh Chilo."
"But unrecognized," said the sage in a mournful tone.
Vinitius's impatience increased. Because of the hope that Chilo had raised, he wished him to begin his search at once; hence he regarded the conversation as a waste of time and felt wroth with Petronius. "When wilt thou begin the search?" he said, turning to the Greek.
"I have begun it already," was the answer. "Even here, even in answering thy courteous questions, I am still searching. Confide in me, noble Tribune. Know that if thou wert to lose the string from off thy sandal, I would find it, or him who picked it up."
"Hast thou ever performed such services?" asked Petronius.
The Greek lifted his eyes to heaven.
"Nowadays wisdom and virtue are so little esteemed that a philosopher is forced to seek other means of earning a livelihood."
"What other means hast thou?"
"To find out everything, and to furnish information for all who wish it."
"And who pays for it?"
"Ah, master, I must buy a copyist, otherwise my wisdom will perish with me."
"If thou hast not saved enough money to buy a new mantle, thy services evidently are not very valuable."
Modesty forbids my speaking of them, but master, take into consideration the fact that there are no longer so many benefactors as of old, for whom it was as great a pleasure to cover a body with gold for services rendered as to swallow an oyster from Puteoli. It is not my services that are small, but the gratitude of men. If a slave escapes, who will find him if not the son of my father? When on the walls appear inscriptions against the divine Poppaea, who else will indicate the authors? Who will unearth in the bookshops verses against Caesar? Who will tell of conversations held in the houses of senators and patricians? Who will deliver letters which cannot be entrusted to slaves? Who will listen to the gossip of the barber shops? From whom have the wine and bake shops no secrets? In whom do slaves trust? Who can see at a glance through any house, from the inner chamber to the garden? Who knows every street and byway and hidden den? Who knows what is talked of in the baths, in the circus, in the markets, in the gymnasiums, in the stalls of the slave dealers, and even in the arenas? "By the gods, enough, noble sage!" exclaimed Petronius. "Otherwise we shall be drowned in thy virtues, thy wisdom and eloquence. Enough! We wish to know what thou art, and now we know." Vinicius was pleased. Once put a man like this on the trail, he thought, and, hound-like, he would not stop until he had flushed the game. "'Tis well," said he. "Dost thou need clues?" "I need arms." "What kind of arms?" asked Vinicius, perplexed. Chilo stretched out one hand, while on the other he made a motion as if counting money. "Such times as we live in," he sighed. "This means that thou wilt be the ass who wins the fortress by means of gold," remarked Petronius. "I am but a poor philosopher, master," answered Chilo, with humility. "Thou hast the gold." Vinicius tossed him a purse. The Greek caught it ere it fell, though two fingers were missing from his right hand. Then he raised his head and said: "Master, I know already more than thou dost suspect. I came not here empty handed. I know that Aulus and his wife did not intercept the maiden, for I have questioned their slaves. I know that she is not in the Palatine Palace, for all there are occupied with the sick child, and perhaps I know also why thou preferrest my aid in the search for the maiden to that of the guards and soldiers of Caesar. I know that her escape was effected by the cooperation of a slave who came from the same country as she. He could not have procured assistance from slaves, because slaves stand together, and would not have helped him against your slaves. Only his co-religionists could have given him aid." "Hearken to these words, Vinicius," interrupted Petronius. "Have I not said the same thing to thee?" "Thou dost me a great honor," said Chilo. "The maiden, master," he continued, addressing himself again to Vinicius, "worships beyond doubt the same divinity as Pomponia, that most virtuous of all Roman matrons. I have heard that Pomponia was tried in secret for worshipping strange gods, but I could not learn from her slaves what kind of divinities these are, and what their adherents are called. If I could learn this I should go to them and become the most devout among them and win their confidence. But thou, master, as is known to me, hast passed a few weeks in the house of Aulus. Canst thou not give me some information about these gods?" "I cannot," answered Vinicius. "Thou hast questioned me long about various matters, and I have answered thee. Now allow me to question thee. Hast thou not seen, noble Tribune, some statuette, some sacrifice, some token or some amulet upon Pomponia or Lygia? Hast thou not seen them drawing some images intelligible to them alone?" "Yes, I once saw Lygia draw a fish on sand." "A fish? Ah! Ah! Oh! Did she draw it once or many times?" "But once." "And art thou sure that she drew a fish?" "Yes, I am sure," answered Vinicius with interest. "Dost thou know what it means?" "Do I know?" exclaimed Chilo. Then bowing in sign of farewell, he said: "May fortune present you with all gifts, noble masters." "Order a mantle to be brought to thee," said Petronius at parting. "Ulysses thanks thee for Thersites," answered the Greek, and bowing again, he left the room. "What dost thou think of that noble sage?" asked Petronius. "I think that he will find Lygia," exclaimed Vinicius joyfully. "But I think also that if there were a kingdom of knaves he would be crowned king there." "Without doubt. I must get better acquainted with this Stoic. Meantime I will have this hall disinfected."
Chilo Chilonides, wrapped in his new mantle, felt beneath its folds the purse which Vinitius had given him, and rejoiced at its weight and jingle. Walking slowly and looking furtively around to see that he was followed by no one from the house of Petronius, he passed a portico of Livia, and reaching the corner of the Virvius quarter, turned into the Suburra. "I must go to Sporus," said he to himself, "and pour out a libation to Fortune. I have at last found what I have long been looking for. He is young, passionate, bountiful as the mines of Cyprus, and is ready to give for this Lygian linnet half of his fortune. I must deal with him carefully, however, for his frowns forebode no good. Oh, the wolf whelps rule the world to day. I should not be so afraid of Petronius. Oh gods, to be a procurer pays better in these times than virtue. Ah, she drew a fish on the sand. May I choke myself with goat cheese if I know the meaning of that symbol, but I shall find out. As fish live under water, and seeking under water is harder than on land, he shall pay me liberally for this fish. One more purse like this and I might cast aside the beggar's wallet and purchase myself a slave. But suppose, O Chilo, if I advised thee to buy not a male but a female slave? I know thee. I am sure that thou wouldst say yea. Were she as beautiful as Eunice, for instance, thou wouldst grow young at her side. Moreover, thou wouldst draw from her a large and certain income. I sold that poor Eunice 2 threads from my old mantle. She is stupid. Nevertheless, if Petronius would give her to me, I would not reject her. Yea, Chilo, thou hast lost both thy father and thy mother. Thou art an orphan, therefore purchase a female slave to console thee. She must have shelter, therefore Vinicius will hire a dwelling for her, in which thou also mayest abide. She must have raiment, therefore Vinicius will pay for it, and she must have food, therefore he will provide it. Oh, it is costly to live in this world. Oh, for the times when a farthing would buy as much pork and beans as one could hold in both hands, or a piece of goat's entrails as long as the arm of a 12-year-old boy. But here is that knave Sporus. 'Twill be easier to gain some information in the wine shop." He entered the shop and ordered a pitcher of wine. Noting the distrustful look of the shopkeeper, he took a gold coin from the purse and threw it on the table. "Sporus," he cried, "I worked to day with Seneca from dawn until noon, and here, see what my friend hath given me." The big eyes of Sporus grew bigger still at the sight of the coin. In a twinkling the wine was placed before Chilo, who, moistening his fingers, drew a fish on the table and said: "Dost thou know what that means?" "A fish? A fish means a fish." "Thou art stupid, though thou dost add so much water to the wine that thou might find a fish in it. It is a symbol, which in the language of philosophers means the smile of fortune. Shouldst thou divine it, thou too mightst make a fortune. And look you, honor philosophy, or I shall change my wine shop, which my dear friend Petronius has long urged me to do." End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 14. For some days Chilo disappeared from sight. The information Vinicius had received from Actea that Lygia loved him made him 100-fold more eager to find her. Through his slaves he instituted a careful search. He was both unwilling and unable to appeal to Caesar, whose attention was now completely absorbed in the dangerous illness of the little Augusta. Nothing availed to help the child, neither sacrifices in the temples, nor prayers, nor vows, nor the skill of physicians, nor the magic spells to which they had recourse when the last hope had vanished. At the end of a week the infant died. The court and the whole city of Rome were plunged in mourning. Caesar, who had been wild with delight at the birth of the child, was now equally wild with grief. Shutting himself up in his room, he refused food for 2 days. The court was crowded with senators and Augustales, who hastened thither with their condolences. Caesar denied himself to all. The Senate assembled in extraordinary session, and proclaimed that the little Augusta was a goddess. The senators decided to dedicate a temple to her and appoint a special priest for the service of the new goddess. In other temples sacrifices were also offered to her. Statues were cast from precious metals. Her funeral was celebrated with unprecedented solemnity. The people marveled at the unrestrained grief to which Caesar surrendered himself. They wept with him, stretched out their hands for gifts, and above all found amusement in the splendid pageant. The death of the little Augusta alarmed Petronius. All Rome was aware that Poppaea ascribed it to witchcraft. The physicians eagerly caught up her words as a convenient excuse for their unsuccessful efforts. So likewise did the priests whose sacrifices had proved unavailing, the soothsayers who trembled for their lives, and the people generally. Petronius was now glad that Lygia had disappeared. He wished no evil to the house of Aulus, and especially he wished good to himself and to Vinicius. As soon as the cypress placed before the Palatine, as a sign of mourning, had been removed, he went to the reception appointed for Senators and Augustales, to learn how far Nero had credited the rumors of witchcraft, and to neutralize the possible consequences. With his knowledge of Nero, he was convinced that though he did not believe in witchcraft, he would feign belief, partly through self-deception, partly through a desire for revenge, but especially for the purpose of averting the suspicion that the gods were punishing him for his crimes. Petronius did not admit that Caesar had any deep or sincere love even for his own child, though he made a great show of attachment. But he had not the least doubt that Nero would pretend an exaggerated grief. Nor was he mistaken. Nero listened with stony face and fixed stare at the condolences of knights and senators. It was evident that even if he were suffering, he was simultaneously taking thought of the impression which his despair made on others. He was posing as a Niobe and giving a representation of paternal sorrow, such as an actor might give on a stage. Yet even now he could not long retain his attitude of stony and silent sorrow. At one moment he would make a gesture as if casting dust upon his head, at another he groaned deeply. Seeing Petronius, he assumed a tone of tragic pathos, evidently wishing that all should hear him. He cried, "Thou art the cause of her death. By thy advice the evil spirit was admitted to these walls, which at one glance smote the life out of her breast. Woe is me! Better that I had never seen the bright face of the sun god. Woe is me!" Gradually raising his voice he filled the chamber with exclamations of despair. Petronius saw that he must put everything to the hazard of a die. He stretched out his hand, seized the kerchief which was always around Caesar's neck, and put it to Nero's lips. "Caesar," he cried solemnly, "let Rome and the whole world perish from grief, but preserve thy voice for us." All present were astonished. Caesar himself was stricken dumb for a moment. Petronius alone stood unmoved. He well knew what he was doing. He did not forget that Terpnos and Diodorus had an order to close Caesar's mouth whenever his voice might be threatened by overexertion. "Oh, Caesar!" continued Petronius, in the same sad and persuasive voice, "we have suffered an immense loss, but let this treasure remain to console us." Nero's face quivered. Tears stood in his eyes. Placing his arm on Petronius's shoulder, he suddenly bent his head to his breast, and in a voice choked by sobs he began: "Only thou, Petronius, hast reminded me of this. Only thou, Petronius, only thou." Tigellinus grew yellow with envy. Again Petronius turned to Nero. "Go to Antium. There she appeared unto the world, thence issued thy joy, thither consolation will come thee. Let the sea air refresh thy divine throat, let thy breast breathe in the soft moisture of the air. We, thy loving servants, will follow thee everywhere. And when we comfort thy sorrow with our friendship, thou wilt console us in turn with song." "Yes," answered Nero, sadly. "I will write a hymn in her honor, and will compose the music for it." "And then thou wilt go to Baiae and revive under the warm rays of the sun." "And later I will seek forgetfulness in Greece." "In the land of poetry and song." His mood of stony grief gradually dispersed like clouds that cover the sun. Then ensued a conversation, which, though still full of signs of sorrow, was none the less enlivened by plans for the coming journey. They spoke of the exhibitions that Caesar would make of his artistic skill, of the feasts that would be prepared for the expected arrival of Tiridates, King of Armenia. It is true Tigellinus tried to bring up once more the matter of witchcraft, but Petronius took up the challenge with full assurance of victory.
"Tigellinus," said he, "dost thou think that witchcraft can harm the gods?"
"Caesar himself hath spoken of spells," answered the courtier.
"'Twas grief speaking with his lips. But tell us what thou thinkest of them thyself."
"The gods are too powerful to be influenced by spells."
"And dost thou not acknowledge the divinity of Caesar and his family?"
"It is finished!" exclaimed Eprius Marcellus, who stood close by, repeating the shout used in the circus when a gladiator had received a mortal blow. Tigellinus smothered his rage. Between him and Petronius had long existed a rivalry for the favor of Nero. Tigellinus had this advantage, that Nero observed no ceremony in his presence, but Petronius hitherto had always vanquished Tigellinus in every encounter of wit and judgment. And so it happened now. Tigellinus grew silent; he occupied himself merely by impressing upon his memory the names of the senators who crowded around Petronius at the other end of the hall, in the expectation that after this victory he would become the prime favorite of Caesar. Petronius on leaving the palace directed his litter to be borne to the house of Vinicius. He informed the latter of his encounter with Caesar and Tigellinus and added:
"I have removed all danger, not only from Aulus Plautius and Pomponia, but also from ourselves, and more particularly from Lygia. She will not now be pursued, for the reason that I have persuaded the red bearded ape to go to Antium, and then to Naples or Baiae. He will surely go. He has not yet made up his mind to an appearance before the Roman public in the theatre, but I know that for some time he has purposed to make a trial in Naples. Moreover, he is dreaming of a visit to Greece, where he wishes to sing in all the principal cities. After that he will make a triumphal entry into Rome, with all the wreaths which the Greeklets may bestow upon him. In the meantime we will have an opportunity to search for Lygia without hindrance, and to hide her in a safe place if we find her. But has not our noble philosopher returned yet?"
"Thy noble philosopher is a cheat. He has not appeared, and we may be certain of never casting eyes upon him."
"Nay, I have a better opinion, if not of his honesty, at least of his wit. He has drawn blood once from thy purse. Be assured that he will return, even were it only to draw blood a second time."
"Let him beware lest I draw his own blood."
"Do not do that. Bear with him until thou art entirely convinced of his deceit. Give him no more money, but promise him a liberal reward in case he brings thee correct information. But thou thyself, what art thou doing in this matter?"
"Two of my freedmen, Nymphidius and Demas, with 60 slaves are in full pursuit. I have promised freedom to him who finds her. Further, I have sent special messengers to inquire of Ursus and the maiden, in all the inns leading to Rome. Day and night I myself traverse the city in the hope of a chance meeting."
"Whatever thou learnest inform me of it by letter. I must go to Antium."
"It is well."
"And if some fine morning thou wakest to say to thyself that it is not worth while to waste time and pains on a maiden, then come thou to Antium, and there we will have plenty of women and amusement."
Vinicius strode with long steps across the floor. Petronius gazed at him for some time before he again broke silence.
"Tell me frankly," he said at last, not as a dreamer who conceals something within himself, but as a man of sense answering a friend, art thou still carried away by Lygia?"
Vinicius stopped for a moment, and gazed at Petronius as intently as if he had never seen him before. Then he resumed his walk. Evidently he was restraining an outburst. But the sense of his own impotence, the pain, the wrath, and the ceaseless yearning which possessed him moved him to tears. His dim eyes spoke to Petronius with more force than the most eloquent words. After a moment's thought the elder said: "'Tis not Atlas who bears the world on his shoulders, but women, and sometimes they play with it as with a ball." "True," answered Vinicius. Then they bade each other farewell. But just then a slave announced that Chilo Chilonides was outside in the antechamber, awaiting permission to enter. Vinicius ordered his instant admittance.
"Behold," laughed Petronius, "did I not tell thee so? By Hercules, preserve thy calm, otherwise he will subdue thee, not thou him."
"Salutations and honor to the noble soldier and Tribune, and to you, oh master," said Chilo, entering. "May your good fortune equal your fame, and may your fame resound over the world from the Pillars of Hercules to the uttermost boundaries."
"A greeting to thee, wise and virtuous lawgiver," answered Petronius.
Vinicius asked with assumed calmness: "What news hast thou brought?"
"Master, on my first visit I brought thee hope, and now I bring assurance that the maiden will be found."
"Which means that the maiden is not yet found."
"True, master, but I have discovered the meaning of the sign she drew. I now know who are the people that rescued her, and I also know among what class of religionists she must be sought."
Vinitius was on the point of leaping from the chair whereon he sat, but Petronius laid his hand on the young man's shoulder and turning to Chilo said: "Speak on."
"Art thou certain, oh master, that the maiden drew a fish upon the sand?"
"Yes," exclaimed Vinitius.
"Then she is a Christian, and Christians have taken her away."
A moment of silence followed. "Hearken, Chilo," said Petronius. "My kinsman hath set aside for thee a large reward for the finding of Lygia, and no smaller allowances of lashes if thou art striving to deceive him. In the first case thou wilt be able to buy not merely one, but 3 copyists. In the second case, not all the philosophy of all the 7 sages and thine own in addition will serve thee as a healing ointment."
"Master, this maiden is a Christian," insisted the Greek.
"Hearken, Chilo, thou art no fool. We know that Unia Silana and Calvia Crispinilla accused Pomponia Graecina of professing the Christian superstition. It is also known to us that a private investigation acquitted her from this charge. Dost thou wish to renew it? Dost thou think thou wilt be able to convince us that both Pomponia and Lygia belong among the enemies of the human race, the poisoners of fountains and wells, the worshippers of an ass's head, among a people who murder infants and who give themselves up to the foulest corruptions? Beware, Chilo, lest the thesis announced by thee be not turned back upon thee as an antithesis." Chilo spread out his hands as a sign that it was not his fault, and said:
"Lord, pronounce the following words in Greek: Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour."
"Well, I have done so, but what of that?"
"Now take the first letters of each word and form them in such a manner as to compose a new word."
"Fish!" cried Petronius, astonished.
"Now thou seest why the symbol of a fish became the symbol of Christianity."
The argument of the Greek was so convincing that both the friends remained buried in thought. "Vinitius," asked Petronius, "art thou not mistaken? Did she really draw a fish?" "By all the infernal gods, dost thou wish to drive me insane?" cried the young man, wrathfully. "Had she drawn a bird, I should have said a bird."
"It follows that she is a Christian," repeated Chilo.
"Which means," said Petronius, "that Pomponia and Lygia are poisoning wells, murdering kidnapped children, and giving themselves up to corruption. Nonsense! Thou, Vinitius, didst remain for some time in their house. I was not there long, but I know Aulus and Pomponia well enough. If a fish be the symbol of the Christians, which is really difficult to deny, and if they are all Christians, then by Proserpina! It is evident that Christians are not what we suppose them."
"Master, thou speakest like Socrates," replied Chilo. "Who has ever interrogated a Christian? Who is familiar with that creed? When 3 years ago I passed from Naples to Rome — oh, wherefore did I not remain there? — I was joined by one Glaucus, who was said to be a Christian, and in spite of this I convinced myself that he was a good and virtuous man."
"Did this virtuous man inform thee of the meaning of the fish?"
"Master, on the road this honorable man was stabbed in an inn, and his wife and child were taken away from him by slave dealers. In their defense I lost these 2 fingers. But they say that there is no lack of miracles among Christians, so I hope that these 2 fingers may grow out again."
"How is that? Hast thou become a Christian?"
"Since yesterday, oh master, since yesterday. This fish has made me a Christian. See what power it has. In a few days I shall become one of the most zealous of believers, so that I may be admitted to all their secrets. But when I am admitted, I shall learn where the maiden is. Then perchance my Christianity will pay me better than my philosophy. I made a vow to Mercury that if he aided me in finding the maiden I would sacrifice to him 2 heifers of the same age and size, whose horns I shall gild."
"Which means that your Christianity of yesterday, and your philosophy of the day before, allow thee to believe in Mercury?"
I always believe in what I need to believe in. Such is my philosophy, and it ought to harmonize with the taste of Mercury in especial. But you, worthy lords, know what a suspicious god he is. He trusts not the vows of the most irreproachable philosophers. Perchance he may desire the heifers in advance, but this involves a large outlay. Not everyone can be a Seneca, and I cannot afford the expense, unless the noble Vinicius be willing to advance a portion of the promised reward."
"Not a farthing, Chilo," said Petronius, "not a farthing. The liberality of Vinicius will surpass thy expectations, but not before thou findest Lygia, or showest her place of concealment. Mercury must trust thee for the 2 heifers, though I do not wonder that he does it unwillingly. I see Mercury has wit."
Listen to me, worthy masters. The discovery I have made is a very great discovery. For, though I have not yet found the maiden, I have found the method by which she may be found. Ye have scattered freedmen and slaves throughout the city. Has any one of them given you a clue? No, I am the only one who has found one. I will say more. Among your slaves may be slaves of whom ye know nothing. This superstition hath spread itself everywhere. Instead of helping you, they may betray you. It is even dangerous for me to be seen here. Therefore thou, noble Petronius, swear Eunice to silence, and thou, noble Vinicius, announce that I am selling the anointment which secures certain victory for horses in the circus. I alone will seek her, and I alone will find the fugitives. But have faith in me, and know that whatever I receive in advance will be only a stimulus, for I will always hope to receive more, and will be more certain that the promised reward will not fail me. Yea, this is true. As a philosopher I have a contempt for money, though it is not scorned by Seneca nor by Carnutus, yet these philosophers have not lost 2 fingers in defense of some unfortunate. They can right themselves and leave their names to posterity. But besides the slave whom I wish to buy, and Mercury to whom I have promised 2 heifers, and ye know how dear cattle are at present, the search itself involves numerous expenses. Listen to me patiently. During these last few days my feet have become sore from continuous walking. I have sought converse with people in the wine shops, in the bakeries, in the butcher shops, and with oil dealers and fishermen. I have run through all the streets and lanes. I have been in the dens of escaped slaves. I have lost large sums of money playing mora. I have been in laundries, in drying sheds, and in lunch rooms. I have met mule drivers and carvers, men who cure troubles of the bladder, and men who pull teeth. I have talked with dealers in dried figs. I have been in cemeteries. And know ye my object in all this? 'Twas in order to draw a fish everywhere, to look into people's eyes and to hear what they might say when they saw this sign. For a long time I learnt nothing. Then at last I met an old slave at a fountain, drawing water and weeping. Approaching, I asked the cause of his tears. We both took our seats at the steps of the fountain when he told me that all his lifetime he has been saving up sesterces to redeem his beloved son from slavery. But his master, Pausa by name, on seeing the money, took it and kept the son in slavery. "And so I weep," said the old man, "for though I repeat, the will of God be done, yet I, a poor sinner, cannot restrain my tears." Then I moistened my finger in the pail of water and drew the figure of a fish, at which he remarked: "I also put my trust in Christ." Then I asked him: "Didst thou recognize me by this sign?" And he answered: "Yea, may peace be with thee." I then began to question him and the old man told me all. His master, Pausa, is himself a freedman of the great Pausa. He ships along the Tiber to Rome, stone in boats, which slaves and hirelings unload and carry to buildings at night time so as not to obstruct the streets during the day. Many Christians are engaged in this work, and among them his son. But as the work is beyond his son's strength, he desired to redeem him. But Pausa kept both the money and the slave. While relating this, the old man wept again, and I followed his example, which was not difficult, because of my kind heart and the pain in my feet caused by continual walking. I lamented likewise that I had arrived recently from Naples, so that I knew none of the brethren nor where they assembled for prayer. He marveled that the brethren in Naples had not given me letters of recommendation to the brethren in Rome, but I explained to him that I had been robbed of my letters on the way. Then he instructed me to come to the river at night and he would introduce me to the brethren, who would conduct me to the houses of prayer and to the elders who rule this Christian community. I was so overjoyed by this information that I gave him the necessary amount for his son's redemption, feeling confident that the magnanimous Vinicius would return me double the amount."
"Chilo," interrupted Petronius, "in thy narrative falsehood floats on the surface of truth as oil on water. No doubt thou hast brought important news. I think indeed that a great step has been taken towards finding Lygia. But do not mix falsehood with truth. What is the name of the old man from whom thou didst learn that Christians recognize one another by the sign of a fish?" "Euritius is his name, master, a poor unfortunate old man. He reminds me of Glaucus, whom I defended from murderers." "I believe thou didst make his acquaintance and that thou wilt be able to make use of this acquaintance, but thou didst give him no money. Thou didst not even give him one farthing, dost understand? Thou didst not give him anything."
"But I assisted him to lift his pail, and I spoke of his son with the greatest sympathy. Yea, master, what can be concealed from the insight of Petronius? I did not give him any money, or more correctly I gave to him in intention only. This would have sufficed him had he been a true philosopher. I gave it to him because I considered the gift necessary and useful, for think how this will win for me the hearts of all the Christians, and how I will secure access to them and win their confidence."
"True," said Petronius, "but it was to thy interest to do it." Then Petronius, turning to Vinicius, said: "Order that 5,000 sesterces be counted out to him, but in intention only." But Vinicius said: "I will give thee a servant who will carry the necessary amount. Thou wilt tell Euritius that the servant is thy slave, and thou wilt count out the money to the old man in the servant's presence. But as thou hast brought important news thou shalt have the same amount for thyself. Call this evening for the servant and the money."
"Thou art as liberal as Caesar," cried Chilo. "Permit me, master, to dedicate my work to thee. But permit also that I come this evening for the money only, as Euritius informed me that the boats had all been unloaded, and that others would not follow from Ostia until a few days have passed. May peace be with you. Thus do Christians greet one another. I shall buy a female slave. No, I mean a male slave. Fish are caught with a bait and Christians with fish. Peace be with ye. Peace. Peace."
End of Part 1, Chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 15. Petronius to Vinicius. I forward this letter from Antium by a faithful slave, expecting that thou wilt return an answer without delay by the bearer, although thy hand is better used to the sword than to the pen. I left thee hopeful and on a clear trail. I trust therefore that thou hast already satisfied thy sweet desires in the arms of Lygia, or that thou wilt satisfy them ere the winter winds from the summits of Soracte shall blow on the Campania. Oh, dear Vinicius, may the golden-haired goddess of Cyprus be thy instructor, and mayest thou in turn be the instructor of this Lygian morning star, fleeing before the sun of love. But remember that even the most precious marble is nothing in itself, and that it obtains real value only when the sculptor makes of it a masterpiece. Be thou such a sculptor, oh my beloved. To love is not enough, one should know how to love and how to teach love. Even the common people and animals experience sensual delight, but a genuine man differs from them in this, that he transforms love into a noble art, and, conscious of its divine meaning, recreates it in his mind, so that he satisfies not only his heart, but his soul. Often when I think of the vanity, the uncertainty, and cares of life, it comes to my mind that perhaps thou hast taken the wiser course, and that not the court of Caesar, but war and love are the only things worth being born and living for. Thou hast been fortunate in war, be fortunate also in love, and if thou art curious to know what goes on at the court of Caesar, I will send thee news of everything. We are sojourning here at Antium and taking care of our divine voice, cherishing an unchangeable hatred to Rome, and intending to spend the winter at Baiae, to appear in public at Naples, whose citizens being of Greek descent, are better critics than the wolf brood on the banks of the Tiber. People will come from Baiae, from Pompeii, from Puteoli, from Cumae, and from Stabiae. There will be no lack of applause or crowds, and this will be an encouragement for the expected expedition to Achaia. As regards the memory of the little Augusta, yes, we are still lamenting her. We are singing hymns of our own composition, so beautiful that the sirens from envy are hiding in the deepest caves of Amphitrite. The dolphins themselves would listen to us were it not for the noise of the sea. Our grief is not yet over, hence we shall exhibit it in every form of sculpture known to art, and we are careful that our postures shall be beautiful and that the world shall recognize this beauty. Oh, my friend, let us be mountebanks and comedians as long as we live. All the Augustales are here, male and female, not including 500 she asses, in whose milk Poppaea bathes, and 10,000 servants. At times it is even cheerful. Calvia Crispinilla is growing old. It is said that she petitioned Poppaea to be permitted to bathe after herself. Lucan slapped Nigidia's face because he suspected her of relations with a gladiator. Sporus lost his wife to Senecio at dice. Torquatus Silanus has offered me for Eunice 4 chestnut horses, which will surely win this year at the races, but I declined the offer. I am grateful to thee that thou didst not accept her. As to Torquatus Silanus, he, poor wretch, does not suspect that he is more of a shadow than a man. His fate is decided. Dost thou know what his crime is? He is the great grandson of the divine Augustus. There is no help for him. Such is our world. As thou knowest, we have been expecting Tiridates. Meanwhile we have received an offensive letter from Vologeses. Having conquered Armenia, he asks that it be left to him for Tiridates, and if it be not left to him, he declares he will hold it in any case. This is mockery. We have decided on war. Corbulo will be given such power as Pompeius Magnus received in the war against the pirates. There was a moment when Nero hesitated. He evidently fears the glory which Corbulo may win by martial deeds. It was even thought to give the chief command to our Aulus. But Poppaea, to whom Pomponia's virtue is as salt in the eye, opposed it. Vatinius notified us of a remarkable gladiatorial combat which he is preparing in Beneventum. Behold the height to which cobblers rise in our time, despite the saying, "Let the cobbler stick to his last." Vitellius is the descendant of a cobbler, but Vatinius is the son of one. Perhaps he himself has stitched with the waxed thread. Alituras, the actor, gave a great representation of Oedipus yesterday. He is a Jew, and I asked him whether Jews and Christians were the same. He answered that the Jewish religion is a very ancient one, but that the Christians are a new sect, risen lately in Judea; that in the time of Tiberius a man was crucified, whose followers are increasing daily. He has even been deified by them. The Christians, it seems, refuse to worship all other gods, especially ours. I comprehend not the harm which such worship would do them. Tigellinus openly manifests his enmity to me. As yet he has not prevailed against me, though he is my superior in that he cares more for life, and is at the same time a greater knave than I, which helps him in Bronzebeard's eyes. Sooner or later these two will understand each other, and then my turn will come. I do not know when this will happen, but 'tis only a question of time. Meantime I must enjoy life. Life would not be a bad thing if it were not for Bronzebeard. Thanks to him, one revolts at times, disgusted against oneself. The struggle for his favor must not be placed upon the same plane as that of rivals in the circus, or in games where the victory is desired on account of ambition. True, I often explain it to myself in these terms, but at other times it seems to me that I am in no way better than Chilo. When thou dost need him no longer, send him to me. I delight in his edifying conversation. Present my greeting to thy divine Christian maiden, or rather implore her in my name not to be a fish to thee. Write to me about thy health, and the progress of thy love affair. Know how to love, teach how to love, and farewell.
Vinicius to Petronius. Lygia has not yet been found. Were it not for the hope that I shall find her ere long, thou wouldst not receive this answer, for one is not inclined to letter writing when concerned in a matter of life and death. I wished to find out whether Chilo was deceiving me, so on the night that he came to secure the money for Euritius I wrapped myself in a military cloak, and followed him and the servant who I sent with him. When they reached the appointed place, I watched them from a distance, hiding behind a portico pillar, and I convinced myself that Euritius had not been invented for the occasion. Below, by the river, groups of workmen were unloading stones from a large boat and hoisting them on the bank. I saw Chilo approach and enter into conversation with an old man, who knelt down before him. Others surrounded them, looking on with astonishment. Before my eyes the servant gave the purse to Euritius, who, seizing it, began to pray, raising his hands to the sky. At the old man's side another was kneeling, evidently his son. Chilo said something that I could not hear, and blessed the kneeling figures and the others about them, making in the air a sign in the form of a cross, which evidently they all honor, for all knelt down. I would have approached them, to promise 3 such purses to him who would deliver Lygia to me, but I feared lest I might spoil Chilo's work, so after hesitating for a moment, I departed. This was some 12 days after thy departure. Chilo has visited me frequently since. He tells me that he has gained great influence among the Christians. He explains that if he has not yet found Lygia, 'tis because there are such multitudes of Christians in Rome that they are not all acquainted with one another, and cannot know everything that goes on in the community. Besides, the Christians are wary and usually reticent. But he assures me that when he comes in contact with the elders, called presbyters, he will be able to learn everything from them. He has gained access to some of them already, and has begun to question them, though with the utmost circumspection, lest he awaken their suspicions and thus raise difficulties in his own path. It is hard to wait, and I am impatient, but I feel that he is right, and I wait. He has gleaned the further information that the Christians assemble for prayer beyond the city gates, in empty houses, and even in sand pits. They pray to Christ, sing hymns, and hold feasts. They have many such places of assembly. Chilo thinks that Lygia goes intentionally to different places of worship than those frequented by Pomponia, so that the latter, if questioned by the authorities, would be able to swear that she did not know Lygia's hiding place. Perhaps the presbyters suggested this precaution. When Chilo discovers these places I will go with him, and if the gods permit me a sight of Lygia, by Jupiter, she shall not escape me. My thoughts dwell continually on these places of prayer. Chilo does not wish me to go with him. He is afraid. But I cannot sit idle at home. I should recognize her at once, even in disguise or veiled. The Christians assemble during the night, but I should recognize her even at night. I should know her voice and movements under all possible conditions. I will go myself in disguise and scrutinize every person who comes in or goes out. I think of her always, and shall certainly recognize her. Chilo is to come for me to morrow, and we shall go. I shall take arms with me. Some of my slaves whom I sent to the provinces have returned without any news. I am certain now that she is here in the city, and possibly not far away. I myself have looked through many houses under pretext of hiring them. She will be far better off with me, for she is now probably dwelling amid poverty. I shall refuse her nothing. Thou sayest that I have chosen the happier lot. Nay, I have chosen only suffering and sorrow. We shall go first to the houses within the city, then to those beyond the gates. Hope is born anew in my breast every morning, otherwise I could not live. Thou sayest that one should know how to love. I could speak of love to Lygia, but now I only yearn. I wait for Chilo, and I cannot stay at home. Farewell.
End of Part 1, Chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 16. It was a long time before Chilo showed himself again. Vinicius knew not what to think. Vainly he repeated to himself that a successful search must be slow and careful. Hot-tempered and hot-blooded, he would not listen to the voice of reason. To do nothing, to wait and sit with folded hands, was so repugnant that he could not reconcile himself to it. To run in the disguise of a slave through dark streets and alleys, without result, seemed a useless employment of energy. His freedmen, quick, sagacious, and experienced, whom he had commanded to make an independent search, proved themselves to be 100-fold less expert than Chilo. But Vinicius, in addition to his love for Lygia, felt the gambler's craving for victory. This had always been one of his characteristics. From his childhood he had accomplished all his wishes with the passion of one who does not understand the word impossible, or recognize the necessity of surrender. Military discipline had, for a period, put bounds upon his own will, but it had awakened in him at the same time the sense that every command given by him to his subordinates must be carried out at any cost. His long sojourn in the East, among a docile people accustomed to slavish obedience, strengthened him in his belief that there was no "nay" to his "I will." His pride as well as his heart was wounded. The flight of Lygia was unintelligible to him. He racked his head in striving to solve the puzzle. He felt that Actea told the truth, that Lygia was not indifferent to him. Yet if this were so, why did she prefer vagrancy and misery to his love, to his caresses and to his luxurious home? He could not answer this question. He only had an undefinable comprehension that between him and Lygia, between her feelings and his, between the world of Lygia and Pomponia and that in which he and Petronius lived, there existed a discrepancy as deep and impassable as an abyss. His one thought was that he must lose Lygia, but at that thought he lost all the remnant of self-control which Petronius sought to bolster up. There were times when he knew not whether he would love or hate Lygia in case he found her, but one thing he knew, was that he must find her. Better that she was swallowed up in the bowels of the earth than that he should surrender her. The strength of his imagination often conjured her up visibly before his eyes. He recalled almost every word that he had ever spoken to her, or heard from her. He felt her near him, felt her lying on his bosom, in his arms, and pride and passion reawakened in him like flame. He loved her and called upon her, and when he remembered that she loved him in turn, and might yield willingly to his desire, a deep sadness overcame him. This sadness flooded his heart like gigantic sea waves. At times his face grew livid from anger. His inward passion would have riven his heart had he not found solace in gloating over the tortures which he would inflict upon Lygia if he found her, in vengeance for the tortures she had inflicted upon him. He desired not merely to possess her, but to possess her as an abject and humiliated slave. Nevertheless, he felt that if the choice were given him to be her slave or never to see her, he would rather be her slave. He reveled in the very thought of the scars that his merciless whip would inflict upon her rosy body, but simultaneously a wild desire arose within him to kiss those scars. He even thought that he would be happy if he could kill her. The torture, torment, excitement, and doubt told upon his health, and even upon his manly beauty. He became cruel and unreasonable. Slaves and freedmen approached him trembling. He punished them without mercy and without pretext, and they grew to hate him secretly. He recognized this, and felt his isolation still more keenly and wreaked a still bitterer and more unreasonable revenge. With Chilo alone he was on friendly terms, for he feared that Chilo might give up his search. Chilo divined the reason, established greater control over him, and grew more domineering in his demands. At first he had assured Vinicius that the task would be easily and speedily accomplished. Now he inwardly exerted himself to invent new difficulties, and, although holding out the hope of ultimate success, insisted that time was needed. Finally, after many days had passed, he arrived with so troubled a look that the young man paled at the sight of him. Springing up, he had barely strength to ask him: "Is she not among the Christians?"
"Of course she is," answered Chilo, "but among them I have found a physician, Glaucus."
"What of that? Who is Glaucus?"
Master, hast thou forgotten the old man with whom I travelled from Naples to Rome, in whose defense I lost these two fingers, a loss that has deprived me of the use of a pen? The robbers who carried off his wife and children stabbed him with a knife. I left him in a dying condition at a tavern in Minturnae, and mourned for him a long time. But alas! I have now ascertained that he is alive, and a member of the Christian community in Rome."
Vinicius, who could not catch the drift of this speech, but only understood that Glaucus in some way was an obstacle in his path, suppressed his rising impatience, and said: "He should be grateful for thy assistance, and now aid thee in return."
"Yea, honorable Tribune, but if the gods themselves are not always grateful, what can we expect from men? Yea, he should be grateful, but alas! he is an old man. His mind is bowed and darkened by age and disappointment. I learn not only that he is ungrateful, but that he has accused me to his fellow Christians, saying that I did conspire with the thieves and that I am the cause of all his misfortunes. Such is my reward for my two lost fingers."
"Caitiff!" cried Vinicius, "I know that he tells the truth."
"Then thou knowest more than he does, for his is only a guess. But that guess would suffice for him to call the Christians to aid him in some cruel revenge. He would certainly have done this sooner and found many willing Christians, but that happily he knows not my name. In the house of prayer where I ran against him he did not recognize me, but I recognized him at once. My first impulse would have been to throw myself on his neck. Prudence and long habits of self-restraint preserved me from this, but on leaving the place I made inquiries and learned from his acquaintances that this was a man who had been betrayed by his companion on the way from Naples, and that is how I know what story he gives out."
"What is all this to me? Tell me, what sawest thou in the house of prayer?"
"It may be nothing to thee, master, but is everything to me, as I wish my wisdom to survive me. Rather would I renounce the reward thou hast offered than sacrifice my life for empty gain. A true philosopher can always live without lucre and devote his time to the search for wisdom."
Vinicius bent upon him a menacing look and said in a voice that trembled with wrath: "Who told thee that death was more certain at the hands of Glaucus than of mine? And how knowest thou that I will not bury thee even now like a dog in my garden?" Chilo caught that glance and trembled. He knew that one more unguarded remark might destroy him.
"I will seek, master, and I will find," he cried hastily.
A silence followed. Only the heavy breathing of Vinicius and the far off songs of slaves at work in the garden could be heard. Not until Chilo had assured himself that the young Tribune had grown calmer did he resume the conversation.
"Death hath often passed so close as to touch me, but I looked at it with the coldness of a Socrates. No, master, I have not said that I would renounce the search for the girl, but only that this search involves much danger for me. There was a time when thou didst doubt the very existence of a certain Euritius, but thou didst ascertain with thine own eyes that the son of my father told thee the truth. Now thou thinkest that I have conjured up an imaginary Glaucus. Alas! Were he really a fiction and could I walk among the Christians as safely as of yore, I would cheerfully give up the poor old slave whom 3 days ago I purchased for my assistance in my old age and decrepitude. But, master, Glaucus is alive. Were he to see me, even once, thou wouldst never see me again. Then who would discover the girl?"
He ceased, dried his eyes, and continued:
"So long as Glaucus is alive, how can I continue my search for her, when I may meet him at any moment? If I meet him I am lost, and with me the search is lost."
"What dost thou think of doing? What is thy advice? What is thy decision?" asked Vinicius.
"Master, Aristotle teaches that small things must be sacrificed to great. King Priam always said that old age is a heavy burden. This burden has oppressed the aged Glaucus for long years, so heavily indeed that death would be a benefaction. And indeed what is death? According to Seneca 'tis but a release."
"Keep thy jesting for Petronius, not for me. Tell me thy intentions."
"If virtue be a jest, may the gods allow me to remain a jester forever. I wish to put Glaucus out of the way. While he lives, my life and the search are in the greatest danger."
"Hire men to beat him to death with clubs. I will pay the bill."
"Master, thou wilt only go to needless expense and disclose thy secrets in vain. There are as many rascals in Rome as there are grains of sand in the arena. Thou knowest not what might happen if an honest man needed their base services. No, worthy Tribune, suppose the watchmen caught the murderers in the act. They would undoubtedly reveal the name of him who had hired them, and great trouble might follow. 'Tis not I that will be denounced, for they know not my name. Thou art wrong in failing to trust me. Thou wouldst defile my sincerity with mire. Two things interest me: the wholeness of my skin, and the reward which thou hast promised me."
"How much dost thou need?"
"I need 1,000 sesterces, for look you, master, I must find honest rascals, who will not disappear after taking bribes and leave no trace behind them. Good work requires good pay. Something should be added also for me, to wipe away the tears of sorrow that I will shed over Glaucus. The gods be my witness how I love him. Could I get the 1,000 sesterces to day, in 2 days his soul will be wandering in Hades. Then and there, if souls retain the power of memory and of reason, he will learn how deeply I loved him. I will find the men this very day and tell them that for every day of Glaucus's continued existence 100 sesterces will be subtracted from their pay. Then there will be no failure."
Vinicius once more promised him the stipulated sum. He forbade him, however, to speak further of Glaucus. He also questioned him as to what news he brought, where he had been in the interval, what he had seen, and what he had discovered. But Chilo had little news to tell. He had been in 2 more places of prayer. He had carefully watched every one, especially the women, but had seen no one who bore any resemblance to Lygia. The Christians all looked upon him as one of themselves. Ever since the time when he had ransomed the son of Euritius, they had honored him as one who trod in the ways of Christ. He learned further that their great teacher, Paul of Tarsus, was now in Rome, imprisoned on charges preferred by the Jews, and he had determined to make his acquaintance. He was most overjoyed with the additional news that the greatest of all the sect, a disciple of Christ, to whom had been confided the administration of the entire Christian world, might arrive in Rome at any moment. All the Christians were anxious to see him and to hear his teachings. There would be great gatherings, in which Chilo himself would be present. He would bring Vinicius there in disguise and they would certainly find Lygia. If Glaucus were out of the way, there would be small peril in all this. The Christians might plan revenge, but they were usually a peaceful people. And now Chilo began to explain with some enthusiasm that he had never found them to engage in any debauchery, nor to poison wells and fountains, nor to preach enmity to humanity, nor to worship an ass, nor to feed on the flesh of children. Nay, these things he had never seen. True, among them might be found persons who would do away with Glaucus, but their teaching, so far as he knew, would not incite them to crime. On the contrary, it commanded forgiveness even to the wronged. Vinicius recalled what Pomponia Graecina had said to him at Actea's, and listened with delight to the words of Chilo. Though sometimes he felt that he hated Lygia, he was relieved to hear that the sect to which she and Pomponia belonged was neither criminal nor disgusting. An indescribable feeling rose within him that these unknown teachings, and the mysterious reverence which they paid to Christ, created a chasm between him and Lygia. So he began to hate those teachings and to fear them. End of Part 1, Chapter 16. Part 1, Chapter 17 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 17. Chilo did, in fact, have the intention to put Glaucus out of the way, for Glaucus, though old, was by no means decrepit. There was some slight truth in the story he told to Vinicius. He had once known Glaucus, he had betrayed him and sold him to robbers, he had caused the loss of his family and fortune and had delivered him up to murder. He could easily recall all the facts. He had left him dying, not in a tavern, but on a field near Minturnae. He had not thought at the time that Glaucus would ever recover and come to Rome. On seeing him in the church he had been terribly frightened. His first thought had been to renounce his search for Lygia. But on the other hand, he feared Vinicius even more. When it came to a choice between his dread of prosecution by Glaucus and of the vengeance of the mighty patrician, who would summon to his aid the still mightier Petronius, he did not long hesitate. He deemed it better to have small enemies than great ones. His cowardly nature revolted from bloodshed, but when he found that bloodshed was necessary he would shift the deed into the hands of hirelings. The important question now was that of choosing the right men for his purpose. He would give them the task of which he had spoken to Vinicius. Passing his nights in taverns among vagrants, men without home or honor or faith, he could readily find men willing for any crime. But it was still easier to find among them men who would receive his money, would promise to do the work, and then extort still further money from him on a threat of betraying him into the hands of justice. Moreover, he had long felt a repugnance for these wretched vagrants who lurked in the disreputable houses of the Subura and the Trans Tiber. Judging all people by himself, he believed that among Christians, who seemed to him a trifle more trustworthy, he might find willing tools whom he might mislead into the idea that the work was not done merely for money, but with the aim of accomplishing some good. Therefore he spent his evenings with Euritius, whom he knew to be devoted to him body and soul, and would do anything at his bidding. With his native caution, he decided not to reveal the whole truth to him, which might prove repugnant to one so pious and full of devotion to God. He needed men who were ready for anything, but in whom he could confide only so far that they would keep his secret forever. Euritius, after the redemption of his son, had rented a small shop, one among many, which surrounded the Circus Maximus. Here he sold olives, beans, fruit cakes, and water sweetened with honey, to the people who flocked to the circus. Chilo found the old man at home, busily arranging his little shop. Greeting him in the name of Christ, he unfolded the reason of his visit, confident that he could depend upon his gratitude for the service he had already extended. He explained that he needed 2 or 3 strong, courageous, and fearless men to ward off the dangers that threatened not only himself but all Christians. Poor as he was since he had given up his all for Euritius, he still would be able to pay men of this sort for their services, but only on condition that they would trust him and do blindly whatever he commanded. Euritius and his son, Quartus, listened to him as to their benefactor. They almost dropped upon their knees when they assured him that they were ready to fulfill all his wishes, being convinced that so holy a man would not require from them anything inconsistent with the teachings of Christ. Chilo assured them that they were right. He lifted up his eyes as if in prayer. In truth he was inwardly meditating whether he would not accept their offer and keep the 1,000 sesterces for himself. But after a moment's thought he decided to refuse. Euritius was an old man, burdened not only by his age, but by sickness and sorrow. Quartus was but a boy of 16. What Chilo needed was strong and sagacious men. As to the 1,000 sestertia, he hoped that his elaborate scheme would enable him in any event to save the larger portion of it. The men insisted for some time that he should inform them of his wishes, but when he had firmly made up his mind to abide by his last decision, they yielded. "Master," said Quartus, "I know a baker called Demas, who employs slaves and hired men. There is one among the hired men who is more vigorous than 2 or even 4 ordinary mortals. I myself have seen him lift stones which no 4 men could have lifted."
"If he be a good and pious man willing to sacrifice himself for his brethren, you may introduce him to me."
"He is a Christian," said Quartus, "for Demas employs few except Christians. He has both night and day laborers. This man is one of the night laborers. If we go there now, we shall find them at supper, and thou wilt have a chance to talk freely with him. Demas lives near the Emporium." Chilo joyfully consented. The Emporium lay at the foot of the Aventine Hill, but a short distance from the Circus Maximus. It could be reached without climbing the hill, by passing along the river, through the Aemilian Gate, and this would shorten the journey.
"I am old," said Chilo when they had arrived under the colonnade, "and sometimes my memory betrays me. Yea, our Lord was betrayed by one of his disciples, but I recall not his name at this moment."
"'Twas Judas, master, he who hanged himself," answered Quartus, wondering within himself how such a name could escape any memory.
"Yea, Judas, I thank thee,"
answered Chilo. They pursued their way for a time in silence. When they reached the Emporium, which they found closed, they were obliged to go around the storehouses, whence grain was distributed among the people, and then turn to the left by the houses which stretched along the Via Ostiensis up to the Mons Testatius and the Forum Pistorium. Here they stopped before a wooden building, from the interior of which issued the noise of revolving millstones. Quartus entered, but Chilo remained outside. He did not like to show himself in a crowd, fearing that fate might bring about a meeting with Glaucus, the physician.
"I am curious to see this Hercules who works in a mill," he said to himself, looking up at the radiant moon. "If he is a clever rascal he may cost me something, but if he is an innocent Christian and a fool, he will do as I wish for nothing." He was interrupted by the return of Quartus, who came out with another man, clad only in a shirt cut in such a fashion that his right arm and right breast were exposed, so as to allow him free movement. Such shirts were generally worn by laborers. At sight of this man, Chilo looked his admiration and satisfaction. Never had he seen such an arm and such a breast. "Master," said Quartus, "here is the brother whom thou didst wish to see." "The peace of Christ be with him," was Chilo's greeting. "Tell this brother, oh Quartus, that I am trustworthy, and then return in the name of God, for I see no need that thou shouldst leave unprotected the home of thy wise old father."
"This is a holy man," said Quartus, "who surrendered his all to redeem me from slavery, me who was unknown to him. May our Lord and Saviour prepare a heavenly reward for him." At these words the gigantic laborer bent and kissed the hands of Chilo.
"What is thy name?" asked the Greek.
"Father, in holy baptism the name of Urban was given to me."
"Urban, my brother, hast thou time to speak with me freely?"
"Our work begins at midnight, and at present they are preparing supper for us."
"Ah, then we have time enough. Let us go over to the pond and thou wilt hear what I have to say to thee."
They wended their way thither and sat down on a stone near the embankment. The silence was broken only by the far off sound of the millstone and the rippling of the waters. Chilo glanced inquiringly at the face of the laborer. That face was stern and melancholy, as was usual among the barbarians who lived in Rome, yet it was full of goodness and honesty.
"'Tis well," thought Chilo, "here is a kindly fool who will kill Glaucus for nothing." "Urban," he asked, "do you love Christ?"
"I love him with all my soul and all my heart," answered the laborer.
"And thy brethren, thy sisters, and all those who taught thee the truth and faith in Christ?"
"I love them also, father."
"Then peace be with thee."
"And with thee, father." There was silence anew, interrupted as before by the sound of the millstones and the rippling of the water. Chilo, eyes fixed on the moon, began in low and impressive tones to speak about the death of Christ. He seemed not to be addressing Urban directly, but to be recalling facts that were known to both, for the benefit of the sleeping city. His words seemed so inspired and so holy that they moved the laborer to tears. When Chilo sighed and expressed his sorrow that there had been no one near the dying Christ to defend him, not only from crucifixion, but from the humiliations inflicted by the Jews and the soldiers, the gigantic fists of the barbarian were clenched in pity and anger. The death of Christ was bad enough, but the thought that the blood of the Lamb was shed amidst scoffs and jeers revolted his simple soul, and aroused in it a wild desire for vengeance. Then suddenly Chilo asked:
"Urban, dost thou know who Judas was?"
"I know, he hanged himself," cried the laborer. In his voice was immense sorrow that the traitor had punished himself and was consequently out of his reach.
"But suppose," said Chilo, "that he did not hang himself, and that some Christian were to meet him. Would it not be a Christian duty to avenge the sufferings, the death and the blood of the Saviour?"
"Oh, father, who would not mete out this revenge?"
"Peace be with thee, oh faithful servant of the Lamb. Yea, we may forgive our own wrongs, but who is authorized to forgive the wrongs done to God? But as serpents breed serpents, as crimes breed crimes, as traitors breed traitors, so from the venom of Judas was born another traitor. As the first Judas betrayed our Saviour to the Jews and the soldiers of Rome, so this traitor, who lives among us at present, wishes to betray the lambs of God to the wolf, and if no one prevents this, if no one crushes the head of this serpent, awful destruction awaits us all, and with us the destruction of the Holy Lamb."
The laborer glanced at him in wild excitement. He could scarce believe what he heard. The Greek covered his face with a corner of his mantle and began to repeat in a deep voice which seemed as if it came from the depths of the earth: "Woe unto you, servants of the true God! Woe unto you, Christians, men and women!" And again silence followed. Again there was no sound save the revolving millstones, the singing of the millers, and the rippling of the waters below. "Father," asked the laborer abruptly, "who is this traitor?" Chilo bowed his head still lower.
"Who is this traitor? A son of Judas, the spawn of his venom, who pretends to be a Christian, and visits the houses of prayer only for the purpose of betraying his brethren to Caesar, charging that they do not honor Caesar as a god, that they poison wells, that they murder children, and that they wish to hurl the city into such destruction that not one stone shall remain upon another. Look you, in a few days an order will be issued to the pretorians to imprison men, women, and children, and lead them to death as they led to death the slaves of Pedanius Secundus. This is the work of our second Judas. But if the first one was never punished, if nobody took vengeance on him, if nobody averted hours of suffering from Christ, who will now take vengeance? Who will now destroy him before Caesar can hear his terrible charges? Who now will put him out of the way and so prevent the ruin of the brethren and of the faith of Christ?"
Urban, who till now had remained seated on the stone, arose immediately and said: "I will do this, father." Chilo also rose. He looked straight in the face of the laborer as he stood in the rays of the moonlight, then, placing his hands upon his head, he solemnly said: "Go among the Christians, go to the places of prayer, ask the brethren to point out Glaucus, the physician, and if they show him to thee, kill him." "Didst thou say Glaucus?" repeated the laborer, with an effort of memory to retain the name.
"Dost thou know him?"
"I know him not. There are thousands of Christians in Rome, and they do not all know one another. But to morrow night at Ostranium there will be a general gathering of all the brothers and sisters without a single exception, for a great apostle of Christ will preach there, and I will ask the brethren to point out to me Glaucus."
"In Ostranium?" asked Chilo. "Why, that is outside of the gates of the city. All our brothers and sisters at night, outside the gate at Ostranium?"
"Yea, father, our cemetery lies there, between the Salaria and Nomentana roads. Dost thou not know that the great apostle is expected there?"
"I have been away for 2 days, hence I did not receive his letter, and I know not Ostranium, for I only recently arrived from Corinth, where I was the head of a Christian community. But so be it. Christ will be with thee. Thou wilt go to morrow night, my son, to Ostranium, and there thou wilt find Glaucus among the brethren. Thou wilt slay him on his way back to the city. All thy sins will be forgiven thee in return. And now, peace be with thee."
"Father!"
"I hear thee, O servant of the Lamb."
The laborer's face expressed perplexity. He might have killed a man or two in the course of his life, but the religion of Christ forbade murder. He had not killed them in self defense, for even this was forbidden, nor, Christ forbid, had he killed for the sake of a reward. The bishop himself had given him brethren to help in a certain adventure, but had commanded him to take no life. The killing had been through inadvertence, for the Lord had punished him with extraordinary strength. And now he was doing penance for this. Others might sing while grinding wheat, he could only think on his sins and his offenses against the Lamb. How he had prayed, how he had wept! How often had he besought the Lamb for forgiveness. In spite of everything, he felt that his repentance was not yet sufficient. And now he had promised to kill a traitor. So be it. One may readily forgive trespasses against oneself, but against oneself only. So he would kill Glaucus, even in the presence of all the brothers and sisters gathered at Ostranium. But Glaucus should be tried first before the elders selected from among the brethren by the bishop or the apostle. To kill was no great matter and to kill a traitor was a pleasant duty, like killing a wolf or a bear. But suppose Glaucus was innocent? "How can I burden myself with a new murder, a new sin, a new offense against the Lamb?"
"There is no time for a trial, my son," answered Chilo, "for the traitor will hurry from Ostranium directly to Caesar in Antium, or hide himself in the house of a certain patrician in whose employ he now is. I will give thee a sign which, if thou showest after killing Glaucus to the bishop or the apostle, they will bless thee and thy deed." With these words he took from his pocket a coin. Drawing a knife from his belt, he cut the sign of the cross upon the coin and gave it to the laborer. Here is a sentence upon Glaucus and a sign for thee. When thou showest this to the bishop he will give thee absolution, not only for the killing of Glaucus, but also for the involuntary homicides that preceded it." The laborer hesitatingly stretched out his hand for the coin. He recalled his first homicide, and could not repress a shiver. "Father," he exclaimed in a voice of entreaty, "dost thou take this upon thine own conscience, and art thou sure that Glaucus hath plotted to slay our brethren?" Chilo saw that he must give some proofs and mention some names, otherwise doubt would arise in the mind of the laborer. A happy thought struck him. "Hearken, Urban," he said. "I dwell in Corinth, but I come from Cos. Here in Rome I am instructing in the religion of Christ a servant girl, my countrywoman, Eunice by name. She serves as a handmaiden in the house of a certain Petronius, a friend of Caesar. In this house I learned how Glaucus had promised to betray all the Christians, and also to betray unto a certain Vinicius, another imperial adviser, a certain maiden." He stopped abruptly, for he had caught a strange look in the eyes of the laborer. They blazed like the eyes of a wild beast, while the whole face took on a look of wrath and menace. "What is the matter?" he asked in some alarm. "Nothing, father. I will kill Glaucus to morrow." The Greek was silent. He took the laborer's arm and turned him so that the moonlight fell full upon his face, which he scrutinized carefully. Evidently he was hesitating whether to inquire further or to be content with the impression he had already made. His habitual caution gained the upper hand. Twice he sighed deeply, and again placing his hands upon the head of the laborer, he asked him in solemn tones: "The name of Urban was given thee in holy baptism?" "Yea, father, it was." "Then peace be with thee, Urban." End of Part 1, Chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 18. Petronius to Vinicius: It fares hardly with thee, dear friend. It would seem that Venus hath disturbed thy mind and deprived thee of reason and memory, as well as the power of thinking of aught save love. Peruse thine own answer to my letter, and thou wilt find that all is indifferent to thee save Lygia alone, that thou art occupied only with her, that she is the centre of everything. By Pollux, I trust that thou wilt find her soon, or otherwise the fire within thee will turn thee to ashes, or thou wilt transform thyself into an Egyptian sphinx, who was enamored of the white Isis, as the story goes, and was turned deaf and dumb and indifferent to all things, awaiting only the night, when he could gaze upon her with cold and stony eyes. Disguise thyself in the evening and issue forth with thy philosopher to visit the Christian houses of prayer. All that raises hope and kills time will help thee. But for the sake of my friendship do this one thing. This Ursus, the slave of Lygia, is a man of rare strength. So hire Croto and take both with thee. This will be safe and wise. The Christians, if Pomponia and Lygia belong to them, are surely not so vile as is believed. But in their capture of Lygia they gave proof that when some lamb of their flock is in danger they know how to act. When thou seest Lygia, thou wilt be unable to restrain thyself, but wilt endeavor to take her at once. But couldst thou do this with the help of Chilo alone? Croto could manage it, even if there were 10 Ursuses to defend Lygia. Therefore let not Chilo plunder thee, but lavish money on Croto. This is the best counsel that I can give thee. The infant Augusta is forgotten here. Forgotten also are the charges of witchcraft. Poppaea mentions her at times, but Caesar's thoughts are elsewhere. At all events, if it be true that the divine Augusta is again in a delicate condition, the memory of the first child will disappear without leaving any trace. We have already been more than 10 days in Naples, or rather in Baiae. If thou art still capable of thought, surely thine ears must have heard echoes of what occurs here, for it must be the general subject of talk in Rome. We came directly to Baiae, where memories of our mother revived, and the voice of conscience was heard again. But dost thou know the frame of mind to which Bronzebeard is reduced? Simply to this, that the murder of his mother has become for him only an inspiration for poetry and tragic themes.
The voice of conscience spoke only to his cowardice. He soon reassured himself with the thought that the whole world was under his feet, and that no god would wreak vengeance upon him. He feigns emotion only to move his auditors. Sometimes he rises at night, crying that the Furies are after him. He awakens us all, gazes around at us, assumes the pose of an actor, and a bad actor at that, in the role of Orestes. He declaims Greek verses and watches to see if we are admiring him. And we do admire him or feign admiration. Instead of saying to him, "Back to bed, thou mountebank," we become tragedians in our turn, and defend this great artist from the Furies. By Castor, thou must have heard how he has appeared in public in Naples. From the city itself and from the surrounding villages, all the Greek rabble were driven into the arena, filling it with so vile an odor of perspiration and garlic that I thanked the gods that in lieu of sitting in the first rows with the Augustales, I was behind the scenes with Bronzebeard. And wilt thou believe it, he was afraid. Truly he was. He seized my hands and placed them upon his heart, which was throbbing violently. He breathed with difficulty. At the moment when he was to appear, he turned pale as parchment, and on his forehead stood huge drops of sweat. Yet he knew that around all the seats were stationed praetorians armed with clubs, ready to stimulate the necessary enthusiasm. No herd of monkeys could have raised such a clatter as did this multitude. I tell thee that the smell of garlic invaded the stage. Nero bowed, pressed his hand to his heart, threw kisses and shed tears. He rushed back among us who were waiting behind the scenes, and cried like a drunken man, "What are all other triumphs compared with this of mine?" The rabble howled out their applause, knowing that it was applauding for favors, gifts, free places in the theatre, lottery tickets, and a new exhibition by Caesar, the mountebank. I marveled not at this, for I knew that never before had they witnessed such a spectacle. And every moment he repeated, "See what the Greeks are! See what the Greeks are!" From that evening it has seemed to me that his hatred against Rome increased. Nevertheless special messengers were dispatched to Rome to carry the news of his triumph, and we expect at any moment the thanks of the Senate. Immediately after Nero's first exhibition a strange thing happened. The theatre suddenly collapsed, but fortunately it was after the audience had left. I was there at the time and did not see a single corpse taken from the ruins. Many among the Greeks looked upon this as a sign of anger of the gods over the disgraced imperial dignity. Caesar asserts the contrary. He declares it to be a direct evidence of the favor of the gods, not only to his hymns, but to those who listened to them. Hence thanks and sacrifices were offered up in all the temples. He desires now to set out for Achaea. Yet a few days ago he acknowledged to me that he had doubts as to what the people of Rome might say, and whether they might not rise in revolt out of love for him, and fear that the distribution of bread and the exhibition of spectacles might cease during the absence of Caesar. We are now ready to start for Beneventum to gaze upon the cobbler's paradise which Vatinius has to show. Thence we go to Greece under the protection of the divine brothers of Helena. As to me, I recognize the truth of the proverb, that among fools it is well to be a fool, and, what is more, I find a certain charm in folly. Greece and the voyage thither in 1,000 ships, a sort of triumphal procession of Bacchus, amid nymphs and bacchantes, adorned with wreaths of myrtle and vine leaves, nymphs in wagons drawn by tigers, flowers, roses, garlands, music, poetry and songs from lusty throats, and all Hellas applauding. All this is well, but we have more important projects in view. We wish to create a sort of Oriental empire, a fairyland of palms, sunshine, poetry, and reality turned into a delicious dream, into a life of luxurious pleasure. We wish to forget Rome, to place the center of the world somewhere between Greece, Asia, and Egypt, to live the life not of men but of gods, to forget the commonplace, to wander in golden galleries, under the shadow of purple sails in the archipelago, to be Apollo, Osiris, and Baal in one, to be rosy in the dawn, gold in the sun, and silver in the moon, to act, to sing, and dream. And wilt thou believe it? I, who possess at least a farthing's worth of judgment and a groat's worth of sense, allow myself to be borne away by these fancies, and am doing this because in them is something rare and splendid. A fairyland of this sort has its charms, and in future ages it will take on the aspect of a dream. Only when Venus transforms herself into a Lygia, or even into a slave like Eunice, only when art beautifies life, is life worth living. Otherwise, 'tis a grinning ape. But Bronzebeard will never realize his dream, if only for this reason, that in that Oriental fairyland he allows no place for treason, iniquity, and death, and ruling over all in the false guise of poetry is a common mountebank, a counterfeit charioteer, and a stupid tyrant. Meanwhile we are strangling all men who stand in our way. Poor Torquatus Silanus is now only a shadow. He had to open his veins a few days ago. Lecanius and Licinus accept the consulate with trembling. Old Thrasea cannot escape death, for he was bold enough to be honest. Tigellinus has not yet succeeded in securing an order to make me open my veins. I am still needed, not only as an arbiter of elegance, but as a man whose counsel and taste are vital for the success of the expedition to Achaea. But I often think that sooner or later this must be the end. Knowest thou what then will be my chief anxiety? That Bronzebeard should not get my magic corals, which thou knowest and admirest. Shouldst thou be near me at my last hour, I will deliver them to thee, but shouldst thou be far from me, I will break them. We now have before us the cobbler's paradise at Beneventum, Olympian Greece, and fate, which unknown and invisible, points out the way to all. Be well, and hire Croto, otherwise Lygia will a second time be taken from thee. When thou hast no further need for the services of Chilo, send him to me wherever I may be. Perchance I may succeed in making of him a second Vatinius. Consuls and senators may tremble before him yet, as they trembled before the hero Dratevka. Ah, it would be worth while to see this. When thou hast found Lygia, let me know, that I may sacrifice a pair of swans and a pair of doves in our round temple of Venus. Once in my dreams I saw Lygia on thy knee seeking for kisses. Strive to make this dream a reality. In your heaven may there be no clouds, or, if some there be, may they have the color and the odor of roses. Be in good health and happiness.
End of Part 1, Chapter 18. Part 1, Chapter 19 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 19. Vinicius had just finished reading this letter when Chilo crept into the library, cautiously and unannounced, for the slaves had orders to admit him at any hour of the day or night.
May the divine mother of thy noble ancestor show such favor to thee as the divine son of Maia hath shown to me.
"What meanest thou?" exclaimed Vinicius, springing from the table on which he was seated.
Eureka!
cried Chilo proudly. The young patrician fell back upon his chair, for some moments excitement prevented his speaking. "Hast thou seen her?" he asked at last.
Master, I have seen Ursus and have held converse with him.
"Speak then. Knowest thou where they are hidden?"
Nay, master, another man might have informed the Lygian that his identity was known to him, might have revealed his own name, and sought information as to where the maiden lived. But what would his answer have been? Perchance a blow from that mighty fist full in the face, which would have made him indifferent to all worldly things. At all events, he would have raised suspicion in the mind of the maiden's guardian, which would have led to an immediate change in her hiding place. Master, I did not act thus. Sufficient was it for me to know that Ursus is a night laborer in the mill of one Demas, the same name as that of thy freedman. This, I say, sufficed, for now it were easy for some one of thy slaves to follow him in the morning and learn their hiding place. I am certain that if Ursus is here, Lygia is also in Rome. And for further news, I bring assurance that both will be present tonight at a gathering in Ostranium."
"Ostranium? Where is that?" interrupted Vinicius. "I also wish to be present there."
"'Tis an old cemetery between the Salaria and Nomentana roads. The chief priest of the Christians, of whom I have spoken to thee, and who has long been expected, has arrived and will preach in the cemetery to night. They conceal their religion, for though there is no edict against it, yet the people hate them, and therefore it behooves them to be cautious. This same Ursus has told me that all, even to the last soul, would gather in Ostranium, for all wish to see and hear him who was the foremost disciple of Christ, and who is called an apostle. As they consider women equal to men, women also will be there, save only Pomponia, who might find it difficult to explain her absence to Aulus, a believer in the ancient gods. But Lygia, master, who is under the guardianship of Ursus and the elders of the community, will surely be there with the other women."
Vinicius, who had been living in a state of feverish excitement, upheld only by hope, now that this hope seemed about to be realized, was suddenly attacked with weakness, such as a man feels after a long journey. Chilo marked this, and resolved to take advantage of it.
"The gates are watched by thy slaves, and the Christians must know this. But they do not need to go through the gates. The Tiber has no gates, and though it is far from the river to the appointed place, still for them it is worth while to get there in order to see the great Apostle. Besides, they have probably 1,000 ways of reaching the spot. In Ostranium, master, thou wilt find Lygia. If she be not there, which is not unlikely, thou wilt find Ursus, for he has promised to kill Glaucus. He himself told me that he would be there and that he would kill him. Dost thou hear, my golden Tribune? Then thou wilt either follow Ursus and so come to the place where Lygia dwells, or thou wilt command thy slaves to seize him as a murderer, bind his hands and make him confess where he has hidden Lygia. I have completed my task. Another, oh master, would have told thee a story that he had drunk 10 goblets of the best wine with Ursus before he could get the secret out of him. Another would have said that he had lost 1,000 sesterces to him in gambling, or that he had bought his information for 2,000. I know that thou wilt pay me doubly, for the noble Petronius has told me that thy bounty will exceed my hopes."
Vinicius, though a soldier, accustomed to weigh well every action as well as to act, was possessed by a sudden weakness, and said: "Thou shalt not rely upon my generosity in vain, but first thou wilt accompany me to Ostranium."
"I to Ostranium?" asked Chilo, who had no desire to go thither. "Noble Tribune, I engaged to find Lygia for thee, but I did not engage to carry her off for thee. Think, master, what would happen to me, if that Lygian bear, after killing Glaucus, should comprehend that he did not deserve death, would he not regard me as the cause of an unjust murder? Forget not, master, that the greater the philosopher the more difficult it is for him to answer the stupid questions of a fool. What should I answer him if he asked me why I slandered Glaucus the physician? If thou distrust me, then, I say, pay me only when I show thee the house where Lygia lives. Give me today but a part of my remuneration, so that if any accident should befall thee, whom may all the gods protect, I would not be left without any recompense. Thy heart could not endure that."
Vinicius went to a casket that stood on a marble pedestal, took a purse from it and flung it to Chilo. "These are silver," he said, "and when Lygia shall be in my house thou wilt get the same filled with gold."
"Thou art a very Jove!" exclaimed Chilo.
Vinicius frowned. "Thou wilt refresh thyself, and afterwards thou mayst rest. But until evening thou must remain here, and when night comes thou wilt accompany me to Ostranium." A look of alarm and uncertainty flitted over the face of the Greek. He controlled himself, however, and answered: "Who can oppose thee, master? These silver pieces overweigh my services, to say nothing of thy society, which to me is a happiness and a delight." Vinicius interrupted him impatiently, and questioned him as to the particulars of his conversation with Ursus. It seemed clear that they would be able to discover Lygia's hiding place that night, or to seize her on the way back from Ostranium. This thought filled Vinicius with wild delight. Now that he felt confident of finding Lygia, his anger and vexation against her disappeared. In his joy he forgave her everything. He thought of her only as one dear to him. He felt as if she were returning after a long absence. He would fain have called his slaves and ordered them to deck his house with garlands. He felt no anger even against Ursus at the moment. He was ready to forgive everything to everybody. Chilo, for whom in spite of his services he had always felt aversion, seemed to him now an entertaining and an unusual person. Joy filled his house. His eyes and face grew radiant. He felt again youth and the delight of life. The sufferings he had gone through were not as great as his love for Lygia. This he understood now for the first time, when he hoped to possess her. His desires woke up in him as the earth wakes in the springtime beneath the glow of the sun. But now his desires were less wild and blind than formerly, and had more of happiness and tenderness. He felt within himself unlimited energy, and was confident that when he saw Lygia with his own eyes, he would take her from all the Christians in the world, or from Caesar himself. Chilo, meanwhile, reassured by the delight of Vinicius, began to offer advice. He warned Vinicius that victory was not yet won, and that the greatest caution was necessary or all would be brought to naught. He besought Vinicius not to attempt to take Lygia from Ostranium. They should go there with hoods on their heads and with their faces concealed. They should hide in dark corners, whence they might scrutinize people as they passed. When they saw Lygia it would be best to follow at a distance, to mark the house she entered, and on the morrow to surround it with a large force, and take her away at daybreak. Since she belonged to Caesar, as a hostage, all this might be done without offending against the law. Should they not find her in Ostranium, they would follow Ursus. The result would be the same. It would be impracticable to go to the cemetery with a crowd of attendants, for thus attention would be attracted. The Christians would extinguish all the lights, as they had done at the time of Lygia's rescue, and, scattering in the darkness, would conceal themselves in places known only to them.
"But it is necessary that we should go armed, and should take with us a couple of strong and trustworthy men to defend us in case of need."
Vinicius acknowledged the wisdom of this advice. Recalling Petronius's counsel, he ordered his slaves to bring Croto to him. Chilo, who knew everybody in Rome, felt greatly relieved on hearing the name of the famous athlete, whose superhuman strength he had admired many times in the arena. He rejoiced to hear that he would accompany them to Ostranium. The purse filled with gold would be easier to acquire with the aid of Croto. Hence he sat down in cheerful mood at the table, to which he was summoned by the chief of the hall. He informed the slaves that he had brought their master a magic ointment. It was only necessary to rub it upon the hoofs of the worst horses to make them outstrip all others. A certain Christian had shown him how to prepare the ointment. The Christians were better skilled in magic and miracles than even the Thessalonians, though Thessaly was renowned for its wonder workers. The Christians had great confidence in him. Any one could understand the reason of this, who knows what means the sign of the fish. While speaking he warily watched the faces of the slaves, in the hope of discovering a Christian, and betraying him to Vinicius. He ate and drank more freely than usual, and showered praises on the cook, saying that he would try and buy his freedom from Vinicius. His joy was clouded only by the thought that he must go that night to Ostranium, but he took comfort in the fact that he would go in disguise, and in the company of two men, one a giant admired in all Rome, and the other a patrician, a high officer in the army.
"If they discover Vinicius," he said to himself, "they will not dare to lay hands on him. As for myself, they will be sharp-eyed indeed if they see even the tip of my nose." He recalled his conversation with the laborer. The recollection brought much joy to him. Beyond a doubt that laborer was Ursus. From what Vinicius had said and from the account of those who had brought Lygia from Caesar's palace, he knew of the man's wonderful strength. The confusion and wrath of the laborer at the mention of Vinicius and Lygia confirmed his suspicion that the giant was interested in these persons. The laborer had mentioned also his penance for killing a man. Now Ursus had killed Atacinus. Moreover, the appearance of the laborer corresponded to the account which Vinicius had given of the Lygian. The difference of name was the only thing that could raise a doubt, but Chilo knew that Christians often assumed new names at baptism. "Should Ursus kill Glaucus," meditated Chilo, "that will be all the better, but should he not kill him it will be proof of how difficult it is for a Christian to commit murder. I pictured this Glaucus as a son of Judas and as a betrayer of Christians. I was so eloquent that even a stone would have been moved and would have promised to fall upon the head of Glaucus. but I hardly persuaded that Lygian bear to put his paws on him. He hesitated and spoke of penance and compunction. Evidently murder is not pleasing to them. They are obliged to forgive offences against themselves, and they are not allowed to revenge the wrongs of others. Therefore stop and think, Chilo, what can threaten thee? Revenge is not allowed to Glaucus. If Ursus will not kill Glaucus for such a heinous crime as the betrayal of all the Christians, he will not kill thee for the small offense of betraying one Christian. Moreover, when I have discovered to this lustful vulture the nest of the turtle dove, I will wash my hands of everything, and will betake myself to Naples. The Christians speak also of a kind of washing of the hands. It is evidently a ceremony to indicate that any transaction with them has come to an end. What good people these Christians are, and how they are maligned. Oh gods, such is the justice of the world. I have a regard for the Christian teaching because it does not allow killing. But if to kill is forbidden, to steal, to cheat, or to bear false witness are also surely forbidden, hence the teachings are hard to live up to. The Christian religion evidently teaches that people should die honestly, as the Stoics teach. At the same time it teaches that they should also live honestly. If ever I acquire a fortune and a house like this, and as many slaves, perhaps I shall be a Christian as long as it is convenient, for a rich man can indulge himself in everything, even in honesty and virtue. Yea, this is a religion for the rich man, and I do not understand why so many poor embrace it. What use is it to them to be honest, and thus to tie their hands? I must ponder this some time more carefully. At this moment I must thank thee, O Hermes, for helping me to find this Lygia. But if thou hast done so for the two white yearlings with gilded horns, thou art fooled. Shame on thee, murderer of Argos, that so clever a god as thou didst not foresee that thou wouldst get nothing. I offer thee my gratitude. If thou preferest two beasts to it, thou thyself art a beast rather than a god. Beware lest I, a great philosopher, should prove to the world that thou dost not exist, then all would cease to offer sacrifices. It is best always to be on good terms with philosophers." Speaking thus to himself and to Hermes, he stretched himself on a couch, placed his mantle under his head and fell asleep, while the slaves were clearing the table. He awoke, or rather was awakened by the arrival of Croto. He arose at once, went into the hall and gazed with delight at the huge figure of the ex gladiator, who seemed to fill the entire palace. Croto was talking to Vinicius.
"By Hercules! It is well, master, that thou didst send for me today, as tomorrow I start for Beneventum, whither the noble Vatinius has summoned me to fight before Caesar, with a certain Syphax, the most powerful negro in Africa. Thou canst imagine, master, how his bones will crack in my hands, and how I shall smash his black jaw with my fist."
"By Pollux," answered Vinicius, "I am sure that thou wilt do that."
"So say I," added Chilo. "Yes, smash his jaws. That is an excellent idea and a worthy deed. I am ready to bet that thou wilt smash his jaws, but rub thy limbs to day with olive oil, my Hercules, and eat well, and then I am sure that thou canst fight even Glaucus. The man who guards the girl in whom the lordly Vinicius is concerned, possesses extraordinary strength."
Chilo spoke thus in order to rouse Croto's ambition, and Vinicius added: "It is true. I have not seen him, but I am told that he can drag a bull by the horns where he pleases."
"Oi!"
exclaimed Chilo, who had not imagined Ursus was so powerful. But Croto laughed in scorn.
"I undertake, worthy master," said he, "to finish with this fist him of whom ye speak, and with this other to defend myself against 7 such Lygians and to bring the girl to thy home though all the Christians were pursuing me like Calabrian wolves. If I do not fulfill my promise, may I be beaten with clubs in this very hall."
"Do not allow that, master," cried Chilo. "If they begin to throw stones at us, what help would his strength be? Would it not be better to abduct the girl from the house without exposing her or ourselves to danger?" "He speaks wisely, Croto," said Vinicius.
"Thy money, thy will. Remember only, master, that tomorrow I go to Beneventum."
"I have 500 slaves in the city," answered Vinicius. Then he gave a sign to them to retire, and going into the library he wrote the following note to Petronius: Chilo has found the Lygian this evening. I go with him and Croto to Ostranium. I shall take her from her lodging to morrow. May the gods favor us. Good health to you, dear friend. Joy does not allow me to write further." Laying aside the pen, he walked up and down with rapid strides, for, besides joy, which filled his soul, impatience burned in him like fire. He said to himself that to morrow Lygia would be in his house. He did not know exactly what course to take with her, but he felt that he loved her and was ready to be her slave. He called to mind Actea's assurance that he was beloved by her, and this excited him greatly. He needed only to conquer her modesty and to go through certain ceremonies which Christian teaching required. When this had taken place and Lygia had entered his home, she would yield to his caresses, and she would have to say to herself, "I am conquered," and then she would be submissive and loving. The coming of Chilo interrupted him in his delightful daydream.
"Master," said the Greek, "an idea has come to my head. Have not the Christians certain passwords, without which no one can gain entrance to Ostranium? This is the case I know in the houses of prayer, and I can get those passwords from Euritius. Permit me to go to him, master, to procure such signs as will be necessary."
"Well, noble philosopher," answered Vinicius joyfully, "thou speakest like a prudent man and for that my thanks belong to thee. Thou wilt go then to Euritius, or wherever it may please thee, but for security, thou wilt leave on this table the purse which thou hast received from me." Chilo hated to part with money. Though not at all pleased with the order, he nevertheless complied with it and went out. From the Carinae to the circus, near which was the shop of Euritius, was not very far, so he returned before evening.
"I have learned all the passwords, master. Without them we could not be admitted. I inquired minutely also about the road. I explained to Euritius that I needed the passwords for some friends, saying that I could not go myself, since the journey was too long for an old man to take, and that anyway, I should see the great apostle on the morrow, and he would repeat to me the more important parts of his sermon."
"How is that? Thou wilt not go? Thou must go!" exclaimed Vinicius.
"I know that I must go, but I shall put a hood on my head, and I advise thee to do likewise, lest we frighten the prey."
Soon they began to prepare themselves, for darkness was covering the world. They donned Gallic mantles with hoods, and took lanterns. Vinicius armed himself and his companions with short knives, Chilo put on a wig which he had procured from a barber, and they hurried out to reach the Nomentan gates before they were closed. End of Part 1, Chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 1, Chapter 20. They traversed the patrician quarter along the Viminal and passed through the former Viminal gate, in the neighborhood of the plain where Diocletian afterwards erected magnificent baths. They passed the remains of the wall of Servius Tullius and through other greater ruins until they reached the Nomentan road. Thence they turned to the left towards the Salaria road, to find themselves in the midst of hills full of sand pits, and here and there a graveyard. Meanwhile it had grown quite dark. The moon had not yet risen, and but for the Christians, who showed them the way, it would have been a difficult task for them to find the road. This Chilo had foreseen. At right and left, and in front, dark figures were discernible moving towards the sandy pits. Some carried lanterns, hiding them as much as possible under their mantles; others, better acquainted with the road, walked in the dark. The trained soldier's eye of Vinicius distinguished by their movements the young from the old ones, who walked with staffs, and from women carefully wrapped up in long mantles. The rural police, and the country people, returning from the city took these nocturnal wanderers for laborers to the sand pits, or for some brotherhood of grave diggers whose members chose for themselves certain hours to celebrate their nightly ceremonies. But as the young patrician and his companions pushed their way onwards, the number of people and of gleaming lanterns around them increased. Some sang hymns in a subdued tone, which appeared to Vinicius full of melancholy longing. At moments his ear caught disconnected words or phrases such as "Arise, O thou that sleepest," or "Rise from the dead." At times, again, the name of Christ was repeated by men and women. Vinicius gave little heed to the words, for it crossed his mind that one of these dark figures might be Lygia. Some passing near him said, "Peace be with thee," or "Praise be to Christ." But restlessness had taken hold of him and his heart began to beat more quickly, for it seemed to him that he heard the voice of Lygia. Shapes or movements like hers deceived him every moment. Not until after repeated mistakes did he begin to mistrust his own eyes. But the way appeared long to him. He was well acquainted with the surroundings, yet he could not recognize places in the darkness. Every moment they struck some narrow passage, some parts of a wall, some booth, which was strange to him. At last the edge of the moon emerged from behind a bank of clouds and illuminated the situation better than the dim lanterns. Something like a fire or the flame of a torch began to glimmer in the distance. Vinicius turned to Chilo and asked whether that were Ostranium. Chilo, on whom the night, the distance from the city, the phantom-like figures had made a deep impression, replied in uncertain tones: "I know not, master. I have never been in Ostranium, but they might find some place nearer the city." Then feeling the need of conversation to reinforce his failing courage, he added: "They assemble like murderers, yet murder is forbidden to them, unless that Lygian giant deceived me scurvily." Vinicius, who was thinking of Lygia, was also astonished at the caution and secrecy with which her fellow worshippers gathered together to listen to their high priest. "Like all religions," he said, "this also has amongst us its adherents. But the Christians are a Jewish sect. Why, then, do they gather here when in the Trans Tiber stand Jewish sanctuaries, whereto the Jews bring offerings in bright daylight?" "Nay, master, the Jews are their most relentless enemies. It has been related me how, even before the time of the present Caesar, a war came near breaking between the Jews and them. These commotions annoyed Claudius Caesar so much that he expelled all the Jews. But now that edict has been abrogated. Still Christians hide themselves from the Jews and from the people, who, as thou knowest, accuse them of heinous crimes." For a while they walked on in silence. The first to break it was Chilo, whose fear increased the farther the gates were left behind. "When I returned from Euritius," he said, "I borrowed a wig from a barber, and I inserted 2 beans in my nostrils. They ought not to be able to recognize me, but even if they do they will not kill me. They are not bad people, they are even very upright. I love and esteem them." "Deal in no premature praises," answered Vinicius. They now came to a narrow declivity closed in at the sides by 2 ditches, over one part of which an aqueduct was thrown. Just then the moon peeped out through the clouds. At the end of the declivity they observed a wall covered abundantly with ivy, upon which the moon shed a silvery light. That was Ostranium. Vinicius's heart beat more quickly than ever. At the gate 2 quarrymen accepted the watchwords. Next moment Vinicius and his companions found themselves in a large space entirely surrounded by a wall. Here and there stood individual monuments and in the center rose a crypt. In the lower part of the crypt, underground, were graves. A fountain played in front of the entrance. As the crypt was too small for so large an assemblage, Vinicius readily divined that the ceremony would be held in the open air above, where a great multitude had already gathered. As far as eye could reach, lantern gleamed beside lantern. Many of those present, however, had no light. Save for a few bare heads, all were hooded, as a precaution against treachery or cold. The young patrician grew alarmed at the thought that if they should remain thus to the end he would not be able to recognize Lygia by the dim light in that multitude. Suddenly near the crypt some pitch torches were lighted, and placed together in a little pile. There was now sufficient light. Soon the crowd began to chant, in low tones at first, then louder and louder. Never in his life had Vinicius heard such a hymn. The same wild longing which had moved him when he heard the hymns sung by a few passers on his way to the cemetery underlay this hymn, only far more distinct and potent, until at last it swelled into so vast a volume that it seemed as if the cemetery, the hills, the pits, the entire neighborhood, in short, had joined the multitude in their lamentations. Almost it seemed as if a cry had gone up from the night, a humble prayer for salvation from a wanderer in the darkness. Eyes lifted heavenward seemed to be fixed upon some being above, outstretched hands implored that being to descend. When the hymn ceased, there followed a moment of hushed expectation, so overpowering that Vinitius and his followers unconsciously imitated the Christians in casting their eyes towards the stars as if fearful that something extraordinary would happen, and that someone in reality would descend among them. In Asia Minor, in Egypt, and in the very city of Rome, Vinitius had seen all varieties of temples. He knew many religions, he had heard many hymns. But now for the first time he beheld people calling upon a divinity with hymns, not because they were fulfilling some established ritual, but from the very depth of the heart, with such genuine yearning as children might express for a father or mother. No person not blind could help perceiving that these people not only adored their God, but loved him with their whole souls. Vinitius had never before witnessed a scene like this in any land, in any religion, or in any temple. In Rome or in Greece there were those who still worshiped the gods from selfish motives or from fear, but love for the gods never entered their heads. Though the mind of Vinitius was occupied with looking for Lygia in the crowd, he could not help seeing the extraordinary things that were happening about him. Meanwhile the fire, fed by more torches, filled the cemetery with a red glare, darkening the gleam of the lanterns. At that moment a venerable man emerged from the crypt, arrayed in a hooded mantle, but with his head uncovered. He mounted a rock which was near by the fire. The crowds swayed at sight of him. About him Vinitius heard voices whispering, "Peter! Peter!" Some knelt down, others stretched out their hands to him. A silence so profound followed that one could hear the falling cinders on the embers, the distant rumbling of wheels on the Via Nomentana, and the soughing of the wind through the sparse pine trees growing near the cemetery. Chilo inclined towards Vinitius and whispered: "That is he, the foremost disciple of Christ, a fisherman." The old man lifted up his hands and blessed the assembled crowds with the sign of the cross. All fell upon their knees. Lest they should betray themselves, Vinitius and his companions also fell on their knees. Vinitius could not grasp the situation at once. It seemed to him that the figure which he saw before him was simple yet impressive, and moreover, it was impressive because of its simplicity. The old man had neither mitre nor garland of oak leaves on his head, nor palm branch in his hand, nor golden tablet on his breast. He was arrayed in no star embroidered robe of white; in short, he had none of the insignia which distinguished the priests of Egypt and Greece and Rome. Vinitius was again struck by the same difference which he had felt when he listened to the Christian hymns. For the fisherman appeared to him unlike a high priest versed in liturgical ceremonies, but a simple and most venerable witness, who had traveled far and wide that he might tell some truth which he had seen and touched, which he believed with the faith that comes from actual seeing, and which he had come to love on account of his firm belief. Such conviction was depicted in his face as truth alone can possess. The skeptical Vinitius had no wish to be influenced by the teachings of the old man, but he had a feverish curiosity to know what would follow from the lips of that companion of the mysterious Christ, and what that teaching was which Lygia and Pomponia Graecina professed. And now Peter began to speak. First he spoke as a father who points out to his children the way they should live. He commanded them to renounce all excesses and luxurious living, to love poverty, purity, and truth, to suffer wrongs and persecutions with patience, to obey those in authority, to beware of treason, deceit, and calumny; finally, to give an example to one another and even to pagans. Vinitius, for whom good was only that which could restore him to Lygia, and bad everything which formed an obstacle between them, was angered at certain portions of the fisherman's discourse, for it seemed to him that when he enjoined purity and a struggle against natural desires, the old man dared not only to condemn his love, but also to confirm Lygia in her opposition to him. If she were among the congregation, he thought, listening to those words and taking them to heart, she must regard him as an enemy to that teaching and as an evil man. The thought angered him. "What have I heard which is new?" he asked himself. "Is this the unknown religion?"
Everybody knows its teachings, everybody has heard them. Poverty and limitation of necessities have been taught by the Cynics. Socrates teaches virtue. Every Stoic, even such a one as Seneca, who has 500 tables of lemon wood, enjoins moderation, advocates truth, patience in adversity, and endurance in misfortune. All such teachings are like stale grain, fit for mice to eat, but not for men, because musty with age." Besides being angry, Vinicius was disappointed, for he had expected that some secret of magic would be revealed, and he at least expected to hear some uncommon eloquence. Instead, he heard plain, simple speech devoid of all rhetorical display. He was surprised only by the silence and attention paid by the audience to the discourse. The old man continued to address his attentive auditors, admonishing them to be good, peaceful, upright, poor, and pure; not that they might have peace in this life, but that after death they might live with Christ to everlasting, in such joy and glory as none on earth had ever attained. And here Vinicius, though of a hostile mind, could not but observe that there was a difference between the teachings of the old man and that of the Cynics, Stoics, and other philosophers, for these recommend virtue as reasonable, but practicable only in this life, whilst he promised immortality, and not a mean immortality upon the earth in wretchedness and want, but a glorious life equal almost to that of the gods. Virtue, through a faith like this, assumed priceless value, and the misfortunes of this life became trivial. For to suffer for the time being for the sake of untold happiness is something entirely different from suffering only because such is the course of nature. Continuing his discourse, the old man said that virtue and truth should be loved for themselves, since the highest truth and virtue existing eternally is God himself. Hence, the more one loves them, the more he loves God, and becomes thus the beloved child of God. Vinicius did not comprehend this very well, but he knew from words spoken by Pomponia Graecina to Petronius that according to the Christian belief, God was one and almighty. When therefore he now heard that he was also all good and all just, he could not help thinking that in the presence of such a God, Jupiter, Saturn, Apollo, Juno, Vesta, and Venus would seem like a vain and quarrelsome crowd, where each one was for himself and against all the others. The young man's astonishment was greatest when the old man declared that God is equally universal love, hence whoever loves mankind fulfills God's greatest commandment. But it is not sufficient to love only the people of one's own nation, for the God man shed his blood for all, and had already found among the pagans such elect as Cornelius the centurion. Again, it was not sufficient to love only those who do good to us, for Christ forgave the Jews who delivered him over to death, and the Roman soldiers who crucified him. It behooves us, therefore, not only to forgive those who wrong us, but to love them and return them good for evil. It is not enough to love those who do good, we must love the wicked also, since by love only is it possible to expel evil from them. At these words Chilo bethought himself that all his work had gone for nothing and that Ursus would not dare to kill Glaucus either on this or any other night. On the other hand he was comforted by an inference from the old man's words that Glaucus would not kill him even if he were discovered and recognized. Vinicius no longer thought that there was nothing new in the teachings of the old man. He asked himself with amazement, "What sort of God is this? What sort of religion? What sort of people?" All that he had just heard could not find lodgment at once in his mind. It was a jumble of new ideas. He felt that should he wish, for example, to embrace such doctrine, he would have to sacrifice on a burning pile all his former thoughts, habits, character, and his very nature itself; that they would have to be burned to ashes, so that he might then fill himself with a new life and soul. The teaching which enjoined him to love Parthians, Ciricians, Greeks, Egyptians, Gauls, and Britons, to forgive enemies, to love them and to return good for evil, seemed to him nothing short of madness, yet there was something in that madness greater than all philosophy. He thought that the doctrine, in spite of its madness, was impracticable, but because impracticable, it was divine. In his heart he rejected it and felt as if he were emerging from a meadow full of flowers breathing a perfume which intoxicated, which, when a man once inhaled he must, as in the land of the lotus, forget all else and yearn for it alone.
It seemed to him that in the religion there was nothing real, but that at the same time reality compared to it seemed insignificant and undeserving of thought. Heights of some kind, unthought of before, surrounded his mind, certain immensities topped with clouds. The cemetery seemed to him a rendezvous of madmen, but also a place mysterious and wonderful, where, as on some veiled bed something was being born, the like of which the world had never seen before. There passed before his mind everything that the old man had said concerning life, truth, love, and God, and his thoughts were dazed from the brilliant light, as are eyes from successive flashes of lightning. As is usual with people absorbed by a single passion, these thoughts came to him through the medium of his love for Lygia. And by these lightning flashes he saw one thing clearly, that if Lygia were present in the cemetery she professed and obeyed that religion, and would never be his mistress. For the first time since he had met her at Aulus's house, Vinicius felt that though he had now found her, she had not found him. No thought like this had come to him before, and he could not explain it to himself at the time why he had a confused feeling of irreparable loss and misfortune. He became alarmed, and his alarm soon changed into a tempest of wrath towards all Christians, and especially towards the old man. That fisherman, whom at the first glance he had considered an ignorant peasant, now filled him with vague alarm, and appeared to him as some mysterious power, who held his fate in his hands. The quarrymen again quietly placed fresh torches on the fire. The wind ceased to mourn in the pines. The flames rose evenly, ascending upwards towards the stars twinkling in a clear sky. The old man, recalling the death of Christ, talked now only of Him. All held their breath, and the deepest silence prevailed, so that almost could be heard the beating of hearts. The man had seen, and he narrated as one in whose mind every moment had been so fixed that were he to close his eyes he would still see. He told them how on their return from the cross he had sat with John for 2 days and 2 nights in the supper chamber without eating or sleeping, in suffering, mourning, and alarm, their heads bowed in their hands, and thinking that he had died. Oh, how terrible, how awful it was! The 3rd day had dawned, and the morning light illumined the walls, but he and John still were sitting in the chamber, hopeless and comfortless. How desire for sleep tortured them, for they had spent the night preceding the Passion without sleep. They bestirred themselves and began to weep anew. But just as the sun rose Mary Magdalene rushed in, breathless, her hair dishevelled, crying, "They have taken away the Lord!" Hearing this they sprang up and ran towards the sepulchre, but John, who was a younger man, ran faster and was the first to arrive. He saw that the place was empty, and dared not enter. Only when there were 3 at the entrance did he, the one now addressing them, enter, and on the stone he espied a shirt and a winding sheet. But the body they found not. Then a fear fell upon them, for they thought that the priests had removed the body of Christ, and they returned in greater grief than they had come. Other disciples arrived later and joined in the lamentations, so that the Lord of hosts might hear them in chorus. They wept until the spirit died within them, for they had hoped that the Master would redeem Israel, and it was now the 3rd day since he had died. They therefore did not understand why the Father had forsaken the Son, and they preferred not to look at the daylight, but to die, so heavy was their burden. The remembrance of those awful moments caused 2 tears to flow from the eyes of the venerable man. These were visible in the light of the fire as they trickled down his gray beard. His bald and aged head trembled and his voice was choked. Vinicius said within himself, "This man speaks the truth and it moves him to tears." The simple hearted auditors were greatly affected. They had heard more than once of Christ's passion, and they knew that joy would follow sorrow, but now that an apostle, an eye witness, retold the story, they wrung their hands and sobbed and beat their breasts. But they calmed themselves by degrees, for the desire to hear the continuation of the story prevailed over their grief. The old man closed his eyes as if to look more carefully into his soul for the things that had happened in the past, and continued.
While the disciples were lamenting, Mary Magdalene rushed in again, proclaiming that she had seen the Lord. Failing to recognize him because of a great light that surrounded him, she had thought him to be the gardener. But he said, "Mary," and she cried, "Rabboni," and fell at his feet. He bade her go to his disciples. Then he vanished. But the disciples would not believe her. When she wept for joy, some taunted her, others thought that sorrow had overthrown her mind, for she said also that she had seen angels at the grave. They ran therefore a second time to the grave and found it empty. Later in the evening came Cleopas with another from Emmaus, saying, "Truly the Lord has arisen from the dead." And from fear of the Jews they discussed the subject with closed doors. Suddenly he stood among them, though there had been no sound at the door, and when they were afeared he said, "Peace be with you." And I saw him as all did see, and he was like a light, and like the joy in our hearts, for we believed that he had arisen from the dead, and that the seas would dry up and the mountains turn to dust, but his glory would never pass. After 8 days, Thomas thrust his finger in his wounds and touched his side. Then he fell at his feet and cried, "My Lord and my God!" To whom the Lord answered, "Because thou hast seen me thou hast believed? Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed." And we heard those words and our eyes looked on him, for he was among us.
Vinicius listened and a strange thing happened to him. For the moment he forgot where he was. The feeling of reality, of comparison, of judgment, began to slip away from him. Two impossibilities faced him. He could not believe what he heard, and yet he felt that one must be blind or lost to reason who would admit that that man who said, "I have seen," was lying. There was something in his gestures, in his tears, in his whole figure and in the details of his narrative, that made it impossible to suspect him. Vinicius felt as if in a dream. But round about was the silent crowd. The odor of smoking lanterns came to his nostrils. In the distance the torches blazed and at his side, on the rock, stood this old man on the verge of the grave, his head shaking, who giving testimony repeated, "I saw." And he told them everything up to the ascension into heaven. At moments he paused, for he spoke very minutely, but it was felt that every circumstance had fixed itself in his memory as though engraved on stone. The listeners were seized with ecstasy, they threw back their hoods from their heads that they might hear him better, and miss not a single word of those priceless utterances. To them it seemed that some supernatural power had carried them to Galilee, that with the disciples they were walking through the valleys and upon the waters. The cemetery was metamorphosed into the lake of Tiberias. On the bank in the morning mist stood Christ, as he had stood when John, looking up from the boat, said, "It is the Lord," and when Peter threw himself into the water and swam so as sooner to fall at the well-beloved feet. In the faces of all shone boundless ecstasy, forgetfulness of life, happiness, and immeasurable love. It was evident that during Peter's long exhortation some of the listeners had visions. When he began to relate how, at the moment of the ascension, the clouds closed in beneath the Saviour's feet, how they enveloped him, how they hid him from the gaze of the apostles, all eyes were raised involuntarily to the sky, and a moment as of expectation followed, as if all hoped to behold him there, or as if they expected that he would descend again from the heavens, so that he might see how the venerable apostle was tending the flock which had been entrusted to him, and bless both the lambs and him. And for this people, at that moment, there existed neither Rome, nor the mad Caesar, nor temples of pagan gods. There was only Christ, who filled the land, the sea, the heavens, and the world. From about the houses scattered along the Via Nomentana, the cocks began to crow announcing the midnight hour. Just then Chilo tugged at a corner of Vinicius's mantle and whispered, "Master, over there not far from the old man, I see Urban, and by his side is one that looks like a maiden." Vinicius shook himself as though waking from a dream. He turned in the direction pointed out by the Greek and beheld Lygia. End of Part 1, Chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 21. At that sight the blood coursed madly through the veins of the young patrician. The crowd, the old man, his own bewilderment at the marvelous things he had heard, all these were forgotten. The maiden alone remained. He had found her to whom he had devoted long days of agony, anxiety, and alarm. Joy seemed to leap upon his heart like a wild beast and clutch it until breath failed him. He who had formerly held that it was the mission of the goddess of fortune to do all his behests, now could hardly believe his eyes or realize his own happiness. Had it not been for this his unruly nature might have hurried him on to some rash deed. But now he paused to make sure that this was not one of those miracles which filled his brain, that it was not a dream. No, he could doubt no longer. It was Lygia who stood before him, only a few steps away. She stood in the glare of a torch so that her full beauty was revealed to him. Her hood had fallen away from her head, her hair was dishevelled, her lips were slightly parted, her eyes were raised towards the Apostle and her whole attitude was one of rapt attention. She was dressed in the cheap garb of the working classes, but never had she seemed more beautiful to Vinicius. Despite the tumult in his soul, he was struck with the contrast between that noble patrician head and that dark mantle of coarse woolen stuff. Love burned in him like a flame, mingled with wild yearning, with honor, reverence, and desire. He felt a delight as of life-giving water after prolonged thirst. By the side of the Lygian giant she seemed smaller than ever, almost like a child. He noticed also that she had grown thinner. Her skin had a wax-like transparency. She affected him like a flower or a spirit. But the more he gazed the greater grew his desire to possess that maiden so different from all the women of Rome or of the East whom he had ever seen or possessed. Gladly would he have given them all up for her and given up also Rome and the world. He lost consciousness of his surroundings. But Chilo, fearing that he might do something to betray them, brought him back to reality by a tug at his mantle. And now the Christians lifted up their voices in prayer and hymn. "The Lord hath come," they thundered out. Then the great Apostle baptized with waters from the fountain all whom the presbyters presented as prepared for the rite. Vinicius impatiently thought that the night would never end. His aim was to follow Lygia as soon as possible and seize her either on the way or at her home. At last some of the Christians began to leave. Then Chilo whispered: "Master, let us go and wait at the gate, for people look at us askance, seeing that we have not removed our hoods." This was true. While the Apostle was preaching, the congregation had cast aside their hoods for convenience of hearing. They alone had not followed the general example. Chilo's advice seemed sound. Standing at the gate they could see all who passed out. The huge form of Ursus would easily be recognizable.
"Our plan is to follow them," said Chilo. "We shall see whither they go. To-morrow, master, or rather to-day, thou wilt surround the house with thy slaves and capture her."
"No," cried Vinicius.
"What then is thy will, master?"
"We will follow her to the house and seize her at once. Wilt thou undertake this, Croto?"
"Yea, master," replied Croto, "and thou mayest make me thy slave if I break not the back of that bull who watches over her."
But Chilo would fain have dissuaded them. He implored them by all the gods not to act so rashly. Croto had accompanied them only to assist in their defense if they were recognized. He had not been employed to capture the girl. To seize her when they were only two against a multitude was to risk almost certain death. Worse still, she might escape from them and hide elsewhere or flee from Rome. What could they do? Why not wait until they were certain of success? Why expose themselves to destruction and risk a failure of the enterprise? Though it was with a great effort that Vinicius had restrained himself in the cemetery from seizing Lygia then and there, he saw that the Greek was right. He might have listened to his counsel but for Croto, whose one thought was of the promised reward.
"Master," he cried, "command silence to that old goat or let me crush him with my fist. On a time, in Buxentuma, after a spectacle to which Lucius Saturnius had taken me, 7 drunken gladiators fell upon me in a tavern. Not one of them escaped me with a whole rib. I do not advise the seizure of the girl here in the crowd, for they might pelt us with stones. Wait till she has reached her house. There I will seize her and bear her whithersoever thou wishest." "By Hercules!" cried Vinitius, delighted with the advice, "so be it. To morrow we may not find her at home. If we surprise them, they may spirit her away." Chilo groaned. "This Lygian is terribly strong," he urged. "Thou wilt not be asked to hold his hands," retorted Croto. There was still a long wait before them. Not until cock crowed did they catch sight of Ursus and Lygia coming through the gate. A number of people accompanied them. Among these, Chilo thought he recognized the great Apostle. Beside him walked another old man of smaller stature, two middle aged women and a boy who lighted the way with a lantern. A crowd of about 200 followed. In this crowd walked Vinitius, Chilo, and Croto. "Yea, master," said Chilo, "thy maiden is strongly guarded. 'Tis the great Apostle himself who walks before her. See how they kneel as he passes them." In fact, many did kneel before him. Vinitius, however, did not notice them. Never for a moment did he lose sight of Lygia. His one thought was that of her capture. His military experience had accustomed him to stratagem. He arranged the whole affair in his mind with military precision. He felt that his plan was an audacious one, but he knew that success often crowned audacity. The way was long. At times his thoughts dwelt upon that strange creed which had opened a gulf between him and Lygia. Now he understood the meaning of everything that had happened. He had penetration enough for that. He had never really known Lygia before. He had seen in her a maiden surpassing all others, a maiden who inflamed his passions. He knew now that her religion differed her from others. He recognized the vanity of his former hope that sentiment or passion or wealth or luxury could tempt her. Last of all he understood what Petronius and he had never understood, that the new creed engrafted upon the soul something entirely foreign to the world in which he lived, and that even if Lygia loved him she would not for the sake of that love surrender an iota of her faith. If she looked forward to happiness, it was a happiness entirely different from that sought by himself, or Petronius, or Caesar's court, or all Rome. There was no other woman of his acquaintance whom he could not make his mistress. This girl could only be his victim. At this thought rage seized him and a poignant pain because of the very uselessness of that rage. It might be possible to carry off Lygia, nay, he was assured that it was possible, but he was equally assured that in the face of her religion he himself was nothing. His courage was nothing, his power was nothing, all these things were of no avail. The Roman soldier and tribune, who had believed in the might of sword and fist to conquer the world and dominate it forever, realized for the first time in his life that beyond that might there was a greater might. Puzzled and mortified, he asked himself what it was. He could give no clear answer. Confused pictures chased one another through his brain: the cemetery, the vast congregation, the figure of Lygia, listening with all her soul to the words of the old man as he told of the passion, death, and resurrection of the God man, who had redeemed the world, and promised it everlasting happiness beyond the Styx. His brain was in a whirl, but he was brought back to earth again by the laments of Chilo bewailing his fate. He had agreed to find Lygia, he had found her at the peril of his life, he had pointed her out. What more could he do? Could they expect him to carry her away, he, an old man who had lost two fingers, an old man devoted to philosophy, science, and virtue? Suppose so mighty a lord as Vinitius were to come to grief in the effort to capture the maiden. The gods are indeed expected to watch over their favorites, but does it not appear that the gods give themselves to recreation, forgetting what goes on in the world? We all know that fortune is blindfolded. It is hard enough for her to see in the daylight, what must it be at night time? Suppose anything were to happen. Suppose that Lygian bear were to hurl a milestone, a keg of wine, or worse still, a keg of water, at the noble Vinitius. Who could say whether blame instead of reward might not fall to the lot of the unhappy Chilo? A poor philosopher, he had attached himself to the noble Vinitius, as Aristotle to Alexander of Macedon. If the noble Lord Vinitius would give him merely the purse which he had thrust into his girdle before starting, that might be of some avail in an extremity, to summon aid or to bribe the Christians. Oh, why not listen to the advice of an old man who spoke from the fullness of wisdom and experience? Vinitius at once pulled out the purse and flung it at Chilo. "Take it and hold thy tongue." The Greek, feeling its weight, grew more cheerful.
My one hope," he said, "lies in the fact that Hercules and Theseus performed still more difficult tasks. And is not Croto, the friend of my bosom, a Hercules? As to thee, master, thou art more than a demigod, thou art a god. Surely thou wilt not forget in the future thy humble and faithful servant, whose needs must occasionally be provided for. When he is deep in his books he forgets everything else. An acre or two of garden land and a small house, with but the tiniest portico for shade in summer would well befit so princely a giver. From this sequestered retreat I will hail thy heroic deeds, and invoke the intercession of Jove, and if need be, raise so great a clamor that half Rome will rush to thy aid. Verily this is a rough and difficult road. The oil in the lantern is all consumed. If Croto, whose strength is only exceeded by his nobility of character, would carry me to the gate in his arms, he would first be able to satisfy himself that he could carry the maiden easily, and, secondly, by imitating Aeneas, he would win over the favor of the gods and so assure thy success of the enterprise."
"Rather would I carry a sheep dead for a month of the mange," was the gladiator's answer. "But hand over that purse given by the worthy Tribune and I will carry thee to the gate."
"Mayest thou forever lose the great toe from thy foot," replied the Greek. "Hast thou profited naught from the teachings of that good old man who spoke of poverty and charity as the greatest of virtues? Did he not expressly command thee to love me? Alas, I see that I can never make of thee even a poor Christian. Easier would it be for the sun to penetrate the walls of the Mamertine prison than for truth to penetrate that hippopotamus skull of thine."
"Fear not,"
cried Croto, whose beast-like strength was conjoined with no element of human feeling.
"I shall not be a Christian. I care not to lose my bread."
"Yet, but if thou knowest the merest rudiments of philosophy thou wouldst know that gold is vanity."
"Away with thy philosophy. I will butt my head into thy stomach and thou wilt see who wilt come out the victor."
"An ox might have said the same thing to Aristotle."
The world was growing lighter. The gray of the morning defined the outlines of the walls. The trees that skirted the road, the buildings, and the gravestones scattered here and there emerged from the shadows. New signs of life appeared. Dealers in fruit and vegetables led heavily laden asses and mules toward the gates. Carts full of provisions creaked along the highway. A light mist lay upon the road and beyond it on both sides. This was a portent of fair weather. Through the mist the passers loomed in the distance like phantoms. Vinitius had his eyes fixed upon the slender figure of Lygia, which seemed to grow more luminous as the light increased.
"Master," said Chilo, "far be it from me to foresee where thy bounty will cease, but now that I have been paid thou wilt not suspect me of speaking only for myself. Once more I advise thee to go home, to collect thy slaves and to bring a litter as soon as thou hast discerned the home of the divine Lygia. Hearken not to that mere elephant's trunk, Croto. He promises to carry off the maiden only to squeeze thy purse as though it were a bag of curds."
"I have a blow of the fist to be struck between the shoulders which means that thou shalt die," cried Croto.
"I have a cask of Cephalonian wine which means that I shall live," retorted the Greek.
Vinitius made no answer. They had now neared the gate, where a strange scene greeted him. Two soldiers knelt as the Apostle passed, who laid his hands upon their helmets, and then made the sign of the cross over them. The patrician had not dreamed that there were Christians among the soldiers. Amazed, he thought that just as a great conflagration attacks house after house, so did that religion sweep within it new converts every day, from all classes of minds. Now he saw that if Lygia desired to escape from the city she would find guards to assist her. He thanked the gods that she had not essayed this. As they reached vacant spaces just outside the walls, the Christians began to scatter. It was necessary, therefore, to follow Lygia from a greater distance, and with more care, lest suspicion be aroused. Chilo, complaining of bruises and pains in his legs, fell further and further to the rear. Vinitius was content to allow this, as he knew that the pusillanimous and incompetent Greek would not be needed. He would not even have denied him if he had expressed a wish to quit them. But the philosopher still followed them, urged on probably by curiosity. Occasionally he approached them to repeat his former counsels. He informed them also that he would have taken the Apostle's companion for Glaucus, but that his diminutive stature had reassured him. It took a long time to reach the Trans Tiber. The sun had almost risen when at last the group around Lygia dispersed. The Apostle, with an old woman and a boy, went up the river, his companion with Ursus and Lygia, turned into a narrow street, and about 100 yards further on, entered a house which contained two shops, one for the sale of olives, the other of poultry. Chilo, lagging about 50 yards behind Vinicius and Croto, stopped, and crouching close to the wall, softly called them to turn back. They did so, wishing to consult as to their next movement. "Chilo," said Vinicius, "go round and see if this house fronts on some other street." Chilo forgot his bruises and pains, disappeared around the corner as nimbly as though the wings of Mercury were attached to his ankles. In a moment he returned. "No," said he, "there is but one entrance. But I implore thee," he added, clasping his hands, "by Jupiter, Apollo, Vesta, Cybele, Iris and Osiris, Mithra and Baal and all the gods of the East and the West to drop this plan. Hearken to me." He stopped short. He caught sight of the face of Vinicius, pale with agitation, and the wolfish glitter in his eye. One look was enough to convince him that nothing on earth would move him from his purpose. Croto drew air into his Herculean breast, and swayed his formless head from side to side, as bears do in confinement. But not an iota of fear was visible in his face. "I will enter first," he said. "Thou wilt follow me," commanded Vinicius imperiously. Then both vanished through the dark entrance. Chilo found refuge behind the corner of the nearest alley, and awaited results. End of Part 1, Chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 22. Not till he had reached the hall did Vinicius understand the whole difficulty of the enterprise. The house was large, containing several stories. It was one of the thousands of buildings erected in Rome for renting to tenants. These houses, for the most part, were so hurriedly and poorly built that rarely a year passed without a number of them falling down upon the heads of their occupants. Veritable beehives they were, high and narrow, full of little rooms and dens overcrowded by the poor. In a city where many streets were without names, these houses had no numbers. The owners entrusted the collection of rents to slaves who, not being obliged by the city authorities to report the names of the tenants, often did not know the names themselves. To find anybody by inquiry in such a house was often a difficult task, especially when there was no doorkeeper. Vinicius and Croto came to a long passage like a corridor, walled in on four sides, forming a kind of common court for the entire building, with a fountain in the middle, the water of which sprayed into a stone basin embedded in the ground. At all the walls were stone or wooden stairways, leading inwardly to galleries that gave access to lodgings. On the ground floor were more lodgings, some provided with doors, others separated from the yard only by woolen curtains. These were for the most part torn or patched. It was early dawn. There was no one in the yard. Evidently everybody was asleep in the house, save those who had returned from Ostranium.
"What shall we do, master?"
asked Croto, halting. "Let us wait here. Somebody may appear," replied Vinicius. "It is best that we should not be seen in the yard." None the less he thought that Chilo's advice was practical. Had he with him but a score or so of slaves, nothing would have been easier than to occupy the gate, which apparently was the only exit, and then search all the lodgings. It was necessary to find Lygia's abode at once, otherwise the Christians, who certainly were plentiful in this house, might warn her that she was being searched for. On this account it was dangerous to make inquiries of strangers. Vinicius was turning over in his mind whether it would not be better to return for his slaves, when from behind a curtain screening a remote lodging, emerged a man carrying a sieve in his hand, who approached the fountain. The young Tribune at once recognized Ursus.
"'Tis the Lygian," whispered Vinicius.
"Shall I break his bones now?"
"Wait."
Ursus had not seen them, for they stood in the shadow of the entrance. He quietly set to work washing the vegetables that filled the sieve. It was evident that he was getting ready a meal after the night spent in the cemetery. When he had finished his preliminaries he took the wet sieve and disappeared behind the curtain. Croto and Vinicius ran after him, expecting that they would gain immediate access to Lygia's lodgings. They marveled greatly on finding that the curtain divided not lodgings from the courtyard, but another dark passage, at the end of which they beheld a small garden containing a few cypresses and myrtle bushes, and a small house attached to the back wall of another stone building. Both understood that this was a favorable circumstance. The tenants might all assemble in the courtyard, but the seclusion of the little house made their project easier. They would overcome Ursus quickly and would reach the street just as quickly with the captured Lygia. There their troubles would be over. Probably no one would molest them. If they were questioned they would say that a hostage of Caesar's had escaped. Vinicius would then declare himself to the guards and would call upon them for help. Ursus was on the point of entering the little house, when the sound of footsteps attracted his attention. He halted, and seeing two men, put down the sieve and turned towards them. "Whom seek ye?" he asked. "Thee," replied Vinicius. Turning to Croto, he said in a low, hurried voice: "Kill!" Croto sprang upon Ursus like a tiger, and before the Lygian could recover himself or recognize his enemies, he had caught him in his arms of steel. Vinicius was so certain of Croto's superhuman strength that he did not wait to witness the issue of the combat. Passing the two, he sprang to the door of the little house, pushed it open, and found himself in a room lighted only by a fire burning in the hearth. A gleam from this fire fell full upon the face of Lygia. A second person sitting by the fire was the old man who had accompanied the girl and Ursus on the road from Ostranium. Vinicius rushed in so suddenly, that before Lygia could recognize him, he had seized her around the waist, and lifting her, had gained the door again. The old man attempted to bar the way, but holding the girl with one arm, Vinicius pushed him aside with the other. The hood fell from his head. At sight of his familiar but now terrible features, the blood froze in Lygia's veins, and utterance died in her throat. She would have called for help, but could not. Vainly did she attempt to grasp the door frame and to resist. Her fingers slipped along the stone. She would have fainted were it not for a horrible sight that she was compelled to witness when Vinicius had reached the garden. Ursus was holding in his arms the limp form of a man, whose head was hanging down with blood flowing from his mouth. Seeing them the giant struck the head once more with his fist, and instantly sprang towards Vinicius like an infuriated animal. "Death!" thought the young Tribune. Then he heard, as in a dream, the cry of Lygia: "Thou shalt not kill!" Then he felt that something like a thunderbolt relaxed the arms with which he embraced Lygia, then the earth spun round, and the light of day vanished from his eyes. Chilo, hiding around the corner, was waiting for what would happen. Curiosity and terror fought for the mastery within him. Should they succeed in kidnapping Lygia, he deemed that he would fare well at the hands of Vinicius. He had no further fear of Ursus, for he was confident that Croto would kill him. He calculated that in case a crowd should gather in the now empty streets, or if Christians or anybody else should offer resistance, he would speak to them as one in authority and a representative of Caesar. If necessary, he would summon the guards to help the young patrician against the mob, and thus win fresh favor. He thought that the plan of Vinicius was unwise, but when he considered Croto's remarkable strength he owned that it might succeed, and thought that if any difficulty arose, the Tribune might carry the girl while Croto would clear the way. Time passed slowly, however, and the silence of the entrance where he watched affrighted him.
"If they do not find her hiding place and make a noise, they will give her warning."
But this thought was not repugnant to him. He saw that in such a case he would again become necessary to Vinicius, and could squeeze out of him a number more of sesterces.
"Whatever they do," said he to himself, "it will inure to my benefit, though no one perceives it. Gods, oh gods, gods, permit me only—" He stopped suddenly. It seemed to him that someone was leaning forward from the entrance. Crouching still closer to the wall, he peered out, holding his breath. He had not been deceived. A head thrust halfway out of the entrance looked hastily about.
A moment later it disappeared.
"That is Vinicius or Croto," thought Chilo. "But if they have seized the girl, why does she not cry out, and why are they gazing out upon the street? They are sure to meet people anyway, for before they reach the Carinae there will be people stirring in the city. What is that? By the immortal gods!"
The remnant of his hair rose suddenly upon his head. In the doorway stood Ursus, the body of Croto hanging upon his arm. Warily glancing around, the giant started to run with the body towards the river. Chilo flattened himself against the wall like a piece of plaster.
"I am gone if he sees me."
Ursus ran quickly past the corner and disappeared against the next house. Chilo, without more ado, his teeth chattering with fright, ran along the cross street with a swiftness that would have done credit to a youth.
"If when coming back he spies me from afar, he will catch me and kill me," said he to himself. "Save me, Zeus! Save me, Apollo! Save me, Hermes! Save me, God of the Christians! I will leave Rome and return to Mesembria, but save me from the clutch of that demon."
The Lygian, who had slain Croto, seemed to him a superhuman being. Even as he ran he wondered if he were some god who had assumed the appearance of a barbarian. At that moment he believed in all the gods of the world, and in all the myths, at which he usually mocked. It passed through his mind also, that it might have been the God of the Christians who had killed Croto, and his hair rose again at the thought that he was warring against such a power. Not until he had traversed a number of alleys, and seen some workmen approaching him, did he recover. His breath failed him, so he sat down on the steps of a house and wiped his perspiring forehead with a corner of his mantle.
"An old man like myself needs rest," said he.
The men turned into a side street. Again he was in solitude. The city still slept. In the mornings the stir began in the wealthier sections of the city, where the slaves of rich families were made to rise before daylight. In the sections inhabited by the freed population, supported in idleness at the expense of the state, the inhabitants rose late, especially in winter time. Chilo, after sitting for some time, began to get cold, so he got up, and after feeling for the purse that Vinicius had given him, he walked slowly towards the river.
"I may see Croto's body somewhere," said he to himself. "Gods! This Lygian, if he be a man, could earn millions of sesterces in 1 year. If he strangled Croto like a whelp, who could withstand him? He could get his weight in gold for each appearance in the arena. He guards that girl better than Cerberus does Hades. But may Hades swallow him. I want nothing to do with him. He is too muscular. But what shall I do now? A horrible thing has happened. If he has broken the bones of such a man as Croto, surely the soul of Vinicius is weeping over that cursed house, waiting for his burial. By Castor, he is a patrician, a friend of Caesar, a relative of Petronius, a man known throughout Rome and a military tribune. His death will not be passed by. Suppose I should go to the praetorian camp or to the city guards."
He stopped and debated with himself, then after a time he resumed.
"Woe is me! Who led him to that house if not I? His freedmen and his slaves know that I came to him, and some know with what purpose. What will happen to me if they suspect that I purposely pointed out to him the house where he met his death? Although afterwards in court I could prove that I did not desire his death, they will say that I was the cause of it. Besides, he is a patrician, so in any case I will be punished. But if I steal away from Rome and go far away I should expose myself to still greater suspicion."
It was a bad case from any point of view. The only thing to be done was to choose the lesser evil. Rome was a big place, but Chilo felt that it might become too small for him. Another man might have gone straight to the prefect of the guards and inform him of what had happened. Suspicion might indeed fall on him, but he could calmly assist the investigation. But Chilo's whole past was of such a character that a closer acquaintance with the prefect of the city, or with the prefect of the guard, would cause him serious trouble, and confirm also any suspicions that might come into the heads of the officers. On the other hand, to fly would be to convince Petronius that Vinicius had been betrayed and murdered through conspiracy. Petronius was a powerful man who could enlist the police and the whole empire, and who would undoubtedly endeavor to find the guilty ones even at the end of the earth. Still Chilo debated whether he should not go to Petronius and tell him the whole story. This might be the best plan to pursue. Petronius was an even-tempered man and Chilo could be certain at least that he would hear him out to the end. Petronius, who knew the whole affair, would be more likely to believe in Chilo's innocence than the prefects. But before going to him it was necessary to know for a certainty what had befallen Vinicius, and Chilo did not know that. He had seen the Lygians stealing towards the river with Croto's body, but that was all. Vinicius might be killed, or he might only have been wounded and taken prisoner. Now the thought struck Chilo that the Christians would not dare to kill so powerful a man, an Augustale and a high military official, for such a deed might cause a general persecution. It was more likely that they had forcibly detained him to give Lygia time to hide herself in some other place. This thought filled Chilo with hope.
If that Lygian dragon has not torn him to pieces at the first onset, he is still alive, and if he is alive, he himself will testify that I have not betrayed him. And then not only nothing menaces me, but, oh Hermes, count on 2 heifers again, a new field opens before me. I can inform one of the freedmen where to look for his master. It is his business whether he goes to the prefect or not. The point is that I will not go. I may even count on a reward from Petronius. First I search for Lygia, now I shall search for Vinicius, then for Lygia again. But first of all I must find out whether Vinicius is alive or dead.
Here it occurred to him that he could go at night to the miller, Demas, and inquire about Ursus. But he threw aside this idea. He preferred to have nothing to do with Ursus. It was more than probable that if Ursus had not killed Glaucus, he had been warned perhaps by some Christian elder to whom he had confessed his purpose, that it was an evil affair to which a traitor had persuaded him. Besides, the very thought of Ursus sent a shiver through Chilo's body. He thought that in the evening he would send Euritius to the house in which the affair had happened, and let him bring back the news. Meantime, he needed refreshment, a bath, and rest. The sleepless night, the journey to Ostranium, the flight from the Trans Tiber, had fatigued him beyond measure. One thing gave him much comfort. He had 2 purses for himself, one which Vinicius had given to him at home, and another which he had flung to him on the way back from the cemetery. Because of this happy circumstance, and because of the excitement through which he had passed, he resolved to eat heartily and to drink better wine than usual. When at length the hour arrived for opening the wine shops, he ate and drank so much that he forgot about the bath. He desired sleep above all things. So he returned with wavering steps to his abode in the Suburra where a female slave, bought with Vinicius's money, awaited him. As soon as he had entered the bedroom, dark as a fox's hole, he threw himself upon the bed and immediately fell asleep. Not till evening did he awake, or rather he was then awakened by the slave woman calling him to get up, for someone was inquiring for him and wished to see him about an urgent matter. The vigilant Chilo was awake in an instant. Hastily throwing on his mantle and hood, he commanded his slave to stand aside and peered out cautiously. The sight which greeted him almost paralyzed him. Before the door of the sleeping room stood the gigantic form of Ursus. He felt his feet and head grow cold as ice. His heart ceased to beat, and shivers passed up his spine. For some time he could not speak, but at length with chattering teeth he said, or rather groaned: "Sire, I am not at home. I know not that good man." "I told him thou wert home and asleep, master," answered the girl, "but he bade me to awaken thee." "Oh gods! I will command that thou—" But Ursus, as if impatient of delay, approached the door of the bedroom and thrust his head inside. "Chilo Chilonides!" he said. "Peace be with thee! Peace! Peace!" replied Chilo. "Oh, best of Christians! Yes, I am Chilo, but there is some mistake. I know thee not." "Chilo Chilonides," repeated Ursus, "thy master, Vinicius, demands that thou go to him with me." End of Part 1, Chapter 22. Part II, Chapter 1 of Quo Vadis, A Tale of the Time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part II, Chapter 1. Vinicius was awakened by a poignant pain. Where was he? What was happening? For a moment he could not tell. There was a roaring in his ears, a mist over his eyes. Gradually he came into full possession of his senses, and through that mist he saw three men bending over him. Two of them he recognized. The first was Ursus. The second was the old man whom he had knocked down as he fled with Lygia. The third was a stranger. He had hold of Vinicius's left hand, and was feeling the arm from the elbow to the shoulder blade. This caused such exquisite agony that Vinicius, imagining it was some scheme of vengeance that was being wreaked upon him, cried through his set teeth, "Kill me!" The men paid no attention to these words. They acted as though they had not heard them, or hearing, deemed them but the meaningless moans of a badly wounded man. Ursus, his face serious, yet stern in its strong barbaric lines, held a bundle of white linen rags torn into long strips. The old man was addressing the stranger. "Glaucus," he said, "art thou certain that the wound in the head is not mortal?" "I am certain, worthy Crispus," was the reply. "While serving as a slave in the galleys, and later, while residing in Naples, I occupied my spare time in nursing the wounded. With my earnings I purchased my own freedom and that of my family. The wound in the head is a slight one. When this man," he nodded at Ursus, "snatched the girl from the young man he knocked him against the wall. To save himself the youngster shielded his head with his arm, which he dislocated and broke." "Thou hast had many of my brethren under thy care," replied Crispus, "and thou art renowned as a skilful physician. That is why I sent Ursus for thee." "Ursus? Why he is the man who on the way hither confessed that yesterday he was ready to kill me." "Before he made that confession to thee, he had already said the same to me. I, who know thee and thy love for Christ, explained to him that not thou, but that stranger who sought to incite him to murder, is the traitor." "'Twas an evil spirit which I took for a good one," replied Ursus, with a sigh. "Tell me all about it some other time. Let us now care for the patient." With these words Glaucus proceeded to set the broken arm. Vinicius, notwithstanding the water which Crispus sprinkled over his face, fainted away. This was fortunate, as it saved him from feeling the setting of the bones, and the tightening of the bandages around the two splints between which Glaucus placed the arm so as to render it immovable. After the operation was over, Vinicius revived. He woke to see Lygia. She was standing by his bed. In one hand she held a bronze pail, wherein Glaucus from time to time dipped his sponge, wetting the head of the patient. Vinicius stared. He could not believe his eyes. Was this a gracious vision vouchsafed him by the fever? It was some time before he could whisper, "Lygia." At the sound of his voice the pail trembled in her hand. She turned upon him eyes full of sorrow. "Peace be with thee," she murmured, faintly. She stood there with outstretched hands, her face beaming with pity. He stared at her as though he wished to fasten her image upon his retina where it might remain after his eyelids were closed. He stared at her face, paler and thinner now than ever before, at the dark tresses of her hair, at her cheap working girl's dress. He stared so fixedly that under the influence of his gaze her snowy forehead flushed a rosy red. His first thought was that he would love her always, his next, that her pallor and her poverty were due to him who had driven her from a home where she was surrounded by love and plenty, and forced her into the wretched hovel, and clad her with this threadbare dress of dark wool. Willingly would he have arrayed her in the costliest gold brocade and adorned her with the most precious jewels in the world. Wonder and alarm and pity overcame him. If he could have stirred, he would have thrown himself at her feet. "Lygia," he said, "thou didst not suffer me to be killed?" In sweet, low tones she replied, "May God restore thee to health." To Vinicius, mindful of all the harm which he had brought down upon her in the remote and more recent past, these words were as balm. He forgot for a moment that her lips could utter Christian teachings. He felt only that the speaker was the woman he loved, and that her reply was fraught with a special tenderness, a superhuman goodness which stirred him to the depths of his being. Once more he grew weak. It was not pain now, but emotion that overcame him. A faintness, overwhelming but delicious, seized him. It seemed to him as if he were falling into a deep abyss. Yet the fall was a delight, and he was happy. At that moment he felt as though face to face with a divinity. Glaucus had now finished laving the wound in his head, and had placed upon it a healing salve. Ursus took the basin from the hands of Lygia, who, lifting a cup of wine and water from the table, placed it to the lips of the sufferer. Vinitius drank eagerly, and felt immediate relief. After the wounds and bruises had been dressed the pain almost ceased. Perfect consciousness returned to him. "Give me more drink," he said. Lygia retired with the empty cup to the next room. Crispus, after exchanging a few words with Glaucus, approached the bed. "Vinitius," he said, "God did not allow thee to accomplish a great wrong. He preserved thy life in order that thou shouldst repent. He in whose sight man is but dust gave thee unarmed into our hands, but Christ in whom we believe has commanded us to love even our enemies. We dressed thy wounds, and as Lygia has said, we will pray God to restore thy health, but we cannot care for thee any further. Peace be with thee, therefore. But consider whether it be right to continue thy persecutions of Lygia, whom thou hast deprived of home and guardians, and of us who have returned to thee good for evil." "Is it your intention to leave me?" asked Vinitius. "It is our intention to leave this building where the city prefect can reach us. Thy comrade has been killed. Thou who art a man of influence among thine own people lie here wounded. 'Twas no fault of ours, but we might be made to answer for it before the law." "Fear not," said Vinitius, "I will protect you from prosecution." Crispus did not explain that their fear was not solely on account of the prefect and the police, but of Vinitius also, whom they could not trust, and from whose further pursuit they wished to protect Lygia. "Master, thy right hand is well," he said. "Here are stylus and tablets. Write to thy servants that they come here with a litter and bear thee to thy home, where thou wilt have better accommodations than our poverty can afford. We are living here with a poor widow who will soon return with her son. The lad will carry thy letter. As to ourselves, we will seek another hiding place." Vinitius paled. He saw that they wished to part him from Lygia. In losing her again he felt that he would lose her for life. He recognized that grave obstacles had intruded themselves between him and her, and that he must think up some scheme to gain possession of her. But for this he needed time. He perceived also that whatever he might tell these people, even if he swore that he would return Lygia to Pomponia Graecina, they would not believe him, and would be right in their unbelief. Long before, in lieu of harassing Lygia, he might have gone to Pomponia and sworn to renounce all further pursuit. Then Pomponia might have found the girl and taken her back. No, he felt that no promises of this kind could impose upon them, nor could his solemn oath be taken, since he was no Christian, and could only swear in the name of the immortal gods, in whom he himself had scant belief, and whom they looked upon as evil spirits. Fain would he have conciliated Lygia and her guardians in any possible way, but this required time. He felt the need of seeing her even for a few days. As a drowning man sees safety in every fragment of a plank or an oar, it seemed to him that during these few days he might say some words which would bring her closer to him, that he might resolve some scheme, or that some lucky accident might occur. Collecting his thoughts, he said: "Hearken to me, O Christians. Yesterday I was with ye in Ostranium. I listened to your teachings. Even if I had not heard them, your actions alone would have convinced me that ye are upright and inoffensive people. Bid the widow who dwells in this house to remain here. Do you also remain, and allow me to remain. Let this man," he turned his eyes on Glaucus, "who is a physician, or at least understands the dressing of wounds, judge whether it would be safe to transfer me elsewhere to night. I am sick. I have a broken arm which must remain immovable for at least a few days. Therefore I say to you that I will not leave here save ye bear me away by force." And with that he stopped speaking, his bruised breast refusing him further utterance. "No one, O master, will use force against thee. We alone will take ourselves from here to a place of safety." The youth, unused to opposition, knit his brows. "Let me take breath," he cried. In a moment he began to speak again.
Nobody will ask after Croto, whom Ursus strangled. He intended to go today to Beneventum, whither he was called by Vatinius. Everybody will think he is on his way. When we came with Croto to this house nobody saw us save one man, a Greek, who was with us in Ostranium. I will tell you where he resides. Bring him here. I will order him to keep silence, for he is in my pay. I will write home that I have also gone to Beneventum. If the Greek has already informed the prefect, I will say that it was I who killed Croto, for that he broke my arm. I swear by the ashes of my father and my mother that I will do this. Therefore ye may remain here without danger. Not a hair on any head will be injured. Bring the Greek to me at once. His name is Chilo Chilonides." "In that case," said Crispus, "Glaucus will remain with thee, O master, and will aid the widow in caring for thee." Vinitius frowned more darkly. "Hearken, old man, to what I say," he cried. "I owe thee gratitude. Thou seemest to be good and harmless. But thou dost not utter that which is in the bottom of thy heart. Thou fearest lest I call my slaves and take Lygia. Is it not so?" "It is so," replied Crispus, gravely. "Take heed, then. See that I speak with Chilo in your presence, and in your presence I will write home saying that I have gone. I will select no other messengers save you. Take heed thyself, and do not further vex me." As he spoke, his face was distorted with anger. A little later he resumed violently: "Think ye I will deny that it is for her sake I wish to remain here? A fool could perceive this, even were I to deny it, but I will no longer attempt force where she is concerned. To thee I will say one thing more. If she will not remain here, with this well hand I will tear away the bandages from my arm. I will take neither food nor drink, and may my death rest upon the heads of thee and thy brothers. Why didst thou nurse me? Why didst thou not command my death?" He was now pale with anger and weakness. Lygia in the next room had overheard all. She was confident that Vinitius would keep his promises. His words alarmed her. Not for anything would she have wished his death. Wounded and unarmed, he had awakened her pity and not her fear. From the time of her escape she had lived among religious enthusiasts, whose only thoughts were of sacrifices, oblations, and unlimited almsgiving. To such a degree was she imbued with the spirit of her surroundings that it took the place of her home, of her family, of her lost happiness, and transformed her into one of those Christian virgins whose influence was to change the erstwhile soul of the world. Vinitius was too important a factor in her life, he had thrown himself too obtrusively in her way, to make it possible for her to forget him. For whole days she had thought of him. Often she had prayed God to send an opportunity when, following the dictates of her faith, she might return him good for evil and charity for persecution, might humble his pride and win him to Christ. And now the opportunity had come. Her prayers had been answered. She approached Crispus, her face beaming as that of one inspired. When she spoke it was though some other voice were finding utterance through her lips. "Crispus," she said, "suffer him to remain with us, and we will remain with him until Christ has healed him." To the aged presbyter, accustomed to see in all things the finger of God, Lygia's exaltation took on the aspect of a direct message from on high. He bent his head, and with awe in his heart answered, "Be it so." On Vinitius, who had never taken his eyes from the Virgin's face, this immediate obedience of Crispus produced a strange and profound impression. It seemed to him that Lygia was a sibyl or priestess among these Christians, who rendered her honor and obedience. Almost against his will he surrendered himself to that honor. To the love that he felt was now added a kind of awe, before which love itself seemed impertinence. He did not know how to accustom himself to the thought that their relations were now changed, that now it was he that was at her mercy, not she at his. Lying here sick and broken, he had ceased to be the aggressor and the conqueror, and was merely a helpless child under her guardianship. To his haughty and domineering nature such a relation with any other being would have been a humiliation. This time, however, not only did he not feel humiliated, but he was grateful to her as to a superior. These were new feelings which he could never before have dreamed of as a possibility, and which even then would have astonished him if he could have explained them to himself. But now he did not ask why this thing had happened, he accepted it as something absolutely natural. He simply felt happy at being allowed to remain where she was.
He wished to thank her with gratitude and some other feeling, so little known to him that he could not name it, for it was humility. But the excitement he had gone through so exhausted him that he could not speak. He could only thank her with his eyes, wherein shone joy that he could remain with her, could look on her to morrow and the next day, mayhap for a long time. There was only one fear to spoil his joy, the fear of losing what he had gained. So great was this fear that when Lygia once more approached him with a cup, he had to suppress a wild craving to grasp her hand. He dared not do it. Yet he was the same Vinicius who at Nero's banquet had forcibly kissed her lips, and after her escape, had sworn that he would drag her by the hair to his bed, or order her to be flogged. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 2. Nevertheless, he now began to dread lest some exterior agency might ruin his joy. Chilo might readily communicate the news of his disappearance to the prefect or to his own freedmen. This would mean the coming of a watchman to the house in which he lay. For a moment, it is true, the temptation came to him that he might give an order to seize Lygia and lock her up in his house. But the next instant he felt that he could not do it. Arrogant, self-willed, and dissolute as he was, merciless enough when need be, he yet was no Tigellinus, no Nero. Military life had imbued him with some feeling of justice, of good faith, and of conscience which made him recognize the dastardly nature of such a deed. In a moment of anger, indeed, when in full possession of his strength, he might have done this. But at this moment and under these circumstances, his nerves were unstrung. He was sick at heart. He was moved with strange emotions. All that he cared for was that no one should stand between him and Lygia. Astonished, he perceived that from the moment that Lygia had pleaded for him, neither she herself, nor Crispus, had sought any assurance from him, seemingly confident that some supernatural force would defend them in case of need. Vinicius, who, since he had heard the sermon of the Apostle at Ostranium, had felt the distinction between the possible and the impossible fading away, was inclined to believe that this might be so. But recovering his wonted mood, he called to mind what he had said about the Greek and again told them to bring Chilo before him. Crispus consented. It was decided to send Ursus. Vinicius in the last days before his visit to Ostranium, had often sent his slaves to Chilo without finding him. He now explained to the Lygian exactly where Chilo resided. Then, writing a few words on the tablet, he addressed himself to Crispus. I give you this tablet, because this man is suspicious and treacherous. Often when I have summoned him he has sent word to my messenger that he was away. This he always did when he had no good news for me and was afraid of my anger. Let me find him and I will bring him whether he be willing or not, replied Ursus. Taking his cloak, he hurried out. It was no easy task to find anyone in Rome, even with the completest directions. Ursus, however, was aided in such cases by the instincts of the semi-savage of the forests and his intimate acquaintance with the city. Hence he soon found himself in Chilo's dwelling. He failed to recognize him. Only once before, and then at night, had he seen him. Furthermore, the towering and self-possessed old man who had ordered him to murder Glaucus so little resembled the Greek who now bent himself almost double before him in abject fear, that no one could have imagined them the same person. Chilo, perceiving that Ursus took him for a stranger, was relieved. The sight of Vinicius's writing on the tablet quieted him still more. It never occurred to him to think that Vinicius would entrap him into an ambuscade, nor did he imagine that the Christians could have killed Vinicius, inasmuch as they would not dare to lift their hands against so eminent a person. "Ah, so Vinicius will protect me in case of need," he thought. "Surely then he does not summon me for the purpose of giving me up to death." Regaining courage, he asked: "Good friend, did not the noble Vinicius send a litter for me? My legs are swollen. It is impossible for me to walk so far." "No," replied Ursus, "we will walk." "Suppose I decline?"
"Do not. Thou must go." "Be it so. But I go of my own free will. No one can compel me, for I am a freedman and a friend of the city prefect. As a philosopher I have means against the use of force. I know how to change men into trees and animals. But I will go, I will go. I will first don a warmer cloak and a hood so that the slaves in this quarter may not recognize me. If they did they would detain me at every step to kiss my hands." Speaking thus, he put on another mantle, as well as an ample Gallic hood in order that Ursus should not recognize him in a broader light. "Whither wilt thou lead me?" he asked Ursus on the way. "To the Trans Tiber." "I have not dwelt long in Rome and I have never been in the Trans Tiber, but doubtless in that quarter also there dwell men who love virtue." Now the blunt and outspoken Ursus had already heard Vinitius say that the Greek had been with him in the Ostranium cemetery. Later he had seen the pair at the portal of the house where Lygia lived. So he halted for a moment and said: "Tell no lie, old man. To day thou wert with Vinitius at the Ostranium and at our portal." "Ha!" said Chilo, "is your house in the Trans Tiber? I have been but a short time in Rome and am not familiar with the names of the quarters. Thou sayest truth, my friend. I stood at thy portal to day, and I strove to persuade Vinitius, in the name of virtue, not to enter. True, also I was in Ostranium. And dost thou know why? Because for some time past I have been endeavoring to save Vinitius. I would that he could hear the oldest of the apostles. May the light gain access to his soul and to thine. Certainly as a Christian thou must wish that truth should conquer falsehood."
"Yes," said Ursus, humbly. Chilo had now entirely regained his courage.
"Vinitius is a powerful lord and a friend of Caesar," he said. "He often listens to the suggestions of evil spirits. But if a hair of his head were injured Caesar would revenge himself on all Christians."
"Nay, we are protected by a still greater power."
"True, true. But what do you intend to do with Vinitius?" asked Chilo, with renewed fear.
"I know not. Christ commands charity."
"Thou sayest well. Remember this always. Otherwise thou wilt be fried in hell like sausage in a frying pan."
Ursus uttered a sigh. Chilo said to himself that he could do anything he would with this man, terrible as he might be in a moment of passion. Anxious to know how things had gone since the carrying off of Lygia, he asked with an assumption of sternness:
"What hast thou done with Croto? Speak and tell no lie."
Once more Ursus sighed. "Vinitius will tell you," he said.
"Which means that you stabbed him with a dagger or killed him with a club."
"I was unarmed," answered Ursus. The Greek could not repress his wonder at the supernatural strength of the barbarian.
May Christ forgive you."
For a while they continued their journey in silence, then Chilo said:
"I will not betray thee, but look out for the watchman."
"I fear Christ, not watchmen."
"That is right. There is no greater crime than murder. I will pray for thee, but I know not that my prayer will help thee unless thou wilt vow that thou wilt not raise a finger against anybody."
"But I did not kill with premeditation," replied Ursus. Chilo, who was determined to ensure his own safety, continued to instill into the mind of Ursus a horror of murder, and to persuade him to take the vow. He also questioned Ursus about Vinitius, but the Lygian answered him unwillingly, again asserting that he would hear all that was necessary from the lips of Vinitius himself. Thus talking, they traversed the long distance from the dwelling of the Greek to the Trans Tiber, and reached the house. Chilo's heart throbbed uneasily. In his terror it appeared to him that Ursus gazed upon him with a look of longing ferocity.
"Small comfort it would be to me," he thought, "if he should kill me without premeditation. Would that paralysis might strike him as well as all his fellow Lygians. Grant this, O Zeus, if thou canst."
So thinking, he drew his Gallic mantle more tightly around him, explaining that he was afraid of the cold. At length, after passing the portal and the first courtyard, they found themselves in a corridor leading to the garden. Chilo halted suddenly and said:
"Let me take breath. Otherwise I could not speak with Vinitius to give him wholesome advice."
He stopped short. Though he repeated to himself that no danger menaced him, nevertheless the thought of facing those mysterious people whom he had seen in Ostranium made his legs tremble somewhat. From the inside hymns came floating to his ears. "What is that?" he queried. "Thou claimst to be a Christian, yet thou knowest not that we have a custom after each meal of singing a hymn of praise to the Saviour. Miriam and her son must have returned by this time. Mayhap the Apostle is with them, as he is a daily visitor to the widow and Crispus." "Lead me to Vinicius." "Vinicius is in the same room as the others, as it is the largest room. The rest are small dark chambers which we use only for sleeping. Come in and rest yourself." They went in. The room was somewhat dark. It was a cloudy winter evening. The light of a few lamps struggled dimly through the gloom. Vinitius felt rather than saw that the hooded man was Chilo. The latter, seeing Vinitius stretched on the bed, went straight to him without looking at the others, as if convinced that with him alone was safety. "Master, why didst thou not take my advice?" he exclaimed, clasping his hands together. "Keep still," said Vinitius, "and listen." He looked sharply into Chilo's eyes, speaking slowly but distinctly, as if he wished every word to be taken as an order to be forever engraved upon Chilo's memory. "Croto assaulted me with intent to rob and murder. Dost understand? So I had to slay him. These people dressed the wounds which I received in the fight." Chilo perceived at once that if Vinitius spoke in this way it was by some previous arrangement with the Christians, and that he wished to be believed. He perceived this in Vinitius's very face, so without expressing either doubt or wonder, he lifted up his eyes and exclaimed: "'Twas a thorough caitiff, oh master. Remember I warned thee not to put thy faith in him. All my precepts to him struck his head like peas against the wall. There is not torture enough in all Hades for him. If a man cannot be honest it is because he is a rascal. To whom is it more difficult than to a rascal to become honest? But to assault his benefactor and so generous a master, ye gods!" Here he recalled that on the way he had represented himself to Ursus as a Christian and stopped short. Vinitius resumed speaking. "Had it not been for the dagger I had with me he would have killed me." "Blessed be the moment when I advised you to take the dagger with you." Vinitius, turning on the Greek a scrutinizing look, said: "What didst thou to day?" "Master, have I not told thee that I was offering up vows for thy health?" "And nothing more?" "I was just making ready to call upon thee when that good man brought me thy summons." "Here is a tablet. Go with it to my house, find my freedman and give it to him at once. It is here written that I have gone to Beneventum. Thou wilt tell Demas from thyself that I went this morning in answer to an urgent call from Petronius." He repeated emphatically: "I have gone to Beneventum. Dost thou comprehend?" "You have gone, master. This morning I bade thee farewell at Porta Capena, and since thy departure such melancholy has overcome me, that if thy generosity do not temper it, I will weep myself to death even as the unhappy wife of Zethus mourning for Italus." Vinitius, despite his sickness and his knowledge of the craftiness of the Greek, could not refrain from smiling. But it pleased him that Chilo understood him at once. "I will add an order," said he, "that thy tears be wiped away at once. Give me a lamp." Chilo had now recovered his equanimity. He rose, and stepping to the hearth, took from the mantel one of the burning lamps. As he did this the hood slipped from his head. The light struck full in his face. Glaucus jumped from his bench. A few quick steps brought him face to face with the Greek. "Dost thou not recognize me, Cephas?" he asked. There was something so terrible in his voice that a shiver ran through all present. Chilo lifted the lamp and immediately let it drop. Then he bent himself in terrified supplication. "No, I am not he, I am not he. Have pity." Glaucus glanced towards the people around the supper table and cried: "Here is the man who betrayed and wrecked me and my family." The story of Glaucus was known to all the Christians. Vinitius himself had heard it. But he had not guessed that Glaucus and the stranger were one. Owing to his continuous fainting spells during the dressing of his wounds he had not heard the man's name. To Ursus the words of Glaucus came, in that moment, as lightning out of darkness. With one leap he was at his side. He seized him by the shoulders and shaking him exclaimed:
This is the man who persuaded me to murder Glaucus." "Have mercy," shrieked Chilo. "I will return thee everything," he moaned. "Oh, good master," he cried, turning to Vinitius, "save me! Oh, save me! I confided in thee. Be my protector. I will take thy letter. Oh, master, master!" Vinitius was least moved of all the spectators at this strange scene, first, because he knew all the hidden doings of the Greek, and second, because his heart had small room for pity or compassion. "Bury him in the garden," he said coldly. "Some other messenger will take the letter." To Chilo these words seemed to be a final sentence. His bones were cracking in the terrible clutch of Ursus, pain filled his eyes with tears. "For the sake of your God, do not kill me. Peace be with you, I am a Christian. If you do not believe me, baptize me at once, twice more, 10 times more. Glaucus, this is a terrible mistake. Let me explain. Make me a slave. Do not kill me. Mercy, mercy." His voice, stifled with agony, died away in a whimper. From behind the table rose the Apostle Peter. For a moment his white head trembled and drooped, his eyes closed. Then he opened them again, drew himself up, and amidst a hush of silence, said: "The Saviour hath commanded, if thy brother sin against thee, chastise him; but if he is repentant, forgive him; and if he has offended 7 times in the day against thee, and has turned to thee 7 times saying, Have mercy on me, forgive him." The silence grew deeper. Glaucus stood for a long time, with his face covered by his hands. At length he removed them. "Cephas," he said, "may God forgive thee and thy trespasses against me, as I forgive them." Ursus freed the Greek's arms and added: "May the Saviour take mercy on me even as I take mercy upon thee." Chilo fell to the floor, upon his hands and knees. Shaking his head like a beast caught in a trap, he gazed around in immediate anticipation of death. Even yet he could not believe his eyes and ears. He did not dare to hope for mercy. Slowly he recovered himself, his blue lips still trembling from fright. The Apostle said: "Go in peace." Chilo rose. He could not speak. Automatically he sought the couch of Vinitius as if looking to him for protection. Not yet could he understand that the man who profited by his services, and was in a measure his accomplice, condemned him, while these very people whom he had injured forgave him. Recognition of this fact came later. At present he looked only astonishment and disbelief. He had heard the words of forgiveness, but his one aim was to rescue his head from these incomprehensible people, whose kindness affrighted him more than cruelty. It seemed to him that if he remained here any longer, something unexpected would again occur. Therefore, standing by Vinitius, he stammered out: "Give me the letter." Taking the tablet which Vinitius handed him, he bowed low to the Christians, and then to the patient, and crouching along the wall, hurried out into the darkness of the garden. Fright raised the hair on his head, for he felt sure that Ursus would follow and kill him. Fain would he have put forth his utmost speed, but his legs failed him. The next moment he had lost complete control of them, as he caught sight of Ursus by his side. Chilo fell with his face to the ground and cried out in agony: "Ursus, for Jesus' sake!" But Ursus said: "Be not afraid. The Apostle bade me lead you beyond the portal, so that you be not lost in the darkness. If you lack strength I will lead you to your house." Chilo lifted his face. "What sayest thou?" he exclaimed. "Thou wilt not slay me?" "Nay, I will not kill thee, and if I clutched thee too fiercely and injured a bone of thy body, forgive me." "Help me up," said the Greek. "What? You will not kill me? Lead me to the street and I will make the rest of the journey alone." Ursus lifted him as he might have lifted a feather and stood him on his feet. Then he led him through the dark alley to the second courtyard. Here was the exit to the street. In the corridor, Chilo repeated to himself: "I am lost." Not until he had reached the street did he recover and say: "I can now go alone." "Then peace be with thee." "And with thee, and with thee. Suffer me to take breath." After the departure of Ursus he drew a long breath. With his hands he felt all over his legs and hips, as though to convince himself that he was still alive and whole. Then he hurried forward. After a score of rapid steps he halted and said aloud: "Why did they not kill me?"
Notwithstanding his long dispute with Euritius about Christian teaching, notwithstanding his discussion with Ursus by the mill pond, and notwithstanding all he had heard in Ostranium, he could imagine no answer to this question. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 3. Vinicius also was at a loss for an explanation of what had happened. In the innermost depths of his soul he was as much astonished as Chilo. That these people should have treated him as they did, and in lieu of avenging his assault, should have carefully dressed his wounds, might have been ascribed partly to the doctrines they professed, more to Lygia, and not a little to his eminent position. But their behavior to Chilo was beyond his conception of the human possibilities of forgiveness. Involuntarily the question forced itself upon him: why did they not kill the Greek? They could have done this without fear of punishment. Ursus could have interred the body in the garden, or carried it at night to the Tiber, which, in those times of nocturnal homicides, often dictated by Caesar himself, cast up human corpses so frequently in the daytime, that few stopped to inquire whose they were or whence they came. Besides, in the opinion of Vinicius, the Christians not only could, but they ought to have killed Chilo. Yet compassion was not an entire stranger to the patrician world in which he belonged. The Athenians had raised an altar to compassion, and had long fought against the introduction of gladiatorial shows into Athens. In Rome the vanquished sometimes received mercy from the victor. Thus Caractacus, a king of the Britons, taken captive by Claudius and richly provided for by him, was even then living in the city in liberty. But revenge for personal injuries seemed to Vinicius, as to all other Romans, just and right. To renounce it was opposed to all his feelings. True, he had heard in Ostranium that one ought to love one's enemies, but he held it to be a new theory without any application to real life. Even now the thought passed through his heart that possibly Chilo had not been killed because the day was a holiday, or fell under some phase of the moon when Christians were not allowed to kill. He had heard that among foreign nations certain days and periods were tabooed even for warfare. But why then was not the Greek surrendered to the hands of justice? Why then had the apostles said that if thy brother had sinned against thee 7 times shouldst thou forgive him? Why had Glaucus said to Chilo, "May God forgive thee, as I forgive thee"? Chilo had inflicted upon Glaucus the most terrible injury that man can wreak on man. At the very thought of what he would do to anyone who should kill Lygia, the heart of Vinicius seethed like a boiling cauldron. No tortures would be too terrible for such a wrong. And that man had forgiven. And Ursus too had forgiven, he who might kill anyone he wished in Rome with entire impunity, for he could escape by simply killing the king of the Nemorian Grove, and taking his place. How could the gladiator who held that dignity for the time being, a dignity only held by killing the former king, stand up against the man whom Croto could not stand against? There was only one answer to all these questions. This was that they did not kill, only because of a charity so stupendous that nothing like it dwelt elsewhere in the world, and because of a love for humanity so boundless that the believer forgot himself, his own injuries, his own happiness and sorrows, and lived only for others. What reward these people expected, Vinicius had heard in Ostranium, but it lay beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless he felt that a life lived in this world with complete renunciation of all wealth and comforts would be a wretched one. Therefore, in thinking about the Christians, pity and a shade of scorn mingled with his astonishment. In his eyes they were like sheep which sooner or later must be devoured by the wolf. His Roman nature forbade him to respect those who laid themselves open to be devoured. One point, however, startled him. It was that after the departure of Chilo, some great joy illuminated all faces. The Apostle approached Glaucus, and placing his hand on his head, said: "Christ hath conquered in thee." Glaucus had lifted up a face as radiant as though overflowed by some great and unexpected happiness. Vinicius, who could only understand the joy of accomplished vengeance, stared at him with fever brightened eyes, as one who gazed upon a lunatic. With some inward disturbance he saw Lygia press her queenly lips to the hands of this man who at first sight had the appearance of a slave. It seemed to him that the order of the world had been reversed. Then Ursus returned and related how he had led Chilo to the street, and craved his pardon for any injury he had inflicted upon his bones. Whereupon the Apostle blessed him also. Crispus declared that it was the day of a great victory. On hearing the word victory, Vinicius was entirely at a loss. When Lygia once more brought him a refreshing draught he held her hand for a second and asked: "And so thou forgivest me also?" "We are Christians. We are not allowed to nurse anger in our hearts." "Lygia," he said then, "whoever thy God may be, I will offer him a hecatomb, only because he is thine." She replied: "Thou wilt honor him in thy heart when thou lovest him." "Only because he is thine," repeated Vinicius. But his voice had grown faint. He dropped his eyes. Weakness once more overcame him. Lygia left him, but shortly returned, and standing by his couch, bent over to see if he were sleeping. Vinicius felt that she was close to him. He opened his eyes and smiled. She placed her hand softly over his lids as if to induce him to sleep. A great calm settled down upon him. But now his condition changed. He felt worse. In fact he was worse. With the coming of the night had come a violent fever. He could not fall asleep. His eyes followed Lygia wherever she went. At times he fell into a half dream, wherein he saw and heard all that went on around him, but in which reality was strangely mingled with feverish visions. He thought that he saw Lygia a priestess, in a tower shaped temple in an ancient and lovely cemetery. Without removing his eyes from her she appeared suddenly to be standing on the summit of the tower, a lyre in her hand, her entire form bathed in light. She resembled those priestesses who at night sang praise to the moon, and whom he had often seen in the Orient. Then he dreamed that by a great effort he climbed the spiral staircase to carry her off. Behind him crawled Chilo, his teeth chattering together with fright, and crying: "Master, do not do this. 'Tis a priestess who will be avenged by God." Vinicius did not know who this God was, nevertheless he knew that he was about to commit a sacrilege, and felt immeasurable terror. But when he reached the railing around the top of the tower, the Apostle with the silvery beard appeared suddenly by the side of the maiden and said: "Raise not thy hand against her, for she belongs to me." With these words the pair moved upwards as if ascending towards heaven on a pathway formed by the moon's beams. Then Vinicius, raising his hands, prayed them to take him with them. At this point he awoke. With regained consciousness he stared about him. The fire in the hearth had gone down, but still shed light enough for vision. The Christians all sat before the fire, warming themselves, for the night was wintry and the room was cold. Vinicius noted their fog-like breath. In the midst of the group was the Apostle. Lygia sat at his knees on a low footstool, farther away sat Glaucus, Crispus, Miriam. On one side of the crescent so formed sat Ursus, on the other Nazarius, son of Miriam, a young lad with a beautiful face and long dark curls falling down his shoulders. Lygia, her eyes uplifted to the Apostle, was listening intently. All eyes were turned to him. He was speaking in an undertone. Vinicius began to look upon him with a superstitious fear, hardly inferior to that which he had felt in his fevered vision. Was his dream at least half true, and was this wanderer from distant shores really to carry off his Lygia, and lead her away through unknown paths? He felt certain that he himself was the subject of the old man's talk. Possibly the latter was planning how to separate him from the girl. It seemed to him impossible that any other subject for conversation could come up. He bent all his energies to catch Peter's words. But he found himself entirely mistaken. The Apostle was speaking, once more, of Christ. "They live only in his name," Vinicius said to himself. The old man was telling of the capture of Christ. A detachment of soldiers and servants of the priest came to take him. When the Saviour asked whom they were seeking, they replied, Jesus of Nazareth. But when Jesus said, I am he, they fell on the ground and did not dare to raise their hands against him. Not until after the second question did they attempt to capture." Here the Apostle paused, and stretching out his hands to the fire, continued: "The night was as cold as this, but my blood boiled within me. I took my sword to defend him, and I cut off the ear of the servant of the high priest. I would have defended him with more than my life, had he not said, 'Put up thy sword in the scabbard. Shall I not drink the cup which the Father hath given me?' So they took and bound him." Having spoken thus, Peter raised his hand to his forehead and stopped short, as though striving to banish some of the recollections that crowded upon him, before proceeding further. Ursus, unable to bear any more, leaped up and stirred the fire with an iron, scattering a multitude of golden sparks around, until the flame shot up with new vigor. Whereupon he sat down and exclaimed: "Let what would have happened, He stopped short, for Lygia had placed her finger on her lips. He breathed loudly, however, and it was evident that his soul was in a turmoil. Although he was always ready to kiss the Apostle's feet, he could not approve that one act on his part. Had anyone in his presence raised his hand against the Saviour, had he been with him that night, how he would have laid about him among priests and servants and soldiers and officials. His eyes overflowed with tears at the very thought. He went through a frightful mental struggle. For, on the one hand, he thought how gladly not only would he have fought himself, but how he would have summoned to the aid of the Saviour his fellow Lygians, the very pick of them all. On the other hand, he reflected that this would have been disobedience to the Saviour himself, a disobedience which would have hindered the redemption of the world. Hence his tears. Peter, withdrawing his hand from his forehead, continued the narrative. But a feverish semi-somnolent state had now overcome Vinicius. What he had overheard mingled itself with what he had previously learned in Ostranium of that day when Christ manifested himself on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. He saw a vast surface of water whereupon was a fisherman's boat. In the boat were Peter and Lygia. He swam towards them with all his might, but the pain in his broken arm prevented his reaching them. A gale blew water into his eyes, he sank below the surface, and with a loud voice cried for help. Lygia knelt imploringly before the Apostle, who turned the boat and reached out an oar to him. Vinicius seized it. By its aid he succeeded in clambering into the boat, and fell prone at the bottom. After a while, it seemed to him, he raised himself to his feet, and gazing back, he beheld a vast multitude swimming after the boat. The foaming waves broke over them. He could see the hands of some stretched out above the water. Peter saved one after the other of the drowning men by pulling them into the boat, which grew miraculously larger and larger. Soon great crowds filled it, as great as the crowds at Ostranium, and more were added to them. Vinicius wondered how they could find room, and was affrighted lest the boat should be swamped. But Lygia comforted him by showing him a light on the far off shore towards which they were making. Again dreams were mixed with what he had heard at Ostranium, how Christ had manifested himself on the sea. In that far off light he saw a form. Peter steered for the site on which it stood. As they drew nearer, the storm went down, the waters grew calmer, the light burned with a stronger blaze. The crowds began to sing a sweet hymn. The air was pervaded with the odor of nard. The waters took on the hue of a rainbow, as if lilies and roses were looking from the bottom of the sea. Finally the boat's prow struck softly on the sand. Then Lygia gave him her hand, and said, "Come, I will lead thee," and she conducted him to the light. Once more Vinicius awoke. His dreams slowly scattered. He slowly regained the full consciousness of reality. For a time it had seemed to him that he was still on the sea, surrounded by the multitude. Unwittingly he had looked around for Petronius and wondered why he was not there. The bright light of the fireplace, whence his former room mates had now withdrawn, fully awoke him. Branches of olive smoldered slowly on the rose colored ashes, while splinters of vines evidently recently thrown upon the fire, shot up bright flames. In this light Vinicius saw Lygia sitting beside his couch. The sight moved him to his soul's depths. He remembered that she had spent the previous night in Ostranium, yet during the whole of the present day she had occupied herself in nursing him. Now that all had retired, she alone remained by his bedside. It was evident that she was tired. She sat motionless, her eyes were closed. Vinitius knew not whether she slept or was buried in thought. He gazed at her profile, at her drooping eyelashes, at her hands, dropped listlessly on her knees. In his pagan brain the thought began to resolve, that besides the beauty of nudity, confident of itself and proud of its Greek and Roman perfection, there existed in the world another order of beauty, pure and undefiled, in which a soul had taken up its abode. He could not bring himself to call this strange, new thing, Christianity. Yet, looking at Lygia, he could not separate her from the creed which she professed. He now understood that if all the others had gone to sleep and she alone, whom he had wronged, had remained awake to keep watch over him, it was undoubtedly because that creed so commanded. Though this thought filled him with wonder, he felt it unbearable. He would have preferred that Lygia had done this thing from love for him, for his face, his eyes, for his statuesque form, in a word, for all those reasons which had often wound around his neck the snowy arms of Grecian and Roman beauties. And then he realized that were she like these other women, something would be wanting in her. He wondered at himself. What was happening to him? He recognized that strange new feelings and tendencies were arising within himself. She opened her eyes. Catching Vinitius's look, she approached. "I am with thee," she said. He replied, "I have seen thy soul in a dream." End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 4. On the morrow he awoke weak but with a cool brow. The fever had left him. It seemed to him that a whispered conversation had aroused him. When he opened his eyes, however, Lygia was not beside him. Ursus, bending over the fireplace, was raking the grey ashes away from the live coals beneath them. These he blew upon, not merely with his lips, but as if his lungs were a pair of bellows. Vinicius, remembering how yesterday this man had crushed Croto, gazed with the critical interest of a gladiatorial connoisseur at his cyclopean back and his column-like thighs. "Mercury be thanked that he did not break my neck," reflected Vinicius. "By Pollux, if all other Lygians are like him, there is a hard task before the legions of the Danube." He called aloud, "What ho there, slave!" Ursus withdrew his head from the fireplace. With a friendly smile he said: "God give thee a good day, master, a happy day and good health, but I am a free man, not a slave." Vinicius, anxious to question Ursus concerning Lygia's native place, was pleased by these words, for conversation with a free man, however simple, brought less humiliation to his Roman and patrician dignity than with a slave in whom neither law nor custom recognized a human being. "Dost thou not belong to Aulus?" he asked. "No, master, I serve Callina, as I served her mother, but by my own free will." Once more he hid his head in the fireplace, to blow out the coal, on which he placed a bundle of wood. He withdrew it for a moment to say: "Among us there are no slaves." "Where is Lygia?" asked Vinitius. "She has just gone out, and I have to cook thy breakfast, master. She kept awake all night to watch thee." "Why didst thou not take her place?" "Because she willed it so, and my duty is to obey." Here his brow darkened. Next moment he added: "Had I not obeyed her, thou hadst not now been alive, master." "Art thou sorry that thou didst not kill me?" "Nay, master, Christ did not command us to kill." "And Atacinus and Croto?" "I could not restrain myself," murmured Ursus. He gazed regretfully at his hands, which had evidently remained pagan, though the soul had been baptized. He put a pot on the fireplace. Crouching down beside the fire he fixed a thoughtful regard on the flame. "'Tis thy fault, master," he said at length. "Why didst thou raise thy hand against her, the daughter of a king?" Indignant pride was the first emotion aroused in Vinicius, that a common man and a barbarian dared not merely to address him so familiarly, but even to reprove him. To the strange and uncommon circumstances which had environed him since last night, a new one had been added. But weak as he was and without his slaves around him, he restrained himself, the more that he wished to obtain further particulars of the past life of Lygia. Recovering himself, he inquired about the war of the Lygians against Vannius and the Sueves. Ursus was more than willing to talk, but he could add little new to what Vinicius had already heard from Aulus Plautius. Ursus had not taken part in the battle, for he had conducted the hostages to the camp of Atelius Hister. He only knew that the Lygians had vanquished the Suevi and the Yazyges, but that their leader and king had fallen beneath the shafts of the Yazyges. News had quickly followed that the Semnones had set fire to the forests on their frontiers. They returned at once to avenge the injury. The hostages had been left with Atelius, who at first ordered that they should be treated with royal honor. Soon after Lygia's mother had died. The Roman leader did not know what to do with the child. Ursus wished to return with it to the fatherland, but the road was infested with wild beasts and savage tribes. So when the news came that a Lygian embassy had waited on Pomponius, to propose that they should become allies with him against the Marcomanni, Hister sent them to Pomponius. From him, however, they learned that no embassy had arrived there, and thus they remained in the camp. Thither Pomponius took them to Rome, and after his triumph handed Lygia over to Pomponia Graecina. Vinicius, though few of these details were unknown to him, listened with pleasure, because his overweening patrician pride was elated that an eyewitness existed to the royal lineage of Lygia. As a king's daughter she could take a place in Caesar's court equal to that of the daughters of the first families, the more so that the people over whom her father ruled had never hitherto warred against Rome. It was barbarian indeed, but it was formidable, for, according to the testimony of Atelius Hister himself, it possessed innumerable warriors. Ursus fully confirmed all this. When questioned by Vinicius about the Lygians, he replied: "We are denizens of the forest, but we possess so much land that no one knows its confines, and we are large in numbers. There are towns in the forest built of wood. Here are many rare treasures. For what the Semnones, the Marcomanni, the Vandals, and the Quades despoil from the world, we in our turn plunder from them. They dare not invade us. Only when the wind blows from their quarter they burn our forests. We are afraid neither of them nor of the Roman Emperor." "The gods gave to the Romans the sovereignty over the world," said Vinicius, with dignity. "The gods are evil spirits," said Ursus, simply. "Where there are no Romans there is no sovereignty." He stirred the fire and continued as if to himself. "When Caesar took Callina to his court, and I thought evil might befall her, I wished to go far away into the forests and bring with me a regiment of Lygians to help the king's daughter. Gladly would they have gone to the Danube, for they are good and brave, though pagans, and I should have brought them good news. Even as it is, should Callina ever return to Pomponia Graecina, I will crave permission to go to them, for Christ was born in a far off place, and they have never heard of him. He knew better than I where it was right that he should be born. But if he had come into the world in our forests we would not have tortured and crucified him. We would have brought up the child and cared for it, so that it would never have wanted for game, nor mushrooms, nor skins of beaver, nor amber. Whatever we could have plundered from the Sueves or Marcomanni we should have given to him so that it could have plenty of comfort." He placed on the fire the vessel containing broth for Vinicius. He paused in the flow of his talk. Evidently his mind was wandering to the Lygian forests. When the liquid began to simmer, he poured it into a shallow plate. Cooling it, he continued: "Glaucus advises thee, master, that thou movest thy sound arm as little as possible, therefore Callina has asked me to wait on thee." Lygia commanded this. Then no denial was possible. No thought of opposition to her will crossed Vinicius's brain. He obeyed as implicitly as if she had been the daughter of a Caesar, or a divinity. Ursus, seating himself by his couch, dished up the broth in a small cup, which he presented to the patient's lips.
He did this so carefully, with so kindly a smile in his blue eyes, that Vinitius could hardly accept the testimony of his own senses that this was the same Titan who last night after crushing Croto fell upon him like a tempest that would have torn him limb from limb, but for Lygia's intercession. For the first time in his life, the young patrician began to ponder over the question as to what strange emotions and thoughts might be at work in the breast of a ruffian, a servant, and a barbarian. Ursus, as a nurse, was as awkward as he was willing. The cup lost itself so completely among his Herculean fingers that no place remained for the lips of Vinitius. After several vain efforts, the giant lost heart. It would be easier to lead a bison from out a tangled wilderness." Vinitius was amused by the crestfallen look of the Lygian. He was no less interested in his conversation. In the circuses he had seen the terrible wild bull from the northern fastnesses, whom the bravest hunters pursued with fear, and whom only the elephant exceeded in strength and bulk. "Hast thou ever tried to take such beasts by the horn?" he asked in amazement. "Until 20 winters had passed over me I was afraid, but I then mustered up sufficient courage for the task." Again he strove to feed Vinitius, more awkwardly than ever. "I must seek the help of Miriam or Nazarius," he said. Just then the pale face of Lygia was thrust out from behind the curtain. "I will help you presently," she said. Next moment she had come out from the bedroom, where evidently she had been preparing for sleep, as she was clad only in a tight fitting tunic called by the ancients a capitium. Her hair was unbound. Vinitius, whose heart throbbed more quickly at sight of her, remonstrated with her for not having yet sought her couch, but she replied gaily: "I was just making ready for it, but first I will take the place of Ursus." Taking the cup from Ursus, she seated herself at the edge of the couch and began to feed Vinitius. He experienced a mixture of humiliation and joy. When she bent towards him, he felt the warmth of her body, and her long tresses rested on his breast. He paled with emotion. In the torment and turmoil of passion he felt that there was a head, dear and venerated beyond everything, in comparison with which the whole world was as nothing. Once it had been mere passion which she had excited, now he felt that he loved her with all his heart. Once, like all people of his time, he was a blind and utter egotist both in life and in feeling, who cared only for himself. Now he cared only for her. Soon he declined any more food. Though he found boundless delight in her presence and in gazing at her, he said: "Enough. Go to rest, oh thou my divinity." "Do not call me that. I ought not to listen," said Lygia. Nevertheless she smiled. She insisted that she had lost all desire for sleep, that she felt no fatigue, and that she would not retire to rest before the coming of Glaucus. Her words were music in his ears, his heart overflowed with still greater emotion, still greater ecstasy, still greater thankfulness, and he despaired of manifesting that thankfulness. "Lygia," he said after a short pause, "hitherto I have known thee not, but now I know that I would have gained thee by wrong means. So now I tell thee, go back to Pomponia Graecina, and be assured that henceforth no one will raise a hand against thee." Her face fell. "It would give me great happiness if I could so much as catch a glimpse of her from afar. But I cannot go back to her." "Why?" marveled Vinitius. "We Christians know, through Actea, what is happening on the Palatine. Hast thou not heard that Caesar, soon after my escape, and before his departure to Naples, summoned Aulus and Pomponia, and suspecting that they had assisted me, menaced them with his wrath? Happily Aulus was able to reply: 'Thou knowest, Lord, that a lie has never passed my lips. Therefore now I swear to thee that we did not assist her to escape, and that we know no more than thou what has become of her. Caesar believed and soon forgot. But by the advice of the elders I have never communicated with my mother, nor told her where I was, so that she always could boldly swear complete ignorance of my whereabouts. Thou mayest not understand, Vinitius, that we are not allowed to lie, even were our life at stake. Such is the teaching to which we conform our hearts. So I have not seen Pomponia since I left her abode. From time to time far off rumors reached her ears assuring her that I was safe." Here a great longing overcame her. Her eyes filled with tears. She soon recovered herself and said: "I know that Pomponia is longing for me, but we have consolations unknown to others."
"Yes," answered Vinitius, "your consolation is Christ. But that is something I cannot understand." "Look on us. We have no partings, no sorrows, no sufferings, or if they do come they are changed into joys. Death itself, which for you is the end of life, for us is only its commencement, a change from a state of minor to greater happiness, of minor calm to a higher, which shall endure for eternity. Think of a faith which commands us to love even our enemies, forbids lies, cleanses our souls from evil, and promises illimitable happiness after death." "I heard all this in Ostranium. I have seen how you behaved towards me and Chilo, and when I think of all this, it seems a dream. I would fain disbelieve my ears and my eyes. But now answer another question. Art thou happy?" "Yes," replied Lygia, "confessing Christ, I cannot be unhappy." Vinitius gazed at her as if that which she spoke were altogether beyond human understanding. "And wouldst thou not go back to Pomponia?" "I would with all my heart. I shall do so if such be the will of God." "Then I say to thee go back. In the name of my Lares I swear that I will never raise my hand against thee." Lygia pondered for a moment and then replied: "No, I cannot expose my dear ones to peril. Caesar does not love the family of Plautius. If I go back — you know the slaves scatter news throughout Rome — the fact would soon be rumored within the city. Nero undoubtedly would learn it from his slaves. He would punish Aulus and Pomponia. He would tear me away from them once more." "Yea," said Vinitius, knitting his brows, "that is possible. He would do this if only to show that his will must be fulfilled. True, he only forgot thee and he would only remember thee, for that it was I, not he, that was offended. But perchance if he took thee away from Aulus he would bestow thee on me. Then I would return thee to Pomponia." Sorrowfully she asked: "Vinitius, would you see me again on the Palatine?" He ground his teeth together and replied, "No. Thou art right, I spoke as a fool. No." It seemed to him that a bottomless abyss opened out before him. He was a patrician, a military tribune, a mighty man, but above all the power and the authority of the world to which he belonged, stood a madman whose evil passions and evil will were beyond human ken. Not to take him into account, not to dread him, was possible only to people like the Christians, for whom this world with its separations, sufferings, and death itself, were as nothing. All others must tremble before him. The terrors of the times in which they were living presented themselves to Vinitius in all their monstrosity. Therefore he could not return Lygia to the Auli, fearful that the monster would remember her, and pour his wrath upon her. For the same reason, should he wed her, he would imperil her, himself, and the Auli. A moment of irritation would suffice to destroy all. For the first time in his life, Vinitius felt that the whole world needed a change, a regeneration, or life itself would become impossible. And further he felt this, which a moment before had been dark to him, that in such times the Christian only could be happy. But, above all, remorse fell upon him as he recognized that it was he himself who had so tangled up his own life and Lygia's that no disentanglement seemed possible. Under the influence of this remorse he began to speak. "Knowest thou that thou art happier than I? In poverty, in this one room, in the midst of base born people, thou hast thy creed and thy Christ. I have only thee. And when I lost thee, I was like an outcast who has no roof above him, nor bread to eat. Thou art for me dearer than all the world. I sought thee, for that I could not live without thee. I cared neither for banquets nor for sleep. Save for the hope of finding thee I should have thrown myself on my sword. But I am afraid of death, for dead, I could not see thee. I say but the frankest truth when I say that I cannot live without thee. Hitherto I have lived only in the hope of finding and seeing thee. Rememberest thou our discourses at the Auli? Once thou didst draw upon the sand a fish. I knew not what it meant. Rememberest thou how we played ball? Even then I loved thee more than life. Even then thou hadst begun to perceive that I loved thee. And Aulus came, scaring us with talk of the Libitina, and broke up our discourse. When we took leave Pomponia told Petronius that God is one, almighty and all merciful, but it did not come into our minds to conceive that your God is Christ. Let him return thee to me and I will love him, although he seems to be a god of slaves, aliens, and outcasts. Thou sittest by me and thinkest only of him. Think also of me, or I shall hate him. To me thou alone art a divinity. Blessed be thy father and thy mother. Blessed be the land which brought thee forth. Would that I could cast my arms around thy feet and pray to thee, shower honors upon thee, cover thee with offerings, humble myself before thee, oh, thou thrice divine! Thou knowest not, nor canst thou know how much I love thee." He passed his hand over his pale forehead, and half closed his eyes. His nature knew neither let nor hindrance in anger or in love. He spoke with wild passion, as a man who losing self mastery places no check to his words or his emotions. He spoke from the deeps of his soul, frankly and openly from his heart. It was evident that the pain, ecstasy, passion, and adoration gathered in his breast were now let loose in an irresistible torrent of words. To Lygia these words seemed sacrilegious. Nevertheless, her heart throbbed as though it would rend the tunic that invested her bosom. She could not help feeling pity for him, and for his sufferings. She was moved by the adoration which he poured out before her. She felt that she was loved and deified beyond measure, felt that this imperious and terrible man now belonged to her, soul and body, like a slave. This recognition of his submission and her own power filled her with happiness. Her memories revived in all their original force. Again he was the same Vinicius, splendid and beautiful as a pagan god, who in the house of the Auli had spoken to her of love, and awakened her yet childish heart as from a dream. The same whose kisses she still felt on her lips. The same from whom Ursus had torn her away on the Palatine, as though he were tearing her away from the flames. But now, with mingled pain and ecstasy on his eagle face, with pale forehead and imploring eyes, wounded and crushed by love, full of adoration and of humility, he came closer to that ideal which she would have him realize, that ideal which she could love with her whole heart, and therefore he was now dearer to her than ever. Then she realized that an hour might come when her love for him might carry her off her feet like a whirlwind, and she, too, felt as Vinicius had just felt, that she stood on the edge of a precipice. Was it for this that she had left the Auli? For this that she had saved herself by flight? For this that she had so long lain hidden in the poorer quarters of the city? Who was this Vinicius? An Augustale, a soldier, one of Nero's courtiers. He has taken part in Caesar's mad debauches, as was proved by that banquet which Lygia could never forget. He had gone to the temples with the others and made offerings to depraved gods, in whom, mayhap, he had little faith, though he gave them official honors. He had pursued her in order to make her his slave and his mistress. He had cast her into the midst of that terrible world of luxury, debauchery, and depravity, that called aloud for the wrath and vengeance of God. True, he seemed changed yet, but a moment ago he had told her that if she thought more of Christ than of him, he would hate Christ. To Lygia it seemed that the mere thought of any other love than the love of Christ was in itself a sin against him, and against his teachings. When therefore she saw that at the bottom of her soul other feelings and desires could be awakened, fear seized her as to her own future and her own heart. At this moment of mental disturbance Glaucus entered. He had come to dress the wounds of the patient and to see how he was progressing. For a moment anger and impatience flashed in the eye of Vinicius. The interruption made him wroth. When Glaucus questioned him, he answered almost scornfully. He calmed himself almost instantly. But if Lygia had preserved any faint illusion that what he had heard in Ostranium would soften his unbending nature, that illusion must at once have been dispelled. There was a change only towards her. Behind that single feeling his heart retained all the old fierceness and egoism, Roman and wolfish, incapable not only of realizing the sweetness of Christianity, but even of common gratitude. She left the room, full of inner sorrow and inquietude. Hitherto in her prayers she had offered to Christ a calm heart, a heart as truly pure as a tear. Now the calm was disturbed. Within the petals of the flower a poisonous worm had intruded itself, and commenced its ravages. Sleep itself, notwithstanding 2 wakeful nights, brought her no peace of mind. She dreamed that at Ostranium, Nero, leading a troop of Augustales, Bacchantes, Corybantes, and gladiators, was crushing throngs of Christians under the wheels of his rose covered chariot, and that Vinicius, grasping her in his arms, pulled her into the chariot, and tightening his embrace about her, whispered, "Come with us." End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 5. From that moment Lygia appeared more rarely in the common room, and still more rarely approached the couch of Vinicius. But calm did not return to her. She saw the patient's imploring eyes following her every movement, knew that he accepted every word of hers as a favor, felt that he dared not complain, through fear that she would shun him, and that she alone was joy and health to him. Her heart would overflow with compassion, but she saw that the more she turned away from him, the more she pitied him, and the tenderer were her feelings towards him. Peace forsook her. At times she strove to persuade herself that, in very truth, it was her duty to be with him constantly, first, because God taught that good should be returned for evil, and second, because by her conversation she could draw him towards the true religion. But conscience stepped in to accuse her of paltering with herself, of being influenced only by his charm and by her love for him. Thus she lived in a constant turmoil, which intensified day by day. At times it seemed to her as though she were caught in the meshes of a net, and that every effort she made to escape only entangled her the more. She fain had to confess to herself that every day his face grew more necessary to her, his voice dearer, and that she needed all her strength to battle with the growing desire to sit by his couch. When she approached him, and his eyes brightened, joy danced in her heart. One day she observed traces of tears on his lashes. For the first time in her life there came a wild desire to wipe them away with kisses. Frightened at the very thought, full of contempt with herself, she wept all through that night. For himself he was as patient as though he had sworn himself to patience. When at times his eyes flashed with impatience, self-will and anger, he repressed those feelings at once, and looked anxiously at her as if craving her pardon. This disarmed her the more. Never before had she had the feeling of being so much beloved. At thought of it she felt at once guilty and happy. Vinicius also was immensely changed. He showed less pride in his discussions with Glaucus. Often the thought came to him that this poor slave physician and the old barbarian Miriam, who surrounded him with care, and Crispus, whom he saw constantly immersed in prayer, were human beings. These thoughts amazed him, nevertheless they visited him. In time he came to love Ursus, and conversed with him all day long because it gave him an opportunity to talk about Lygia. The giant, for his part, was inexhaustible in tales. While rendering the meanest services to him, he began now to show him a sort of attachment. Though Lygia seemed to Vinicius a being belonging to another species, higher 100-fold than those who surrounded her, none the less he began to have a fellow feeling with poor and simple folk, something he had never experienced before in his life. He even discovered in them traits of character which he had never noticed before. Nazarius was the only one he could not endure. He felt that the youth dared to love Lygia. For a time he restrained his feelings, but once when Nazarius brought the maiden a pair of quails, purchased in the market with his own earnings, then the descendant of the Quirites asserted himself in Vinicius, the Quirites in whose sight the alien wanderer from strange shores was lower than the meanest vermin. Hearing Lygia's thanks, he turned frightfully pale, and when Nazarius went out to get water for the quails, he cried: "Lygia, canst thou bear that he should give you presents? Dost thou not know that his people are called by the Greeks Jewish dogs?" "I know not how they are called by the Greeks," replied she, "but I know that Nazarius is a Christian and a brother." Astonishment and regret were in her eyes as she spoke. She had grown unused to such outbursts. He set his teeth to keep himself from telling her that he would fain order such a brother to be flogged to death, or would send him to labor with chained feet in his Sicilian vineyards. But he restrained himself, beat back his wrath, and finally said: "Lygia, forgive me. For me thou art the daughter of kings, the adopted child of Plautius." He had so fully conquered himself when Nazarius reappeared in the room, that he promised him when he returned to his villa, he would present him with a pair of peacocks or of flamingoes, of which his gardens were full. Lygia knew how dearly such self conquest was purchased. But the more often he achieved it, the more her heart yearned towards him. His merit, in the case of Nazarius, was, however, smaller than she supposed. Vinicius might be momentarily angry with him, but not permanently jealous. The son of Miriam, in his eyes, was a mere dog. Further, he was still a mere child who, if he loved Lygia, loved her without knowing what love meant. Harder battles must the young Tribune fight with himself to submit even in silence to the honor with which these people surrounded the name of Christ and his creed. Towards that creed he had taken up a strong attitude. As the creed in which Lygia believed, he was ready to recognize it. The nearer he approached to convalescence, the more acutely he recalled the series of events which had flowed from that night at Ostranium, and the whole train of ideas which had since followed one another in his brain, the more he marveled at the superhuman power of this religion which regenerated the soul of man from its foundations. He perceived that there was something extraordinary in it, something heretofore unknown on earth, and he felt that if it could conquer the world and engraft into it its own love and charity, an epoch would arise resembling that in which not Jupiter but Saturn had reigned. He dared not doubt the supernatural parentage of Christ, his resurrection, nor the other miracles. The eye witnesses who related them were too trustworthy, and had too firm an aversion for lies, to make it possible for him to believe that these things had never happened. Roman skepticism, which rejected the gods, accepted miracles. Vinicius therefore found himself in the presence of a strange and insoluble problem. This religion seemed to him opposed to all existing order, utterly impracticable, and mad beyond any madness he had ever heard of. In his opinion, man in Rome and all over the world might be bad, but the extant order was good. If the Caesar of the day were honest, if the Senate of the day were composed not of depraved debauchees but of men like Thasca, what more could be desired? Nay, Roman peace and the Roman rule were good, social inequality was right and just. To Vinicius's mind this new creed must prove subversive of all order and all rule, must abolish all inequality. What would then befall the supremacy of Rome? Could Romans cease to govern? Could they recognize a herd of conquered nations as their equals? This was beyond the reasoning powers of a born patrician. Furthermore, this religion was personally repugnant to all his convictions, his customs, his character, and his ideas of life. He could not imagine himself existing if he accepted it. He feared and admired it, but acceptance was abhorrent to his nature. At the end of all the ends, he understood that this was the one thing which divided him from Lygia. When he thought of this, he hated Christianity with all the energies of his being. None the less, he could not fail to perceive that it had clothed Lygia with that exceptional, inexplicable beauty which had nurtured in his heart not only love, but homage, not only desire, but adoration, and had made Lygia herself dearer to him than any other being in the world. Then the desire to love Christ arose afresh. He saw clearly that he must either love or hate, no middle ground was possible. Two currents drove him from opposite sides. He wavered in his thoughts and feelings. He knew not what to choose. He bowed his head and paid silent homage to that unknown God who was Lygia's God. Lygia perceived what was going on within him, how he strove to humble himself, yet how his whole nature rejected the creed of Christ. On the one hand she was mortally grieved, on the other, this unacknowledged respect which he felt for Christ inclined her heart to him with irresistible force. She recalled Pomponia Graecina and Aulus. For Pomponia it was a source of constant sorrow and never drying tears that beyond the grave she would not find Aulus. Lygia now grew into a completer understanding of this bitterness, this pain. She too had found a being who was dear to her, and eternal separation menaced them both. It is true that at times she deceived herself into the belief that he might accept the teachings of Christ. But this illusion could not last. Too well did she know and understand him. Vinicius a Christian? Even in her inexperienced head the two conceptions could not blend. If the thoughtful, solid Aulus had not become a Christian under the influence of the wise and perfect Pomponia, how could Vinicius become one? There was no answer to this save one, that for him there was no hope and no salvation. She drew back with terror at the perception that the sentence of destruction which hung over him, in lieu of alienating him from her, rendered him, through very compassion, the dearer. At times she longed to speak to him frankly of his dark future. And once, as she sat beside him, she dared to tell him that there was no life outside of Christianity. He had now grown stronger. He lifted himself up with his sound arm, and suddenly laid his head in her lap, saying, "Thou art life." Breath failed her at that moment, consciousness left her, a shiver of delight ran through her from head to foot. Taking his forehead between her hands, she strove to lift him, but meanwhile bent so that her lips touched his hair. For a moment they weltered in the intoxication of the moment, then awoke to struggle against themselves and against love which urged them together. Lygia rose at last, and ran away. There was fire in her veins, and a giddiness in her head. But this was only the one drop that overflowed the cup filled already to the brim. Vinicius did not divine the price which he would have to pay for this moment of happiness, but Lygia saw that she needed saving from herself. She spent a sleepless night in tears and prayers, feeling that she had no right to pray and that she would not be heard. Next morning she rose early, and summoning Crispus to the vine-covered arbor, there opened out her heart to him, praying him to let her leave Miriam's house, since she had lost confidence in herself, and found it impossible to conquer her love for Vinicius. Crispus, aged, severe, ever immersed in religious ecstasy, assented to her desire for flight, but could find no words of forgiveness for a love which seemed sinful in his eyes. His heart filled with wrath and horror at the very thought that Lygia, whom he had watched over since the moment of her escape, whom he had loved, whom he had confirmed in the faith, and on whom he looked as a white lily growing in the soil of the Christian creed, undefiled by any earthly breath, could have found a place in her heart for any but a heavenly love. He had thought that in the whole world there did not exist a heart more purely and sincerely devoted to the glory of Christ. It was his desire to offer her to the Redeemer as a pearl, a jewel, rounded and perfected by his own hands. Hence this disappointment filled him with amazement and bitterness.
"Go and implore God to pardon thy guilt," he said, gloomily. "Flee, ere yet the evil spirit who hath tempted thee bring thee down to utter ruin, ere yet thou renouncest the Saviour. God died on the cross for thee, with his own blood to redeem thy soul, but thou hast elected to love him who plotted to make thee his concubine. God miraculously saved you from his hands, and now thou openest thy heart to impure desire, and beginnest to love the son of darkness. Who is he? A friend and servant of Antichrist, a participant in his debauchery and crimes. Whither will he lead thee, save to the abyss, to that Sodom in which he himself abides, but which God himself will annihilate with the flames of his wrath? I say to thee, it were better that thou hadst died, that the walls of this dwelling had fallen upon thy head, before this man crept into thy heart and contaminated it with the poison of his depravity."
He grew more and more excited, for Lygia's love filled him not only with wrath, but with contempt and loathing for human nature in general and for female nature in particular. Even Christian teaching could not save women from Eve's weakness. It meant nothing to him that the maiden was still pure, that she wished to flee from temptation, that she confessed her love with remorse and shame. Crispus had wished to make an angel of her, to lift her to heights where no love existed save that of Christ. And lo! she had fallen in love with an Augustale. The very thought filled his heart with horror, intensified by disappointment and disillusion. No, she was beyond pardon. Words of contumely burned his lips like live coals. He sought to stifle them, but he shook his withered hands over the affrighted maiden. Lygia acknowledged her guilt, but not to that degree. She had imagined that her flight from Miriam's dwelling was a victory over temptation and a minimizing of her guilt. Crispus ground her into the dust, showed her a baseness in her soul which she had not hitherto suspected. She had even hoped that the old presbyter, who from the time of her escape from the Palatine had taken the place of a father to her, might show her some compassion, console her, encourage her and strengthen her.
I would fain offer up to God my disappointment and my pain, but thou hast cheated the Saviour himself, for thou hast descended into a slough whose exhalations have poisoned thy soul. Thou mightest have offered it up to Christ as a precious vessel, saying, "Fill it, O Lord, with grace," but thou hast preferred to offer it to the servant of the fiend. May God forgive thee, and show thee mercy. As to me, until thou cast out the serpent, I who deemed thee a chosen—
He stopped short, realizing that they were not alone. Through the withered vines and the evergreen ivy, he saw two men. One was the Apostle Peter. The other he failed to recognize, for a mantle of coarse woven stuff known as cilicium hid a portion of his face. For a moment Crispus thought this was Chilo. At the sound of Crispus's voice they approached the summer house, and entering sat upon the stone bench. Then Peter's companion uncovered his thin face. The sides of his head were covered with curly hair, which grew thinner at the top, his eyelids were red, his nose crooked. In his homely yet inspired countenance, Crispus recognized the features of Paul of Tarsus. Lygia, throwing herself on her knees, despairingly embraced the feet of Peter and hiding her weary little head in the folds of his cloak, remained there in silence. Peter said: "Peace be with your souls." And seeing the child at his feet he inquired what had happened. Then Crispus told of Lygia's confession of her sinful love, of her intended flight from Miriam's abode, and his sorrow that the soul which he had wished to offer to Christ as pure as a tear had been contaminated by earthly feelings for a participant in all those crimes in which the heathen world was sunk, and which called for the avenging wrath of God. While he spoke, Lygia clung the more closely to the Apostle's feet, as if seeking a refuge there, and to supplicate for mercy. The Apostle listened till the end. Then, bending down and placing his emaciated hands on her head, he turned his eyes upon the aged presbyter, and said: "Crispus, hast thou not heard that our beloved Master was present at the wedding in Cana, where he blessed the love between woman and man?" Crispus's hands fell. He stared with amazement at the speaker, powerless to utter a word. After a moment of silence Peter continued: "Crispus, thinkest thou that Christ, who suffered Mary Magdalene to lie at his feet, and forgave the adulteress, would turn from this child, who is as pure as a lily of the field?" Lygia, sobbing, nestled closer to Peter's feet, understanding that she had not sought a refuge in vain. The Apostle, lifting up her tear stained face, said: "Until the eyes of him thou lovest are opened to the truth, shun him, lest he induce thee to sin, but pray for him, and know that there is no guilt in thy love. Nay, since thou wishest to flee temptation, this will be accounted a merit to thee. Grieve not, weep not. I say to thee that the grace of the Saviour hath not left thee, and that thy prayers will be heard, and that after sorrow will come days of joy." With these words he laid his hands on her head. Lifting up his eyes he blessed her. From his face shone a supernatural charity. Crispus, repentant, now sought humbly to justify himself.
"I have sinned against charity," he said, "but I thought that the admission of an earthly love in her heart was a denial of Christ." "Thrice I denied him," interrupted Peter, "yet he forgave me and commanded me to feed his sheep." "And because Vinicius is an Augustale," continued Crispus, "Christ hath softened stonier hearts than his," urged Peter. Then Paul of Tarsus, who had hitherto kept silent, put his finger to his breast as pointing to himself, and said: "I am he that persecuted and harried to death the servants of Christ. I am he who at the stoning of Stephen kept guard over the garments of the stoners. I am he who would have rooted out the truth in all parts of the inhabited earth. Yet none the less the Lord foreordained me to preach it all over the earth. I have preached it in Judea, in Greece, on the islands and in this godless metropolis, where on my first visit I was cast into prison. And now, when Peter, my superior, hath summoned me, I will enter this dwelling to bow this proud head before the feet of Christ, and sow the seed within that stony soil, which the Lord will fertilize so that it may yield an abundant harvest." He raised himself to his full height. To Crispus this little hunchback seemed at that moment what he was in reality — a giant who was to shake the world to its center, and win over the nations and the countries. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 6. Petronius to Vinicius. Have mercy, O best beloved. Do not in thy letters pattern after the Lacedaemonians or Julius Caesar. Of course, couldst thou like him write, I came, I saw, I conquered, I might understand a laconism of this sort. But thy letter means only this: I came, I saw, I fled. But such an outcome to any affair of thine would not consort with thy nature. Therefore, as thou art wounded, and as strange things have happened to thee, I seek a fuller explanation. Scarce could I believe my eyes when I read that the Lygian had strangled Croto as easily as a Scotch dog would kill a wolf in the ravines of Ireland. That man is worth his weight in gold. If he wills, he may easily become a favorite with Caesar. When I return to the city I shall seek a closer acquaintance with him, and shall order him to be cast in bronze. Bronzebeard will burst with curiosity when I tell him the figure has been cast from nature. Really athletic bodies are becoming rare in Italy and Greece, to say nothing of the Orient. The Germans, though of large stature, have muscles covered with fat, and are big rather than strong. Ask the Lygian if he be an exception, or if there are other men like him in his own country. If thou or I were ever officially entrusted with the organization of the public games, 'twould be a good thing to know where to seek for the best bodies. But praise be to the gods, both of the East and of the West, that thou hast escaped alive from such hands. Of course thou didst escape because thou art a patrician and a man of consular dignity. Nevertheless, all that has happened fills me with the greatest surprise. That cemetery where thou foundest thyself among the Christians, they themselves, their behavior toward thee, and later the escape of Lygia. Finally, that peculiar melancholy and unrest which pervaded thy short letter. Explain thyself fully, for there are many things which I cannot understand. Thou wishest the candid truth. I will add, therefore, that I can understand neither the Christians, nor thyself, nor Lygia. Marvel not that I, who find interest in few things on earth save myself, question thee so eagerly. I am the cause of all that has happened, so it is in some sort my affair. Write at once, for I know not with certainty when we shall meet again. Bronzebeard's plans are as uncertain as autumn breezes. He is now in Benevent. He announces that he will go to Greece and not to Rome. Tigellinus, however, advises him to return for a brief period, as the people, yearning for his presence (read for games and bread), may haply find relief in rebellion.
So I know not what may happen. Should we decide on Achaea, we may then want to see Egypt. I should urge thee as strongly as possible to come here, for I see that in thy present mood, the journey hither and our recreations would benefit thee. But thou runst the risk of not finding us. Consider therefore whether it would not be better for thee to seek rest on thy Sicilian estates than to remain in Rome. I send no wishes save for thy health, because by Pollux, I know not what to wish thee." On receipt of this letter Vinitius felt at first no desire to answer it. An answer seemed useless. It would benefit no one, it would explain nothing. Discouragement and a sense of the utter futility of human life weighed him down. In any case Petronius would be utterly incapable of understanding him. A great gulf seemed to have opened between them. He could not adjust his own mind to his present mood. After his return from the Trans Tiber to his beautiful island in Carinus, he was still weak and exhausted. For the first few days he found some enjoyment in mere rest amid the comfort and plenty that surrounded him, but this enjoyment was short lived. Again he felt the emptiness of his life. All which had formerly interested him had either ceased to exist for him, or had shrunk to infinitesimal proportions. He felt that all the soul ties which had bound him to life had been cut, and that no new ones were possible. At the thought of going to Beneventum and then to Achaea, to immerse himself in that life of luxury and mad excess, a sense of emptiness overcame him. "Wherefore should I do this? What shall I gain?" These were the questions that suggested themselves, and for the first time in his life the thought of the conversation of Petronius, his very wit, his brilliancy, his exquisite precision of thought and phrase, wearied him. But solitude also wearied him. All his friends were with Nero in Beneventum. He was condemned to loneliness at home, with a head full of thoughts and his heart full of emotions which he could neither analyze nor explain. There were times when he longed for some one to whom he might pour out all these thoughts and sensations, in the hope that he might be able to grasp them, to coordinate them, and to make them yield up their meaning. Under this hope, after some days of hesitation, he decided to answer Petronius, and though uncertain whether another letter would come in return, he put his into the following words: "It is thy wish that I should answer thee more fully. So be it. But as to whether I can do this clearly I know not, for there are many snarls which I find it impossible to disentangle. I have told thee of my stay among the Christians, of their treatment, of their enemies, among whom myself and Chilo might be rightly reckoned, finally of the kindness with which they nursed me and of the disappearance of Lygia. No, dear friend, I was spared, not because I am a man of consular dignity. Such considerations have no weight with them. They forgave even Chilo, whom I had counseled them to bury in the garden. These are people whose like the world has never seen. Their creed is one whose like the world has never heard. I can say nothing more. But he who measures them with our measures will fall into error. Why, I tell thee that had I been lying with a broken arm in my own home, nursed by my own people, or even by my own family, I might certainly have enjoyed greater comfort, but not half the care which I received from them. Know this also, that Lygia is such as they. Were she my sister or my wife, she could not have nursed me with greater tenderness. More than once joy filled my heart, for I thought love and love alone could inspire such tenderness. More than once I have read it in her face, and then, wilt thou believe me, among these plain people, in that poverty-stricken chamber, kitchen at once and dining room, I felt more happiness than I had ever known. No, her feeling toward me is not of indifference. To this day I cannot think it, and yet that same Lygia escaped secretly from Miriam's house on my account. I sit all day with my head buried in my hands, pondering why she did this. Have I told you that I myself offered to return her to the Auli? She answered that this was now impossible, as the Auli had gone to Sicily, and as the news of her return, carried from house to house by the slaves, would finally reach the Palatine, so that Caesar might demand her again from the Auli.
But she knew well that I would make no further attempts on her, that I had abandoned all thought of force, that, unable to cease from loving her, unable also to live without her, I would willingly lead her to my house through a garlanded door, and seat her on a sacred skin at my hearth. And still she disappeared. Wherefore? No further danger menaced her. If she loved me not, she could reject me. Only the previous day I had met an extraordinary man, one Paul of Tarsus, who spoke to me of Christ and his creed, and spake with such forcefulness that it seemed to me that every word would unwittingly reduce to ashes the very bases of our world. The same man visited me after her flight, and said to me: "When God opens thine eyes to the light and removes the scales from them, as he removed them from mine, then thou wilt see that what she did was right, and then perchance thou wilt find her again." And I am puzzling over those words as though I had heard them from the lips of the Pythoness at Delphi. Sometimes a faint comprehension visits me. These people, though loving humanity, hate our life, our gods, and our crimes. So she fled from me as a man belonging to this world, and one with whom she could at best but share a life that was criminal in the eyes of Christians. Thou wilt say that as she might reject me, she had no need for flight. But suppose she loves me? In that case she sought to flee from love. At the very thought of this the wish fills me to send my slaves into every alley in Rome, crying in every house, "Lygia, come back!" But again, I fail to understand why she did this. I would not have forbidden her to worship Christ. Nay, I myself would have created an altar to him in the great hall. One more god, what harm could he do me? Why might I not believe in him, I who have scant faith in the old gods? I am certain that the Christians never lie, and they say that he rose from the dead. No man could do this. Paul of Tarsus, who is a Roman citizen, but who as a Jew is conversant with the ancient Hebrew scriptures, has declared to me that the advent of Christ was foretold for thousands of years by the prophets. All these are uncommon things, but does not the uncommon environ us on all sides? The fame of Apollonius of Tyana is not yet dead. What Paul affirms, that there is but one God, and not a crowd of them, seems rational to me. Seneca probably holds the same opinion. Many others held it before him. Christ was. He allowed himself to be crucified for the redemption of the world. He rose again from the dead. All this is certain. I see no reason, therefore, why I should stubbornly insist on a contrary opinion, why I should not erect an altar to him, when I am quite ready to erect one, for example, to Serapis. Nor would it be difficult for me to renounce all the other gods, for no rational intellect now accepts them. But all this it seems does not suffice the Christians. It is not enough to render homage to Christ, one must live in accordance with his teachings. And so one stands as on the shore of a sea which one is ordered to walk on afoot. Should I promise to do so, they themselves would feel the promise to be a mere empty sound upon my lips. Paul openly acknowledged this. Thou knowest I love Lygia, that there is naught I would deny her. But even at her bidding I could not lift Soracte or Vesuvius upon my shoulders, nor hold Lake Thrasymene in my palm, nor change my eyes from black to blue like those of the Lygians. At her behest I might be willing, but these things are beyond my powers. I am no philosopher, and I am no fool either, though I may appear so to thee. But I know this, that where Christian teaching begins, Rome's dominion ends. Rome ends, the old life ends the distinction between vanquished and victor, between the mighty and the poor, between master and slave ends, government ends, Caesar, law and the order of the world end. And in lieu of all this comes Christ, with a charity never before extant, and a kindliness opposed to all human and all Roman instincts. True, I care more for Lygia than for all Rome, and all its dominions. Let the whole world fall so long as I possess her in my own home. But that is another matter. For the Christians a mere verbal consent will not suffice, one must feel that their creed is right, one must banish all things else from one's soul. And the gods be my witnesses. This to me is impossible. Dost thou comprehend what I mean? There is something in my nature which revolts from this creed. Though my lips praised it, though I conformed my life to its precepts, my reason and my soul would tell me that I did so for love's sake, for Lygia's sake, and were it not for her, nothing in the world would be more abhorrent to me. Strange to say, Paul of Tarsus understands this. And Peter understands this. Peter, who despite his simplicity and his lowly origin is the greatest among them. Peter, who was the disciple of Christ. Knowest thou what they are doing? Lo, they are praying for me. They are imploring for me the gift of something they call grace. Yet nothing came from it at all so far as I am concerned, save a strange unrest and a wilder longing for Lygia. I told thee she fled secretly, but she left behind her a cross which she had made for me out of 2 bits of boxwood. On awakening I found it by my bed. I now keep it in my sanctuary, and I cannot tell what strange feelings of awe and reverence come over me when I approach it. I love it because her hands bound it. I hate it because it divides us. At times it seems to me as if there were some sorcery at the bottom of this whole affair, and that this Peter, though he styles himself a simple fisherman, is mightier than Apollonius, and than all of his predecessors, and that it was he who cast a spell upon all of us, upon Lygia, Pomponia, and myself. Thou hast noticed in my previous letters signs of disquietude and melancholy. Melancholy there must be because I have lost her again, and disquietude because a great change has come over me. I tell thee frankly that nothing can be more repugnant to my nature than this creed, yet from the time that I first encountered it, I have failed to recognize my old self. Is this sorcery or is it love? Circe transformed human bodies by a touch. By a touch my soul has been transformed. Only Lygia could do this, or rather Lygia acting through the strange creed that she professes. When I returned home from the Christians no one expected me. It was thought that I was in Beneventum, and would be away for a while. Disorder reigned. I found the slaves drunk at a banquet which they had spread in my dining room. Death was sooner expected than I, and would have affrighted them less. Thou knowest with how strong a hand I rule my house. All threw themselves on their knees. Some fainted from fright. Canst thou guess what I did? My first thought was to call for rods and hot irons. Immediately shame seized me. Canst thou believe it? I absolutely felt pity for those wretches. Among them are old slaves, whom my grandfather, Marcus Vinicius, brought from the banks of the Rhine in the days of Augustus. I locked myself up alone in the library, and still stranger thoughts visited me, namely, that after all I had heard and seen among the Christians it was not meet for me to act as formerly I had acted toward my slaves, that slaves also are human beings. For several days they moved around in mortal fear, believing that I had suspended punishment only in order to devise some still more ingeniously cruel one. But I did not punish them. I did not, because I could not. On the 3rd day I summoned them to my presence. "I forgive you," I said. "Strive ye now with loyal service to make amends for your offense." With streaming eyes they fell upon their knees. Moaning they stretched out their hands. They called me master and father. And I say this with shame, I was equally moved. At that moment it seemed as if I saw the sweet face of Lygia. Her eyes were moist with tears, thanking me for that deed. And beshrew me if I did not feel mine eyes moisten in turn. Canst thou guess what I am about to confess to thee? That I am lost without her, that all is ill with me, that I am in simple fact unhappy, and that my sorrow is greater than thou canst conceive. As to my slaves, one thing struck me. The forgiveness they had received did not make them insolent, nor weaken discipline among them. On the contrary, fear has never aroused them to such willing service as gratitude. They do not merely serve now, they seem to vie with one another in the effort to divine my very wishes. I mention this for the reason that on the day previous to my departure from the Christians, I had said to Paul that society would fall apart as a result of his teachings, like a cask without hoops.
Paul returned, "Love is a stronger hoop than fear." And now I see that in some cases he may be right. I have verified it in the case of certain clients who flocked to greet me on my return. You know I have never been niggardly with my clients, but my father on principle acted arrogantly toward them and taught me the same behavior. But now, taking note of their threadbare cloaks and hungry faces, I had a feeling for them akin to pity. I ordered food to be brought them. I conversed familiarly with them. I asked them after their wives and children. I saw tears spring to their eyes. And again I felt that Lygia saw all this, that it gave her pleasure, that she praised it. Am I losing my mind? Or is love bewildering me? I know not. I only know that I have a constant feeling that she is gazing on me from afar, and I am afraid to do anything that might pain or offend her. Yes, Caius, my soul is changed. Sometimes I am glad of it. Sometimes I torment myself with the fear that I am losing my old time manliness, my old time energy, and that perchance I am already unfit, not only for council, for the judgment seat, and for the banqueting hall, but even for the battlefield. Doubtless here is some strange sorcery. So greatly am I changed that I even own to thee what passed through my mind as I lay sick, that if Lygia were like to Nigidia, Poppaea, Crispinilla, or to others of our divorced women, were she similarly vile, merciless, and light minded, I could not love her as I do. But as I love her for the sake of that which divides us, thou wilt divine what chaos has arisen in my soul, what darkness environs me, how hidden is the path before me, how uncertain my future. If my life be compared to a spring, unrest, instead of water, flows in that spring. I live only in the hope of seeing her. Sometimes I think this sight must be vouchsafed me. But what will happen during the next year or two I know not, nor can I guess. I will not leave Rome. I could not abide the society of the Augustales. Besides, the only comfort in my melancholy and my unrest is the thought that I am near Lygia, and that through Glaucus, who promised to visit me, or through Paul of Tarsus, I may occasionally gain some news of her. Nay, I would not leave Rome even were ye to offer me the governorship of Egypt. Know also that I ordered a sculptor to carve a stone monument for Gulo, whom I slew in my wrath. Too late came the thought that he had borne me in his arms, and had been the first to teach me how to put the arrow to the bow. I know not why the memory of him arose in me, a memory resembling reproach and remorse. If thou marvelest at what I write, I reply to thee that I marvel no less, but I write the candid truth. Farewell. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 2, Chapter 7. No reply came to this letter. Petronius did not write, evidently expecting that Nero at any moment might command a return to Rome. In fact, the rumor of a contemplated return spread throughout the metropolis, awakening a lively joy in the hearts of the mob, eager for games and the distribution of corn and olive oil, great stores of which had accumulated in Ostia. Helius, Nero's freedman, finally announced the return to the Senate. But Nero, having embarked with his court at the promontory of Misenum, returned slowly, landing at every city along the coasts to rest or to exhibit himself in the theatres. In Minturnae, where he sang in public, he spent over 10 days. He even thought of returning to Naples, there to enjoy the spring which had come earlier and warmer than usual. During all this time, Vinicius remained shut up in his home, thinking of Lygia, and of all the new things which had entered his soul, and brought into it hitherto unknown sensations and ideas. Glaucus called upon him from time to time. His visits filled Vinicius with inward joy, for he could speak with the physician of Lygia. Glaucus, it is true, knew not her hiding place, but he assured Vinicius that the elders surrounded her with protecting care.
Once, moved by the melancholy of the young patrician, he told how the Apostle Peter had rebuked Crispus for reproaching Lygia with her earthly love. Vinicius, hearing this, paled with emotion. More than once it had seemed to him that Lygia was not indifferent to him, but quite as often he fell into doubt and uncertainty. Now, for the first time, he heard from strange lips, from the lips of a Christian, the confirmation of his hopes. In the first moment of gratitude he would have run to Peter. Learning, however, that he was not in the city, but was preaching in the country, he implored Glaucus to bring him back, promising to make liberal donations to the poor of the community. It seemed to him also, that if Lygia loved, all obstacles were removed, as he was ready at any moment to do homage to Christ. But though Glaucus strongly urged him to receive baptism, he would not assure him that thereby he would win Lygia at once, and told him that he must desire baptism for its own sake, and for the sake of Christ, and not for alien objects. "One needs also a Christian soul," he said. And Vinicius, though he grew wroth at every obstacle, had now begun to understand that Glaucus as a Christian said only what he ought to say. He did not yet fully realize that one of the most radical changes in his own nature was that previously he had measured men and things only through his own egoism. Nevertheless, he was now gradually accustoming himself to the thought that the eyes of others might see differently, that the hearts of others might feel differently, that personal rights did not always mean personal gain. The wish often seized him to see Paul of Tarsus, whose words interested and moved him. He conjured up arguments against his creed, he strove against him in thought, nevertheless he would fain see him. But Paul had gone to Aricium. As the visits of Glaucus grew rarer, Vinicius found himself in utter solitude. Again he began to traverse the alleys near Sabora and the narrow streets of the Trans Tiber, in the hope of catching even a far off glimpse of Lygia. When this hope was disappointed, weariness and impatience overpowered him. At length the time came when his old nature reasserted itself. It was like the onslaught of a wave at high tide on the shore whence it had retired. He said to himself that he had made a fool of himself to no purpose, that he had filled his mind with things which brought only sorrow in their train, that he ought to make life yield him all it could. He resolved to forget Lygia, or at least to seek joy and delight from all other sources. He felt that this trial was the last. So he threw himself into the turmoil of life with all the blind passion of his peculiar nature. Life itself seemed to invite him. Rome, half dead and deserted during the winter months, had begun to revive with the hope of Caesar's speedy return. Preparations were going on for his solemn reception. Spring had come. The snows on the crests of the Alban hills had melted away under the breath of African winds. Violets covered the lawns in the gardens. The Forum and the Field of Mars swarmed with people basking in the growing heat of the sun. On the Appian Way, the drive outside the city, a stream of chariots, richly caparisoned and adorned, passed to and fro. The usual excursions to the Alban hills had begun. Young women, under pretext of worshipping Juno in Lanuvium, or Diana in Aricium, stole away from home in search of new impressions, of society reunions, and of pleasures, without the city walls. Here one day Vinicius, among the splendid chariots that crowded the way, caught sight of one more magnificent than all, the car of Chrysothemis, Petronius's mistress. Two Molossian dogs preceded it. A crowd of young men and aged senators, detained by their duties in the city, surrounded it. Chrysothemis, driving 4 Corsican ponies, scattered smiles around her and gaily flecked her golden whip. Perceiving Vinicius, she reined up her steeds and made him mount beside her. She drove him to a banquet which lasted all night. Vinicius drank so deeply that he knew nothing when he was borne home. But he could remember that when Chrysothemis mentioned the name of Lygia, he was indignant and in his drunken wrath emptied a vessel of Falernian wine upon her head. Recalling this in his sober state, his anger returned. Next day Chrysothemis, evidently forgetting the insult, called at his house, and once more drove him along the Appian Way. She supped with him that night, and confessed that she had wearied not only of Petronius, but of his Lyrist, and that her heart was now free. All that week they appeared together. But the connection did not seem likely to last. After the incident of the Falernian wine Lygia's name was never recalled. Nevertheless, Vinicius could not banish the thought of her. He still retained the feeling that her eyes were ever gazing upon him, and that feeling made his heart sink. Discontented with himself, he could not free himself from the consciousness that he was paining Lygia, nor from the remorse with which this consciousness afflicted him. After the first scene of jealousy raised by Chrysothemis on account of two Syrian girls whom he had bought, he rudely dismissed her. Not yet, it is true, did he cease to wallow in pleasures and debaucheries, but now he seemed to be urged on by a desire to spite Lygia. At last he discerned that the thought of Lygia never left him for a moment, that she was the motive at once of his bad actions and his good, that he cared for nothing in the world save only for her. Then weariness and disgust overcame him. Pleasure became abhorrent to him, and left only remorse behind it. He knew he was wretched, but this last emotion filled him with immeasurable wonderment. Once he had accepted as good everything that gratified his senses. In the end he fell into an utter apathy, from which even the news of Nero's approach could not arouse him. Nothing interested him. He did not even call on Petronius, until the latter sent him an invitation and his own letter. Though he was joyfully greeted, he responded unwillingly to all interrogations. But at last his long repressed thoughts and emotions burst their bounds and rushed from his lips in an abundant torrent of words. Once more he told in full detail the story of his search for Lygia, of his stay with the Christians, of all that he had seen and heard among them, and of all that had passed through his head and his heart. And then he complained that he had plunged into a chaos of mind where all peace had abandoned him, together with all faculty of judgment and discernment. Nothing attracted him, everything had lost its savor. He knew not what to think nor how to act. He was ready both to honor Christ and to persecute him. He recognized the sublimity of his creed, yet at the same time he felt towards it an overpowering aversion. He recognized that even if he possessed Lygia, he would not possess her entirely, for he must share her with Christ. In short, in the midst of life he had no real life. He had neither hope nor morrow, nor belief in happiness. He was encompassed by darkness and was groping for an exit which he could not find. Petronius, during all this narration, gazed at his changed face, at his hands, which he outstretched with a strange gesture, as if he were really groping his way, and pondered deeply. Then rising, he approached Vinicius, and ran his fingers through the hair above his ears. "Knowest thou," he asked, "that there are several gray hairs on thy temple?" "That may well be," was the reply. "I should not wonder if they should soon all grow white." A hush fell upon them. Petronius was a man of thought. More than once had he pondered on life and the human soul. In a general way, life in the world wherein they both lived, could be outwardly happy or unhappy, but inwardly its usual wont was calm. Just as lightning or earthquake might overthrow a temple, so unhappiness could destroy life. In itself, however, it consisted of simple and harmonious lines, free from all entanglements. But something altogether different was hinted at by the words of Vinicius. For the first time Petronius stood face to face with a complication of spiritual snarls which no one heretofore had unravelled. He was wise enough to value, but with all his cleverness he could not answer, his nephew's questions. After a long pause he spoke. "This may be mere sorcery." "So I have thought. More than once has it seemed to me that both of us were under a spell." "Suppose thou wert to go to the priests of Serapis. Doubtless among them there are many tricksters, nevertheless there may be others who possess strange secrets." He spoke, however, without faith and in a halting voice. He felt how hollow and even ridiculous these words must sound on his lips. Vinicius rubbed his forehead. "Sorceries!" he cried. "I have seen sorcerers who wrested unknown and subterranean forces to their own ends. I have seen sorcerers who used these forces to the injury of their foes. But Christians dwell in poverty, forgive their enemies, proclaim humility, virtue, and charity. What could they gain from sorceries? Why should they cast spells?" Petronius was piqued that all his wit could find no adequate reply. Unwilling to confess this, however, he jumped at the first thought that offered. "'Tis a new sect," he said. After a pause he added, "By the divine dwellers in Paphian groves, how all this would ruin life! Thou admirest the purity and the mildness of those people, but I tell thee that they are evil, for they are enemies of life, even like diseases or death itself. We already have our fill of these enemies, we need no addition from the Christians. Count them up: diseases, Caesar, Tigellinus, Caesar's poems, cobblers who rule over the descendants of the old Quinites, freedmen who sit in the Senate. By Castor, 'tis enough! 'Tis a pernicious and disgusting sect. Hast thou made any effort to cast off this melancholy and take some small enjoyment out of life?" "I have tried." Petronius laughed. "Traitor!" he cried. "Gossip flies quickly among slaves. Thou hast stolen Chrysothemis away from me." Vinicius waved his hand in disgust. "All the same, I thank thee," said Petronius. "I will send her a pair of slippers embroidered with pearls. In my love language it means, 'Walk off.' I owe thee a double gratitude: first, that thou didst not steal Eunice; secondly, that thou didst free me from Chrysothemis. Hearken! Thou seest before thee a man who rose early, bathed, banqueted, possessed Chrysothemis, wrote satires, and even sometimes interwove poetry with prose, but who was as frightfully bored as Caesar himself, and often knew not how to chase away the gloomiest thoughts. Knowest thou why this was so? Merely because I was seeking afar what was right close to me. A beautiful woman is always worth her weight in gold, but if such a woman loves, she is above all price. The treasures of Verres could not purchase her. So now I set myself this rule of action. I shall fill my life with happiness, as a cup with the finest wine produced on earth, and drink till my hand withers and my lips pale. What may happen after, I care not. This is my newest philosophy." "'Tis the same thou hast always professed. There is nothing new in it." "It has substance, something previously lacking." He called for Eunice, who entered, clad in white drapery, golden haired, a slave no longer, but a goddess of love and joy. He opened his arms. "Come!" he cried. She ran up to him, she leaped on his knee. She put her arms around his neck, and nestled her head upon his breast. Vinicius watched her cheeks grow crimson, and her eyes melt slowly in mist. They formed a marvelous group of love and happiness. Petronius reached his hand to a shallow vase, standing on the nearby table, and taking a handful of violets, sprinkled them on the head, the breast, and the robe of Eunice. He snatched the tunic from her shoulders and said: "Happy is he who, like me, has found love enclosed in so lovely a form. At times I deem we are two gods. Look at her thyself. Hath Praxiteles, or Miron, or Scopas, or Lysias himself carved more marvelous lines? Is there in Paros or Pentelius marble like this? Warm, rosy, pulsating with love? They are men who kiss the edges of vases, but I prefer to seek delight where it can be truly found." And he passed his lips over her shoulders and her neck. She trembled visibly, her eyes closed and then opened, with an expression of ineffable joy. Petronius lifted his noble head and addressed Vinicius. "Think now, what are thy gloomy Christians compared with this? If thou canst not see the difference, go to them. But this sight will cure thee." Vinicius distended his nostrils, which were invaded by the perfume of violets that pervaded the room. His face paled. Oh, if he could only press his lips on the shoulders of Lygia, it would be a sacrilegious delight, so great that the world might then pass away and he would care not. But accustomed now to a ready analysis of his own emotions, he noticed that even at that moment he thought of Lygia and her only.
"Eunice, thou divine one," cried Petronius, "order the garlands for our heads and a good breakfast." When she had left he turned to Vinicius. "I would have set her free, but what was her answer? 'I would rather be thy slave than Caesar's wife.' She refused to accept her liberty. I freed her without her knowledge. The praetor did this for me without insisting on her presence. But she knows this not, nor does she know that this home, with all my jewels, save only the gems, will belong to her if I die." He rose and took a few steps up and down the room. "Love," he resumed, "changes some more and others less, but it has greatly changed me. Once I loved the odor of verbenas, but Eunice prefers violets. Hence I love them above all other flowers, and since spring arrived we have breathed nothing but violets." He stopped in front of Vinicius. "And thou," he asked, "dost thou still remain true to the perfume of nard?" "Give me peace," implored the young man. "I wished thou to look on Eunice. I thought of her only because thou, too, perchance art seeking afar that which is near at hand. Perchance for thee, too, in the dormitories of thy slaves, may throb some such loyal and simple heart. Put this balsam upon thy wounds. Lygia, thou sayest, loves thee. Granted she does. But what sort of love is that which can be renounced? Does not the very renouncement mean that there is something more powerful? No, my beloved, Lygia is not Eunice." "'Tis all but one long torment. I saw thee kissing the shoulders of Eunice, and the thought came to me that if Lygia would bare her shoulders to me, the ground might open next minute under our feet, and I would not care. But an awful fear seized me at the very thought, as though I had assaulted a vestal virgin or debauched a goddess. True, Lygia is not Eunice. But I see the difference in another way than thou. Love has changed thy nostrils as to make thee prefer violets to verbenas. In me the change is in my soul, despite my fears and my desires, so that I prefer Lygia to such as she is rather than to resemble others." Petronius shrugged his shoulders. "If that be so, no wrong has been done thee. But I fail to understand." "Alas, too true. We can understand each other no longer." There was silence once more. Then Petronius resumed violently. "May Hades engulf thy Christians. They have filled thee with unrest. They have destroyed thy hold upon life. To Hades with them. Thou art mistaken in thinking their creed is good, for good is that only which gives man happiness, and happiness consists in beauty, love, power. These things they call vanity. Thou art mistaken in thinking they are just, for if we must return good for evil, what shall we return for good? And if the same return be made for good and evil, why shall man be good?" "No, the return is not the same. According to their creed, it begins in a future life which is eternal." "The future life does not interest me, for we have yet to find whether we can see without eyes. In this life the Christians are mere weaklings. Ursus strangled Croto because he has limbs of iron, but these are imbeciles, and the future cannot belong to imbeciles." "I told you that for them life begins with death." "That is as if one were to say day begins with night. Dost thou propose to carry off the girl?" "No. I cannot return evil for her good. Moreover, I have sworn not to do so." "Dost thou contemplate accepting the religion of Christ?" "I wish to do so, but my nature revolts." "Canst thou forget Lygia?" "No." "Then travel." Breakfast was now announced by the slaves. Petronius, who thought he had hit upon a good idea, said on the way to the dining room: "Thou hast travelled over a large part of the world, but only as a soldier hurrying to his destination, who does not stop on the way. Go with us to Achaea. Caesar has not given up the idea. He will stop along the way, will sing, receive garlands, despoil temples, and in the end will return in triumph to Italy. 'Twill be like a procession of Bacchus and Apollo in one person. Augustales and their consorts and thousands of lyres, by Castor, 'twill be well worth seeing, for nothing like it has ever existed in the world." He stretched himself beside Eunice on a couch before the table. A slave placed a garland of anemones upon his head. "What didst thou see in the service of Corbulo?" he resumed.
Nothing. Didst thou visit the Grecian temple as I did, I, who for 2 years passed from guide to guide? Didst thou visit Rhodes to view the site of the Colossus? Didst thou see in Panopeus, in Phocis, the clay from which Prometheus moulded man, in Sparta the eggs which Leda laid, or in Athens the famed Sarmatian armor made of horses' hoofs, or in Euboea Agamemnon's ship, or the goblet which was modelled over the left breast of Helena? Didst thou see Alexandria, Memphis, the pyramids, the hair of Isis which she tore out of her head in bewailing Osiris? Didst thou hear the moaning music of Memnon? The world is wide. All does not end at the Trans Tiber. I shall accompany Caesar. On his return I shall leave him and go to Cyprus, for my little golden haired goddess desires that we should together offer up doves to Venus. For know that what she wishes must be done." "I am thy slave," whispered Eunice. He leaned his wreathed head upon her bosom and smiled. "If so, I am the slave of a slave," he said. "From thy feet to thy head, oh my divinity, I love thee." Turning to Vinicius, he said: "Go with us to Cyprus. Remember that thou must first call on Caesar. 'Tis a pity that thou hast not yet seen him. Tigellinus is only too ready to use this to thy harm. Though he has no personal hatred to thee, still as my sister's son, he cannot love thee. We will explain that thou wert unwell. We must think over what reply thou shalt give if Nero asks about Lygia. It might be best for thee to make a gesture with thy hands, and say that she was with thee until she wearied thee. This he will understand, and that sickness detained thee at home, that thy fever was increased by sorrow that thou couldst not be present in Naples to hear his singing, that thy health was only restored by the hope of now at last hearing him. Fear no lie, no exaggeration. Tigellinus swears that he will think of something stupendous to say to Caesar. I fear he may undermine me. I have some fears even of thee." "Knowest thou," said Vinitius, "that there are men who do not fear Caesar, and who live as calmly as if he were not in the same world?" "I know whom thou meanest, the Christians." "Yes, they are the only ones. But as to us, what is our life save a constant fear?" "A truce to the Christians. They fear not Caesar, because it is possible he has never heard of them. At all events he knows nothing of their creed, and they interest him no more than withered leaves. But I tell thee they are imbeciles. Thou feelest this thyself. If thy nature revolts at their creed, 'tis because thou feelest their imbecility. Thou art a man of different clay, therefore a truce to them. We can live and die, what more they can do, no one knows." These words struck Vinitius. On his return home he wondered whether after all it might not be true that the charity and purity of the Christians was but a sign of their imbecility. Surely men of virility and character could not forgive in this way. Was not this the real secret of the aversion which his Roman soul felt towards this creed? "We can live and die," said Petronius. As to them, they knew forgiveness only, they knew neither true love nor true hatred. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 8. Nero soon wearied of Rome, regretted his return, and decided on a new visit to Achaea. He issued an edict explaining that his absence would not be a long one, and that public affairs would not suffer in any way. Accompanied by the Augustales, among whom was Vinicius, he repaired to the Capitol to offer sacrifices for an auspicious journey. But next day at the temple of Vesta, an event took place which changed all his plans. Nero had no belief in the gods, but he feared them. The mysterious Vesta, especially, filled him with such dread, that in presence of the goddess and her sacred fire, his hair rose on end, his teeth chattered, a shiver ran through his lips, and he fainted in the arms of Vinicius, who happened to stand behind him. They carried him out of the temple and bore him to the Palatine.
Though he soon recovered consciousness, he did not leave his bed all that day. To the amazement of all present he announced that he had deferred his journey, for that the goddess had secretly warned from undue haste. An hour later it was publicly announced in Rome that Caesar seeing the saddened visages of his people, towards whom he felt as a father to his children, would remain to share their joys and their fate. The mob rejoiced at this decision which assured them a continuance of the games and bread, assembled in large numbers before the Palatine Gate, and shouted loud and long in honor of divine Caesar. The latter, pausing a moment from the game of dice with which he was amusing himself with the Augustales, said:
Yes, it was right to defer the journey. It hath been prophesied that Egypt and the Orient cannot escape from my dominion, hence I will not lose Achaia. I will order a canal to be cut through the Isthmus of Corinth, and we will erect monuments in Egypt which will make the pyramids seem childish toys. I will build a sphinx 7 times larger than that which gazes at the desert from Memphis, and will command that my face be put upon it. Succeeding ages will talk only of this monument and of me."
In thy verses thou hast already erected a monument not 7 times merely, but thrice 7 times greater than the pyramid of Cheops," said Petronius.
"And what of my singing?" asked Nero.
"Alas! Could men only raise to thee a statue like that of Memnon, to resound with thy voice at sunrise, then indeed for all ages would the neighboring seas swarm with vessels, in which crowds from all the 3 parts of the earth would come to hearken to thy voice."
"Alas, indeed! What man could do this?" answered Nero.
"Nevertheless, thou canst order a figure of thyself driving a chariot to be carved in basalt."
"'Tis true. I will do it."
"That will indeed be a boon to humanity."
"In Egypt I will wed with the moon, who is now a widow, and be a god in fact."
"Yea, and thou wilt give us stars for wives, and we will form a new constellation which shall be known as the constellation of Nero. Wed Vitellius with the Nile so that he breed hippopotamuses. Give the desert to Tigellinus, and let him become the king of the jackals."
"And what shall I have?" asked Vatinius.
"May Apis bless thee. Thou hast given us such magnificent games in Beneventum, that I can wish thee no evil. Make a pair of boots for the Sphinx, whose paws mayhap grow cold in the night dews, and sandals for the colossi which line the ways leading to the temples, so each may find a suitable occupation. For instance, Domitius Afer, famed for his honesty, will be the treasurer. I rejoice, O Caesar, when thou dreamest of Egypt. I am only sorry because thou hast put off thy journey."
"Your mortal eyes saw not," answered Nero, "for the goddess becomes invisible to whom she wills. Know that when I was in the temple of Vesta she herself stood beside me, and said in my ear, 'Go not as yet.' This unexpected thing affrighted me, though I ought to be grateful for so marked a sign of the protection of the gods."
"We were all affrighted," put in Tigellinus. "The Vestal Rubria fainted."
"Rubria!" cried Nero. "What a snowy neck she has!"
"But she blushes at sight of thee, divine Caesar."
"Yes, I have noticed this. 'Tis strange. There is something divine in every Vestal, and Rubria is most beautiful."
He pondered for a moment, then he resumed.
"Tell me, why is it that men fear Vesta more than other gods? What is the reason? I myself was affrighted to day, though I am the high priest. I can just remember that I was falling backward, and should have struck the ground had not someone supported me. Who was he?"
"I," answered Vinicius.
"What, thou? Oh, fierce Ares! Why wert thou not in Beneventum? I was told that thou wert sick. In truth thy face has changed. But I heard that Croto sought to kill thee. Is this true?"
"Yea, it is. He broke my arm, but I succeeded in defending myself."
"With the broken arm?"
"A barbarian helped me, who was stronger than Croto." Nero stared with amazement.
"Stronger than Croto? Surely thou art jesting. Croto was the strongest of men, but now the Ethiopian Syphax hath that honor."
"I only tell thee, Caesar, what mine own eyes have seen."
"Where is the pearl? Has he become king of Nemi?"
"I know not, Caesar. I have lost him from sight."
"But thou knowest at least to what nation he belongs."
"Nay, I had a broken arm, and no heart for questioning."
"Seek and find him for me."
"I will take that upon myself," said Tigellinus. Nero continued, still addressing Vinicius.
"I thank thee for having supported me. A fall might have broken my head. Once thou wert a boon companion, but since thy campaign with Corbulo thou hast become unsociable, and I seldom see thee." He paused and then resumed. "What of the maiden with the narrow hips whom thou didst love, and whom I took from the Auli for thee?" Vinicius grew confused. Luckily Petronius stepped in to his aid. "I will wager thee, oh Lord, that he has forgotten her. See how confused he is. Ask him how many successors that maiden has had. He will be unable to answer. The Vinicii are good soldiers, but still better breeders. Punish him, oh Lord. Invite him not to the banquet which Tigellinus has promised to prepare in thy honor on the part of Agrippa." "Nay, not that. I trust that Tigellinus will not allow us to lack for beauties." "How could the Graces be absent where Cupid is present?" said Tigellinus. "Spleen devours me," sighed Nero. "I have remained in Rome at the bidding of the goddess, but I cannot bear it. I will go to Antium. I suffocate in these narrow streets, amid these falling houses, these foul alleys. Stenches of all sorts reach even here to my house and gardens. Would that an earthquake might destroy Rome, or that some angry god might raze it to the ground. Then I would show you how a city ought to be built worthy to be the head of the world and my capital." "Caesar," said Tigellinus, "thou sayest would that some angry god might destroy the city. Dost thou mean this?" "Yes, but what then?" "Art thou not a god?" Nero waved his hand with a gesture of weariness. "We shall see what thou art preparing for us on the pond of Agrippa. Later I will go to Antium. Ye are small and understand not what great things I need." Then he closed his eyes as an indication that he needed rest. The Augustales withdrew. Petronius accompanied Vinicius from the imperial presence. "So it appears that thou art invited to take part in our amusements. Bronzebeard has given up his journey, but on that account he will grow madder than ever. He will treat the city as though it were simply his own house. Seek thou distraction and oblivion in the outcome of that madness. Well, by Pluto, we have conquered the whole world. We have now a right to amuse ourselves. Thou, Marcus, art a comely lad. That is one reason why I like thee. By Diana of Ephesus, couldst thou only see thy manly brow, thy face in which shines the ancient blood of the Quirites. Others look like freedmen beside thee. Yea, were it not for her wild creed, Lygia would be to day in thy house. Attempt no further argument with me that the Christians are not enemies of life and of humanity. They behaved well to thee. Be grateful and thou wilt. But in thy place I should hate their religion, and seek pleasure wherever it can be found. I repeat that thou art a comely lad, and Rome swarms with divorces." "My only wonder is that this does not pain thee." "Who says so? I have long been pained by it. But I am not of thy age, and I have tastes which thou dost lack. I love books. Thou carest naught for them. I love poetry, gems, and myriads of things to which thou wouldst not spare a glance. I have pains in my back which thou hast not. And to conclude, I have found Eunice and thou hast found nothing to resemble her. I feel pleasure in my own home, among works of art. I will never make an aesthete of thee. I know that in life I will find nothing above what I have already found. As to thee, thou art constantly expecting and seeking something. Should death come to thee, notwithstanding thy courage and thy melancholy, thou wouldst die with wonder at the thought of leaving the world.
I, on the other hand, would accept it as a necessity, satisfied that there is no fruit in this world which I have not tasted. I neither hurry nor lag behind. I shall only strive to enjoy myself to the last. The world is full of cheerful skeptics. I look on the Stoics as fools, but Stoicism at least gives fortitude to men, while thy Christians bring gloom into the world, and gloom in life is like rain in nature. Knowest thou what I have learned? That as an adjunct to the banquet which Tigellinus is preparing, temporary houses of assignation will be established on the pond of Agrippa, and therein will be gathered women from the first families in Rome. Mayest thou not find there some one beautiful enough to console thee? There will be virgins even, making their first steps into the world, as nymphs. Such is our Roman Caesardom. The weather is still pleasant, the south wind will warm the water, yet not bring out pimples upon nude bodies. And know, Narcissus, that not one will be there to resist thee, not one, even though she be a Vestal Virgin." Vinitius tapped his hand with his palm, like a man possessed by one thought. "Perchance it may be my fate to meet such a woman." "It happened to thee among the Christians, but people whose symbol is a cross cannot be other than they are. Listen, Greece was beautiful and created the wisdom of the world. We created power. And what, thinkest thou, can this religion create? If thou knowest, explain it to me, for by Pollux I cannot conceive." Vinitius shrugged his shoulders. "One might think that thou fearest I may become a Christian." "I am afraid thou hast ruined thy life. If thou canst not be Greece, be Rome, possess and enjoy. Our very insanities have a certain sanity, for at least they clothe a thought. I despise Bronzebeard, because he is a Greek mountebank. If he acted the Roman, I would assert that he was right in his worst insanity. Promise me that if on thy return thou meetest a Christian, thou wilt stick out thy tongue at him. If it be the physician Glaucus, he will not be surprised. So farewell, till we meet again on the pond of Agrippa." End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 9. The groves by the pond of Agrippa were surrounded by praetorians, so that the multitude of spectators might not be in the way of Nero and his guests. Everybody in Rome distinguished for wit, beauty, or intellect, thronged to the banquet. Nothing to equal it had ever been known in the chronicles of the city. Tigellinus desired to reward Caesar for postponing the journey to Achaea, to excel all who had ever feasted Nero, and to prove that no one could amuse and entertain him so magnificently. To this end, while with Caesar at Naples and later at Beneventum, he had made his preparations. He had sent orders to the remotest parts of the world for beasts, birds, rare fishes and plants, and for such vessels and cloths as would increase the splendor of the occasion. The revenues of entire provinces were lavished in the maddest plans. The all-powerful favorite had nothing to restrain him. His influence waxed greater every day. Tigellinus was not more beloved by Nero than others, but he had grown indispensable. Petronius incomparably excelled him in culture, intellect, and wit. His conversation was far more amusing to Caesar. Unhappily, he excelled Caesar himself. He awoke the tyrant's jealousy. He knew not how to be a willing tool in all things. When it came to matters of taste, Caesar feared his opinion. With Tigellinus, on the other hand, Nero felt no constraint. The very name, Arbiter Elegantiarum, bestowed by the general voice upon Petronius, piqued Nero's vanity, for who save himself deserved the title? Tigellinus had sense enough to recognize his own limitations. Knowing that he could not compete with Petronius, or Lucan, or others who were conspicuous either by lineage, talents, or knowledge, he made up his mind to extinguish them by the loyalty of his services, and by the evocation of a splendor that should dazzle Nero. For the banquet itself he had prepared a monster raft, built of gilded beams. Its edges were decorated with exquisite shells, fished from the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, which glittered with all the colors of the rainbow. On every side were groups of palms, groves of lotus, and roses in full bloom. Amidst these were hidden fountains that sprinkled perfumes, statues of gods, and gold and silver cages full of birds of brilliantly varied plumage. A tent, or rather the top of a tent, of Syrian purple, rested on silver columns. Within, the tables prepared for the guests sparkled, like miniature suns, with Alexandrian glass, crystals, and priceless vessels, all plundered from Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor. The raft, which looked like an island garden, was connected by ropes of gold and purple with boats fashioned like fishes, swans, seagulls, and flamingoes, wherein, beside painted oars, sat nude oarsmen and oarswomen with forms and faces of marvelous beauty, their hair dressed in oriental modes, or caught in golden nets. On Nero's arrival, with Poppaea and his Augustales on the main raft, where they seated themselves under the tent roof, the boats moved, the oars splashed into the water, the golden ropes grew taut and the raft bearing the banquet and the guests described circles in the pond. Surrounding it were other boats and other rafts, filled with female lute players and harpists, whose pink bodies against the blue background of the heaven and the waters, and in the reflections from golden instruments, seemed to absorb into themselves this blue and those reflections, ever changing and blooming like flowers. From the groves on the banks, from the gorgeous buildings erected for the day and hidden in the dense foliage, resounded music and song. All the neighborhood and all the groves responded. The echoes scattered around the clangor of horns and trumpets. Caesar himself, with Poppaea on one side and Pythagoras on the other, marveled at the sight, and marveled the more when young maids, masquerading as sirens, and covered with green network in imitation of scales, spared no praises to Tigellinus. But he glanced up at Petronius from habit, anxious for the opinion of the arbiter. The latter bore himself indifferently, and only when directly questioned made answer: "It seems to me, oh Lord, that 10,000 nude maidens make less impression than one." None the less the floating banquet pleased Nero as a novelty. Moreover, such exquisite dishes were served that even the imagination of Apicius would have been outdone, and wines of so many kinds that Otho, who was wont to serve 80, would have hidden under the waters for shame if this luxury had been revealed to him. Besides the women, there were only Augustales at the tables. Among all these Vinicius was prominent in beauty. Of yore his face and figure had indicated the soldier by profession, but now pain and sorrow had chiseled his features, as if the plastic hand of a master sculptor had passed over them. His skin had lost the sunburn that had tanned it, there remained on it the golden tinge of Numidian marble. His eyes had grown large and melancholy, but his body retained the powerful lines which had always made it seem as if created for armor. Above the body of a soldier sat the head of a Grecian god, or at least a refined patrician, at once subtle and splendid. When Petronius had told Vinicius that none of the ladies of the court either could or would resist him, he spoke as a man of experience. All turned their eyes to him, even Poppaea, even the Vestal Rubria, whom Caesar had commanded should be invited. Wines, chilled in mountain snows, soon warmed the hearts and heads of the guests. From out the thickets overhanging the shore shot new boats, fashioned like grasshoppers and dragonflies. The blue surface of the water seemed as if strewn with the petals of flowers, or sprinkled with butterflies. Here and there above the boats floated doves and other birds from India and Africa, held fast by threads of silver and blue. The sun had already overrun the greater part of the sky. Though it was now only the beginning of May, its rays were warm and even hot. The waters rippled with the splash of oars moving in time with the music. No breath of air was stirring. The groves stood motionless, as if lost in contemplation of the sounds and scenes in the water. The raft circled continuously on the pond bearing guests who were becoming drunker and noisier. Before the banquet was half over the order in which the guests had been ranged at table was utterly disrupted. Nero himself had set the example. Rising from his couch he ordered Vinicius to yield his place, which was beside the vestal Rubria. Into the ears of the vestal Nero whispered in soft tones. Vinicius found himself next to Poppaea. She stretched out her arm to him, and asked him to fasten her loosened bracelet. His hands trembled as he did so. From under her long lashes she shot glances as of modesty, shaking her golden head meanwhile as with denial. The sun, grown larger and redder, slowly sank behind the crests of the groves. Most of the guests were now boisterously intoxicated. Nearer to the shore circled the craft. Groups of mummers were discovered among the trees and flowers. They were disguised as fauns and satyrs. They played on flutes, bagpipes, and cymbals. They were surrounded by groups of maidens, representing nymphs, dryads, and hamadryads. Darkness closed in upon drunken shouts in honor of Luna resounding from beneath the tent. The groves were lit up with thousands of lamps. From the houses, standing on the shore, shone myriads of lamps. On the terraces disported new groups, naked like the others, consisting of the wives and daughters of the greatest families in Rome. With voluptuous movements they called to the guests. At last the raft touched the banks. Caesar and the Augustales vanished in the groves, and scattered themselves through the shameful houses, or in tents hidden in the foliage, and grottos artificially made among the springs and fountains. Madness seized on everyone. No one knew whither Caesar had disappeared. No one knew who was a senator, who a knight, who a musician. Satyrs and fauns pursued the nymphs. With their Bacchic staffs they struck at the lamps to extinguish them. Darkness fell on many parts of the groves. Everywhere was heard the sound of laughter, or shouts, or whisperings, or the panting of human breasts. Rome had never seen the like of this before. Vinicius was not drunk, as at the feast in Caesar's palace where Lygia had appeared, but ashamed and bewildered by all that was going on around him, the fever of pleasure seized upon him also. Plunging into the forest, he ran around with the others, seeking the dryad that might seem to him the most beautiful. New groups of naked women fled by him with songs and shouts, pursued by fauns, satyrs, senators, and knights. Music was everywhere. At last his eyes caught a band of maidens led by one clad as Diana. He sprang forward. He sought a closer look at the goddess, and then his heart stopped in his breast. He thought that in that goddess, with the crescent moon in her hair, he recognized Lygia. They formed around him in a circling group, all frenzied with emotion. Then, as if they wished him to pursue, they flew away like a herd of antelopes. He stood rooted on the spot. His heart throbbed wildly. The Diana was not indeed Lygia. At close view she did not even resemble her. But the awful fear had exhausted him. Then there came upon him a longing for Lygia such as he had never before experienced. A tremendous wave of love surged into his breast. Never had she seemed to him dearer, purer, and more beloved than in this moment of madness and debauchery. A moment ago he himself could have drunk from this cup, and taken part in this dissipation and shameless sensuality, but now disgust and abhorrence mastered him. He felt himself stifling. He needed air and the sight of the stars hidden by these infamous groves. He started to fly. But ere he could move, a veiled figure appeared before him. It placed its hands upon his shoulders, and pouring its burning breath in his face, whispered: "I love thee. Come. None will see us. Make haste." Vinicius awoke as from a dream. "Who art thou?" She leaned her breast against him and repeated: "Make haste. We are alone, and I love thee. Come." "Who art thou? Guess." And through her veil she pressed her lips to his, drawing his face to hers, till at length breath failed her and she snatched her face away. "'Tis a night of love, a night of liberty," she cried, catching her breath with an effort. "To day everything is allowed. Take me." That kiss burned into Vinicius like acid. It filled him with renewed aversion. His soul and heart were elsewhere. For him in the whole world Lygia alone existed. So thrusting the veiled figure aside, he cried: "Whoever thou beest, I love another. I wish thee not." She bent her head. "Remove the veil," she said imperiously. At that moment the leaves of a nearby myrtle rustled. The figure vanished like a vision, but as she escaped in the distance her laugh rang back, with a strangely ominous sound. Petronius appeared from the thickets. "I have heard and seen all," he said. "Let us go hence," replied Vinicius. They passed the houses of shame, all gleaming with light, past the groves and the line of mounted pretorians. Reaching their litters, Petronius said: "I will go with thee to thy house." They got into a litter together. Both were silent until they reached the great hall in Vinicius's house. Then Petronius spoke. "Knowest thou who that was?" he asked. "Rubria?" queried Vinicius, with a shudder at the very thought, for Rubria was a Vestal. "No." "Who was it then?" Petronius lowered his voice. "The fire of Vesta hath been defiled, for Rubria was with Caesar. But she who spoke to thee," and he spoke still lower, "was the divine Augusta." A hush fell upon them. "Caesar," resumed Petronius, "failed to conceal from her his passion for Rubria. So she may have wished to revenge herself. But I interrupted thee for the reason that hadst thou refused the Augusta after recognizing her, nothing could have saved thee nor Lygia, nor perchance myself." Vinicius broke out fiercely: "Enough of Rome, enough of Caesar, of banquets, of the Augusta, of Tigellinus and the rest of you. I am suffocating. I cannot live in this way. I cannot. Dost thou understand?" "Thou art losing thy head, Vinitius." "But she is the only thing I love." "Well, what of it?" "Just this much. I want no other love. I want nothing else. Neither your life, nor your banquets, nor your shamelessness, nor your crimes." "What ails thee? Art thou a Christian?" The young man dropped his head in his hands, and despairingly cried: "Not yet! Not yet!" Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 10. Petronius went home shrugging his shoulders. His mind was ill at ease. He saw clearly that he and Vinicius no longer understood each other, that a gulf yawned between them. Once he wielded an immense influence over the young soldier. He had been set up by the latter as a model in everything. A sarcastic word from Petronius could sway him either one way or the other. Now all was changed, so completely that Petronius dared not essay his old methods. Wit and irony, he felt, would glide ineffectually from the new layers deposited in the mind of Vinicius by contact with those incomprehensible Christians. The experienced skeptic knew that he had lost the key to that soul. Discontent and even fear followed, aggravated by the events of that night. "Should it be no passing whim in the mind of Augusta," he thought, "but a permanent passion, one of two things will happen. Either Vinicius will yield and possibly be ruined by some untoward accident, or, what is more probable, he will resist, and then he will surely perish. And I as his relative may perish with him. Augusta, including the whole family in her wrath, will throw her entire influence on the side of Tigellinus. Both horns of the dilemma are unpleasant." Petronius was a brave man. He had no fear of death. But as he expected nothing from death he did not court it. After long thought he at last decided that the safest course would be to send Vinicius away from Rome on a journey. Ah, could he only add Lygia as a traveling companion, how gladly would he have done it! Still, he hoped it would be no hard task to induce him to go alone. He would spread the report in the Palatine that Vinicius was sick. This would save both the nephew and the uncle. Augusta could not be sure that she had been recognized by Vinicius. She might easily believe that she was not, and in that case her vanity had not yet been hopelessly wounded. But the future might open her eyes. That was the danger most to be avoided. Of all things Petronius wished to gain time. He foresaw that if Nero went to Achaea, Tigellinus, who had no understanding of art, would descend to a secondary place. In Greece, Petronius knew himself certain of victory over all rivals. Meanwhile, he resolved to keep his eye on Vinicius, and win his consent to the journey. For several days he pondered over a project to obtain from Caesar an edict banishing the Christians from Rome. Then Lygia would depart with the other confessors of Christ. After her would go Vinicius. There would be no further need for persuasion. The thing itself was possible. In fact, it was not so long since that the Jews had raised disturbances against the Christians. Claudius, unable to distinguish one from the other, had ejected the Jews. Why should not Nero eject the Christians? Rome would be less crowded without them. After the floating banquet Petronius saw Nero daily, either in the Palatine or other houses. It would be easy to suggest this idea to him, for Nero never resented suggestions that would bring pain or ruin to others. After mature reflection, Petronius hit upon a plan. He would give a feast in his own home. At that feast he would obtain the edict from Caesar. He had even a hope, not entirely fallacious, that Caesar might entrust him with its execution. Then he would send Lygia out of Rome with all the consideration due to the mistress of Vinicius. They might go to Baiae if they chose, and amuse themselves with love and with Christianity to their heart's content. He made frequent visits to Vinicius. With all his Roman egoism, he could not forego his love for his young kinsman. Besides, he wished to urge him to the journey. Vinicius was now feigning sickness, and never showed himself upon the Palatine. There new plans were resolved every day. At last Petronius heard definitely, from Caesar's own lips, that in 3 days he would set out for Antium. Next day he reported the news to Vinicius. The latter had already heard it. That very morning a freedman had brought him a list of the people invited by Caesar. "My name is among them, and so is thine," he said. "Thou wilt find the same list at thy home when thou returnest." "Were not I among the invited guests," returned Petronius, "it would mean that I had been selected for death. But I hardly expected that such an omission would occur before the journey to Achaea. There I shall be too indispensable to Nero." He examined the list. "Hardly have we returned to Rome," he complained, "but we must leave again and drag ourselves to Antium. There is no alternative. This is no mere invitation, it is a command." "And suppose one should not obey?" "He would receive an invitation to quite a different journey, one from which no traveler returns. Pity thou didst not take my advice and depart from Rome in time. Now there is no help for it. Thou must go to Antium." "I must go to Antium? See in what times we live, what base slaves we are." "Is this the first time thou hast noticed it?" "No. But thy argument has been that Christianity is an enemy to life, since it casts it into shackles. Would the shackles be any harder than these we are wearing? Thou hast said, Greece created wisdom and beauty, and Rome power. Where is our power?" "Summon Chilo to thee. Converse with him. I have no inclination to philosophize to day. By Hercules! 'Twas not I that created these times, nor have I to answer for them. Talk we of Antium. Know that great peril awaits thee there. It might be safer to try a fall with that barbarian who strangled Croto. Nevertheless, thou canst not refuse." Vinicius carefully waved his hand. "Danger?" he sniffed. "We are all groping in the shadow of death, and every moment some head disappears in that shadow." "Shall I remind thee of all those who, possessing a little sense, went safely through the times of Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius and Nero, for 80 or 90 years? Place before thee as an example, even such a man as Domitius Afer. He has grown old undisturbed, though all his life long he has been a thief and a scoundrel." "Perhaps that was the reason," said Vinicius. He glanced over the list and read Tigellinus, Vatinius, Sextus Africanus, Aguilinus Regulus, Suilius Nerulenses, Epurius Marcellus, and so on, and so on. What a precious lot of blackguards and scoundrels! And these men govern the world. Would they not be better employed in carrying some Egyptian or Syrian divinity through the towns for public exhibition, or in earning their bread by fortune telling or dancing? Yes, or by exhibiting educated monkeys, calculating dogs, or flute playing donkeys," added Petronius. "True enough. But let us talk of something more important. Collect thy wits and listen to me. On the Palatine, I have reported that thou art sick, and canst not leave thy home. But thy name is on this list. Evidently somebody does not believe me, and has done this with a purpose. The matter is of no importance to Nero, for thou art only a soldier, with whom at the best he could only converse about the races in the circus. Thou hast no conception of poetry and music, so it is Poppaea who hath had thy name placed on the list. This means that her passion is no mere caprice of the moment, but that she wishes to win thee." "She is an audacious Augusta." "Audacious indeed! For she may destroy thee beyond redemption. May Venus inspire her with some other love as speedily as possible, but as she has cast a wanton eye upon thee, we must exercise the greatest caution. Bronzebeard is beginning to weary of her. He prefers Rubria or Pythagoras, but his very vanity would impel him to wreak the most hideous vengeance upon you both." "I knew not it was she who addressed me in the grove. Thou were listening. Thou knowest my answer, that I loved another and wished nothing of her." "By all the Plutonian gods, I implore thee not to lose the remnant of thy reason which the Christians have left thee. How can one hesitate when the choice lies between probable and certain ruin? Have I not already explained that if thou hadst wounded the Augusta's vanity, no rescue would have been possible? By Hades! If thou art tired of life, 'twere better to open thy veins, or throw thyself upon thy sword, for if thou offendest Poppaea, no such easy death will confront thee. Now, what is thy purpose? Wilt thou lose aught on thy affair? Will it hinder thy love for Lygia? Remember one thing. Poppaea saw Lygia on the Palatine. 'Twill be easy for her to guess for whose sake thou neglectest such exalted favors. Then she will drag Lygia forth, even from the bowels of the earth. Thou wilt destroy, not merely thyself, but Lygia also. Dost thou comprehend?" Vinicius listened as though his thoughts were elsewhere. "I must see her," he said at last. "Whom, Lygia?" "Lygia." "Knowest thou where she is?" "No." "And wilt thou resume thy search for her in old cemeteries, and in the Trans Tiber?" "I know not, but I must see her." "Well, though she be a Christian she may have more sense than thou. She may have sense enough not to wish thy destruction." Vinicius shrugged his shoulders. "She saved me from the hands of Ursus." "Then hurry, for Bronzebeard will not delay this journey. He can issue sentences of death in Antium as well as here." Vinicius was not listening. One only thought possessed him, to obtain an interview with Lygia. He pondered ways and means. Then something happened which seemed to remove all obstacles. Chilo called upon him unexpectedly next morning. He came wretched and ragged. Signs of hunger were in his face. But as the servants had received orders to admit him at all hours of the day or night, they dared not deny him admittance. He went straight to the great hall, and saluted Vinicius.
"May the gods give thee immortality, and share with thee the dominion of the world."
Vinicius's first thought was to command that the Greek should be cast out of doors. His next was that the Greek might know something about Lygia. Curiosity conquered aversion. "'Tis thou?" he asked. "How is it with thee?"
"Badly enough, O son of Jupiter. Virtue is a ware which nobody prizes nowadays. The true philosopher must be content if only once in 5 days he is able to procure a sheep's head from the butcher, and gnaw it in his garret, washing it down with tears. Master, what thou gavest me I spent on books, and I was robbed and ruined. And the slave who should have written down the wisdom that I was ready to dictate fled with the remnant of thy generosity. I am destitute.
But I thought to myself, whither should I turn save to thee, oh Serapis, whom I love and adore, and for whom I have jeopardized my life?" "Why hast thou come, and what brings thee?" "To seek help, oh Baal. I bring you my wretchedness, my tears, my love, and the news which I have gathered for love of thee. Rememberest thou, master, that I once told thee that I had given to a slave of the divine Petronius a thread from the girdle of the Venus of Paphos? I sought to discover if it had helped her. Thou, O son of the sun, who knowest all that goest on in that house, knowest what position Eunice holds there. One another such thread do I possess. I have preserved it for thee, O master." He stopped short. Wrath was gathering upon the brow of Vinitius. Chilo, wishing to appease the rising storm, resumed quickly: "I know where the divine Lygia resides. I will show thee, master, the alley and the house." Vinitius suppressed the emotion which this news caused him. "Where is she?" he asked. "With Linus, the oldest of the Christian priests. Ursus is there also. He still continues his visits to the miller, the namesake of thy overseer, Demas, yes, Demas. Ursus works at nights. Hence, if thou surround the house after dark, he will not be there. Linus is old. Besides him there are only 2 women, still older, in the house." "How dost thou know this?" "Thou wilt remember, master, that the Christians had me in their power and spared me. 'Tis true that Glaucus was mistaken in imagining that I was the cause of his misfortune, but the poor devil believes this, and still believes it. And in spite of all they spared me. No wonder, master, that gratitude filled my heart. I am a relict of the good old days. So I thought to myself, should I desert my friends and benefactors? Would it not be ungrateful on my part not to ask after them, not to learn how they were getting along, whether they were sick or well, where and how they live? By Cybele of Pessinunt, it is not in me to act thus. But I feared at first that they might possibly misconceive my motives. Affection proved stronger than fear, the more so that I was encouraged by the readiness with which they forgive injuries. And above all, master, I thought of thee. Our last adventure ended unhappily, but can a son of fortune reconcile himself to defeat? With this idea I prepared victory for thee in advance. The house stands apart. Slaves at thy order can surround it so completely that not a mouse could escape. Oh, master, master, it depends only on thee whether this magnanimous king's daughter spend this night in thy house. If this should happen, remember that it was the poor and hungry son of my father who compassed thy happiness." The blood rushed to the head of Vinitius. Temptation once more shook his whole being. Yes, that was the way, this time a certain one. Lygia once in his house, who could take her away? Once his mistress, what would be left her save to remain so forever? Let religions perish. What could the Christians do for him, with their charity and their gloomy creed? Had not the time come for him to shake off these dreams? Why should he not live as others lived? Lygia might find it difficult to reconcile her faith with what had befallen her, but what of that? The only important thing was that she should be his, and his that very night. Doubtless her faith would not hold out against this new world, against the delights of the passion to which she would surrender herself, and today was the day. He had but to detain Chilo, and give orders at nightfall. Then would come joys without end. "What has my life been," thought Vinitius, "save gloom, unsatisfied passion, and an endless propounding of unanswerable questions?" Now he had the chance to end it all. True, he had sworn not to raise a hand against Lygia. But in whose name had he sworn? Not by the gods, for he no longer believed in them. Not by Christ, for as yet he did not believe in Him. For the rest, if she felt that she were wronged, he would marry her and so wipe out the wrong. Yea, he must do this, for he owed his life to her. He recalled the day when he and Croto had invaded her retreat. He recalled the fist of Ursus raised above him, and all that had happened thereafter.
Again he saw her bending over his couch, clad in the garb of a slave, beautiful as a goddess, merciful and adorable. Unconsciously his glance fell on the sanctuary and on the cross which she had left behind her. Should he repay her for all by a renewed attack? Should he drag her by the hair like a slave to his bed? How could he do this, when he not only desired but loved her, and when he loved her for the very reason that she was what she was? Then he knew that it would not be enough for him to have her in his house, not enough to clasp her in his arms by force. His love needed something more, her consent, her love, her soul. Blessed would be that roof if she came under it of her own free will, blessed the moment, the day, life itself. Then the happiness of both would be inexhaustible as the sea and the sun. But to possess her by force would be to ruin that happiness forever, and at the same time to tarnish and make hideous the only precious and beloved thing in life. Horror seized him at the very thought. He glanced at Chilo, who, staring back, hid his hands under his rags and scratched himself uneasily. In a frenzy of unspeakable aversion, Vinicius would fain have crushed under foot that former ally of his, as one crushes a foul worm or a poisonous serpent. In an instant he made up his mind. But knowing no measure in anything, and yielding to his fierce Roman nature, he cried: "I will not do as thou counsellest, but that thou mayest not go forth without the reward that thou hast earned, I will order 300 lashes to be given thee in my dungeon." Chilo paled. The handsome face of Vinicius glowed with such stern determination that he could not hope the promised reward was merely a cruel jest. He cast himself on his knees. Bending himself almost double, he moaned in a broken voice: "Wherefore, O King of Persia, wherefore? Pyramid of mercy, Colossus of charity, wherefore? I am old, hungry, wretched. I have done thee a service. Is this thy reward?" "Such is the reward thou wouldst give to the Christians," cried Vinicius. He called the overseer. Chilo fell prostrate at his feet, and, embracing them convulsively, cried, with deathly pallor in his face: "Master, master, I am old. 50, not 300. 50 are enough. 100, not 300. Mercy, mercy." Vinicius pushed him away with his foot, and gave the order. In the twinkle of an eye two powerful Quadi appeared from behind the overseer. Seizing Chilo by the remnants of his hair, they wound his cloak around his head, and dragged him off to the dungeon. "For the sake of Christ!" cried the Greek, as they reached the door of the corridor. Vinicius was left alone. The order he had given raised his spirits. He strove to collect his scattered thoughts and reduce them to order. The victory he had gained over himself elated him. It seemed to him that he had made a long stride towards Lygia. Some great reward must follow. At the first moment it did not occur to him that he had been guilty of grievous injustice to Chilo in ordering him to be flogged for the very thing for which formerly he had rewarded him. As yet he was too much of a Roman to feel compunction for the pain of another, or to concern himself with what happened to a wretched Greek. Had he even thought of it, he would have considered he did right in punishing the caitiff. But his only thought was of Lygia. He imagined himself saying to her: "I will not return thee evil for good. When thou learnest what I have done to this man who would have persuaded me to raise a hand against thee, thou wilt be grateful." Then followed the thought: Would Lygia approve of his treatment of Chilo? Nay, her creed commanded forgiveness. Nay, the Christians forgave the scoundrel, though they had greater reason for revenge. Then for the first time there rang through his soul the cry, "For the sake of Christ!" He remembered that with this cry Chilo had rescued himself from the hands of the Lygians. He resolved to remit the rest of the punishment. He was on the point of summoning the overseer, when that individual appeared before him. "Master," said the overseer, "the old man has fainted. He may be dead. Shall I allow him to be flogged further?" "Revive him and bring him hither." The overseer disappeared behind the curtain. But the revival could not have been easy. Vinicius waited for a long interval, and was growing impatient, when the slaves led in the Greek, and at a given signal retired. Chilo was pale as a sheet. Down his legs and upon the mosaic pavement trickled streams of blood. He was conscious, however. Throwing himself on his knees, he stretched out imploring hands. "Thanks to thee, master," he cried. "Thou art great and merciful. Dog, know that I forgave thee for the sake of that Christ, to whom I myself have owed my life." "Master, I will serve him and thee." "Be silent and listen. Rise. Thou shalt accompany me to the house where Lygia dwells." Chilo rose. But scarce had he stood on his feet, when he paled with a deadlier pallor, and moaned in a broken voice: "Master, I am truly hungry. Fain would I go, master, but I am too weak. Let me have even the remnants from thy dog's plate, and I will go." Vinitius ordered that he should have food, a piece of gold, and a cloak. Chilo, weakened by the lashes and by hunger, could not even totter after food. Terror struck him lest Vinitius might construe his weakness as obstinacy, and order the flogging renewed. "Give me wine to warm me," he cried, with chattering teeth, "and I will go to Greece itself." In fact, after a time he recovered some of his strength, and Vinitius and he went out. The road was long. Linus, like most Christians, lived in the Trans Tiber, not far from Miriam's house. Finally Chilo indicated to Vinitius a small house standing apart, surrounded by an ivy covered wall. "This is the house, master," he said. "Good," said Vinitius, "and now go thy way. But first hearken to what I have to say. Forget that thou hast served me. Forget also where Miriam, Peter, and Glaucus are living. Forget also this house. Forget the Christians. Every month thou mayest come to my house, where the freedman Demas will pay thee 2 pieces of gold. But if thou spiest further upon the Christians, I will order thee to be flogged to death, or will hand thee over to the prefect of the city." Chilo bowed low and said: "I will forget." But when Vinitius had disappeared around the corner of the alley, he stretched out his threatening hands, and cried: "Baiates and Furies, I will not forget." And then again he collapsed. End of part 2, chapter 10. Part 2, chapter 11 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, chapter 11. Vinitius went straight to Miriam's house. At the gate he met Nazarius, who started at his sight. Vinitius gave him a cordial greeting, and asked to be led to his mother's house. In the room besides Miriam he found Peter, Glaucus, Crispus, and Paul of Tarsus. The latter had recently returned from Fregellae. The sight of the young Tribune astonished everyone. "I greet ye in the name of Christ, whom ye honor," said Vinitius. "Blessed be his name forever," was the reply. "I know your virtues and have received your kindness. Therefore I come as a friend." "And we greet thee as a friend," returned Peter. "Sit down, master, and partake of our meal as a guest." "I will sit down and eat with ye. But first give me a hearing, O Peter and Paul of Tarsus, so that ye may trust me. I know where Lygia is. I have come here from before the house of Linus, which is close to this dwelling. Caesar hath given me the right to possess her. I have nearly 500 slaves in my house. I could surround her abode and carry her off. But I have not done this, and I will not do it." "Then may the blessing of the Lord descend upon thee and purify thy heart," said Peter. "I thank thee. But hearken further. I did not do so, though I live in a torment of longing. Before I came among ye, I would surely have carried her off and held her by force. But your virtue and your creed, though I profess it not, have made some great change in my soul, so that I dare not use force. I myself cannot comprehend it, but so it is. That is why I come to you, for ye stand to Lygia in the place of father and mother, and I say to ye, give me Lygia for my wife, and I swear that not only will I allow her to confess Christ, but I myself will begin to learn his creed." He held his head erect. His voice was firm. Nevertheless, he was moved. His legs trembled beneath his striped mantle. When he noticed the hush that followed his words, he went on as if anticipating a refusal. "I know the obstacles in the way, but I love her as my own eyes. Though I am not your enemy, neither yours nor Christ's, I wish to meet you truthfully, so that you may trust me. I am staking my whole life on this issue, but I tell you the truth. Some might say, baptize me, but I say, give me light. I believe in Christ's resurrection, for truthful witnesses have told me this who saw him after death. I believe, for I have seen it, that your religion teaches virtue, justice, and charity, but not the crimes of which you are suspected. Still, I fail to understand it as a whole. Something I have learned from your works, something from Lygia, something from my discussions with you. I claim that a change has been wrought within me. Once I ruled my servants with a rod of iron. I can do this no longer. I knew no mercy, now I know it. Once I loved pleasure. The other night I ran from it because it stifled me through very disgust. Once I believed in violence, now I renounce it. Know that I cannot recognize myself. I revolt at banquets, at songs, at symbols, at garlands, at Caesar's court, at nude bodies, at every crime. When I think Lygia is pure as mountain snow, I love her all the more. When I think that she is such as she is through your creed, I love that creed and desire it. But since I do not fully comprehend it, since I know not if I can practice it, or if my nature will endure it, I live in uncertainty and torment, as though in some dark dungeon." Here his brows knitted with pain. A glow appeared on his cheeks. He hurried on with greater emotion. "You see, I am tortured with love and doubt. I have been told that in your creed there is room for life, for human joy, for happiness, for order, for government, for the Roman dominion. Is that so? I have been told that ye are mad. Tell me, what do you aim at? Is it sin to love? Is it sin to experience pleasure? Is it sin to wish for happiness? Are ye enemies of life? Need a Christian be miserable? Should I renounce Lygia? What is your view of truth? Your acts and your words are as transparent water. But what lies at the bottom of that water? You see that I am sincere. Scatter away the darkness, for I have been told this: Greece created wisdom and beauty, Rome power. But what have they brought forth? Therefore, tell me, what would ye bring forth? If there is light beyond your doors, open them that I may see it." "We bring forth charity," said Peter. Paul of Tarsus added: "If I speak with the tongues of men and angels, and have not charity, I am as sounding brass." Nevertheless, the heart of the old Apostle yearned to that soul in torment, which like a bird beating against its bars, strove toward the air and the sun. He stretched out his hand to Vinicius. "Whoso knocketh, to him shall be opened," he said. "The grace of the Lord is upon thee. Therefore I bless thee, thy soul and thy love, in the name of the Saviour of the world." Vinicius, who had already spoken with wild enthusiasm, sprang towards Peter. Then a strange thing happened. That descendant of the Quirites, who until recently had failed to recognize any common humanity in an alien, grasped the hands of the old Galilean and pressed them gratefully to his lips. Peter was filled with joy. He saw that once more his seed had fallen on good soil, that his fishing net had gathered in another soul. All present were no less rejoiced at this sign of homage to God's Apostle. With one voice they exclaimed: "Glory to God in the highest!" Vinicius arose with a radiant face. "I see," he cried, "that happiness can dwell among ye, for I myself am happy. I know that you can convince me in all other things. But I will say more. This cannot happen in Rome. Caesar goes to Antium. I must accompany him, for he hath commanded it. You know that to refuse is death. But if I have found favor in your eyes, go with me and teach me your creed. You will be safer than I. In that vast concourse of people you will find opportunity to proclaim the truth in the very court of Caesar.
Actea, they say, is a Christian. Among the pretorians are many Christians, for I myself have seen soldiers kneeling before thee, O Peter, at the Nomentan gate. I have a villa in Antium, where we may assemble at the very side of Caesar to listen to your teachings. Glaucus hath said that for the sake of a single soul ye are willing to travel to the ends of the world. Do then for me what ye have done for those who attracted you hither from Judea. Do so and abandon not my soul." Hearing this, they held council among themselves. With joy they thought of the victory of their creed, and of the importance to the heathen world of the conversion of an Augustale, the scion of one of the oldest families in Rome. It was true that they would have wandered to the ends of the world for the sake of a single soul. Since the death of the Master they had done nothing else. Therefore, a refusal was the furthest thing from their thoughts. But Peter was at that time the pastor of a great multitude. Hence he could not go. Paul of Tarsus, however, who had recently been in Aricium and in Fregellae, and who was preparing for another long journey into the Orient to visit the churches and inspire them with new zeal, consented to accompany the young Tribune to Antium, where he might readily find a vessel bound for the Grecian seas. Vinicius regretted that Peter, to whom he owed so much, could not accompany him, but he thanked Paul heartily. Then he turned to the old Apostle with a final request. "Knowing Lygia's dwelling," he said, "I might myself go there and ask, as is only meet, whether she would accept me as a husband if my soul turned to Christ. But I prefer to ask thee, O Apostle. Let me see her, or lead me to her. I know not how long I shall remain in Antium. Remember, that by Caesar's side no one is sure of the morrow. Petronius himself has already assured me that there might be danger there for me. Let me see her ere I go. Let me feast my eyes upon her. Let me ask her to forget the evil I have done, and help me to a better life." Peter the Apostle smiled kindly and said: "My son, who would deny thee a just joy?" Vinicius again bowed low over his hand. He could not suppress the joy that flooded his heart. The Apostle took his head between his hands. "Be not afraid of Caesar," he said. "I tell thee no hair on thy head will be harmed." Then he sent Miriam for Lygia, but bade her not reveal whom she would find among them, so that her joy might be the greater. It was not far. In a little while they assembled in the chamber and saw Miriam leading Lygia by the hand through the myrtles in the garden. Vinicius would have fain run out to greet her, but at sight of that beloved figure, happiness deprived him of his strength. He stood breathless, with throbbing heart, barely able to hold himself on his feet. He was 100 times more moved than when for the first time in his life he had heard the shafts of the Parthians whizzing around his head. She ran in unsuspecting. At sight of him she stopped, as if rooted to the spot. Her face flushed and then paled. Her eyes glanced around her with alarm and surprise. But only bright and kindly eyes met hers. Peter approached and asked: "Lygia, dost thou still love him?" There was a sudden hush. Her lips trembled as those of a child who is on the point of bursting into tears, because it fears its guilt, but cannot help confessing it. "Answer," said the Apostle. Then with humility and fear in her voice, she whispered, slowly falling to the feet of Peter: "I do." Vinicius at the same moment knelt beside her. Peter placed his hands on their heads and said: "Love each other in the Lord, and for His glory, for there is no sin in your love." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Binion and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 12. Walking in the garden, Vinicius poured out to Lygia in burning words all that he had previously confessed to the Apostle: the unrest of his soul, the change he had undergone, and all that infinite longing which had haunted him since he had left Miriam's house. He owned that he had tried to forget her, but could not. Days and nights had he thought of her.
that little cross of boxwood branches which she had left for him, and which he had deposited in his sanctuary, to be adored against his will as something sacred, had been a constant reminder of her. And the longing had increased with every moment, for love was stronger than he, and had possessed his soul, even from his first sight of her at the home of the Auli. The Fates spun the thread of life for others, but for him love and melancholy had spun it. His very evil actions had their origin in love. He had loved her at the Auli's and on the Palatine, he had loved her when he saw her at Ostranium listening to Peter, when with Croto's help he had sought to carry her off, when she had watched at his bedside, and when she had fled from him. Then Chilo came with news that he had discovered her abode, and suggested that he once more try to carry her off. But he preferred to punish Chilo and seek the Apostles to ask them for light and for Lygia. Blessed be the moment when he entertained the thought, for now he was by her side, and no more would she flee from him, as she had fled from the house of Miriam. "I did not flee from thee," said Lygia. "Then why didst thou leave me?" She lifted her blue eyes to his, then bowed her blushing face, and murmured: "Thou knowest." Vinitius was silent from very excess of joy. Then he sought to explain to her how his eyes had slowly opened to the fact that she was entirely different from Roman women, save only Pomponia. Yet he could not express this fully, for he could not define his own feelings, that in her person a new strange beauty had entered the world, a beauty that was not a mere statue, but a soul. He told enough to fill her with happiness, for he made her understand that he loved her for the very reason that she had fled from him, and that she would be sacred to him at his hearthstone. He seized her hand. He could speak no further. He could only gaze upon her in ecstasy as upon the recovered joy of his life, and repeat her name as if to assure himself that he had again found her and that she was by his side. "Oh, Lygia! Oh, Lygia!" At last he fell to inquiring of her all that had gone on in her soul. She confessed that she had loved him from the time she had first met him at the Auli, and that if he had restored her to them on the Palatine, she would have confessed that love, and striven to soften their anger against him. "I swear to thee," said Vinitius, "that it never entered my mind to take thee from the Auli. Petronius will some time assure thee that even then I informed him that I loved thee and wished to marry thee. 'Let her anoint my door with wolf grease,' I said to him, 'and take her seat at my hearth.' But he laughed at me and suggested to Caesar that he demand thee as a hostage and hand thee over to me. Often have I cursed him in my anguish, but it may have been a favoring star which ordained it thus, for otherwise I should never have known the Christians nor understood thee." "Believe me, Marcus," answered Lygia, "it was Christ who so ordained it to lead thee to Himself." Vinitius lifted his head in some astonishment. "'Tis true," he said brightly, "for all things worked themselves out so strangely that in seeking thee I found the Christians. In Ostranium I listened thunderstruck to the Apostle. Never had I heard such words before. And thou wert praying for me?" "Yes." They passed the ivy covered arbor, approaching the spot where Ursus, after strangling Croto, had fallen upon Vinitius. "Here I should have perished but for thee," said the young man. "Forget all that and never recall it to Ursus." "Could I seek vengeance on him for his defense of thee? Were he a slave I would free him forthwith." "Had he been a slave the Auli would long since have freed him." "Rememberest thou," continued Vinitius, "that I would have restored thee to the Auli, but thou didst fear that Caesar might hear of it and wreak his vengeance on the Auli. Take thought of this, that now thou mayest see them as often as thou wishest." "How, Marcus?" "I say now, for I think that thou mayest without danger see them when thou art mine. Yea, for when Caesar learns of thy visits and asks what I have done with the hostage he entrusted me, I will answer him, 'She is my wife, and visits the Auli at my wish.' His stay in Antium will be short, for he wishes to go to Achaea. But even should he remain longer, I shall not have to call on him every day. After Paul of Tarsus has completed his instructions in your creed, I shall receive baptism, and shall return here and receive the friendship of the Auli. There will be no further obstacles in our way. I will set thee by my hearth, oh, dearest, dearest!" He raised his hand heavenwards as if to make God a witness to his love. Lygia, lifting her shining eyes to him, said: "And then I shall say, where thou art Caius, there am I Caia." "No, Lygia, I swear that never was woman so honored in her husband's home as thou shalt be in mine." They walked in silence, as though unable to realize fully their own happiness. In their deep love, they seemed a pair of gods, as beautiful as though spring had brought them forth into the world with the flowers. At length they stood under the cypress growing by the door of the dwelling. Lygia leaned against its trunk. Vinitius implored her with a trembling voice: "Tell Ursus to go to the Auli's home, and bring therefrom thy belongings and thy childhood's toys." Blushing like a rose, or like the dawn, she replied: "Custom dictates otherwise." "I know that. It is customary for a matron to bear these behind a bride, but do thou this for me. I will take them with me to my villa in Antium, and they will serve as constant reminders of thee." Here he clasped his hands together, and with the manner of a child begging for something, repeated: "Pomponia will soon return. Therefore do this, my divinity. Do this, my best beloved." "Let Pomponia do as she wishes," said Lygia, blushing still further at the mention of a bridal ceremony. Again they were silent. Love deprived them of utterance. Lygia still leaned against the cypress, her face whitening in the shadow like a flower, her eyes downcast, her breast heaving more rapidly. Vinitius's face changed. A pallor overspread it. In the noonday stillness they heard the throbbing of their own hearts, and in their mental ecstasy the cypress, the myrtle bushes, and the ivy of the arbor were strangely transformed, as though this were the garden of love. Miriam, standing in the threshold, awoke them by her call to the midday meal. The pair sat down with the Apostles, who gazed on them with joy, as representatives of the young generation which, after their death, should preserve and spread still further the seeds of the new religion. Peter broke and blessed the bread. Peace shone in every face. A great happiness seemed to pervade the whole room. "See," said Paul, turning to Vinitius, "are we enemies of love and joy? I know the truth now, for never have I been so happy as I have been with you." End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 2, Chapter 13. Returning home through the Forum on the evening of that day, Vinicius perceived at the entrance to the Tuscus quarter the gilded litter of Petronius, borne by 8 Bithynians. He halted it by a signal of his hand, and approached the curtains. "May thy dreams be pleasant," he exclaimed, with a laugh at sight of Petronius asleep. "Oh, is it thou?" cried Petronius awaking. "True, I have just dropped into a dream, for I have spent the night at the Palatine. I merely came to purchase something to read at Antium. What is the news?" "Art thou shopping in the bookstores?" asked Vinicius. "Yes. I wish to leave no disorder in my library, so I am providing myself with a special supply for the journey. Some new works of Musonius and of Seneca may have come out. I am seeking also for Persius, and a certain edition of Virgil's Eclogues which I do not at present possess. Oh, how weary I am! How my hands ache from unrolling parchments! When one is in a bookstore he is seized by curiosity to examine this and that. I have been to the shops of Avernus and of Atractus on the Argiletum, and before that I visited the Sozii in the Sandalarius quarter. By Castor, how sleepy I am!" "Thou wert on the Palatine? Then I must ask thee what is the news. Or dost thou know? Here, send thy litter home with the books and come to my house. We will talk of Antium or of other things." "'Tis well," said Petronius, emerging from the litter. "Thou must know that the day after to morrow we set out for Antium." "How could I know that?" In what world art thou living? I see I shall be the first to bring thee news. Yes, hold thyself in readiness for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Peas with olive oil have been of no avail, a cloth on the back of the neck has been of no avail. Bronzebeard has grown hoarse. So delay is no longer to be thought of. He curses Rome and its heir, by the foundations of the world. Gladly would he raze the city to the ground or destroy it with fire. He longs for the sea as speedily as possible. He says that the stenches which the wind blows from the narrow alleys will drive him into the grave. Today huge sacrifices were offered up in all the temples for the restoration of his voice. Woe to Rome, and especially to the Senate, if the gods do not grant this soon."
Then wherefore should he go to Achaea?
"But doth our godlike Caesar possess only one talent?" laughed Petronius. "He would fain exhibit himself in the Olympic games, as a poet with his verses on the burning of Troy, as a charioteer, as a musician, as an athlete, nay, even as a dancer, and in every role he will win all the garlands that have been bound for the victors. Knowest thou why that ape grew hoarse? Because yesterday the envy seized him to rival our Paris in dancing, and he danced for us the adventures of Leda. He perspired too freely and caught cold. He was as wet and slimy as an eel just taken from the water. He changed masks one after another. He spun around like a spindle. He tossed his arms like a drunken sailor. It made me sick to gaze on that big belly and those thin legs. Paris had taught him for 2 weeks, but picture to thyself Bronzebeard as Leda, or as the god swan. That was a swan indeed. Now he wants to come out in public with this pantomime, first in Antium and afterwards in Rome.
People have already been shocked by his singing in public, but a Roman emperor coming out as a mime? No, that at least Rome will not bear."
"My beloved friend, Rome will bear anything. The Senate will even pass a vote of thanks to the father of his country." Then he added, "And the mob will be proud that Caesar is its mountebank."
"Tell me," cried Vinicius, "can anything be more debased?" Petronius shrugged his shoulders.
"Thou hast buried thyself in thine own home with thy thoughts of Lygia and of the Christians. Hence thou hast not heard what happened 2 days ago. Nero publicly married Pythagoras. Nero was the bride. Does not that seem that the full measure of madness has been surpassed? The priests were invited and they came, and solemnly performed the ceremony. I was present. I can stand a good deal, but I confess that I thought that the gods, if they exist, should have given a sign. But Caesar believes not in the gods, and he is right."
"So, in one and the same person, he is the high priest, a god, and an atheist."
Petronius laughed. "True, that thought did not occur to me. 'Tis a combination never yet seen in the world. But it must be added that this high priest, who does not believe in the gods, and this god who jests at gods, is afraid of them in his quality of atheist."
"That is proved by what happened in the temple of Vesta."
"What a world!"
"As the world is, so is Caesar. But this cannot last long."
They had now entered the house of Vinicius. The latter cheerily called for supper. Then he turned to Petronius.
"No, my beloved," he said, "the world must be regenerated."
"We at least will not regenerate it, if but for this reason, that man in these days of Nero is but a butterfly. He lives in the sunshine of favor, and perishes at the first breath of cold, even against his will. By the son of Maia, more than once have I asked myself, by what marvel has Lucius Saturninus, for example, been able to reach the age of 93, and outlive Tiberius, Caligula, and Claudius? But let that go. Wilt thou not send thy litter for Eunice? My desire for sleep has passed away. Let the lyrists appear at the supper. Afterwards we will converse about Antium. It is necessary to think of it, especially for thee." Vinicius sent for Eunice, but he declared that he would not bother his head about the Antium matter.
"Let those bother themselves who know no other way of living than in the sunshine of Caesar's favor. The world does not end on the Palatine, especially for such as have something else to occupy heart and soul." He spoke with such indifference, yet so cheerily and vivaciously that Petronius was struck. Staring at his nephew, he said: "What has happened to thee? To day thou art as one who wears a golden boss around his neck." "I am happy," said Vinicius. "I invited thee here in order to tell thee so." "What has happened?" "Something which I would not exchange for the Roman Empire." He seated himself. Throwing his arm around the back of the chair, and leaning his head on his arm, he spoke with a face wreathed in smiles, and a bright light in his eyes. "Dost thou remember when we were together at the house of Aulus Plautius, and when for the first time thou didst see the divine maiden whom thou thyself did call the morning star and the spring? Dost thou remember that Psyche, that incomparable one, the most beautiful among virgins and among all your goddesses?" Petronius stared at him, wondering if the youth's wits had forsaken him. "How thou dost run on!" he said at last. "Of course I remember Lygia." "I am her betrothed," said Vinitius. "What?" Vinitius sprang up and called his overseer. "Summon the slaves to the last soul, and be quick about it." "Art thou her betrothed?" repeated Petronius. But before he had recovered himself the great hall of Vinitius swarmed with men and women. Panting old men ran in together with men in the prime of life, women, boys, and girls. More were seeking to push their way in. In the corridors were heard voices, calling in many languages. At length all formed themselves in rows along the walls and among the columns. Vinitius, standing by the fountain, turned to his freedman Demas with the order: "All who have served 20 years in this house will present themselves to morrow before the praetor, where they will obtain their freedom. All who have not served so long will each receive 3 pieces of gold, and double rations during the week. Send orders to the dungeons in my villas that all punishments be remitted, that the shackles be stricken from all prisoners, and that every one be sufficiently fed. Know that this is a happy day for me, and I wish joy to pervade in the house." For a moment the slaves stood in awed silence. They could hardly believe their own ears. Then all hands were uplifted simultaneously, and a cry went up from all lips: "Ah, master! Ah! Ah!" Vinitius waved them away with his hand. Though they would fain have fallen at his feet to thank him, they hurried away at the signal, and filled the house from basement to roof with their joyous voices. "To morrow," said Vinitius, "I will summon them all into the garden, where they will draw such figures as they choose in the ground. Those who draw a fish will receive their freedom at the hands of Lygia." Petronius, who was never affected permanently by anything, now asked indifferently: "A fish? Ah, yes, I remember Chilo told us it is a Christian symbol." He stretched out his hand to Vinitius. "Happiness always exists wherever a man sees it. May Flora strew flowers before thy feet for long years. I wish thee all thou couldst wish thyself." "I thank thee for those wishes. I had feared that thou wouldst seek to dissuade me, and that, as thou seest, would be merely to lose time." "I dissuade thee? Not in the least. On the contrary, I tell thee thou art right." "Ah, turncoat!" cried Vinitius joyously. "Hast thou forgotten what thou didst say to me when we were returning from Pomponia's house?" Petronius answered coldly: "I do not. But I have changed my opinion." Then he added: "My beloved friend, everything changes in Rome. Husbands change wives. Wives change husbands. Why may I not change my opinion? It was a mere accident that Nero did not marry Actea, for whom a royal lineage was invented for the purpose. And why not? He would have had an honest wife, we an honest Augusta. By Proteus and his barren wastes in the sea, I shall change my opinion as often as I find it right or convenient. As to Lygia, doubtless her lineage is more certainly royal than that of Actea. But when thou art in Antium, have a care for Poppaea, who is ruthless in her revenges." "I fear nothing. Not a hair of my head will be injured in Antium." "If thou seekest to astonish me once more, thou art mistaken. But whence comes thy certainty?" "The Apostle Peter assured me so." "Ah, the Apostle assured thee. There is no arguing against that. But at least let me take certain precautions, if only for the purpose of preventing the Apostle Peter from proving a false prophet. For should the Apostle Peter, by some mischance be mistaken, he might lose thy confidence, and thy confidence might be useful to the Apostle Peter in the future." Do as thou wilt, but I confide in him. If thou imaginest that thou wilt sway me by scoffing repetitions of his name, thou art mistaken." "Well, one more question. Hast thou become a Christian?" "Not yet. But Paul of Tarsus accompanies me, to expound the teachings of Christ. In the end I shall be baptized. I do not accept what thou sayest that these teachings are enemies of life and happiness." "So much the better for thee and for Lygia," returned Petronius. Then shrugging his shoulders, he added, as though to himself: "'Tis marvellous how clever these people are in making proselytes, and how their sect is spreading." "Yea," replied Vinicius, with as much ardor as if he had been baptized. "There are thousands and tens of thousands in Rome, in other Italian cities, in Greece and in Asia. There are Christians in the legions, and among the pretorians, and in the very palace of Caesar. Slaves and citizens profess the creed, poor and rich, plebeian and patrician. Knowest thou that some of the Cornelii are Christians, that Pomponia Graecina is a Christian, that Actia is one? Yes, it is a creed that wins the world. It is the only thing that can regenerate it. Shrug not thy shoulders, for who knows but that in a month or a year thou also mayest not accept it." "I?" said Petronius. "No, by the son of Lethe, I will not even if it contains all human and divine truth and wisdom. It would involve trouble, and I hate trouble. It would require self denial, and I would not deny myself anything in life. In a nature like thine, which resembles boiling water over a fire, something of this sort might be expected. But I have my gems, my cameos, my vases, and my Eunice. I have no belief in Olympus, but I make one of my own on this earth. I will blossom until the shafts of the divine archer pierce me, or until Caesar orders me to open my veins. I am too fond of the odor of violets, and the comforts of the dining room. I even have a fondness for our gods, as rhetorical figures, and for Achaea, whither I am now about to set out with our burly, thin-legged, incomparable, godlike Caesar, the august, the ever victorious, the Hercules of our time, Nero himself." He grew hilarious at the very idea that it would be possible for him to accept the teachings of the Galilean fishermen, and hummed to himself: "With the green of the myrtle I circle my sword, like Harmodius and Aristogiton." He stopped short, for Eunice's arrival was now announced. This was the signal for supper. The musicians poured out harmony from their lyres. Vinicius now told of Chilo's visit, and how it had resulted in his going directly to the Apostles. He explained how the suggestion had arisen while Chilo was being flogged. Petronius, who had grown drowsy again, woke up at this, and said: "The suggestion was a good one if the result be good. As to Chilo, I should have given him 5 pieces of gold. But if thy choice were to flog him, it were best that thou shouldst have flogged him to death, for who knows whether the time may not come when the senators will bow before him as now they bow before our cobbler knight Vatinius. Good night." And removing his garland, he and Eunice made their preparations for departure. When they had left, Vinicius went up into the library and wrote the following to Lygia: "Would that when thou openest thy beautiful eyes, O divinity, this letter might say to thee good morning. It is with this hope I write, though I will see thee to morrow. Caesar goes to Antium the day after to morrow, and I, alas, must accompany him. Have I not explained to thee that a refusal would imperil my life? And at present I have no courage for death. But if thou wishest that I should not go, write me only a word and I will remain. 'Twill be for Petronius to avert my peril. To day, the day of joy, I scattered guerdons among all my slaves. Those who had served 20 years in my house I will lead to morrow to the praetor to give them their freedom. Thou, O beloved, must commend me for this, because it seems to me that this will be conformable to that kindly creed which thou professest, and also because I have done this for thy sake.
I shall tell them tomorrow that they owe their freedom to thee, so that they may know whom to thank and may praise thy name. I yield myself up to the bondage of joy and of thee. May I never know freedom. May Antium be cursed, together with Bronzebeard's journey. Thrice and four times happy am I that I am not as wise as Petronius, for then I should certainly be obliged to go to Achaea. Meanwhile the memory of thee will sweeten the separation. Whenever it is possible for me to leave, I will leap on a horse and hurry to Rome, to feast my eyes upon thy face, and my ears upon thy voice. When it is impossible, I will send thee a slave with a letter of inquiry about thee. I greet thee, O my divinity, and embrace thy feet. Be not angry that I call thee a divinity. If thou forbid, I will obey, but to day I can do not otherwise. From thy future house I greet thee with my whole soul. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 14. It was known in Rome that, on his way, Caesar would stop at Ostium to see the largest ship in the world, which had recently brought wheat from Alexandria. Thence he would go to Antium by the shore road. The orders had already been given. At the Ostian gate, therefore, there assembled at early morn a great multitude, consisting of the Roman rabble and of all the nations of the world, come to feast their eyes with the sight of Caesar's retinue, of which the populace could never get their fill. The road to Antium was neither long nor difficult. Antium itself was filled with palaces and villas sumptuously equipped. One could find there everything required for comfort, or the most exquisite luxury of the time. It was Caesar's custom, however, to take with him all the things in which he delighted, from musical instruments and artistic furniture to the statues and mosaics which he would arrange in order even where he stopped but a short while, either for rest or bodily refreshment. Therefore, multitudes of servants accompanied him on every journey, as well as detachments of pretorians and Augustales, each of whom had his individual following of slaves. At early dawn of that day shepherds from the Campania, their legs swathed with goat skins, their faces sunburnt, drove 500 she asses through the gates, so that Poppaea might have her customary bath in their milk on the morrow at Antium. The mob found a hilarious delight in watching the long ears swaying amid clouds of dust, and in listening to the whistle of the whips and the wild cries of the shepherds. When the she asses had passed, crowds of boys rushed out upon the roadway, swept it clean and strewed it with flowers and pine needles. Word ran through the crowd, and swelled it with a sense of local pride, that the entire road to Antium would be covered with flowers plucked from private gardens in the neighborhood, or purchased at high prices from women dealers at the Mugionis gate. With the passing of the morning hours the crowds grew greater. Many had brought their entire families, and, to temper the tedium of waiting, they spread provisions on stones intended for the new temple of Ceres, and ate their noonday meals under the glowing sun. Groups gathered here and there, the presiding genius in each of which was some travelled personage who could talk learnedly of Caesar's present journey, his past journeys, and of travelling in general. Sailors and veterans told strange tales which they had heard during foreign campaigns, about countries where Roman foot had never been planted. Townspeople who had never gone beyond the Appian Way listened open-mouthed to the marvels related of India, of Arabia and of archipelagos surrounding Britain, where Briareus had chained the sleeping Saturn on a certain ghost-haunted island, of northern seas whose waters were of jelly-like consistency, and of the hissing and roaring which the ocean emitted when the setting sun descended into its waters. Such stories found ready faith among the rabble as they had already found faith even with such men as Pliny and Tacitus. They spoke also of that ship which Caesar was to stop to gaze at, a ship which had brought grain enough for 2 years, besides 400 passengers, the same number in the crew, and a multitude of wild animals which were to be sacrificed at the summer games. These stories created a general goodwill towards Caesar, who not only fed his people, but amused them. Everybody prepared to give him an enthusiastic greeting. A detachment of Numidian horsemen, belonging to the pretorian guard, were the first to arrive. Their uniforms were yellow, girt at the waist with crimson. In their ears were huge earrings which reflected a golden gleam upon their burnished black faces. The points of their bamboo lances shone in the sun like flames. After them came a brilliant procession. The multitude pressed forward to catch a closer glimpse. But a detachment of pretorian infantry lined both sides of the road from the gateway, so as to crush them back. There moved by wagons bearing tents of purple, red, and violet, snowy white tents of muslin, interwoven with golden threads, oriental carpets, tables of lemon wood, pieces of mosaic, kitchen utensils, and cages with birds from the east, south, and west, whose brains and tongues were destined for Caesar's table, vessels of wine, and baskets of fruit. Such objects as might be bruised or broken in the wagons, were borne by slaves on foot. Hence there were hundreds of men carrying vessels and statuettes of Corinthian bronze. To special bands of slaves were assigned Etruscan or Grecian vases, to others golden or silver vessels, or goblets of Alexandrian crystal. Each band was separated from the next one by a detachment of pretorians either on horseback or on foot, and each had overseers armed with whips whose lashes ended in lumps of lead or iron. The procession, consisting of men bearing all these different objects with intense care and preoccupation, took on the aspect of a solemn religious function, and the resemblance grew still more vivid when the musical instruments of Caesar and his court followed. Harps, Grecian lutes, lyres, formingas, cithers, flutes, long twisted horn trumpets and cymbals, passed by in bewildering profusion. That sea of instruments with all the gold, bronze, precious stones and mother of pearl gleaming in the sun might have given the impression that Apollo or Bacchus was journeying through the world. Lordly chariots followed. These were filled with acrobats, with dancers, male and female, artistically grouped and holding wands in their hands. Then came slaves devoted not to service, but to shameful uses; children, male and female, selected throughout Greece and Asia Minor, with long tresses or curly hair gathered in golden nets, whose lovely faces resembling Cupids, were thickly overlaid with cosmetics, so that their delicate complexions might not be tanned by the winds of the Campania. And now came a pretorian detachment of gigantic Sicambrians, bearded, with red and flaxen hair, and blue eyes. Roman eagles were borne in front of them, together with inscribed tablets, statues of German and Roman gods, and finally statues and busts of Caesar. From beneath the skins and armor of these soldiers, appeared arms and shoulders, sunburnt and massive, like machines of war fit to wield the mighty weapons which they bore. The earth seemed to yield beneath their measured and heavy tread. Conscious of the strength which, if need be, they could turn against Caesar's self, they glanced contemptuously on the rabble in the street, evidently forgetting that many of them had come to the city in chains. But there was only a small handful of these men, for the main body of the pretorians remained encamped to watch over the city and preserve order there. When they had passed they were led by the lions and tigers which Nero had ordered to be trained, so that if at any moment the temptation should seize him to imitate Bacchus, he might attach them to his chariots. Arabs and Hindus led them in chains of steel, so fully concealed by encircling flowers, that it seemed as though the animals were led in garlands of flowers. Tamed by skillful trainers, they gazed at the crowd through green and sleepy eyes, but from time to time they lifted their giant heads and sniffed up through wheezing nostrils the exhalations of the surrounding humanity, licking their chops the while with rasping tongues. Now came Caesar's chariots and litters, large and small, gold or purple, inlaid with ivory pearls, or sparkling with precious stones. Then another small detachment of pretorians in Roman armor, consisting entirely of Italian volunteers, then crowds of gorgeously clad servants and lads. And at the last came Caesar himself. His approach was heralded from afar by multitudinous shouts. In the crowd was Peter the Apostle. Once in his lifetime he wished to catch a sight of Caesar. He was accompanied by Lygia, her face covered by a thick veil, and by Ursus, whose strength afforded the surest protection for the young girl in the midst of that disorderly and dissolute crowd. The Lygian seized a stone destined for the temple and brought it to the Apostle, so that by ascending it he could see better than the others. The crowd murmured at first when Ursus pushed it apart, as a ship cleaves through the waves, but when they noticed the size of the stone, which 4 of the strongest athletes could not have lifted, murmurs were changed into shouts of wonder. "Look! Look!" resounded from all sides. But now Caesar had appeared. He sat in a tent-like chariot drawn by 6 white Idumean stallions shod with gold. The sides of the tent were purposely left open, so that the crowds could see Caesar. Others might have found place in the chariot, but Nero, wishing to center all attention upon himself, passed through the streets alone, save for 2 deformed dwarfs laying at his feet. He was clad in a white tunic, and a toga of the color of amethyst, which cast a bluish tint upon his face. A laurel wreath was on his head. His body had grown considerably in bulk since his departure from Naples. His face had widened. Beneath his lower jaw hung a double chin, so that his mouth, always too close to his nose, now seemed almost as if glued to that feature. His thick neck, as usual, was covered by a silk kerchief. This he arranged from time to time with a fat, white hand, whose overgrowing red hair looked almost like gory spots. Yet he would never allow the hair to be plucked by the manicures, because he was told that trembling of the hand would ensue with consequent detriment to his lute playing. Infinite vanity, as always, was depicted on his face, tempered by weariness and suffering. It was the face at once of a tyrant and a mountebank. He turned his head from one side to the other, blinked his eyes, and listened intently to the greetings of the crowd. A storm of shouts and applause came first. "Hail, godlike Caesar! Hail, Emperor! Hail, conqueror! Peerless one! Son of Apollo! Apollo himself!" At these words he smiled, but occasionally a scowl flitted across his face. The Roman rabble, fond of jesting and confident in their own numbers, always took their fill of sarcasms, even against the triumphal heroes, whom they loved and honored. It was known that at one of Julius Caesar's entrances into Rome, they had shouted, "Citizens, hide your wives! The bald-headed libertine is approaching!" Nero's overweening vanity could not brook the least jesting or criticism. Yet with the shouts of applause mingled cries of "Bronzebeard! What hast thou done with thy flaming beard? Art thou afraid that it would set fire to Rome?" Men who so shouted little knew what a prophecy lay hidden in their jest. Caesar was not much disturbed by their cries, as he no longer wore a beard. He had sacrificed it some years ago to place it in a golden cylinder and dedicate it to the Jupiter in the Capitol. But there were others in the mob, who, hidden behind heaps of stones and the corners of temples, shouted, "Matricide! Nero! Orestes! Alcmaeon!" And others still, "Where is Octavia? Yield up thy purple!" Poppaea, who followed immediately after him, attracted howls of "Yellow hair!" a nickname which was applied to public prostitutes. Nero's trained ear caught all these various exclamations. He lifted his polished emerald to his eye as though wishing to discover and remember the speakers. In this act, his glance rested upon the Apostle Peter, standing on the stone. The 2 men looked at each other. Nobody in all that splendid retinue, nor in all those innumerable crowds, could have imagined that 2 powers of the earth were confronting each other, one of which would soon pass away like a bloody dream, while the other, the old man in coarse cloth, would seize in eternal possession the city and the world. And now Caesar had passed. Poppaea, whom the people loathed, followed him in a sumptuous litter borne by 8 Africans. Arrayed, as Nero was arrayed, in robes of the color of amethyst, with a thick layer of cosmetics on her face, motionless, pensive, indifferent, she looked like an evil yet beautiful goddess carried in a procession. A whole court of servants, male and female, followed, and then a line of wagons filled with articles for the toilette and for general domestic use. The sun had already passed the noonday hour, when the procession of the Augustales began, a brilliant, gleaming, endless line, drawn out like a serpent.
The indolent Petronius, saluted with kindly indulgence by the crowd, was carried in a litter with his godlike slave. Tigellinus drove in a chariot drawn by ponies adorned with white and purple feathers. He rose repeatedly from his chariot, and stretched his neck to see if Caesar were yet ready to give him the longed for signal to take a seat in the imperial tent. Among the others, Licinianus Piso was greeted with applause, Vitellius with laughter, Vatinius with contemptuous whistling. Towards the consuls, Licinius and Lecanius, the crowd behaved with indifference, but Tullius Senecio, whom for some unknown reason they loved, and Vestinus got their plaudits. The court was innumerable. It seemed as if all that was wealthiest, most brilliant and most illustrious in Rome were migrating to Antium. Nero never traveled save with thousands of chariots. His following always surpassed a legion in numbers, and a legion in his day rarely fell below 1,200 men. Hence the crowd could point to Domitius Afer, and the decrepit Lucius Saturninus and Vespasian, who had not yet gone on his campaign against Judea, whence he returned to receive Caesar's crown, and his sons, and Lucan and Annius Gallo, and Quintianus, and a multitude of women renowned for wealth, beauty, luxury, and debauchery. The eyes of the multitude turned from these familiar faces to the harness, the chariots, the horses, the strange equipments of the servants, selected from all the nations of the world. In that flood of splendor and power one hardly knew what to look at. Not only the eye but the mind was dazzled by the gleaming of gold, purple, and violet, by the sparkling of precious stones and the glitter of brocade, mother of pearl and ivory. It seemed that the very sunbeams had been absorbed into that abyss of splendor, and though there were not lacking wretched beings in the crowd, with sunken stomachs and with hunger smitten eyes, the spectacle not only inflamed their envy and their greed, but filled them also with delight and pride, as a manifestation of the power and invincibility of Rome, to which the world contributed and before which it knelt. For who at that time would have ventured to doubt that that power would endure for all ages and would outlast all nations, or that in the whole world there was nothing which could resist it? Vinicius, in the rear of the procession, caught sight of the Apostle and Lygia. Leaping from his chariot, he was at their side, greeting them with beaming face. He spoke hurriedly, as one who has no time to lose. "Thou hast come. I know not how to thank thee, O Lygia. God could not have sent me a better omen. I salute thee, even while bidding thee farewell. But the farewell is not for long. I shall place relays of Parthian horses all along the way, and every free day I shall be by thy side, until I get leave to return. Farewell!" "Farewell, Marcus," cried Lygia. In an undertone she added, "May Christ lead thee, and open thy soul to the teachings of Paul." Overjoyed that she took thought for his speedy conversion, he replied: "Be it as thou sayest. Paul prefers to travel with my men, but he is with me, and will be my comrade and my teacher. Lift thy veil, my beloved, that I may see thee once more before my journey. Why art thou so thickly veiled?" She lifted her veil. Her bright face and marvelously smiling eyes were turned full upon him. "Dost thou not like the veil?" she asked. There was a slight savor of girlish pertness in her smile. Vinitius was delighted. "'Tis bad for my eyes," he said. "They would gaze on thee forever until death. Ursus," he added, turning to the Lygian, "watch her as the pupil of thine eye, for she is my mistress as well as thine." He seized the girl's hand and pressed it to his lips. The bystanders were amazed. They could not understand such signs of honor from a resplendent Augustale to a maiden clad in a simple dress, almost that of a slave. "Farewell!" He departed quickly to catch up with the now disappearing rear of the procession. The Apostle Peter made an unnoticed sign of the cross after him. The good Ursus poured out praises upon him, glad to see his young mistress listening with pleasure, and beaming gratitude upon him. The retinue moved on, occasionally disappearing in clouds of golden dust. They gazed long after it, however, until Demas the miller approached, the same who employed Ursus in nightly toil. After kissing the hand of the Apostle, he pressed them to break bread with him, explaining that his house was near the Emporium. "You must be hungry and weary," he said, "after spending the greater part of the day at the gate." They went with him. They ate and rested at his house. In the evening they returned to the Trans Tiber, with the intention of crossing the Aemilian bridge, which cut through it, passed over the Publicus Nount, going over the Aventine, between the temples of Diana and Mercury. The Apostle Peter gazed from this height upon the buildings surrounding him and on the others vanishing far away into the gloom. Suddenly he pondered over the power and the immensity of this city, to which he had come to preach the word of God. Up to this time he had seen the Roman legions and governors in the many lands through which he had wandered, but they were merely separate members of this power, which today for the first time he had seen summed up in the person of Nero. That city, enormous, predatory, dissolute, rotten to the marrow of its bones, unassailable in its superhuman power, Caesar himself, fratricide, matricide, uxoricide, followed by a retinue of bloody ghosts, no less in number than his court, debauchee and mountebank, who was yet the lord of 30 legions, and through them of the whole earth, the courtiers covered with gold and purple, uncertain of the morrow, but today more powerful than kings, all these things together seemed to him to make up a hellish kingdom of injustice and depravity. His simple heart marveled how God could bestow such inconceivable might upon Satan, that he should have given him the earth to knead it as he willed, to turn it over and trample upon it, to squeeze tears and blood out of it, to revolve it as with a whirlwind, to storm it like a tempest, to consume it like flames. His apostle heart was alarmed by these thoughts. In spirit he spoke to the Master. "Oh Lord," he cried, "what shall I do in this city to which thou hast sent me? Seas and lands belong to it, the beasts of the field and the living creatures in the water belong to it. Other kingdoms and cities belong to it, and the 30 legions which guard them. I, oh Lord, am but a fisherman from a lake. What shall I do? How shall I overcome its malice?" He raised his grey trembling head towards heaven, praying and calling from the depths of his heart to his divine Master, full of sadness and fear. Lygia interrupted him. "The whole city is as if on fire," she said. And in very truth the sun set that day in a strange fashion. Its enormous shield had now sunk half way behind the Janiculum hill. The entire expanse of heaven was filled with a fiery glow. From the place in which they stood, their glance embraced a vast expanse. A little to the right they saw the long extending walls of the Circus Maximus, above it the towering palaces of the Palatine, and in front of them, beyond the Ox Market and the Velabrum, the top of the Capitol with the Temple of Jupiter. But the walls, the columns, and the tops of the temples were flooded in that golden and purple light. Such of the river as could be seen from a distance seemed to flow as with blood. As the sun sank lower behind the mountains, the glow flushed redder, like the reflection of a conflagration, and it increased and widened until finally it embraced the 7 hills, whence it poured over the whole surrounding country. "The entire city seems on fire," repeated Lygia. Peter shaded his eyes with his hand. "The wrath of God is upon it," said he. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 15. Vinicius to Ligia. The slave Phlegon, by whom I send thee this letter, is a Christian. So he is one of those who are to receive freedom at thy hands. Oh, beloved! He is an old servant of our house. I can place full confidence in him, and have no fear that the letter will fall into other hands than thine. I am writing from Laurentum, where we have stopped on account of the heat. Otho, former husband of Poppaea, possessed here a splendid villa, which he donated to her, and she, although divorced from him, held it no shame to retain the gift. When I think of those women who surround me now, and then of thee, It seems to me that from the stones thrown by Deucalion must have arisen various species of people absolutely unlike, and that thou belongest to the species that was born from crystal. I admire and love thee with all my soul, so that I wish to speak only of thee. I must restrain myself, in order to tell thee something about the journey and how I am faring and what is the news of the court. Well, Caesar was the guest of Poppaea, who had secretly prepared for him a splendid reception. She invited few of the Augustales, but Petronius and I were summoned. After the noonday meal we sailed in golden boats over the sea, which was calm as if it were sleeping, and as blue as thine eyes, oh my divinity. We rowed ourselves, for it evidently flattered Augusta to feel that she was rowed by men of consular dignity, or their sons. Caesar, standing by the rudder in a purple toga, sang a hymn, which he had composed last night, in honor of the sea. He and Diodorus arranged the music. Indian slaves in the other boats accompanied him on sea shells, while all around appeared numerous dolphins, as if really enticed from the depths of the sea by the music. Knowest thou what I did? I thought of thee and longed for thee. I wanted to grasp the sea, the calm weather, and the music and give all to thee. Dost thou wish that we should live some time on the shores of the sea far from Rome, oh my Augusta? I have an estate in Sicily, whereon there is a forest of almonds, which blossoms rose colored in spring, and is so near to the sea that the ends of its branches almost touch the water. There I will love thee and adore the creed that Paul will teach me, for I know now that it is not opposed to love and happiness. Dost thou wish this? But before I hear the answer from thy beloved lips, I will write thee further what happened in the boat. Soon the shore was left far behind us. A sail arose in the distance. A discussion arose as to whether it were a mere fisherman's boat or the great vessel from Ostia. I recognized it first. The Augusta said that it was evident nothing could be hidden from my eyes. Covering her face with a veil, she asked me whether I could recognize her even so. Petronius answered at once that even the sun cannot be recognized behind a cloud. She laughingly retorted that so keen a glance as mine could be blinded by love alone. Naming different ladies of the court, she asked me which I loved. I answered calmly enough, until she mentioned thy name. Speaking of thee, she uncovered her face, and cast upon me a look with evil and inquiring eyes. I feel true gratitude to Petronius, who inclined the boat at that moment, and so drew general attention from me. I swear that if I had heard thy name mentioned in a slighting tone, I should not have been able to hide my wrath, but should have had to struggle with the impulse to break the head of this bad and treacherous woman with my oar. Dost thou remember the occurrence on the pond of Agrippa, when we were at Linus's house on the eve of my departure? Petronius is alarmed for my fate, and even to day he implored me not to hurt the vanity of the Augusta. But Petronius does not understand me fully, and knows not that beyond thee there is no delight nor beauty nor love, and that for Poppaea I have only aversion and scorn. Thou hast greatly changed my soul, so greatly that I could not even entertain the idea of going back to my former life. But be not afraid that harm may reach me here. Poppaea does not love me, for she is incapable of love. Her caprices arise only from her anger against Caesar, who is still under her influence, and who may even still love her. Yet he, on his part, does not spare her nor hide from her his shamelessness and his crimes. I will tell thee besides something which should reassure thee. Peter, when I parted from him, told me not to fear Caesar, as not a hair of my head would be injured. I believe him. Some voice in my soul tells me that every word of his must be fulfilled. Since he blessed our love neither Caesar nor all the powers of Hades, nor fate itself, can take thee away from me. Oh, Lygia, when I think thus I am as happy as though I were in heaven, which alone is peaceful and happy. But thou, as a Christian, mayest be hurt by what I say of heaven and fate. If so, forgive me. I sin against my will. Baptism has not yet washed me, but my heart is as an empty cup which Paul of Tarsus will fill with thy sweet creed, so much sweeter to me because it is thine. Thou, oh my divinity, count it as a merit to me that from this cup I have emptied the liquid which formerly filled it, and that I do not keep it back, but stretch it forward as a thirsty man standing by a pure spring. Let me find favor in thy eyes. In Antium my days and nights will pass in hearing Paul, who already on the first day of the journey acquired such influence over my people, that they surround him continuously, seeing in him not merely a wonder worker, but an almost supernatural being. Yesterday I saw joy on his face, and when I asked him what he was doing he answered, "I am sowing." Petronius knows that he is among my people, and wishes to see him. So does Seneca, who heard of him from Gallo. But the stars are now paling, O Lygia, while the morning star glows still brighter. Soon the dawn will make a rose of the sea. The whole world is asleep. But I am thinking of thee and loving thee. Let me salute thee as well as the morning dawn, O my betrothed. End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 16. Vinicius to Lygia. Dearest, hast thou ever accompanied the Auli to Antium? If not, it will give me happiness some time to show it to thee. All along the seashore from Laurentum stand a row of villas. Antium is itself a succession of palaces and porticos, whose columns are reflected in the water in bright weather. I too have a villa right by the water with an olive grove and a forest of cypresses behind the villa. When I remember that this villa will sometime be thine, its marbles seem to me even whiter, its gardens more shady, and the sea more deeply azure. Oh, Lygia, how good it is to live and love! Old Menecles who has charge of the villa has planted great bunches of irises under the myrtles on the lawns. At sight of them the home of the Auli, and the fountain and the garden in which I used to seat myself beside them, came back to mind. And to thee also, these irises will recall thy own home. So I am sure thou wilt love Antium and this villa. After our arrival we had long talks with Paul at the noonday meal. We spoke of thee. In due time he began to teach. I listened and I will say to thee, that even had I the pen of a Petronius, I could not explain to thee all that passed through my mind and soul. I had not conceived the possibility of such happiness, such peace, such infinite calm. But all these things I keep for my converse with thee. At the first free moment I shall be in Rome. Tell me, how can the world find room at once for such men as the apostles Peter and Paul, and such a man as Caesar? I ask this because the evening of that same day I passed at Nero's palace. I will tell thee what occurred there. First Caesar read his poem on the destruction of Troy and complained that he had never seen a burning city. He envied Priam, he called him happy for that he had witnessed the burning and destruction of his native city. Whereupon Tigellinus replied: "Say but a word, O divine one, and ere night passes thou wilt see Antium in flames." Caesar in return called him a fool. "Where," he asked, "should I come to breathe the air of the sea, and preserve this voice with which the gods have gifted me, and which men tell me I should carefully preserve for the benefit of humanity? Is it not Rome that harms me? Are not the stenches of the Suburra and the Esquiline responsible for the hoarseness in my throat? Would not burning Rome present a spectacle 100-fold more splendid and tragic than Antium?" Here all broke in with exclamations. What an unspeakable tragedy it would be that the city which had conquered the world should be changed into a heap of gray ashes. Caesar insisted that his poem would in that case surpass the songs of Homer. He explained how he would rebuild the city, and how future generations would admire the work, which should throw all other human achievements into the shade. The drunken feasters joined in with shouts of "Do it!"
"Nay," he replied, "I should have friends truer and more attached to me." On hearing this, I confess it, I grew uneasy. For thou, oh beloved, art in Rome. Now I laugh at those fears. No matter how mad they may be, Caesar and his courtiers would not dare to reach that pitch of madness. But see how love unnerves a man. I should prefer it if the house of Linus did not stand in a narrow alley of the Trans Tiber, nor in a quarter inhabited by aliens who would receive the least consideration of all in case of any disaster. In my eyes, the palaces on the Palatine themselves are not worthy of thee. It would please me also to know that thou lackest none of those comforts and luxuries to which thou hast been accustomed from childhood. Go to the house of Aulus, O Lygia. I have given much thought to this matter. Were Caesar in Rome, news of thy return might readily reach the Palatine through the slaves. This might turn attention to thee, and renew thy persecution for that thou hadst dared to combat the will of Caesar. But his stay in Antium will be a long one. Before his return the gossip of the slaves will have ceased. Linus and Ursus might dwell with thee. I live in the hope, that ere the Palatine again beholds Caesar, thou, my divinity, wilt be dwelling with me in thine own house on the Carinae. Blessed be the day, and the hour, and the minute, when thou passest my threshold. If Christ, whom I am learning to accept, will accomplish this, blessed also be his name. I will serve him and give my life and my blood for him. But I speak not aright. We will both serve him as long as the thread of our lives endures. Love and greetings to thee from my inmost soul. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 17. Ursus was drawing up a double vessel of water from the well, singing the while in an undertone a wondrous Lygian song, and casting glad looks at Ligia and Vinicius, who, white as two statues, stood among the cypresses in Linus's garden. Not a breeze stirred their garments. Twilight, lilac and golden, was falling upon the world, as with clasped hands they conversed in the evening calm. "May not some harm befall thee?" asked Lygia, "for that thou didst leave Antium without Caesar's knowledge?" "No, my beloved. Caesar gave out that he would lock himself up for 2 days with Terpnos to compose new songs. He often does this, and then knows not nor remembers aught else. Besides, what should I care for Caesar, while I am beside thee, while I gaze upon thee? My longings grew greater than I could bear. For nights, sleep has fled from me. More than once, when weariness overcame me, I was awakened by a sudden feeling that danger was hanging over thee. At times I dreamed that my relays of horses had been stolen, those horses which were to bear me from Antium to Rome, and which had already borne me from Rome to Antium with greater speed than any of Caesar's couriers. I could bear it no longer without thee. Oh, beloved, I love thee too much for that." "I knew that thou wouldst come. Twice at my asking did Ursus run to the Carinae to inquire for thee at thy house. Linus laughed at me and so did Ursus." It was evident enough that she had expected him. In lieu of her usual dark robe, she wore a soft white gown, from whose graceful folds her head and shoulders blossomed out like primroses in spring. A few rose-colored anemones adorned her hair. Vinicius pressed his lips to her hand. Then they took their seats on a stone bench among the wild vines, and leaning shoulder to shoulder, gazed silently at the setting sun, whose last beams were reflected in their eyes. The charm of peace of the evening stole softly over them. "How calm it is here!" exclaimed Vinicius in a low tone. "How beautiful the world is! The night is cloudless. I have never felt happier in my life. Tell me, Lygia, the reason of this. Never did I conceive that love could be such as this. I deemed it a mere fire in the blood, a passion. I now see that we can love with every drop of blood, and every breath, yet feel a sweet and boundless calm, as though sleep and death had put the soul to rest.
'Tis a new experience for me. I gaze upon the outer calm of the trees, and it seems to be within me. Now for the first time I understand there may be a happiness of which men hitherto have not conceived. Now for the first time I understand why thou and Pomponia Graecina enjoy such peace. Yea, Christ giveth that peace." Lygia, leaning her beautiful head on his arm, replied: "My dear Marcus." She could not continue. Joy, gratitude, and the feeling that love was now lawful to her, took away her voice and filled her eyes with tears. Vinitius, slipping his arm around her slender form, drew her towards him. "Blessed be the moment," he cried, "when I first heard his name." "I love thee, Marcus," was her low voiced reply. Both were silent now. Their overcharged breasts forbade further utterance. The last lilac reflection had faded away from the cypresses. The crescent moon was now silvering the garden. Vinitius was the first to speak. "I know. Scarce had I entered here, scarce had I kissed thy beloved hands, ere I read in thine eyes the questions. Had I arrived at a full understanding of that divine creed which thou professest? Am I baptized? No, not yet am I baptized. Know thou why, my flower? Paul said to me, 'I have convinced thee that God hath come into the world and given himself to be crucified for the salvation of the world.' But let Peter cleanse thee in the stream of grace. Peter, who first stretched his hands over thee and blessed thee. I wish thee, my beloved, to be present at my baptism, and that Pomponia stand as my sponsor. That is why I have not yet been baptized, though I believe in the Saviour and his sweet teaching. Paul has convinced and converted me. How could it be otherwise? How could I fail to believe that Christ came into the world when Peter says so, who was his disciple, and Paul, to whom he manifested himself? How can I fail to believe him God, who rose from the dead? He was seen in the city, on the lake, on the mountain. He was seen by men whose lips knew not how to form a lie. I believed all this from the first time I heard Peter in the Ostranium. Even then I said to myself, I could believe any man on earth to be a liar before this one who says, 'I have seen.' But I dreaded your creed. I feared it would separate thee from me. I thought that there was in it neither wisdom, nor beauty, nor happiness. But to day I understand it. What sort of man should I be, if I did not desire for the world, truth, not lies; love, not hate; good, not evil; loyalty, not disloyalty; charity, not vengeance? What sort of man would he be who would not prefer and wish the same? Thy religion teaches all these things. Other creeds also aim at justice, but thine is the only creed which makes just the heart of man, and, moreover, makes it pure like thine and Pomponia's, and loyal like thine and Pomponia's. Blind should I be if I could not see this. And if, in addition, Christ God hath promised eternal life and happiness so boundless as only the almightiness of God could bestow, what more could man wish? Were I to ask Seneca, wherefore should he recommend virtue, if wickedness brought me more happiness? He could return no logical answer. But now I see that I should be virtuous, because virtue and love flow from Christ, and because when death closes my eyes, I shall find new life and new happiness, find myself and thee, oh my beloved. Why not accept a creed which teaches truth and annihilates death? Who would not prefer good to evil? I had thought this creed opposed to happiness, but Paul hath convinced me that it takes away nothing and adds all. Hardly yet does all this find room in my brain, but I know it to be true, for I should never have been thus happy had I taken thee by force and possessed thee in my home. Lo, but a moment since thou didst say, 'I love thee,' and I could not have extorted these words from thee with all the powers of Rome. Oh, Lygia! Reason declares this creed to be divine, to be the best. The heart feels it. Who can withstand two such forces?" Lygia listened. Her blue eyes fixed on his face, seemed mystic flowers in the moonlight, and bedewed like flowers. "True, Marcus," she said, nestling her head closer to his arm. Both felt supremely happy. They understood that not only love, but another power united them, sweet at once, and irresistible, through which love itself became unassailable by change, deceit, treason, or death itself. Their hearts overflowed with the certainty that come what might, they would not cease to love and to belong to each other. Hence an unspeakable calm possessed them. Vinicius felt that not only was their love pure and deep, but of a sort that the world did not yet know, and could not give. This love gathered all things into his heart. Lygia, Christ's teachings, the moonlight softly sleeping on the cypresses and the calm of the night, so that all space seemed to be filled with it alone. Then in a low and trembling voice he began: "Thou wilt be the soul of my soul, the dearest for me in all the world. Our hearts will throb together, one in prayer and one in gratitude to Christ. Oh, my beloved, together to live, together to honor God, to know that when death comes, our eyes will again open, as, after refreshing sleep, to a new light. What greater happiness could be conceived? My sole marvel is that I had not comprehended this sooner. Knowest thou what I now think? That nothing can resist this creed. In 200 or 300 years the whole world will accept it. Men will forget Jupiter. There will be no God save Christ, no temples save the Christian. Who would not desire his own happiness? Ah, I have heard Paul's conversation with Petronius. Knowest thou what Petronius said at the close? "'Tis not for me." That was all he could say.
"Repeat the words of Paul," said Lygia.
"'Twas at my house. Petronius one evening had been speaking lightly and jestingly, as is his wont. Paul said to him: *How canst thou, oh wise Petronius, deny that Christ existed, and that he rose from the dead, when thou wert not then in the world? But Peter and John saw him. I myself saw him on the road to Damascus. If thy wisdom could show that we are liars, then thou mightest well deny our testimony.' Petronius replied that he had no intention of denying, for he well knew that many incredible things had happened and were confirmed by unimpeachable witnesses. 'But,' said he, ''tis one thing to discover a new foreign god, and another to accept his creed. I wish for nothing that may spoil my life and destroy its beauty. Be our gods true or false, they are beautiful. We rejoice in them, and can live without care.' Paul's reply was: 'Thou wouldst reject the teaching of love, justice and mercy for fear of the cares of life. But bethink thee, Petronius, is thy life truly free from cares? Behold, neither thou, nor any amongst the mightiest knows when he falls asleep at night, whether he may not be awakened by a death sentence.' Now if Caesar professed this creed of charity and justice, would not thy happiness be more secure? Thou fearest lest thy pleasure be lost to thee, but would not life itself be pleasanter in such case? As to the beauty and the adornment of life, if we have raised temples and statues of such surpassing loveliness to evil, vengeful, adulterous and false divinities, what might ye not do in honor of one God of love and truth? Thou flatterest thyself that thy lot is a happy one, because thou art mighty and livest in luxury, but thou might easily have been poor and destitute, however high born, and then indeed it would be better for thee in this world if men professed Christ. In your city, even parents of high station, unwilling to assume the care of raising children, cast them out into the streets. These children are called alumni. Thou, master, might have been such an alumnus. But if thy parents lived in conformity with our creed that could not happen. If after reaching man's estate thou hadst married a woman whom thou lovest, thou wouldst prefer that she should remain faithful to thee unto death. And now behold what is going on among you. Behold what debasement, what shamelessness, what abuse of marital faith. Nay, you marvel among yourselves when you hear of a woman whom you call a univira, or a woman of a single husband. But I say unto thee, that wives who carry Christ in their hearts will not break faith with their husbands, and that Christian husbands will keep faith with their wives. But ye are not sure of your rulers, your fathers, your wives, your children, your servants. The whole world trembles before ye, and ye tremble before your own slaves, for ye know that any hour may call forth a terrible war against your oppression, such a war as has already arisen more than once. Thou art rich, but thou knowest not that to morrow thou mayest not be ordered to surrender thy riches. Thou art young, but thou knowest not whether to morrow will not be thy death day. Thou lovest. But treason lies in wait for thee. Thou art fond of villas and statues, but to morrow thou mayest be banished to the desert places of the Pandataria. Thou hast thousands of servants, but to morrow thy servants may spill thy blood. If all this be true, how canst thou be calm and happy, how canst thou find pleasure in life? But I proclaim love. I proclaim a creed which commands rulers to love their subjects, and masters their slaves, commands slaves to serve from love, proclaims justice and charity, and promises at the end unlimited and eternal happiness. Therefore, O Petronius, how canst thou say that this creed ruins life, since it supplies its shortcomings, and since thou thyself wouldst be 100-fold happier and safer if it were to win the world as your Roman rule has won it? Such were Paul's words. Then it was Petronius said, "'Tis not for me." Feigning weariness, he rose to go, and as he did so he continued: "I prefer my Eunice to all thy creed, O Judean, but I would not care to be matched against thee on the platform." As for me, I had listened with all my soul, and when Paul spoke of our women I honored with all my heart that creed whence thou didst spring as lilies sprung from a rich soil in April, and I thought to myself, "Lo, there is Poppaea who left 2 husbands for Nero, there are Calvia Crispinilla and Nigidia, and almost all the women I know save only Pomponia, all have made traffic at their faith and their vows. But she whom I love, she will not desert me nor deceive me, nor quench the fire at my hearthstone, though all others in whom I placed my trust might desert and deceive me. Hence I spoke to thee in my soul. How can I recompense thee save by love and honor? Didst thou feel that at Antium I talked incessantly to thee as if thou wert by my side? 100-fold have I loved thee for that thou didst flee from me in Caesar's palace. And I no longer desire Caesar's palace, nor its luxury, nor its music, but thee only. Speak but the word, and we will leave Rome to take up our residence afar off." Without moving her head, Lygia thoughtfully raised her eyes to the silvered tops of the cypresses, and answered: "'Tis well, Marcus. Thou hast written to me of Sicily. The Auli wish to settle there for their old age." Vinitius joyfully interrupted her. "True, my beloved. Our lands adjoin. 'Tis a marvelous coast. The climate is delightful and the nights are still brighter than in Rome, fragrant and clear. There life and happiness are synonyms." He paused to dream of the future. "There we may forget all our troubles in the groves among the olive orchards. We will walk and rest in the shade. Oh, Lygia, what a life that will be, loving each other, gazing together upon the sea and the sky, honoring together a God of love, doing peacefully what is just and right." Both paused, their thoughts intent upon the future. He drew her closer to him, the knightly ring on his finger sparkling in the moonlight. In the quarter inhabited by the laboring classes everyone was asleep. Not a sound disturbed the silence. "Wilt thou allow me to see Pomponia?" asked Lygia. "Yes, my beloved. We will invite them to our home, or visit them ourselves. And if thou wilt, we can take in the Apostle Peter. He is bowed down by age and work. Paul also will visit us. He will convert Aulus Plautius. And just as soldiers found colonies in far off countries, so we will found a settlement of Christians." Lygia took his hand in hers, and would have raised it to her lips. But he whispered, as though fearful that too loud a tone might frighten happiness away: "No, Lygia, no. It is I who honor and adore thee. Give me thy hands." "I love thee." He pressed his lips to her hands, white as jessamine. For a moment the beating of their own hearts was the only sound they heard. There was not the least stir in the air. The cypresses were immovable as if they, too, held their breath in suspense. An unexpected sound, as of thunder, coming apparently from the ground, broke in upon the silence. A shiver ran through the girl's body. Vinitius rose, saying: "'Tis the roaring of lions in the menagerie." Both listened intently. The first roar was answered by a second, a third, a tenth, from all the various quarters of the city. There were often several thousand lions in Rome, quartered in different arenas. Frequently at night time they approached the gratings, and, leaning there on their huge heads, proclaimed their longing for liberty and the desert. So it happened now. One answered the other in the stillness of the night. The whole city was filled with their roaring. So strangely menacing and lugubrious was the sound that Lygia, whose bright and peaceful dreams of the future were frightened away, listened with a heart compressed by some strange fear and melancholy. Vinitius slipped his arm around her. "Fear not, beloved," he said. "The games are at hand, hence all the menageries are filled." They both entered the house of Linus, accompanied by the roars of the lions, growing more and more thunderous. End of part 2, chapter 17.